In the 21st century, a young man named Zhao Hao traverses into a realm of cultivation, gradually rising from the status of a menial disciple within a sect. He awakens a system of billion-fold returns, wherein any consumed resources yield an astonishing billion times their original amount, and gifting to others results in a billion-fold enhancement of quality. Witness the ascent of Zhao Hao in the world of cultivation. Chapter 1. Binding the Billion-Fold Return System. Chaoyang Zone, Menial Disciple Area. Zhao Hao diligently chops firewood. He is not originally from this world, but a worker from Blue Star in the 21st century. By a twist of fate, he has inhabited the body of the original Zhao Hao, who met his demise at the hands of bandits while en route to Chaoyang Zone. The modern Zhao Hao has come to fulfill the original's aspirations, seeking the path of immortality at Chaoyang Zone. However, lacking in talent, he has ultimately secured a position as a menial worker within the sect. This marks the third year of Zhao Hao's stay at Chaoyang Zone. Zhao Hao swiftly finishes chopping the wood and prepares to head to the sect's dining hall for a meal. Upon his arrival, he finds many people already queued for food, and he joins the line. Look, that's Zhao Hao. I've heard he's been a menial for 3 years and still hasn't entered the outer sect. If this continues, he'll surely be expelled once his 3-year term is up. Zhao Hao overhears the remarks from those nearby and feels a surge of anger. Yet, Zhao Hao must endure. Any act of retaliation would surely result in a harsh beating. Previously, he had been beaten to the point of being unable to rise from bed over trivial matters. When it is his turn to receive food, the cook fills his container to the brim with a hearty meal. Little Zhao, eat well. You'll need your strength for work this afternoon. The cook, Wu Daiyong, is quite familiar with Zhao Hao. Thank you, Master Wu. Zhao Hao replies politely. As Zhao Hao savors his meal, he feels that the labor of the morning has been worthwhile. Some of the food consists of spirit beast meat, which is excellent for nourishing the body. Of course, the spirit beast meat is only from low-tier creatures. Otherwise, it would not be served to menials who have yet to undergo the process of fasting. Nonetheless, the meals are quite delicious, and Chaoyang Zone treats its menial workers well. For Zhao Hao, who has grown accustomed to various delicacies in his past life, this meal is quite to his liking, and he relishes the flavors slowly. At that moment, a supervisor from the dining hall retrieves several slain spirit beasts from his storage ring. Old Wu, these spirit beasts are for this afternoon's serving. Make sure to handle them properly after the meal. Wu Daiyong promptly responds with enthusiasm. Understood, Supervisor Chen. Supervisor Chen departs immediately. This dining hall is dedicated to preparing meals for menials, and the sect distributes spirit beast meat to them at every meal. The sect hopes that a few outstanding disciples may arise from the ranks of menials. Thus, they do not skimp on provisions. Zhao Hao gazes at the spirit beasts in awe, for they are actually first-tier wild boar beasts. Typically, he consumes spirit beasts without ranks, making today a remarkably generous day for the sect. The sight of the wild boar beasts quickly draws a crowd of menials, all pointing and murmuring. A first-tier spirit beast. The sect is actually letting us eat this. Indeed, the sect has been quite generous this time. Who would have thought? The sect truly cares for us menial disciples. After finishing his meal, Zhao Hao rushes toward the menial area, for he must clean the sect's plaza this afternoon. He quickly grabs a broom and heads toward the plaza, which is quite expansive and typically requires 10 people to clean. However, Zhao Hao is the first to arrive. Soon, other menials arrive. Zhao Hao, you only sweep my area today, got it? A burly menial states. Zhao Hao merely glances at him before continuing with his own work. The burly menial is named Guanxin, who often delegates his tasks to others. Seeing Zhao Hao ignore him incites his anger. Zhao Hao, it seems the last time I beat you wasn't enough. You want another round, do you? Guanxin approaches and grabs Zhao Hao by the collar, preparing to strike. However, just then, the overseer of the menials arrives. What are you doing? Hurry up and clean. Otherwise, you won't be having dinner. Upon hearing the steward's words, Guanxin immediately released Zhao Hao. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time, but remember this. Guanxin swiftly began to clean up. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt a deep sense of frustration. Each time, there were always menial workers who made him assist them in completing their tasks. If he refused, he would be met with punches and kicks. Zhao Hao couldn't help but think that once he gained prominence, he would surely retaliate. After sweeping the square for an entire afternoon, the 10 menial workers finally finished their task. Once the steward came to inspect, Zhao Hao and the others could head to the dining hall. All the menial workers hurried towards the cafeteria, for tonight's dinner featured the meat of a first-tier spirit beast. Zhao Hao's meal box was once again filled to the brim, especially with plenty of spirit beast meat inside. Zhao Hao happily began to savor the spirit beast meat, feeling a warm current flowing through his body with each bite. He quickly finished his meal and returned to his quarters to retrieve the cultivation techniques provided by the sect, beginning his training. While the effects of the spirit beast meat still lingered, Zhao Hao started to circulate his energy according to the recorded method. Before long, Zhao Hao sensed the flow of qi. He had not stepped into the qi training stage for nearly 3 years. If he still could not enter that stage by the end of 3 years, he would be expelled from the sect. Thus, Zhao Hao was always quite tense. However, after a long time, he still did not feel any signs of a breakthrough. Ultimately, as the effects of the spirit beast meat faded, he remained unable to advance. Zhao Hao couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. Is it truly impossible for me to break through? Ding, detecting that the host is in a state of confusion. Finding the Bei Fan Huan system. 10, 40, 90, 100. Binding successful. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Zhao Hao was filled with excitement. System, is that you? Ding, host, it is I. This system is the Bei Fan Huan system, designed to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Zhao Hao hurriedly inquired. System, what functions do you possess? Ding, this system can return resources consumed and given by the host at a rate of 100 million times. Zhao Hao immediately asked, System, what do you mean by resources? Ding, resources primarily refer to the spirit stones, elixirs, various talismans, weapons, and other cultivation-related items consumed by the host. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Hao began to check how many resources he had left. However, he soon realized that he seemed to have no resources at all. His monthly stipend was 2 low-grade spirit stones, yet every month, they were snatched away by Guanxin and others. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt an even greater hatred for Guanxin. He thought he should go out for a while. Perhaps he would find some resources. It was now evening, the time for menial workers to cultivate. Zhao Hao arrived at the sect's exchange center, preparing to engage in a cunning scheme. Upon entering the exchange center, he immediately captured the attention of the staff. He approached the counter where the elixirs were stored, gazing at the various pills with a plan already forming in his mind. Senior brother, how much for this Yuan Dan? Zhao Hao asked, pointing at an ordinary porcelain vial. The staff member replied, 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 3. Zhao Hao pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, Senior brother, could you let me try one? If it proves effective, I shall purchase it. After a brief hesitation, the staff member at the counter responded, All right, I'm not afraid you'll run away. You're a menial disciple, right? Zhao Hao confirmed, Yes, senior brother, I am the menial disciple Zhao Hao. My name is Zhou Yun. You may call me senior brother Zhou. Zhou Yun took out the porcelain vial and poured 1 Yuan Dan for Zhao Hao. Chapter 2. Zhao Hao's strength reaches 500 Jin. Zhao Hao took the Yuan Dan and immediately consumed it, then sat down to prepare for refinement. Moments later. Zhao Hao's aura fluctuated, yet he ultimately did not achieve the qi refinement stage. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he was not disheartened, for he knew that his return system was about to activate. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed 1 Yuan Dan and returned 100 million Yuan Dan. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Hao's spirit soared. Seeing that Zhao Hao had not made a breakthrough, Zhou Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother Zhao, do not lose heart. One day, you will attain the qi refinement stage. Zhao Hao then retrieved 2 Yuan Dan from his system space and handed them to Zhou Yun. Brother Zhou, I actually possess Yuan Dan. I simply wish to see how mine compare to the ones you sell. Zhou Yun took the Yuan Dan from Zhao Hao, feeling somewhat speechless. Upon closer inspection, he found no discernible difference between Zhao Hao's and his own. He replied, Fine, you borrow 1 and return 2. I won't say much more. Just don't tease your brother for no reason next time. Zhao Hao glanced at the array of pills behind the counter and noticed many that were suitable for mortals. Brother Zhou, may I exchange Yuan Dan for some pills suitable for mortals who have yet to embark on their cultivation journey? Zhou Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually replied, Very well. I have body refining pills, Yuan increasing pills, and body strengthening pills. All can be used by mortals. Zhao Hao inquired, Brother, what is the difference between body refining pills and body strengthening pills? Zhou Yun produced the pills and explained, Body refining pills primarily refine the physical body, serving as the initiation pills for physical cultivation, primarily guiding the process. Body strengthening pills, on the other hand, are the standard pills for enhancing physical strength during cultivation. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's explanation, Zhao Hao comprehended immediately. All right, Brother Zhou, please give me one of each of the 3 pills. Let us see how many Yuan Dan I need. Zhou Yun promptly handed him one of each, stating, Exchanging for a body refining pill requires 3 Yuan Dan, A yuan increasing pill requires 5, and a body strengthening pill requires 4. Zhao Hao swiftly retrieved 15 yuan dawn from his space. Brother, consider the extra 3 as a token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind. Seeing the pills Zhao Hao produced, Zhou Yun felt somewhat relieved. Very well, junior brother, if you wish to exchange again in the future, just seek me out. Zhao Hao took the 3 pills and left the exchange area, heading straight to his residence. Upon returning, he discovered that his room had been ransacked. With everything shattered and in disarray, it was evident who was responsible, Guan Xin and his cohorts. However, Zhao Hao refrained from immediate retaliation. Instead, he took out a body refining pill and began to refine his body. After consuming the body refining pill, Zhao Hao instantly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his flesh. Ding! The system has detected that the host has consumed a body refinement pill, returning 100 million body refinement pills. Zhao Hao felt that, even after consuming 1 pill, he still possessed ample energy. He took out another body refinement pill and ingested it. After consuming approximately 10 pills, Zhao Hao sensed that he was ready to take the body cultivation pill for further training. Upon consuming the body cultivation pill, he immediately felt a surge in his physical strength. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed 1 body cultivation pill, returning 100 million body cultivation pills. Zhao Hao quickly took out another body cultivation pill and began to consume it. Soon, he felt his strength increasing at an astonishing rate. After nearing 100 body cultivation pills, Zhao Hao sensed that his body had reached its saturation point. He assessed his strength and discovered it was nearly 500 pounds. At that moment, Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy within him. With this newfound power, he no longer needed to fear Guan Xin and his companions. After tidying up his room, Zhao Hao lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, in another part of the disciplinary division, Guan Xin seethed with anger. Damn it, that bastard Zhao Hao is not even in his room. Just wait, tomorrow I will make him pay. He said to his lackeys, Brother Xin, that little brat, Zhao Hao, will be expelled from the sect soon. We can take him out on the road, spoke Wang Hu, one of Guan Xion's sycophants. Ha! By the time he's expelled, even if we kill him, no one will hold us accountable. Guan Xin Zipli. The reason Guan Xion harbored such animosity towards Zhao Hao was that earlier that day, Zhao Hao had dared to defy him. In the past, Zhao Hao would never resist whatever tasks he was given. Today was different, and Guan Xion naturally loathed him for it. It was akin to a long-oppressed individual suddenly wishing to rebel. How could Guan Xion possibly tolerate it? Zhao Hao had chosen to ignore Guan Xion today simply because he was tired of being bullied. The more he retreated, the more Guan Xin and his companions would take advantage of him. Without the system, Zhao Hao would undoubtedly be beaten again. However, now, with the system, it was uncertain who would be bullying whom tomorrow. The next day, after awakening, Zhao Hao hurried to the disciplinary division to assemble. Each day, the supervisor there assigns tasks. Today, Zhao Hao was assigned the task of feeding the spirit beasts. Many disciples and elders in the sect had spirit beasts that required nourishment, typically provided by the junior disciples. After receiving his task, Zhao Hao went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although there was no meat, the other food was plentiful. After his meal, Zhao Hao went to the supervisor to collect the feed for the spirit beasts. Having previously cared for spirit beasts, he was quite adept at it. However, as he made his way to the spirit beast area, he was intercepted by Guan Xin and his 2 companions. Zhao Hao felt a surge of indignation. It was always Guan Xin and his group who sought trouble with him, and he had never provoked them. They seemed to believe him easy to bully. As the saying goes, a kind person is often taken advantage of, just as a gentle horse is often ridden. Zhao Hao finally experienced a moment of realization. Step aside. Do not obstruct the path. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Guan Xin and his companions were taken aback. Previously, Zhao Hao had not dared to utter a single word. What had emboldened him now? It seemed that the recent lack of physical confrontations had caused him to become rather brazen. Without hesitation, Guan Xin swung his fist toward Zhao Hao. Calmly, Zhao Hao set the feet aside and seized Guan Xion's fist with one hand. Instantly, he applied pressure, causing Guan Xin to cry out in pain. Ouch, ouch, stop. Yet, Zhao Hao was not inclined to let him off easily. He aimed to make Guan Xin truly feel the pain and teach him a lesson. What are you doing? Attack him. Guan Xin shouted at the attendants nearby. Hearing his command, the 2 rushed toward Zhao Hao. In response, Zhao Hao raised his leg and kicked both of them to the ground, leaving them unable to rise. Despite not holding back, he found satisfaction in their plight. Ouch, Zhao Hao, you rascal, stop. Guan Xin continued to shout. Obsing Guan Sintes in Su. Zhao Hao tightened his grip further. By now, Guan Xion's hand had lost all sensation. Without mercy, Zhao Hao delivered a kick to Guan Xion's chest, rendering him unable to stand. You wretched Guan Xion, should you provoke me again, it will not end as it has today. With that, Zhao Hao picked up the feed and proceeded towards the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Guan Xion and his companions were left in utter dismay. Who would have imagined that the soft-spoken Zhao Hao, whom they had bullied, could bring them down so easily? Brother Xion, what should we do? This rascal, Zhao Hao, has become unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 3. Breakthrough to the first layer of Qi cultivation. Upon hearing the commotion, Guan Xion exclaimed, "This rascal Zhao Hao has suddenly grown so strong. However, if we cannot handle him, we can seek someone who can." "Who do you intend to find?" asked the two lackeys. Ouyang Gui. Although he is also a servant disciple, his brother is an outer sect disciple. If we persuade him to deal with Zhao Hao, he will undoubtedly oblige, especially since Zhao Hao has offended him in the past. The two lackeys quickly agreed. Yet, after a brief respite, the three remained unable to rise. This rascal Zhao Hao strikes with such ferocity, they lamented. Zhao Hao arrived at the spirit beast feeding area and expertly distributed the feed to the creatures, which were primarily those soaring birds of the sky. Typically, they did not pose a threat to the sect disciples and were remarkably intelligent. While Zhao Hao was engaged in feeding, a celestial crane suddenly descended from the sky, from which emerged a stunning female disciple, possessing an unparalleled beauty that Zhao Hao had never before encountered. Upon noticing Zhao Hao's gaze upon her, the female disciple shot him a fierce glare. "You are the servant disciple who feeds the spirit beasts, correct? Please tend my Shaolong." At this moment, Zhao Hao felt a touch of embarrassment and quickly replied, "All right, senior sister, I shall feed your mount right away." The female disciple noticed Zhao Hao's amiable demeanor and felt inclined to converse with him further. "Do you disciples of the miscellaneous duties have time to cultivate each day?" she inquired, observing that Zhao Hao still appeared as a mere mortal, which piqued her curiosity. "In response to your question, we do have time to practice after completing our chores," Zhao Hao replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. "However, my innate talent is rather poor, which has hindered my success in cultivation." The female disciple chuckled softly at his bashful demeanor. "I am Fang Ningxiang," she introduced herself, tossing a vial of elixir to Zhao Hao. He promptly caught it. "Consider this a reward for caring for my little lawn," Fang Ningxiang remarked before preparing to leave. "Thank you, senior sister." Zhao Hao expressed his gratitude. Fang Ningxiang waved her hand dismissively. Upon opening the porcelain vial, Zhao Hao discovered not only the elixir, but also a note inside. It read, "Gathering Spirit Pill, capable of enhancing the soul of a Qi refining practitioner." Excitement surged within Zhao Hao upon recognizing the pill's significance. Although he had never heard of this particular elixir, he was well aware of its preciousness. After all, for cultivators, a robust soul is essential to hasten their progress. He placed the pill into his system space and then diligently began to nourish his spirit beasts. Just like humans, spirit beasts require 3 meals a day. Once he finished feeding all of them, he returned to his modest abode, preparing to consume the yuan-enhancing pill to elevate his cultivation level. Zhao Hao commenced practicing the techniques provided by the sect, directly ingesting the yuan-enhancing pill. Ding! 1 yuan-enhancing pill consumed, returning 100 million yuan-enhancing pills to the host. The effects of the yuan-enhancing pill were considerably more potent than those of the nourishing pill. Immediately after consumption, Zhao Hao sensed a remarkable difference. The potency of the yuan-enhancing pill surged through him. He promptly guided the flow of energy within his body to begin circulating. After traversing several cycles, he noticed a significant increase in his spiritual power. Seizing the moment, he quickly took out another yuan-enhancing pill and consumed it once more. After a while, Zhao Hao could feel his cultivation level rising. He had truly stepped into the Qi refining stage. Although it was merely the first layer, it ensured that he would not be expelled from the sect. Zhao Hao was elated. He tested the strength of his bones, realizing that after successfully refining his Qi, his power had dramatically increased. Previously, his physical strength of 500 pounds had paled in comparison. Now, as a first-layer Qi refining practitioner, he could exert over 1,000 pounds of force. Calculating his newfound strength, he found it had reached an impressive 1,500 pounds. After his breakthrough, Zhao Hao headed to the dining hall for a meal. and afterward returned to feed the spirit beasts once more. After meticulously tending to them, he prepared to delve back into his cultivation. Zhao Hao understood that a breakthrough in his realm would elevate the limits of his physical body. Thus, he produced body-refining pills and commenced his advancement. Sitting cross-legged, Zhao Hao began to consume the pills. After a while, he had ingested approximately 50 of them and felt his physical strength surge by nearly 1,000 pounds. Yet, he sensed that he had not reached his utmost potential. There was still room for more. Zhao Hao retrieved another 50 body-refining pills and continued his consumption. As he refined each pill, he noticed his physique becoming increasingly robust. Upon consuming the last of the 50 pills, he felt that he had finally reached his limit for the day. He swiftly rose to test his newfound strength. Making his way to the rear mountain of the servant area, without hesitation, he embraced a large tree, exerting his might to uproot it entirely. Following this, he began to strike the trunk of another tree with relentless punches. In mere moments, the entire tree splintered under his assault. Ha! I'm no longer an ordinary person. Now I possess some means of self-defense. My physical strength is approximately 2,500 pounds. And with an additional 1,000 pounds from my first layer of chi refinement, I can contend with practitioners of the third layer of chi refinement. At this moment, Zhao Hao mused that while talent may be lacking, with sufficient resources, even the most modest of gifts could be overcome. If others consumed 10 pills to break through, he would consume 100. If that was insufficient, he would take 1,000. Ultimately, everything hinged on financial power. Zhao Hao ceased to worry about his inadequate talent, for he had an abundance of pills at his disposal. As evening approached, he finished his meal in the canteen and returned to nourish his spirit beasts. Subsequently, he made his way to the sect square, where several disciples were already engaged in sparring, primarily outer disciples. At that moment, Guan Xian and two sycophants spotted Zhao Hao. Guan Xian immediately prepared to summon Ouyang Gui to deal with Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was engrossed in watching the captivating duel between two outer disciples. Just then, Guan Xian approached a young man, saying, "Ouyang, didn't Zhao Hao offend you last time? I see him right here in the square." "Oh, Zhao Hao, let's go see." The young man promptly followed Guan Xian toward Zhao Hao. As Zhao Hao turned, he caught sight of Guan Xian approaching him, accompanied by Ouyang Gui, whom he recognized. To Zhao Hao, they appeared akin to jesters. When they reached Zhao Hao, Guan Xian taunted, "Zhao Hao, did you expect this? Ouyang has long wanted to teach you a lesson. Hurry up and crawl over here to kneel. Or don't blame me for not showing you mercy when you get dealt with later." Zhao Hao glanced at Guan Xian and retorted, "Which dog is this? Running wild without a leash? It seems I didn't teach you a proper lesson last time. Would you care to experience your grandfather's iron fist once more?" Guan Xian immediately took a step back, allowing Ouyang Gui to step forward. "Zhao Hao, you truly possess audacity, daring to be so brazen before me," Ouyang Gui declared. Zhao Hao glanced at Ouyang Gui and retorted, "And which master do you serve? You merely bite whoever Guan Xian commands. I suggest you kneel and grovel before Guan Xian shortly." Zhao Hao's words drained the color from Guan Xian's face. Chapter 4. The Third Layer of Qi Refinement. He never anticipated that Zhao Hao would utter such words. Ouyang Gui was undoubtedly filled with rage towards him. At that moment, Ouyang Gui's expression was dark as thunder. While he harbored animosity towards Guan Xian, his ire was now directed more at Zhao Hao. In a furious tone, he exclaimed, "Very well, since you were so arrogant. I shall show you what true strength is." Ouyang Gui launched a punch directly at Zhao Hao, a fierce gust of wind following in its wake. Zhao Hao met the challenge with a punch of his own. Their fists collided swiftly, and soon they were engaged in a fierce exchange. The spectacle of Zhao Hao and Ouyang Gui's battle quickly drew the attention of onlookers. After trading dozens of blows, Ouyang Gui retracted his fist, as pain surged through his hand, causing it to tremble. "Zhao Hao, you are impressive. I shall spare you today, but should we cross paths again, I will not hold back." Ouyang Gui spat before departing. Guan Xian and his two lackeys intended to follow Ouyang Gui, but he turned to Guan Xian and barked, "Get lost. If you dare to prattle before me again, I will ruin you." Ouyang Gui was acutely aware that Guan Xian had manipulated him. In truth, he held little animosity towards Zhao Hao, only acting upon Guan Xian's instigation. Defeated, Guan Xian and his two sycophants withdrew. Observing Ouyang Gui's retreating figure, Zhao Hao mused, "He likely has reached the second layer of qi refinement. He's not as foolish as I presumed. Upon reaching the third layer, he can join the outer sect and become a disciple. Zhao Hao was filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, two young men, around 18 years of age, were watching the confrontation between him and Ouyang Gue. Do you harbor any thoughts on this? Ouyang remarked, my younger brother requires more honing. Though he is close to entering the outer sect, this encounter is a perfect opportunity to temper his edge. Indeed, they were engaged in a legitimate fight. Should you intervene, you would only become a subject of ridicule. However, it is rather peculiar that a lad with merely the first layer of chi refinement could match your brother. Another youth commented. Ouyang replied, I suspect that fellow must have undergone body refinement. Otherwise, he would not appear so composed and unfazed. The other youth retorted, how foolish. Cultivating spiritual energy is already exceedingly challenging. Attempting body refinement simultaneously will only leave him lacking in both. Moreover, body refinement consumes substantial spirit stones, and the refinement pills are quite costly. Enough, we must strive to make our way into the inner sect this time. Zhao Hao strolled around the square for a while before returning to his quarters. Today's training yielded substantial rewards. As long as he adhered to the prescribed methods, he was certain to pass the external assessment on the designated day. Thus, Zhao Hao once again exchanged for chi refining elixirs from senior brother at the exchange point, specifically the gathering essence pill and the intermediate body refining pill. In the ensuing days, no one dared to trouble Zhao Hao. Guan Xian and others would avoid him altogether upon sight. With the aid of the gathering essence pill, Zhao Hao's cultivation ascended to the second level of chi refining. Coupled with the consumption of the intermediate body refining pill, his physical strength surged tremendously. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao maintained a low profile, diligently completing his menial tasks and utilizing his leisure time to run with heavy stones on the back mountain reserved for the servants. Although the body refining pill enhanced his strength, Zhao Hao understood the necessity of continuous physical training to maximize the benefits of such elixirs. At this moment, on the back mountain, Zhao Hao's muscles appeared to swell with explosive power. He sprinted while hoisting a massive stone weighing 5,000 pounds, moving with the agility of a monkey. After several hours, he discarded the stone and entered a tranquil lake nestled in the mountains. Almost instantly, his bulging muscles retracted, returning to their normal size as he began to cleanse himself. Once refreshed, Zhao Hao donned his clothing and returned to his quarters at the servant station. He felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in his current life. Since the arrival of the system, his existence had undergone remarkable transformations. Zhao Hao then resumed consuming the gathering essence pill, immersing himself in his cultivation. As the elixir coursed through his body, he felt a distinct enhancement in his training efficiency, especially after his recent physical exertions. Having reached the pinnacle of the second level of chi refining, he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. Zhao Hao continued to consume the gathering essence pill, relentlessly channeling its energy to stimulate his meridians. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated through his body. He realized he had successfully broken through to the third level of chi refining. After consolidating his newfound strength, he prepared for slumber, recognizing the importance of rest after such a vigorous day of training. The following day, Zhao Hao was assigned to chop wood on the back mountain. Observing other servants wielding axes, he understood they were also tasked with the same laborious chore. They appeared quite disheartened, for chopping would require considerable strength. They often complained after undertaking even light labor, let alone such a demanding task. Each individual was tasked with felling 20 large trees and hauling them back. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Ignoring the others, he immediately began chopping, finding that it took merely 5 strikes to fell each tree. Zhao Hao swiftly completed the task of felling 20 trees and dragged them back to the miscellaneous department. The overseer in charge was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Hao's promptness in finishing the assignment. Nonetheless, he approved Zhao Hao's work. Noticing that it was only around 9 in the morning, Zhao Hao felt he had ample free time for the day. He decided to venture into the town at the foot of the mountain. Typically, after completing their tasks, the miscellaneous workers were permitted to leave the sect, although they were required to return by the end of the day, as more tasks awaited them the next morning. After tidying himself up, Zhao Hao donned the sect's attire and made his way down the mountain. Once he had distanced himself from the sect, he broke into a sprint. His speed was remarkable, and he soon arrived at the city gates. However, entry into the city required a fee, specifically a single yuan dan. Zhao Hao casually retrieved one from his possession and entered the bustling city. The town was alive with activity, filled with numerous shops conducting business and many mercenary teams waiting to accept tasks. Within the city, there were many individuals dressed in sect attire like Zhao Hao, including disciples from not only the Chaoyang sect, but also from other sections. Zhao Hao quickly spotted a pharmacy and joyfully approached it. Upon entering, he inquired with the proprietor about the medicinal pills available for sale. The exchange center within the Chaoyang sect only offered low-tier pills, so Zhao Hao was eager to see if the outside shops had any rare concoctions. Noticing Zhao Hao's cultivation level was only at the qi refinement stage, the shopkeeper asked, "What type of pills do you seek, young friend?" Zhao Hao replied directly, "Do you have any pills suitable for foundation establishment cultivators? Preferably those with better efficacy." The shopkeeper glanced at Zhao Hao and responded, "We have foundation establishment pills and advanced body refinement pills." Disheartened, Zhao Hao observed that the pills on the shelves were quite ordinary. These two types were easily exchangeable within his sect. "Do you have any other special pills?" Zhao Hao inquired. Feeling a bit unsettled, the shopkeeper considered for a moment before saying, "I also have cultivation pills for golden core and nascent soul experts. As for special pills, we have the revitalizing pill for healing injuries." Zhao Hao felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the city's pharmacy to possess so few valuable items. Turning to the shopkeeper, he said, "I have quite a few gathering yuan pills. May I exchange them for your pills?" The shopkeeper regarded Zhao Hao with suspicion, uncertain of the boy's claim. Sensing the shopkeeper's disbelief, Zhao Hao promptly produced a number of gathering yuan pills. Upon seeing the pills in Zhao Hao's hand, the shopkeeper's demeanor changed, and after inspecting them closely and confirming their quality, he smiled widely, saying, "Young brother, this works. How would you like to proceed with the exchange?" Zhao Hao gazed at the proprietor and requested, "Please provide me with 10 of each of the elixirs you just introduced, as well as an additional 10 inferior spirit stones." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the owner promptly began to calculate. "My young brother, the elixirs I mentioned include foundation establishment pills, advanced body refining pills, strengthening essence pills, qi recovery pills, and rejuvenation pills, along with inferior spirit stones. For 10 of each, you will need to pay me 400 gathering essence pills." Zhao Hao, uncertain of the pricing yet estimating it to be reasonable, retrieved 400 gathering essence pills from his spatial pouch, neatly packaged them in a box, and handed them to the owner. A glint of greed flickered in the owner's eyes, yet upon recognizing Zhao Hao as a disciple of the Morning Sun sect, he abandoned any notion of coercive sales. The owner presented Zhao Hao with 5 porcelain vials along with the 10 spirit stones. After opening the vials and confirming the quantity and variety were accurate, Zhao Hao prepared to depart. At that moment, the owner remarked, "If you seek rare elixirs, you might consider visiting the Longhu auction house, as they are holding an auction this afternoon." Perhaps feeling fortunate from the transaction, he kindly advised Zhao Hao. Remembering the owner's words, Zhao Hao exited the establishment. He found a secluded corner and consumed an inferior spirit stone. Ding! Host detected the consumption of an inferior spirit stone, returning 100 million inferior spirit stones to the host. With the influx of spirit stones, purchasing items had become exceedingly convenient for Zhao Hao. Noticing that it was nearing noon, he made his way to a distinguished tavern. Upon entering, he was warmly welcomed by the staff, who recognized him as a disciple of the Morning Sun sect and promptly seated him on the second floor. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" Zhao Hao glanced at the menu and decided to order a variety of spirit beast meats. "Do you have any fine wine?" The server responded, "Indeed. Our tavern is renowned for its monkey wine, though it is somewhat pricey at 1,000 inferior spirit stones per bottle." Zhao Hao replied, without hesitation, "Very well. In addition to those dishes, please bring me a bottle of monkey wine." The server, assured of Zhao Hao's ability to pay given his sect affiliation, did not question further. However, at a nearby table, several disciples dressed in Morning Sun sect attire cast dubious glances at Zhao Hao. "Brother Liu, this lad appears to be a mere servant disciple of our sect, yet he seems quite affluent. Should we take action?" The speaker made a slashing gesture across his throat, eliciting smiles from the other young men. "Agreed. Keep a close watch on him once we exit the city," Brother Liu instructed. Soon, Zhao Hao's orders arrived, along with a bottle of monkey wine. He indulged in the various spirit beast meats, savoring the rich spiritual essence that flowed through him with each bite. The flavors of the dishes were undeniably exquisite. Zhao Hao poured a cup of monkey wine and immediately savored its essence, as the liquid cascaded down his throat. A rich aura enveloped him, warming his entire being. Truly, the wine priced at 1,000 spirit stones per bottle was worth every coin. Zhao Hao sensed a slight advancement in his cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the Qi refinement third layer. He indulged leisurely in his meal, igniting envy among several individuals nearby. The disciples, brimming with desire, hesitated to order such expensive delicacies, merely casting envious glances at Zhao Hao. Upon finishing his meal, Zhao Hao prepared to settle the bill and depart. The attendant approached him, announcing the total of 240 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao effortlessly retrieved the required spirit stones from his spatial pouch to pay. After settling the account, he intended to leave. Yet the disciples from the Chaoyang sect trailed closely behind him. Noticing their presence, Zhao Hao recognized their potential intent to harm him. As they donned the attire of outer disciples, eliciting a hint of disdain from him. Deliberately meandering through the city, Zhao Hao confirmed that they persistently followed him. Realizing their intentions to rob him, he entered an inn and promptly booked a room. Once inside, he changed into a black cloak that obscured his face. He then leaped from the rear window, making his escape from the inn. Recalling the words of the herbal shop owner about a rare elixir auction at the Longhu auction house that afternoon, Zhao Hao meandered through the streets until he arrived at the auction house's entrance. As he prepared to enter, the guard demanded that he present his wealth, allowing entry only to those possessing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao produced the requisite stones from his spatial pouch, prompting the guards to respectfully usher him inside. Upon entering the auction house, he found a seat among the audience, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Many attendees, similar to Zhao Hao, donned black cloaks, concealing their identities, rendering him inconspicuous. As the venue filled to capacity, an elegantly dressed elder approached the auction stage. Clearing his throat with a few coughs, he greeted the crowd with a courteous bow, expressing his gratitude for their attendance at the Longhu auction house's timely monthly event. He announced a plethora of items for auction, encouraging enthusiastic bidding. The auction house assured attendees of the rarity and authenticity of its offerings, promising a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit goods. After delivering his introduction, the elder promptly transitioned to the first item for auction, a low-grade spirit-level longsword. The starting bid is set at 500 low-grade spirit stones. I warmly invite everyone to participate in the bidding. A low-grade spiritual longsword is considered quite remarkable, perfectly suited for cultivators below the golden core stage. Consequently, bids began to emerge swiftly. 600 low-grade spirit stones, 700 low-grade spirit stones, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao, who had a preference for swords, showed no interest in the long sword and refrained from participating in the auction. Ultimately, the long sword was acquired by another for the price of 1,500 spirit stones. Upon witnessing the sale, the old man felt an immense joy in his heart. The subsequent item was a low-grade spiritual long sword. Chapter 6. The Auction. Upon hearing the mention of the long sword, Zhao Hao immediately perked up. Ever since he embarked on his cultivation journey, he had intended to wield a sword as his weapon of choice in the future. The sword presented by the old man gleamed in a silvery hue, its sheath crafted from superior wood, and the entire blade exuded an air of elegance. At this moment, Zhao Hao resolved that he must acquire this sword. Observing the fervent gazes from the crowd, the old man promptly declared that the sword was of exceptional quality, although it was classified as low-grade. It stood out among its peers. The starting bid was set at 800 spirit stones, inviting enthusiastic offers from all. Bids were quickly made. 1,000 spirit stones, 1,200 spirit stones, 1,500 spirit stones, and 2,000 spirit stones. The old man was visibly excited as the price reached 2,000 spirit stones. Noticing the price had plateaued, Zhao Hao boldly announced 3,000 spirit stones. The auction hall fell silent at his declaration, for it was common knowledge that 2,000 spirit stones was already a considerable price for a low-grade spiritual longsword. Zhao Hao's bid of 3,000 spirit stones was deemed extravagant, leading to a cessation of further competition. After calling out 3 times without any additional bids, the old man decisively declared, "Congratulations to the guest at seat 87. You have successfully bid for this long sword." Subsequently, the staff presented the long sword to Zhao Hao. He promptly retrieved 3,000 spirit stones from his spatial pouch and handed them to the attendant. After admiring the long sword for a brief moment, he stored away. The old man then resumed the auction, introducing an explosive talisman capable of injuring golden core cultivators. The starting bid was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Once again, Zhao Hao showcased his financial prowess. The explosive talisman was exceedingly suitable for him at this juncture. In the end, he also secured the explosive talisman for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao's lavish spending attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, yet he remained unfazed. With the explosive talisman in his possession, he felt no concern for ordinary individuals, as utilizing the talisman would result in a refund from the system. Thus, even yuaning cultivators might find themselves at his mercy. The subsequent auction items failed to capture Zhao Hao's attention until a high-grade spirit stone made its appearance. The next item for auction is a high-grade spirit stone. As you all know, high-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Today, our auction house has procured one at great expense, with a starting bid of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. I encourage everyone to bid enthusiastically. At this moment, numerous individuals began to place their bids. High-grade spirit stones not only possess exceptionally pure spiritual energy, but they also require 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for exchange. 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for a medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones can be traded for a single high-grade spirit stone. However, that price reflects the standard market value. In this city, high-grade spirit stones are virtually non-existent, which adds to their remarkable rarity. I bid 25,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I ask everyone to show some respect to the Wang family. A burly middle-aged man clasped his fists toward the crowd, but no one paid him any heed. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao ultimately shouted an astronomical price. I bid 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. His declaration left the audience utterly astounded. The auctioneer's eyes gleamed with excitement. 100,000 for the first time, 100,000 for the second time, 100,000 for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 87 for acquiring the high-grade spirit stone. The attendant promptly delivered the high-grade spirit stone to Zhao Hao, who handed over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in return. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming thrill. He was about to possess a fortune in high-grade spirit stones, amounting to an impressive 1 million. He found himself disinterested in the subsequent auction items until the final highlight item was revealed, astonishing him once more. It was, in fact, a Dao Insight pill. The auctioneer announced, the next item is the final auction piece and the grand finale. This is a Dao Insight pill, which allows one to experience profound enlightenment for an entire hour. It is incredibly precious. For cultivators who have long been stuck at a bottleneck, it is the ultimate resource. I won't prolong the wait. The starting bid is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, while those in the private boxes began to place their bids. 130,000 low-grade spirit stones. Called out box number 3. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Responded box number 2. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Declared box number 1. The bidding frenzy escalated among the upper boxes, ultimately raising the price to 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao immediately interjected 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. His offer effectively alienated every other bidder. At this moment, a voice from box number 1 threatened, "Dear friend, are you not afraid of not being able to leave this auction house?" Upon hearing the words from box 1, Zhao Hao addressed the auctioneer, inquiring, "Pray tell, esteemed auctioneer, must one resort to threats to secure a high bid?" The auctioneer promptly responded, "Attention, patrons of box 1. At our Longhu auction house, we conduct our business openly, and I have yet to hear of any threats barring high bids. Should this occur again, we shall prohibit your entry into our establishment. 500,000 for the first time, 500,000 for the second time, 500,000 for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in seat 87 for acquiring the Enlightenment Pill. As Zhao Hao took possession of the Enlightenment Pill, the auction concluded splendidly. At this moment, an elderly gentleman approached Zhao Hao, stating, "Dear guest, would you like our auction house to ensure your safe departure? You have spent nearly 700,000 spirit stones today, making you a distinguished patron of our establishment." Zhao Hao, however, politely declined the offer, aware that revealing his identity could compromise him. leaving him to ponder the origins of his spirit stones. Once the auction had ended, Zhao Hao swiftly exited the premises and began to race through the city. Unbeknownst to him, for groups were trailing his departure. Rather than leaving the city immediately, Zhao Hao sought refuge in an inn, opting to wait until nightfall to minimize the risk of exposure. As time passed, night soon fell, and Zhao Hao emerged from the inn, dashing toward the city limits with remarkable speed, akin to that of a practitioner far beyond his current realm of cultivation. However, he soon realized that the four groups were still in pursuit, managing to keep pace with him. As he distanced himself from the city, the groups accelerated and encircled him. Zhao Hao, observing the four groups, queried, "Gentlemen, why do you surround me? I believe I have wronged none of you." One group replied, "You may not have offended us, but your possession of a substantial amount of spirit stones is a grievous sin in itself. Surrender all your spirit stones and the enlightenment pill, and I might allow you to leave." Another group threatened, "Boy, spare us your words. Your life is forfeit here today. Speak your final wishes." Hearing their words, Zhao Hao brandished an explosive talisman. Chapter 7. The Demise of Greedy Practitioners. The groups recoiled at the sight of the explosive talisman in Zhao Hao's hand. Zhao Hao boldly declared, "Whoever dares to approach first shall meet their end alongside me." One of the groups retorted, "Boy, you possess but a single explosive talisman. At most, it can take one life, and we are many. You cannot threaten us." Zhao Hao glanced at the speaker and replied, "Indeed. That is why I mentioned taking one down with me. So, who will step forward? I have no time for idle chatter." The crowd hesitated, none willing to step forth. After all, who would court death? Especially considering that this explosive talisman could injure even those in the golden core stage, while their highest cultivator had merely reached the peak of foundation establishment. Upon observing that none of them dared to advance, Zhao Hao promptly declared, "Since you are unwilling to approach, I shall take my leave." Grasping an explosive talisman, he charged through the encirclement and swiftly departed. After conferring among themselves, the four factions resolved to send one individual to expend the explosive talisman, while the others would ambush Zhao Hao and eliminate him. The distribution of the spiritual stones would favor the faction that sent the expendable member with an extra 20%. Once their plan was set, the groups hastened to pursue Zhao Hao, surrounding him once more. Before Zhao Hao could react, one individual launched an assault against him. Unable to discern the attacker as cultivation level, Zhao Hao surmised it was certainly superior to his own. Without hesitation, he hurled the explosive talisman at the assailant, who attempted to evade the blast but was ultimately too late. The talisman detonated violently beside him. The explosive force, capable of injuring those in the golden core stage, left the assailant grievously wounded, severing his limbs. The onlookers, taken aback by such devastating power, were momentarily stunned. Ding! The system detects the host has expended one explosive talisman and rewards the host with 100 million talismans. Zhao Hao's spirit soared upon hearing the system's announcement. Meanwhile, the factions, having witnessed Zhao Hao use an explosive talisman, immediately launched an assault against him. Zhao Hao, undeterred, retrieved another explosive talisman from his spatial pouch and threw it towards his attackers, causing a wave of panic among them. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions wreaked havoc, resulting in significant casualties. Only 6 individuals remained alive, while the others had perished in the blast. One of the surviving members, though visibly shaken, attempted to intimidate. "You foolish boy, do you realize the calamity you have invited upon yourself? The ones you have slain are elite members of prominent factions. You shall find no escape." Zhao Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the threat. How amusing. You intend to kill me, yet I am to remain passive? I shall not allow you to take my life without a fight. The assailant continued, "If you surrender your spiritual stones, I may grant you mercy. What say you?" Zhao Hao, now infuriated, retorted, "You think this is a matter of your clemency? I shall send you all to your demise." With that, he hurled yet another explosive talisman towards them, sending shivers of terror through their ranks. Ultimately, 5 were obliterated in the explosion, leaving only one severely wounded and sprawled on the ground. Zhao Hao drew his sword, declaring, "Let this serve as a lesson. When you engage in robbery, be prepared for the consequences. Please spare me. I am a member of the Wang clan. Should you kill me, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Zhao Hao offered no further words and swiftly severed the man's head. He collected the storage rings of the fallen, discovering an assortment of medicinal pills and spiritual stones within. Without hesitation, he stored them in his spatial pouch. After departing the scene, Zhao Hao made his way towards the Choyang sect. Shortly thereafter, others arrived at the site, and upon witnessing the severed limbs and carnage, they were struck with terror. It was the explosive talisman, they exclaimed, astonished by the sheer destructiveness that had resulted in such a massacre. Zhao Hao sprinted until he arrived at a small grove. Shedding his dark cloak and donning his servant's attire, he then pressed onward towards the sect. Approaching within 10 miles of the sect, he spotted several outer disciples who had previously followed him. The group immediately approached, blocking his path. "You little brat, attempting to slip away from us in the city? There is no escape this time," the leader, Lu, declared. "Hand over the spirit stones, or today shall mark your end." Zhao Hao retorted, "How dare you rob a fellow disciple? Are you not afraid of the law enforcement hall coming after you?" The disciples were somewhat intimidated by the mention of the law enforcement hall, yet they were resolute in their intent to kill Zhao Hao, believing that no one would be able to trace the deed back to them. Seeing Zhao Hao hesitate, Lu unsheathed his long knife and lunged at him. Realizing their lethal intentions, Zhao Hao did not hold back. He drew his long sword and prepared to engage. Although he had not learned any sword techniques, he managed to wield it with basic proficiency, using his physical strength to match Lu blow for blow. Lu, being at the 6th level of Qi refinement, was not vastly superior to Zhao Hao, who had honed his body through rigorous training. Thus, neither could gain the upper hand. "Get in here, you two. This kid is tougher than he looks," Lu called out. The remaining 2 disciples swiftly joined the fray, and soon Zhao Hao found himself hard-pressed. "Your actions will lead to your demise," Zhao Hao exclaimed, retrieving several explosive talismans from his spatial pouch and hurling them at the assailants. The blasts erupted, engulfing the attackers in an instant. They scarcely had time to scream before being obliterated. Zhao Hao disposed of their bodies in the grove, burying them before tidying up the scene. He adjusted his attire and stored the low-grade spirit sword in his pouch, then nonchalantly resumed his journey towards the sect. Upon returning, Zhao Hao made his way to the plaza, which was still bustling with activity. Many inner disciples were present, engaged in sparring matches. Eager to observe, Zhao Hao approached. The inner disciples, all at least at the Golden Core stage, showcased a variety of martial techniques, in stark contrast to Zhao Hao's reckless sword swings. Watching their exchanges, Zhao Hao resolved to become that formidable himself one day. As he prepared to return to his quarters, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Junior brother." Turning around, Zhao Hao saw Fang Ningxiang approaching. He greeted her, "Sister, what a pleasant surprise to see you again." Fang Ningxiang glanced at Zhao Hao's cultivation level, visibly astonished. "Junior brother, I didn't realize you'd already reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement." Zhao Hao smiled awkwardly. "Yes, sister. Thank you for the medicine you gave me last time." Fang Ningxiang waved her hand dismissively. "What I present to you is the spirit-enhancing elixir, a potion designed to elevate your soul. Your ability to break through is entirely the result of your own diligent efforts." Zhao Hao could only smile in response. After Fang Ningxiang spoke, she departed without delay. Earlier, she had merely been astonished by Zhao Hao's remarkable cultivation and had come over to greet him. After leaving the square, Zhao Hao made his way to the back mountain once more. Bearing nearly 3,000 kilograms of massive stone, he commenced a vigorous sprint through the forest. Zhao Hao's muscles became prominently visible, resembling a young giant as he nimbly navigated the woods. Chapter 8. The Beastly Uprising of the Back Mountain. Every day, Zhao Hao engaged in physical training amidst the mountains, striving to advance further in his body refinement. After an hour of rigorous exercise, he cleansed himself thoroughly and returned to his abode to practice his cultivation techniques. Zhao Hao noticed that each time he trained his body, the cultivation process became significantly easier. It seemed that the strength of the physical form effectively facilitated the progress of his cultivation. The body and the cultivation realm are indeed mutually reinforcing. Zhao Hao once again retrieved the spirit-gathering pill from his spatial storage and began his cultivation practice. He consumed a handful of the pills, and the potent medicinal energy began to circulate through his resilient meridians. As the medicinal energy transformed into spiritual power, it relentlessly surged against some of the unactivated acupoints within Zhao Hao's meridians. The activation of these acupoints signified an elevation in the Qi refinement stage. Sensing the considerable depletion of medicinal energy, Zhao Hao promptly took another handful of spirit-gathering pills. Subsequently, the vigorous medicinal energy replenished the consumed spiritual power. The acupoints within Zhao Hao's body were continuously being unblocked. After several hours, Zhao Hao's realm ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. With this elevation, He felt an overwhelming sense of ease coursing through his entire being. After a brief moment of relaxation, he prepared for slumber. At dawn, Zhao Hao rose promptly and made his way to the duty management office, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Today, he was tasked with fetching water for the cafeteria, requiring him to draw water from the lake in the back mountain to fill the cafeteria's water tank. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Zhao Hao selected the largest wooden barrel available and set off towards the back mountain. At that moment, the back mountain was bustling with activity. Numerous workers were engaged in chopping trees and moving stones. Spotting Guan Xian and a few others resting nearby, Zhao Hao approached them without hesitation. Guan Xian felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Zhao Hao. "What do you want, Zhao Hao? I haven't provoked you." Zhao Hao replied directly, "Get to work quickly. If you keep sitting around, I'll make you regret it." He assumed a threatening posture, startling Guan Xian. "All right, I'll go chop some trees." With that, he took the barrel to the lake, promptly filled it with water, and dashed back toward the cafeteria. 2 large barrels weighed approximately 200 kilograms, but Zhao Hao found it quite manageable. Within less than an hour, the cafeteria's water tank was filled to capacity. Today's task was thus accomplished. After submitting his task to the supervisor, Zhao Hao began to meander through the sect once more. At that moment, someone from the back mountain rushed towards the miscellaneous work area in haste. "This is bad. This is terrible. A spiritual beast has suddenly appeared in the back mountain and has already killed several of the miscellaneous workers." Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately organized a team to head to the back mountain. Zhao Hao found it curious. He had traversed the back mountain daily without encountering any spiritual beasts. Upon reaching the back mountain with the supervisor, they discovered that numerous spiritual beasts were attacking the workers who were chopping wood. Some workers had already fallen victim to the beast attacks. The supervisor quickly led the personnel in a rescue effort. Observing the spiritual beasts, Zhao Hao noted that they were all first-tier beasts, which he believed he could contend with. Without hesitation, he charged towards the beasts and launched an attack. The spiritual beasts, upon being struck, turned their attention toward Zhao Hao. Unfazed, Zhao Hao assessed the situation. First-tier spiritual beasts corresponded to the Qi refinement stage of cultivators, and, judging by their appearance, these beasts were likely still in the early stages of the first tier. He delivered a powerful punch directly to the head of one beast, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Zhao Hao swiftly reaped the lives of the spiritual beasts. The supervisor of the miscellaneous workers watched in astonishment as Zhao Hao continuously vanquished the beasts. Having been at Chuyang sect for 3 years without making any progress in cultivation, it was unexpected for Zhao Hao to suddenly demonstrate such prowess. Zhao Hao's transformation had already attracted the attention of the supervisor, although the latter was unsure of the reasons behind it, merely assuming that Zhao Hao had suddenly gained enlightenment. Just as the supervisor was organizing the team to slay the remaining spiritual beasts, a second-tier Huang Lion beast suddenly emerged from the depths of the back mountain. Zhao Hao, who was in the midst of dispatching a first-tier beast, noticed the Huang Lion beast poised to attack a miscellaneous worker. He swiftly launched a punch towards the Huang Lion beast. Sensing Zhao Hao's attack, the Huang Lion beast abandoned its target and charged at Zhao Hao instead. "Run now!" Zhao Hao shouted to the worker as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the Huang Lion beast. The worker immediately fled towards the mountain's edge, but glanced back at Zhao Hao. During the skirmish with the Huang Lion beast, Zhao Hao realized that he was no match for it and prepared to flee. However, the Huang Lion beast pursued him relentlessly. Frustrated, Zhao Hao felt the beast leap towards him, and in a moment of desperation, he summoned every ounce of strength, bracing himself against the beast's formidable jaws. Nonetheless, being a second-tier spiritual beast, the Huang Lion proved to be a formidable adversary, and Zhao Hao found himself in dire straits as the beast's sharp teeth approached him. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and the head of the Huang Lion beast fell to the ground. Zhao Hao quickly rose to his feet, returning to his normal state. "Junior brother, have you been practicing body refinement techniques? Your strength is impressive. You can actually contend with a second-tier spiritual beast." The familiar voice prompted Zhao Hao to gaze toward the figure that had rescued him, Fang Ningxiang. "Thank you, senior sister, for saving me. I have indeed been training my body for an extended period, which has increased my strength, yet I have not cultivated any body-refining techniques." Fang Ningxiang appeared somewhat astonished. Having just witnessed Zhao Hao's extraordinary strength, which seemed to rival 10,000 pounds, she found it hard to believe he had not practiced any body-refining arts. Even if Zhao Hao frequently engaged in physical training, such immense power would be unattainable unless he had consumed a copious amount of body-refining elixirs. After appraising Zhao Hao, Fang Ningxiang advised, "We must swiftly depart from the back mountain. The recent attack by spirit beasts is rather unusual. Inner disciples have already ventured into the back mountain with outer disciples to eliminate the spirit beasts." With that, she proceeded deeper into the mountain. Upon hearing Fang Ningxiang's words, Zhao Hao was left pondering the cause of the spirit beast rampage. However, such matters were the concern of the sect's higher-ups, and as a mere servant disciple, he need not worry. Zhao Hao soon returned to the servant quarters, where over 10 corpses lay on display. The servant manager announced, everyone should take the day off. Given this incident, the sect will undoubtedly investigate the reasons behind it, and entry to the back mountain is strictly prohibited. Be cautious in your future endeavors. If you encounter insurmountable danger, flee immediately. Your life is of utmost importance. The manager cast a complex glance at Zhao Hao. All right, you may disperse. By this time, it was already noon, and everyone headed to the dining hall for a meal. After dining, Zhao Hao made his way to the square and found a secluded corner to sit cross-legged. He activated his cultivation technique and resumed his training, occasionally consuming a handful of gathering essence pills. Hours slipped by, and Zhao Hao's aura intensified significantly. However, he had not yet broken through to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. With a sigh, he hoped that the sect's assessment would arrive soon. For once he became an outer disciple, he would be able to practice martial arts. Chapter 9. The Alchemist's Fire-Tending Task. Zhao Hao rose from the square and was about to return to his quarters when he suddenly heard a commotion. Curiosity piqued. He approached the source of the noise, discovering Guan Xin and his sycophant mocking several servant disciples. I say, you two, when the spirit beasts appeared, you ran faster than rabbits. You've truly brought shame upon our Chaoyang sect. The servant disciples dared not retort, simmering in silent indignation. They were merely ordinary folk who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey. Facing spirit beasts without fleeing would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, they felt no shame in their retreat. Just as Guan Xin was preparing to continue his taunts, he caught sight of Zhao Hao and trembled in fear. The group quickly fled in disarray. Witnessing Guan Xin's retreat, Zhao Hao made his way directly to his wooden cabin. Upon reaching the front of his dwelling, he drew his long sword and practiced rapid thrusts. Although he had yet to learn any formal sword techniques, Zhao Hao approached his practice with utmost seriousness. The sword danced in his hands, creating a flurry of glimmering arcs. With each thrust, he focused intently, striving to solidify his foundation. Once he masters the sword technique, he will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Occasionally, a few servant disciples pass by Zhao Hao, casting envious glances at him as he practices his swordplay. These servants earn merely 2 inferior spirit stones each month, hardly sufficient to purchase a sword. They might occasionally exchange a few spirit herbs at the trading post, but that hardly makes a dent in their needs. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, they will inevitably be expelled from the sect after 3 years. Of course, those from affluent backgrounds may possess ample resources for cultivation, and if they are willing to train, they might remain after entering the Qi refinement stage. By following the prescribed path to reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, they can become outer disciples. Thus, cultivation is inextricably linked to financial resources. Zhao Hao was once among them, but since awakening his system, he has no longer worried about resources. Mediocre talent is merely one aspect. With sufficient resources, even the most lacking talent can be cultivated. Zhao Hao is a prime example of this. The amount of elixirs and spirit stones he consumes to break through a minor realm is nearly equivalent to what others expend to ascend multiple realms. Yet, Zhao Hao remains unfazed, for he possesses an abundance of resources. He diligently practices the middle piece thrust, committing to thrusting his sword 1,000 times each day to master it more effectively. At this moment, Ouyang Gui passes by Zhao Hao's dwelling and is taken aback to see him wielding a sword. Ouyang Gui has reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and feels confident about passing the outer disciple assessments. Although he harbors little animosity towards Zhao Hao, a sense of pride compels him not to appear weaker. He recalls that he actually lost in their last competition, yet he firmly believes he can surpass Zhao Hao. Casting a glance at Zhao Hao, who is earnestly practicing, Ouyang Gui lets out a disdainful snort before departing. As dusk falls and visibility diminishes, Zhao Hao finally sheathes his sword and returns to his small abode. Once inside, he begins to consume medium-grade body refining pills to enhance his physical form. He devours them in handfuls, feeling the strengthening of his physique. After consuming the pills, Zhao Hao performs countless push-ups within his room, continuously refining the medicinal energy. A white mist begins to emanate from his body. Zhao Hao is not surprised. He knows this is a sign of his physical fortification. As he senses the medicinal energy waning, he takes another medium-grade body refining pill and resumes his practice. At this point, his muscles ripple and twitch as if insects were writhing beneath his skin. After consuming nearly 200 medium-grade body refining pills, he finally ceases and prepares for sleep. Zhao Hao maintains a strict and regular training regimen, never encroaching on his rest time. The next morning, upon rising, Zhao Hao heads to the dining hall and discovers that breakfast is exceptionally sumptuous today. There are an abundance of meat buns and spirit beast slices. Yesterday, I vanquished numerous spirit beasts. Thus it is only reasonable that today's meal is somewhat improved. The servants are joyfully indulging in the spirit beast meat. Today, there are no restrictions, and they are all feasting with abandon. This rare opportunity may enable many of the servant disciples to advance to the chi refinement stage due to the open supply of spirit beast meat, akin to a generous benefit bestowed upon them. In the past, Zhao Hao would also be elated by the high spiritual energy of the spirit beast meat, but now he regards it merely as an ordinary breakfast. The servants in the cafeteria shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent as they continued to eat. Such a rare chance. However, with the arrival of the overseer, all the servant disciples hastened their dining pace, for they were soon to commence their labor. Zhao Hao quickly finished the remaining 2 meat buns and made his way towards the usual meeting place. The servants gradually lined up and stood in formation. The overseer announced that today's tasks were exceedingly simple. There would be no assignments for the back mountain at this time. He then proceeded to outline each individual's responsibilities. Zhao Hao was assigned to assist the sect's alchemist by tending the fire. Elated by the task, Zhao Hao realized it would afford him the opportunity to engage with alchemy. Following the map provided by the overseer, he ventured deep into the Chuyang sect. Upon entering an alchemy chamber, Zhao Hao began searching for the alchemist he was to assist. He soon observed an elderly man diligently washing various herbs. Zhao Hao approached and inquired, "Are you Master Tu, the alchemist? I am the servant disciple here to help you tend the fire." The elder glanced at Zhao Hao, but remained silent. Thus, Zhao Hao patiently waited in place. Once the elder had finished cleaning all the herbs, he turned his attention to Zhao Hao and asked, "Can you tend a fire?" Zhao Hao promptly replied yes. The elder then instructed him to ignite the fire, starting with a low flame to warm the alchemical furnace. Zhao Hao complied, adjusting the flame to a controlled level. He promptly added kindling, causing the flames to grow larger. The elder began to add the prepared herbs into the alchemical furnace, each time tossing in a few, waiting for them to dissolve before adding more. Soon, the furnace contained a pool of molten liquid along with some impurities. Lower the flame again, the elder instructed. Zhao Hao immediately removed some of the burning wood. The elder extracted all the impurities from the furnace and discarded them aside before covering the furnace and waiting patiently. Meanwhile, as Zhao Hao tended the fire, the law enforcement hall of the Chuyang sect was conducting an investigation into the disappearance of several outer disciples. Elder, those disciples had ventured to a nearby city that day. Do you think they might have been slain by disciples from another sect? A young disciple of the law enforcement hall addressed the elder seated in the high position. There is a possibility, but as of now, we have not located their remains. Which complicates matters, the elder responded. Immediately dispatch disciples to the nearby cities to gather information. If any leads arise, report back at once. The young disciple promptly accepted the command. Chapter 10. Consumption of the Cleansing Elixir. That day, the law enforcement hall announced a reward within the sect for information regarding the missing outer disciples. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, the demise of those outer disciples he had slain had attracted the sect's attention. Zhao Hao had buried the bodies in a small grove, making it exceedingly challenging for the sect to discover them. Adjust the flames to a vigorous blaze, the elder instructed beside the alchemy furnace. Zhao Hao immediately tossed a considerable amount of firewood into the base of the furnace, causing the flames to surge fiercely. The elder attentively monitored the transformations within the alchemy furnace. After a period of intense heating, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. The elder's face lit up with delight. The heat is being controlled well. The lad possesses skill. Zhao Hao felt a rush of joy in his heart, focusing even more on regulating the flames. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace began to tremble violently, beams of light shooting from its seams. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It appears the elixir is nearly complete. Zhao Hao had never witnessed such a phenomenon and felt an involuntary wave of tension, yet he maintained his steady control over the flames. With a crisp sound, the lid of the furnace opened automatically, and a radiant elixir slowly ascended. The elder erupted in exuberant laughter. "Ha ha, it is done. This is a top-grade elixir. Well done, young man. Your fire management is excellent." Zhao Hao beamed with satisfaction, aware that his efforts in tending the flames had been exemplary. The elder proceeded to refine several more elixirs, all of which were remarkably successful. As he prepared to leave, the elder gifted Zhao Hao a cleansing elixir, leaving him elated. By this time, lunch had passed, and Zhao Hao noticed a throng of individuals gathered around the mission board. He eagerly approached to investigate. Upon discovering the reward for information regarding the disappearance of several outer disciples, anxiety gripped him momentarily. However, he soon regained his composure, for he knew that no one suspected him of the deed. Zhao Hao departed from the mission board and returned to the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples. Finding the area deserted, he surmised that the other disciples were occupied with their tasks. He retrieved his sword once more and began practicing thrusting techniques. Time slipped away as Zhao Hao honed his swordplay. Upon completing his practice, it was time for dinner. He promptly made his way to the dining hall, which was filled to capacity with miscellaneous disciples. Each individual was relishing their meal, seizing every opportunity to consume the flesh of spiritual beasts. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, they all returned to their lodgings to continue their cultivation. Zhao Hao, having retrieved a substantial stone from the training grounds for menial workers, returned to his chamber. Today, he intended to fortify his physique using a medium-grade body refining pill. However, before proceeding, he took out the marrow-cleansing pill gifted by the alchemist. Zhao Hao aspired to consume the pill, curious to see if it would enhance his innate abilities. As the pill dissolved within him, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, and soon, a layer of filth emerged upon his skin. A notification chimed, detected the consumption of 1 marrow-cleansing pill, returning 100 million marrow-cleansing pills to the host. With renewed vigor, Zhao Hao consumed several more marrow-cleansing pills. After ingesting over 100, he sensed that the pills had ceased to be effective, as no further impurities were expelled from his body. He promptly fetched clean water to wash away the grime at his doorstep. Once refreshed, he returned to his room to take the medium-grade body refining pill. Placing the massive stone upon his back, he commenced his push-ups. Surprisingly, the weight of the stone did not impose any strain upon Zhao Hao. Instead, he found it perfectly suited to his needs. At this moment, the Chaiyang sect had fallen into the serene embrace of night. Both menial and inner and outer disciples were diligently engaged in their cultivation. Zhao Hao intermittently consumed a handful of body-refining pills as he continued his regimen. His muscles contracted and relaxed rhythmically with each push-up. After several hours, feeling that he had reached the limit of his body-refining pill intake for the day, Zhao Hao decided to pause. Setting the colossal stone aside, he assessed the strength of his physical form and discovered a remarkable increase in his power. Consuming the pills daily had undeniably accelerated his progress. On the following day, at the break of dawn, Zhao Hao rose early. He first visited the dining hall for a meal, then awaited the task assignments from the overseer of the menial workers. Thus, his days were filled with purpose and fulfillment. A month swiftly passed, and the time for the sect's assessment approached. The menial disciples were brimming with anticipation, many having crossed the threshold into the chi refinement realm thanks to the spirit beast meat provided in the dining hall. They no longer feared expulsion from the sect. Meanwhile, those aspiring for entry into the outer sect were fervently honing their skills. Zhao Hao, however, remained remarkably composed. After a month of diligent cultivation, he had ascended to the 7th level of the chi refinement realm, and his physical prowess had reached a staggering 50,000 pounds. He eagerly awaited the impending sect assessment. As the day drew near, Zhao Hao continued his practice with unwavering dedication. Before long, the 2 days had elapsed. The morning mist enveloped the path leading to the menial workers' quarters. At that moment, all the menial disciples gathered in an orderly fashion for a meeting. With a young intersect disciple standing beside the overseer, the young man proclaimed, "Unleash your spiritual energy. If you surpass the 3rd level of chi training, you may apply for the outer sect disciple examination." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Hao immediately released his spiritual energy, and everyone exerted themselves to do the same. You, and you, all those I call, step forward," the young man commanded. Naturally, Zhao Hao was among those summoned. along with approximately 10 others. Observing the assembled individuals, the young man expressed his astonishment to think that from such a large group of miscellaneous disciples, only 10 meet the examination requirements. I'm rather disappointed in you all. He turned to the 10 standing before him and asked, "Are you prepared to participate in the outer sect examination? If you do not wish to take the test, you may retreat." After his words fell, no one stepped back. It seemed everyone was eager to become outer sect disciples. "Very well, since you have agreed, follow me." The young man led the 10 deeper into the sect, leaving the others filled with envy. At that moment, the overseer of the miscellaneous disciples spoke up. "Chen Yuping, Wang Deong, Wu Xiaojia, you three may gather your belongings and leave. You have not broken through the Qi training realm in 3 years and are not suited to continue your cultivation." The expressions of several miscellaneous disciples immediately dimmed as they trudged back to their quarters. Meanwhile, Guan Xin grew anxious, for he too had not broken through the Qi training realm and was just half a year shy of the 3-year mark. Chapter 11. The Outer Sect Examination. The overseer of the miscellaneous disciples now displayed a hint of melancholy. Having spent 3 years with these individuals, he had developed a bond with them. Witnessing so many depart, he felt an emptiness within. Yet, it was the sect's rule, and he could not contravene it. The rest of you must cultivate diligently. Those who have broken through should strive to reach the 3rd level of Qi training and participate in the Outer Sect examination. Those who have not yet broken through must hasten to do so. After delivering this message, the overseer departed, as they had no tasks for the day. Zhao Hao followed the young man to the heart of the Choyang sect, a place whose environment was incomparable to that of the miscellaneous disciples. The air was thick with ethereal mist, and cranes danced gracefully amidst the towering peaks, resembling a paradise in Zhao Hao's mind. At that moment, the young man approached an elder. "Elder Wu, I have brought the miscellaneous disciples who meet this year's examination criteria," he announced. "Are any of you over 18? If so, the subsequent tests will prove quite challenging." All 10 shook their heads in response. Elder Wu, exuding an aura of celestial grace, donned a neatly fitted elder's robe that made him appear otherworldly. Particularly striking was his head of white hair, which lent him an ethereal presence. As he surveyed the 10 brought forth by the young man, he noted that they had all just broken through to the 3rd level of Qi training. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhao Hao, he was taken aback, for he discovered that Zhao Hao had reached the 7th level of Qi training, with a vibrant life force coursing through him. This indicated that the young man was indeed exceptional. Elder Wu nodded slightly, then touched the leg bones of the 10 individuals, ensuring they did not exceed the age of 18 before feeling at ease. He stated, "As per the usual protocol, we shall conduct the assessment after the newly joined disciples have completed their trials." At this moment, Zhao Hao noticed that over 500 individuals were gathered before a grand drum. Each person would approach and strike the drum lightly, gauging their qualification through the sound and echo it produced. Naturally, this was merely one segment of the evaluation. The remaining assessments had yet to be revealed. Zhao Hao observed many participants struggling to elicit even a faint sound from the drum, leading him to perceive this test as exceedingly challenging. He noted that even a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement could only manage a soft thud. However, the evaluators determined that any sound produced was deemed a pass. Zhao Hao and his companions awaited their turn, aware that all newcomers were already at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while those who had not reached this stage had long been dismissed. Of course, those willing to serve as attendants could remain. Just then, a resounding bang echoed throughout the venue. The reverberation reached the ears of everyone present. Zhao Hao looked up to see an exceptionally beautiful girl, her flowing dress dancing in the breeze, and her long, dark hair elegantly tied back. Her enchanting visage radiated an air of confidence, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. The evaluator immediately announced pass. Outstanding, and someone recorded the result. After the girl departed, the remaining candidates became increasingly excited, believing they too could succeed. Why should they be any less capable than others? However, the subsequent results proved disappointing, as the following cultivators only produced faint drum beats, or none at all. Soon, it was Zhao Hao and his companions' turn. The 10 of them inscribed their names and ages on a piece of paper before proceeding with the assessment in order. The first to step up was Ouyang Gui, who struck the drum forcefully, yet the sound was minimal. Nevertheless, the evaluator remarked pass. Average. The subsequent attendants also exerted themselves in their attempts. Ultimately, 7 disciples were eliminated, leaving only Ouyang and a certain Shun Feng to proceed. When it was Zhao Hao's turn, he took a deep breath and struck the drum with a powerful fist. The sound resonated magnificently, and the echoes continued to reverberate. The evaluator glanced at Zhao Hao and nodded in satisfaction. Pass. Outstanding. Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy within. His training had not been in vain. Subsequently, everyone was led to the edge of a deep ravine. The chasm was quite wide. A young man addressed Zhao Hao and his two companions, stating, "Only those who leap from one side of the ravine and land on the wooden platform on the other side will be considered successful." Everyone gazed at the wide chasm with a hint of trepidation. However, for those who had mastered the art of movement, it presented a significant advantage. The newly initiated disciples began their assessments. One disciple sprinted a considerable distance before leaping high into the air. As he approached the opposite side, his body began to descend, ultimately plummeting into the chasm, eliminated. Zhao Hao observed that the disciple had leaped too high while lacking sufficient forward momentum, committing a fundamental error. The subsequent candidates witnessed this newcomer's mistake and attempted their own tests. Although they avoided errors, they too fell short and tumbled into the abyss. This underscored their inadequate command of spiritual energy. Indeed, this trial primarily assessed the newcomer's ability to harness their spiritual power. Those adept at wielding it could easily prevail. Most of those undergoing the test had not practiced any movement techniques. The assessment hinged on their daily application of spiritual energy. Astonishingly, not a single individual succeeded in passing the test within half an hour. Each attempted to brute force their way through, inevitably leading to failure. Observing the failures ahead, the subsequent newcomers appeared contemplative. Then, a girl with a resounding drumbeat began her assessment, capturing everyone's attention. She commenced with a running start before leaping towards the opposite side. As onlookers witnessed her takeoff, many doubted her ability to succeed. Yet, as she descended, she remained composed, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her legs. With a gentle push, it seemed as if she borrowed strength from the air itself, executing a second leap mid-air. Ultimately, she landed effortlessly on the wooden platform. At that moment, the evaluators revealed smiles. This girl demonstrated remarkable initial mastery of spiritual energy. Indeed, achieving such a feat without prior training in movement techniques was extraordinary. She served as a beacon of insight for the newcomers that followed. It could only be said that those ahead lacked fortune. Observing the girl's movements, the subsequent candidates experienced a moment of clarity. They had misunderstood the true purpose of the test. Initially, they believed that sheer brute strength would suffice for success. However, the girl's example illuminated the fact that no amount of raw power would allow them to pass. Only those capable of wielding spiritual energy could succeed. The next individual in line began to sprint towards the opposite side. As he prepared to descend, he too attempted a second leap. Yet, he harnessed insufficient spiritual energy. Although he showed some upward momentum, he ultimately fell short and landed in the chasm. The spectators were taken aback by yet another failure. Nevertheless, they recognized that the assessment was indeed a measure of their proficiency in utilizing spiritual energy. Although they understood the concept, their actual application would ultimately be revealed through their performance. Thus, out of more than 300 newcomers, fewer than 100 ultimately passed the assessment. Chapter 12. Successfully becoming an outer sect disciple. At last, it was Zhao Hao's turn. He took a deep breath and began his run-up. His speed increased, and as he approached the edge of the pit, he leapt into the air. While airborne, he channeled his spiritual energy into his legs, allowing him to achieve a second leap, much like that girl had done. However, just when he believed he could land effortlessly on the wooden platform, an inexplicable force surged from the depths of the pit, disrupting the flow of his spiritual energy. Instantly, he lost his balance and began to plummet downward. In that crucial moment, Zhao Hao quickly devised a plan, forming a protective shield of spiritual energy beneath him, which slowed his descent. He channeled his energy once more, adjusting his body posture, and ultimately landed precariously on the wooden platform. The evaluators displayed expressions of astonishment, for they could sense that Zhao Hao had triggered the gravitational pull from the pit. To land on the platform under such circumstances was indeed remarkable. Even the girl before him had not activated the gravitational force. Zhao Hao was undoubtedly the only one to do so. Such an exceptional performance was required to activate it. Zhao Hao was, without a doubt, outstanding. This lad certainly reacted swiftly. Despite the perilous process he had passed, excellent. Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief. secretly grateful for his adept control of spiritual energy. Next, it was Ouyang Gui and Shun Feng's turn. Would they manage to navigate this rigorous test successfully? After witnessing Zhao Hao's performance, Ouyang Gui had already formulated a plan in his mind. His brother had informed him about the testing tasks. So Ouyang Gui was quite proficient in utilizing spiritual energy. Approaching the edge of the pit, he began his run-up and leapt powerfully into the air, channeling his energy into his legs, leveraging it once more in midair, and ultimately landing steadily on the wooden platform. The judging sect members were impressed, immediately declaring him successful. Ouyang Gui grinned triumphantly at Zhao Hao. Finally, it was Shun Feng's turn. Having observed everyone else's tests, he took a deep breath and sprinted, leveraging his strength, and barely managed to land on the wooden platform. Shun Feng was immensely excited at this unexpected success. Although Zhao Hao did not often converse with Shun Feng, he was aware that among the outer disciples, there was one particularly diligent individual, Shun Feng. A young man approached Zhao Hao and his companions, stating, "First, congratulations on passing the second round. The final test is a real battle. Each of you must withstand 5 minutes against an outer sect senior. The senior will suppress their spiritual energy to match your level and will not employ any combat techniques. If you can endure, you will truly become outer sect disciples." Zhao Hao and his companions followed the young man to the martial arts arena, where only about 100 individuals remained. Zhao Hao gazed at the 10 platforms below, undaunted. "You must strive diligently. Only by entering the outer sect will you be free from the burdensome tasks of the common disciples, allowing you to cultivate martial skills at your leisure." The young man addressed Zhao Hao and his companions. Ouyang Gui and Shun Feng felt an overwhelming sense of tension. This was a pivotal moment for their futures, and they needed to summon all their strength. On each of the 10 arenas stood a senior disciple from the outer sect, and each round would witness 10 individuals engaged in combat. The first round commenced with the initial 10 competitors stepping forward to compete. The outer sect seniors refrained from employing more spiritual energy than their opponents, effectively suppressing their own realms. Nevertheless, the first group saw 8 of their number eliminated. Witnessing such a high elimination rate instilled fear in everyone present. Zhao Hao, however, meticulously observed each battle, noting that although the outer sect seniors had restrained their power, they exhibited remarkable skill. Often, a mere detail could spell doom for their foes. Ouyang Gui and Shun Feng remained on edge as the battles progressed. With each round, the number of eliminations began to dwindle, and by the 10th round, approximately 8 participants had successfully passed the tests. The final round now awaited Zhao Hao and the others. Zhao Hao, Ouyang Gui, and Shun Feng ascended the arena, each facing a senior disciple. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. As the battle commenced, the senior disciple launched an immediate assault. Though the techniques were simple, they concealed intricate strategies. Zhao Hao deftly evaded, seeking opportunities to counterattack. He discerned a minor flaw in the senior's defense, and with a sudden strike, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his fist, aiming directly at the opponent's chest. The senior sidestepped, countering with a palm strike, forcing Zhao Hao to hastily shield himself with spiritual energy, causing him to stagger back several steps. On the side of Ouyang Gui, he adeptly exchanged blows with his opponent, utilizing his familiarity with spiritual energy to maintain a balanced engagement. Shun Feng, however, found himself struggling. The senior's relentless attacks overwhelmed him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As time elapsed, Zhao Hao gradually deciphered the senior's patterns and began to take the initiative in his offense, skillfully manipulating his spiritual energy to alter his attack angles. Finally, in the last minute, Zhao Hao seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful surge of spiritual energy that sent the senior reeling. Simultaneously, Ouyang Gui managed to hold his ground, while Shun Feng, despite facing dire circumstances, stabilized the situation in the final moments. All 3 successfully passed the practical assessment, earning their places as outer disciples of the Chaiyang sect. Shun Feng was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face, and Ouyang Gui also wept openly. At that moment, among the onlookers, Ouyang displayed a look of relief. The young man approached Zhao Hao and his companions, congratulating them, stating, "From this day forth, you are outer disciples. Come, let us proceed to confirm your cave dwellings. Afterwards, you may return to the common area to retrieve your belongings." Hearing the young man's words, the trio was filled with elation. They arrived before a mountain, where the young man instructed them to select their cave dwellings. Then the doorknob of the cave transformed into a vibrant shade of green, signifying that someone resided within. The three individuals had chosen caves that were in close proximity to one another. Although Ouyang Gue and Zhao Hao harbored some conflicts, they were both of humble origins as servant disciples and would undoubtedly band together for mutual support in the future. Subsequently, the young man informed them about the Outer Sect's dining hall and resource exchange center, guiding them to familiarize themselves with the Outer Sect's library of martial arts techniques. Finally, he provided them with 2 sets of Outer Sect disciple attire. Remember, he cautioned, to select your martial arts techniques at the library by tomorrow at the latest. Otherwise, you may miss the opportunity. After conveying this message, the young man departed. The trio promptly made their way towards the servant quarters. Zhao Hao, in truth, had little to retrieve, but he wished to visit Wu Deong, the amiable uncle who always generously served him extra portions in the dining hall. Upon returning to the servant quarters, the three immediately dispersed. Zhao Hao approached the quarters of the steward. "Steward, I have been promoted to Outer Sect disciple. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years," Zhao Hao expressed. The steward, upon seeing Zhao Hao's demeanor, replied promptly, "It is all due to your own efforts. From now on, devote yourself to your cultivation and do not waste your innate talent." After a lengthy conversation, Zhao Hao finally took his leave. In fact, when a servant disciple ascends to Outer Sect status, the steward receives a reward. With 3 disciples advancing, the steward would also be handsomely rewarded. Zhao Hao then made his way to Wu Deong's quarters. Upon entering, he found Wu Deong in the midst of his cultivation. Zhao Hao refrained from interrupting, standing silently to the side. Once Wu Deong completed his training, he was surprised to discover Zhao Hao in his abode. "Zhao Hao, what brings you here?" Zhao Hao immediately responded, "Uncle Wu, I passed the Outer Sect disciple assessment today. I will be mingling with the Outer Sect from now on." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Wu Deong exclaimed, "Excellent. You must work diligently in your cultivation and strive to become a formidable individual." Zhao Hao then presented a storage ring to Wu Deong. "Uncle Wu, thank you for your past kindness. I've recently come into a bit of fortune, and I wish for you to have this." Wu Deong took the storage ring and was astonished by its contents, which were far more than he had anticipated. "Zhao Hao, I cannot accept this. It is far too much." Zhao Hao insisted, "Uncle Wu, please accept it. I truly do not need these things. You may take them home if you find them unnecessary in the future." After a protracted half-hour of persuasion, Wu Deong finally accepted the storage ring. Zhao Hao bid farewell to Wu Deong and made his way toward the Outer Sect. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. The host has gifted a strong essence pill to another. The system grants the host a chaos saint pill with 100 million times the quality in return. Ding. The host has gifted a recovery essence pill to another. The system grants the host a chaos divine pill with 100 million times the quality in return. Zhao Hao was taken aback by the system's announcement. When the system first introduced itself, it had mentioned that gifts would yield returns, but he had not anticipated such a substantial quality return. The system, why is it that after I bestowed so many resources upon Wu Deong, you have only returned these 2? Ding. Resources that have already been returned after consumption cannot be reinvoked for gifting to others. It was then that Zhao Hao recalled the strong yuan pill and the recovery yuan pill, which he had originally exchanged for 10 from the pill shop. Chapter 13. Cultivation Techniques. Upon returning to his cave dwelling in the Outer Sect, Zhao Hao promptly began to arrange his space. The cave was exceptionally well furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. Noticing that Ouyang Gue and Shun Feng had yet to return, Zhao Hao made his way directly to the Technique Pavilion. The pavilion was situated at the boundary between the outer and inner disciples. Upon arriving at the Technique Pavilion, Zhao Hao discovered an elder guarding the entrance. Approaching him, he automatically produced his Outer Sect disciple token, a newly promoted outer disciple. "I presume?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, elder, I just advanced today," Zhao Hao replied. "You may select 1 technique and 1 martial skill from the 1st and 2nd floors, respectively. You have only 2 hours." After speaking, the elder settled into a chair and feigned slumber. Zhao Hao swiftly entered the Technique Pavilion and began his search. He darted amongst the shelves on the 1st floor, his eyes eagerly scanning the various techniques. Most of the techniques available here were foundational, suitable for outer disciples to cultivate. Suddenly, a technique radiating a faint glow caught his attention, the pure yang technique. This technique, upon cultivation, would enable mastery over pure yang spiritual energy. enhancing both offensive capabilities and physical fortitude. Intrigued, Zhao Hao promptly acquired it. He then ascended to the second floor, where the martial skills were evidently of a higher caliber. His eyes nearly dazzled from the abundance of choices, and just as he began to feel anxious, an ancient-looking martial skill manual came into view, titled Swift Wind Sword Technique. This swordplay was executed with the swiftness of a storm, rendering opponents defenseless. Overjoyed, Zhao Hao decisively claimed it. With still a little less than half an hour remaining of the 2-hour limit, Zhao Hao, satisfied, cradled the two manuals. Upon reaching the entrance of the technique pavilion, he noticed the elder cast a casual glance at him. Remember to return the techniques within 3 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Zhao Hao promptly agreed and hurriedly departed from the pavilion, his mind set on diligent cultivation upon his return. Back in his cave, Zhao Hao began to memorize the techniques and martial skills. After nearly a day's effort, he finally committed the techniques to memory. He then commenced his practice of the pure yang technique. Previously, Zhao Hao had cultivated the Qingmu Ju, which focused on defense and healing. Now, as he transitioned to a new technique, the green spiritual energy within him began to transform into pure white energy. Approximately 5 strands of green energy were required to convert into a single strand of white energy. By the time Zhao Hao completed the transformation of his spiritual energy, he realized that nearly 80% of it had diminished. The white energy was undoubtedly more powerful. After all, it was a 5-to-1 conversion. Zhao Hao retrieved spirit stones to replenish the depleting spiritual energy within him. He directly took out 50 inferior grade spirit stones and commenced absorption. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body, Zhao Hao promptly activated his cultivation technique, transforming the energy into a luminous white essence. In no time, the 50 inferior grade spirit stones were entirely consumed. He then produced another 100 inferior grade spirit stones to absorb. Upon finishing the absorption of these stones, Zhao Hao discovered that his white spiritual energy had reached saturation, and, astonishingly, his total spiritual energy had increased by 20% compared to his original green energy. At this juncture, Zhao Hao had merely entered the initial stage of the pure yang technique. The path ahead promised further cultivation would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Zhao Hao then took out a gathering essence pill and resumed his practice of the pure yang technique. A substantial number of gathering essence pills began to be consumed. The white spiritual energy of the pure yang technique commenced opening more acupoints. Zhao Hao immediately felt a marked ease in the process of unblocking these acupoints. Approximately half an hour later, he realized he had ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement. The difference in cultivation methods was indeed remarkable. The pure yang technique was evidently much swifter in its progression. Upon reaching the 8th level of qi refinement, Zhao Hao decided to pause. He understood the importance of consolidating his foundation. Zhao Hao resolved to dedicate the following days to mastering the sword technique. He ventured alone to the rear mountain of the outer disciples, a place devoid of spiritual beasts, allowing him to practice his swordsmanship without distraction. Following the incantations recorded for the swift wind sword technique, he began to wield his sword. However, at the outset, Zhao Hao felt something amiss. The swift wind sword technique comprises 3 sword moves, and he initially focused on the first move, grasp swift as the wind. After carefully contemplating this first move, he realized it emphasized both swiftness and wind. To successfully cultivate this technique, he needed to grasp the essence of swiftness and the nature of the wind. Zhao Hao tirelessly swung his sword, yet after much practice, he still struggled to grasp the fundamentals. Just as he began to feel despondent, a sudden gust of wind swept through, rustling the surrounding vegetation. A spark ignited within Zhao Hao. His gaze locked onto the wild grass swaying in the breeze. He observed how the grass danced swiftly in the wind, seemingly delicate yet imbued with an agile vigor. As if a revelation had struck him, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the direction and speed of the wind, envisioning himself as the wild grass within it. Upon reopening his eyes, he stood firm with his sword, his resolve unwavering. In an instant, his sword flashed forth like lightning, his form fluid and his strikes as swift as the wind. He had truly captured the essence of grass swift as the wind. Elated, Zhao Hao repeated the move, each iteration becoming smoother and faster than the last. Unbeknownst to him, the sky darkened, yet he remained entirely absorbed in the practice of his sword technique. He understood that with relentless perseverance, he would undoubtedly master the swift wind sword technique to its fullest potential. At that moment, A sudden rumble emanated from Zhao Hao's stomach, signaling his hunger. Aware of his need for sustenance, he sheathed his sword and made his way to the outer sect dining hall. Zhao Hao, still unable to fast, knew that only those who had reached the golden core stage could forego food. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he was greeted by a sumptuous spread, with an abundance of spirit beast meat available for the taking. Zhao Hao served himself a generous portion and began to eat. As he indulged, he felt as if flames were igniting within him. The surrounding disciples, observing his demeanor, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at that fellow. He must have just entered the inner sect, undoubtedly a novice in the chi refinement stage. How greedy to take so much second-tier spirit beast meat. This is going to be entertaining." Zhao Hao paid them no heed, continuing until he had consumed everything on his plate, feeling as though he were ablaze. However, his robust physique rendered the discomfort inconsequential. Initially anticipating a spectacle, the outer sect disciples were taken aback to see that Zhao Hao merely exhibited flushed skin without any further symptoms. "Isn't he rolling on the ground in agony?" One remarked, "When I consumed second-tier spirit beast meat in the chi refinement stage, it nearly incapacitated me." Another added, "Indeed, isn't he expressing any pain?" Observing the gathered disciples, Zhao Hao calmly exited the dining hall. At that moment, a young man with a sword at his waist commented, "That lad must possess remarkable physical cultivation. He is evidently unfazed by the rampant spiritual energy of the second-tier spirit beast meat." Chapter 14. Consuming the Gathering Spirit Pill. The outer sect disciples gasped in astonishment at the young man's words. Cultivating the body requires a substantial investment. Could he be wealthy? Someone pondered. "Indeed, I once aspired to cultivate my body, but the cost of body-refining pills was enough to make me despair." The disciples lamented the considerable expenses associated with physical cultivation. After finishing his meal, Zhao Hao began to explore the outer sect. The evening scenery was enchanting, illuminated by various enchanting lamp-like artifacts. As he wandered, he eventually arrived at the outskirts of the rear mountain, where he unexpectedly spotted a young girl practicing her swordplay. Captivated, Zhao Hao paused to watch. Upon completing her routine, the girl noticed him. "Who are you?" she inquired. Zhao Hao approached and replied, "I apologize. I just arrived at the rear mountain and saw you practicing, so I stopped to observe." The girl scrutinized him and asked, "Are you a new outer sect disciple?" Zhao Hao promptly responded, "Yes, I just completed the assessment today, and after my meal, I decided to explore the outer sect." The girl relaxed her guard and admonished, "Remember, next time, do not spy on others while they practice swordplay. If you do, you might deserve a good beating." With that, she departed the rear mountain. As Zhao Hao watched her leave, he became thoughtful. Returning to his dwelling, he promptly succumbed to slumber. The following day, Zhao Hao rose early once more and proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Ouyang Gue and Shun Feng. "Zhao Hao, are you heading for breakfast? Let us go together." Shun Feng exclaimed, "Sure, let us dine together." The trio arrived at the dining hall, ordered their breakfast, and began to eat. "Zhao Hao, you may not know this, but Ouyang Gue broke through to the second level of external cultivation yesterday. He is now a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of Qi training." Zhao Hao, intrigued, inquired, "And how many levels did you break through, Shun Feng?" Shun Feng replied with a chuckle, "Haha, I too made a breakthrough yesterday, advancing 1 level. The external cultivation techniques truly surpass those of the servant disciples." Ouyang Gue felt a swell of pride at Shun Feng's words. Zhao Hao remarked, "Then we must all dedicate ourselves to our training and strive for foundational cultivation at the earliest opportunity." After finishing their meal, the three parted ways. Zhao Hao continued on to the back mountain to practice the swift wind sword technique. Having grasped the essence of the first move, swift grass like wind, the previous day, he now approached his training with newfound clarity. As he practiced, he quickly mastered the fundamentals. However, achieving perfection in the first move would likely require more time. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled something and retrieved the Tao Enlightenment pill he had won at the last auction from his spatial storage. "This pill should help me accelerate my mastery of the first move," he thought without hesitation as he swallowed the pill. The Tao Enlightenment pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, its potency swiftly affecting his mind. Zhao Hao immediately sensed a significant enhancement in his comprehension. Grasping his sword once more, he resumed practicing the first move, feeling an unmistakable difference this time. The movements of his sword became clearer, revealing the errors in his prior understanding. Zhao Hao diligently absorbed the essence of this technique, continually practicing and correcting himself. The Tao Enlightenment pill provided insights for an entire hour. Beep. Host has consumed 1 Tao Enlightenment pill. The system rewards 100 million Tao Enlightenment pills in return. Zhao Hao became completely immersed in the epiphany of the sword technique. Before long, he unconsciously swung his sword, unleashing a streak of sword energy that sliced through the grass before him. With a thunderous sound, a chasm several dozen yards long was cleaved open by Zhao Hao's strike. He did not pause. Instead, he continued to practice within his state of enlightenment. Soon, his surroundings were dotted with chasms. After approximately an hour, Zhao Hao emerged from his trance, feeling that his sword technique had reached a significant level of mastery. Observing the numerous chasms around him, a satisfied smile graced his face. To perfect the technique, further practice was necessary. Zhao Hao took out another Tao Enlightenment pill and consumed it, once again immersing himself in the insights of the sword technique. Approximately an hour later, Zhao Hao returned to his senses and consumed yet another Tao Enlightenment pill. Thus, after consuming around 4 Tao Enlightenment pills, he finally perfected the swift grass-like wind sword technique. Feeling the fluidity and grace of the sword techniques, Zhao Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally possessed martial skills worthy of display, unlike before when he merely had strength without skill. At this moment, Zhao Hao's stomach growled, having missed lunchtime. He hurried to the canteen and, upon seeing the food, promptly served himself a meal and began to eat. With daily practice of martial arts and techniques, there was no fixed time for meals. Perhaps he should check the exchange area later for some fasting pills. This way, he wouldn't have to frequent the canteen for meals. After all, the spiritual energy from the beast meat served there was of little use to him. He had an abundance of spiritual stones for his elixirs. After finishing his meal, Zhao Hao immediately delivered 2 manuals to the martial arts pavilion. He then proceeded to the exchange area to purchase 10 fasting pills. He returned to the back mountain and completed the first move of the swift wind sword technique, intending to practice the second move when the time was right. Zhao Hao took out the spirit-gathering pill that Fang Ningxiang had gifted him, a pill to enhance the soul. He noticed there were about 10 pills in the bottle. He decided to consume 1 and give away the remaining 9. This way, he could replenish both quantity and quality. Zhao Hao swallowed 1, and the pill dissolved instantly, its effects swiftly augmenting his soul. Zhao Hao's soul was still in the initial stages of cultivation, and the spirit-gathering pill proved to be remarkably effective. His senses sharpened significantly. He felt his soul growing stronger within his sea of consciousness. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed 1 spirit-gathering pill and returned 100 million spirit-gathering pills. Zhao Hao set aside the remaining 9, gifted by Fang Ningxiang, and continued consuming the replenished pills. Zhao Hao kept ingesting the spirit-gathering pills, and his soul began to grow increasingly powerful. Gradually, he could form a sense of divine awareness, scanning the surroundings. As he consumed more pills, the radius of his divine awareness expanded. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. When he reached 100 meters, it ceased to grow. It seemed that further consumption of the spirit-gathering pills had no effect. These pills were likely meant for the qi refining stage, and having consumed so many at once, their efficacy had diminished. To further enhance, he would need to consume higher-grade pills. Zhao Hao swiftly made his way to his cave dwelling. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he noticed that Ouyang Gui and Shun Feng's doors were open. The two were engaged in their cultivation. Zhao Hao promptly approached Ouyang Gui's cave. Noticing Zhao Hao's entrance, Ouyang Gui furrowed his brow. "Zhao Hao, what brings you here?" Zhao Hao replied, "I have obtained several pills to enhance the soul and thought to share some with you." He produced 4 spirit-gathering pills. Ouyang Gui, astonished by Zhao Hao's unexpected generosity, nonetheless accepted the pills. Chapter 15. Chaos Divine Concealment Pill. Ouyang Gui meticulously examined the elixirs, discovering that they were indeed of exceptional quality. After Zhao Hao handed the elixirs to Ouyang Gui, he stood motionless until he heard the sound of the system's return, at which point he exited to reach Shun Feng's abode. Employing the same rhetoric, Zhao Hao presented the remaining 5 gathering spirit pills to Shun Feng. Meanwhile, within Ouyang Gui's dwelling, he pondered over the significance of these elixirs. I should seek out my brother. Without hesitation, Ouyang Gui took the elixirs and made his way to the residence of the inner disciples. Indeed, the recent sect assessment was not merely a test for the miscellaneous disciples and newcomers, but a comprehensive evaluation across the entire sect. Outer disciples aspired to become inner disciples, while inner disciples strive to attain the status of core disciples. Core disciples, in turn, sought to be recognized as direct disciples by the elders of the sect. Only those core disciples deemed worthy by the elders could ascend to become direct disciples. Ouyang Gui's brother, Ouyang De, had successfully become an inner disciple through this assessment. The chambers of inner disciples were vastly more spacious than those of outer disciples, adorned with opulent decorations. Ouyang Gui knocked on the door of Ouyang De's chamber, which was promptly opened by his brother. "Speak, what brings you here today?" Ouyang Gui produced 4 gathering spirit pills from his pocket. "Brother, could you ascertain whether these elixirs are of good quality?" Upon seeing the elixirs in Ouyang Gui's hand, Ouyang De's pupils instantly contracted. This is indeed the gathering spirit pill. Ouyang De swiftly took the elixirs from Ouyang Gui's grasp, scrutinizing them closely. Indeed, these are capable of enhancing one's spiritual strength. "Tell me, where did you acquire these elixirs?" Ouyang Gui was taken aback by his brother's reaction. Realizing the value of the elixirs, he felt an immense gratitude toward Zhao Hao. Observing his brother's demeanor, Ouyang Gui feared that revealing the origin of the elixirs would trouble Zhao Hao. "Brother, I found these elixirs just along the way. I was uncertain of their purpose, hence my inquiry." Ouyang De, recognizing his brother's deceit, understood that such rare elixirs could not be abundant. "You shall give me 3 of these 4 elixirs, and I will exchange them for spirit stones." Ouyang De retrieved 300 spirit stones and handed them to his brother, returning 1 elixir to Ouyang Gui. "Remember, these elixirs enhance the spirit. Take them in the early morning upon awakening." With the elixirs and spirit stones in hand, Ouyang Gui returned to his chamber. At that moment, Zhao Hao heard the notification from the system. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 4 gathering spirit pills. The system returns 4 chaos divine concealment pills at a billion-fold quality. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 5 gathering spirit pills. The system returns 5 chaos divine concealment pills at a billion-fold quality. Upon observing the few elixirs before him, Zhao Hao directly inquired of the system, "System, am I currently able to consume these return elixirs?" Ding! The elixirs returned in quality are all suitable for the host to consume at this stage. The system will not return elixirs that the host cannot currently ingest. Then, the chaotic saint pill and the chaotic divine pill returned earlier are also consumable. Ding! Indeed, although the quality returned is 100-fold, their effects upon ingestion are remarkably gentle. Reassured by the system's words, Zhao Hao made his way to the back mountain once more, eager to test the effects of the chaotic divine concealment pill. He gazed at the pill, shimmering with a halo, his heart racing with excitement. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir. The pill did not dissolve immediately, but gradually released its potent energy. Zhao Hao could feel his soul within the sea of consciousness explosively enhancing and expanding. While he had overestimated the elixir's potency, he was astonished by its strength. The enhancement of his soul was palpable, with his spiritual awareness expanding from 100 meters to 1 kilometer, then to 10 kilometers, and finally reaching 100 kilometers. Even at this distance, it showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. At that moment, Zhao Hao's soul transitioned from transparency to silver, and then to gold. The overall quality of his soul had greatly increased. If at first, Zhao Hao's soul was exceedingly thin, it had now transformed into a viscous essence, the density having multiplied beyond measure. Staring at his enhanced soul, Zhao Hao was filled with astonishment. He realized that the pure yang cultivation methods he had previously struggled to comprehend were now entirely clear to him. The enhancement of his soul had indeed elevated his comprehension. What a revelation! After nearly 2 hours, Zhao Hao's soul transformed into a spectrum of colors. With all his might, he stretched his spiritual awareness and discovered he could perceive a range of 1,000 kilometers. He promptly directed his awareness deeper into the Chaoyang sect, within a sealed stone chamber. He observed several elders, their hair and beards white, engaged in cultivation. Zhao Hao's awareness swept over them, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. He then focused his awareness on the main hall of the sect, where a young woman was engrossed in a book. From her attire, Zhao Hao discerned that she was the sect leader. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Chaoyang sect would be a woman. As he scanned her with his awareness, she too did not notice him. Retrieving his awareness, he felt as if he had gained the vision of 1,000 miles. Zhao Hao immediately stored away the remaining 8 chaotic divine concealment pills. The effects of this elixir were nothing short of miraculous. After consuming the chaotic divine concealment pills, Zhao Hao found himself contemplating the need for practical experience. Alas, after a day of cultivation, he was still uncertain of the extent of his abilities. Once again, I directed my consciousness towards the depths of the rear mountain, discovering an abundance of spirit beasts nestled within. The outermost layer consisted of low-ranking spirit beasts, prompting Zhao Hao to venture deeper into the mountain for experimentation. With his long sword secured at his waist, Zhao Hao advanced like a nimble monkey into the heart of the mountain. The rocky terrain posed no hindrance to his progress. After traversing nearly 10 miles, he stumbled upon traces of spirit beasts. Before him appeared a first-tier gale wolf, its fur a striking silver, moving with remarkable speed, common fare at the periphery of the rear mountain. Sensing Zhao Hao's presence, the gale wolf's fur bristled, emitting a low growl from its throat, and it lunged towards him like a flash of silver lightning. Unfazed, Zhao Hao sidestepped gracefully, drawing his sword in one fluid motion and slashing at the wolf's flank. The gale wolf nimbly evaded, accelerating once more toward Zhao Hao. Channeling his pure yang energy, he imbued his sword with soul power, causing it to shimmer with vibrant hues. Seizing the opportune moment, he thrust his sword, piercing the gale wolf's body before it could react, which let out a whimper as it collapsed to the ground. After securing the wolf's carcass within his storage ring, Zhao Hao pressed onward into the depths of the mountain. Chapter 16. Slaying Zhang Hong. Not long after, his consciousness detected a group of second-tier fire spirit foxes, their eyes aglow with ethereal flames, radiating an intense heat. Zhao Hao hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to approach, as second-tier spirit beasts were akin to foundation-stage human cultivators, while he was merely at the 8th level of Qi training. After a brief reflection on the augmentation of his physical strength, he concluded that he could indeed contend with foundation-stage beasts. Approaching the fire spirit foxes, they sensed the impending threat, swiftly encircling him, their fiery eyes blazing with intensity. One daring fox launched the first strike, unleashing a column of fire aimed at Zhao Hao. He adeptly sidestepped, the flame grazing the edge of his garment and singeing the grass beneath. Taking a deep breath, he activated his pure yang technique, infusing his sword with a surge of soul power, causing its radiant glow to intensify. With a mighty shout, he charged into the throng of foxes, his sword dancing in a flurry of lethal strikes. One fox seized the opportunity to leap at him from the side, but Zhao Hao reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. However, the sheer number of fire spirit foxes soon began to overwhelm him. At that moment, he focused his energy and unleashed the first move of the pure yang technique, wind like grass. A brilliant 7-colored sword aura erupted from his blade, instantly engulfing several foxes. Terrified, the remaining foxes recoiled in retreat. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hao pressed his advantage, navigating through the chaos and ultimately annihilating the entire group of fire spirit foxes. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the scattered carcasses, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Reflecting on the battle, he recognized that the infusion of his soul power into the sword significantly amplified the potency of his swordsmanship. With his formidable physical prowess, Zhao Hao found it exceedingly effortless to deal with the second-tier fire spirit fox. At this moment, he gained a renewed understanding of his own strength. Observing the lifeless foxes strewn upon the ground, Zhao Hao did not hesitate to collect them all. He was astonished to discover such an abundance of spiritual beasts in the vicinity. After taking a brief respite, he refined a few low-grade spirit stones, and upon restoring his spiritual energy, he proceeded deeper into the mountains. As Zhao Hao ventured further, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of fierce battle and cries for help ahead. Employing his divine sense, he discerned that several outer disciples of the Chaoyang sect were besieged by a pack of second-tier thunder shadow leopards. These leopards were comparable to foundational stage human cultivators, and it was evident that the disciples were outnumbered, with several already sustaining injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hao charged into the fray. Channeling his pure yang technique, he refrained from augmenting his attack with spiritual energy this time. The white radiance emanating from his sword was dazzling. As he plunged into the midst of the leopards, he unleashed a flurry of sword chi, slicing through the air as the leopards emitted anguished roars upon being struck. The disciples, witnessing their savior's arrival, felt their spirits uplifted. They coordinated their efforts alongside Zhao Hao to combat the leopards. Under Zhao Hao's overwhelming strength, the tide of battle gradually turned against the leopards. Ultimately, he and the outer disciples succeeded in repelling their attackers. The grateful disciples clamored to inquire about Zhao Hao's name. He merely smiled faintly, uttering no further words, and continued his journey into the depths of the mountains. Among the rescued disciples, one particular individual cast a venomous glare at Zhao Hao as he departed. That bastard. Why didn't he show up sooner? He waited until my brother was bitten to death before he decided to intervene. Zhang Heng fumed. Shut up, Zhang Heng. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead. Your brother's demise is due to his own inadequacy. Who can you blame? A tall outer disciple retorted. Of course, it doesn't concern you since it wasn't your brother who died. Zhang Heng spat back. I'll remember him, and when I encounter him again, he LL pay. You think you can exact revenge? Have you looked at your own cultivation level? The tall disciple replied. I know that kid is only at the 8th level of chi refinement. He must have consumed some elixir to attain such prowess. Zhang Heng insisted. The others, hearing Zhang Heng's words, began to distance themselves from him, wary of his vindictive nature, which could ultimately endanger them all. Gradually, they departed, making their way back. Noticing their exit, Zhang Heng chose to remain behind, preparing to rest alone. Zhao Hao, having overheard their exchange through his divine sense, was taken aback that his act of rescue had garnered animosity. To mitigate future threats against himself, he resolved to eliminate Zhang Heng. Once the others had moved further away, Zhao Hao approached Zhang Heng from the shadows of the forest. Sensing an approaching presence, Zhang Heng immediately became alert. Upon witnessing the arrival of Zhao Hao, he immediately uttered with disdain, You wretched creature, so you haven't strayed far after all. Do not presume that the strength gained from consuming that elixir can intimidate me. The effects have surely faded by now, haven't they? Watch as I deal with you. Zhang Heng swiftly brandished his great sword, aiming a strike at Zhao Hao. Observing Zhang Heng's advance, Zhao Hao couldn't help but regard him with contempt. His swordsmanship was rudimentary at best, lacking any semblance of skill, merely flailing wildly. The only noteworthy aspect was his cultivation, which had reached the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Hao's gaze turned steely as he unsheathed his sword, and in a flash, it sliced through the air, severing Zhang Heng's head from his body. Impossible! Zhang Heng's head uttered its last gasp. Zhao Hao promptly collected Zhang Heng's corpse and proceeded to a location inhabited by first-tier demonic beasts, discarding the body there. Soon, Zhang Heng's remains were reduced to mere bones, gnawed away by the creatures. Venturing deeper into the back mountains, Zhao Hao found the spiritual energy intensifying, and the surroundings took on an enigmatic quality. Suddenly, a peculiar mist emerged ahead, shimmering with faint lights. Cautiously, Zhao Hao entered the mist, only to discover an ancient ruin within. The ruin housed numerous archaic stone benches and tables, with a luminous stone tablet at its center. As Zhao Hao approached the tablet, an alarm from the system abruptly echoed. Powerful restrictions detected. Do not approach. At that moment, a group of third-tier shadow pythons emerged from the corners of the ruin, their power equivalent to that of human cultivators at the Golden Core stage, far surpassing Zhao Hao's capabilities. Anxiety surged through him as he activated his pure yang art, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword, bracing himself for a desperate battle. The shadow pythons, flicking their tongues, slowly advanced toward Zhao Hao. Just as they were about to strike, the ethereal glow from the stone tablet intensified, unleashing a mysterious force that repelled the pythons. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao fled the ruin, acutely aware that he lacked the strength to explore such a place. After exiting the ruin, Zhao Hao resolved to return to his sect to enhance his abilities before revisiting the enigmatic site to uncover its secrets. However, he was puzzled by the thought that perhaps no one from the sect had discovered this ruin. Though he found it curious, he ultimately dismissed it from his mind and made his way toward the outskirts of the back mountains. Today's experience had revealed to Zhao Hao that he possessed the strength to contend with Foundation establishment cultivators. His first move of the Gale Sword technique, combined with his spiritual power, was exceptionally formidable. Coupled with his physical strength, he felt confident even against late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners. Nonetheless, Zhao Hao understood the importance of concealing his spiritual power in front of others. Chapter 17. Accepting a task upon returning to the outskirts of the back mountains. Zhao Hao promptly headed toward his cave dwelling. He intended to leverage the practical experience he had just gained to refine his pure yang art. retrieving the chaos sacred pill. He pondered for a moment before seating himself in a meditative posture and swallowing the pill. Zhao Hao immediately began to circulate the pure yang technique, with torrents of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. Soon, all the unactivated acupoints were effortlessly opened. Zhao Hao ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet the pure yang technique continued to channel spiritual energy to impact other acupoints. He discovered that the remaining ones were all hidden acupoints. However, under the effect of the Chaos Saint Pill, these hidden acupoints were also entirely opened. With the activation of the hidden acupoints, Zhao Hao reached the 10th level of qi refinement. He was on the verge of establishing his foundation. Zhao Hao gazed at the seemingly unchanged Chaos Saint Pill, feeling somewhat speechless. Was he truly destined to attain a high realm directly under the influence of his pill? Surely, this would lead to an unstable foundation. Upon realizing he was at the threshold of foundation establishment, Zhao Hao had no choice but to take out the foundation establishment pill to proceed. After swallowing the pill, his dantian began to form. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed 1 foundation establishment pill and returned 100 million foundation establishment pills. Zhao Hao continued to consume the pills, and his body underwent constant transformation. The spiritual energy in his meridians began to converge in his abdomen. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Hao's dantian was completely shaped. The medicinal power of the Chaos Saint Pill began to transform into silvery white spiritual energy. Continuous streams of spiritual energy flowed into Zhao Hao's dantian. However, the energy entering his dantian was exceptionally gentle. Zhao Hao had to operate the foundation establishment section of the pure yang technique. As he did so, his dantian began to expand continuously. The Chaos Saint Pill was gradually consumed as the foundation establishment technique was executed, while the silvery white spiritual energy continuously nourished the dantian, gathering within it. Zhao Hao could feel his dantian becoming remarkably resilient, visibly increasing in size with the influx of silvery white energy. This energy did not violently expand the dantian, but rather gently and steadily enlarged it. It could be said that the Chaos Saint Pill was not only potent in its effects, but also sufficiently mild. After 1 hour, Zhao Hao's dantian was comparable in size to an ordinary lake. After 3 hours, it had grown to the size of several lakes. Approximately 6 hours later, the medicinal power of the Chaos Saint Pill was entirely refined. Within Zhao Hao's dantian, the silvery white spiritual energy surged like a roaring tide. Upon observing his dantian, Zhao Hao felt a profound shock. The amount of spiritual energy within his dantian was simply overwhelming. However, he noted that he was still merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. The medicinal power of the Chaos Saint Pill did not forcibly elevate his realm, but rather allowed for horizontal development, making Zhao Hao's foundation establishment phase significantly more powerful than others. The Pure Yang technique contains an introduction to the foundation establishment phase, which is divided into 3 stages. The early stage of foundation establishment involves initially stabilizing the spiritual energy in the dantian and completing the transformation of one's physique. During the mid-stage, the focus shifts to further compressing the spiritual energy in preparation for forming the core. In the latter stage of foundation building, spiritual energy begins to solidify, approaching the critical juncture of a breakthrough into the golden core stage. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt that he had just stabilized his nascent dantian. Thus, he understood that he was in the early phase of foundation building, albeit significantly stronger than the average practitioner at this stage. Upon concluding his cultivation, Zhao Hao was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of hunger. He hastily consumed a fasting pill. With a notification, the system indicated that 1 fasting pill had been consumed, and it returned a staggering 100 million fasting pills to him. As Zhao Hao glanced outside his cave abode, he realized that it was already the afternoon of the following day. He stepped out with the thought that he could now undertake some outer sect tasks. Upon arriving at the task hall for outer disciples, he eagerly began scanning through all the available assignments, from the first line to the last. One particular task caught his eye: to venture into the misty mountains and collect dragon blood grass. His eyes sparkled at the thought. For dragon blood grass was an excellent substance for enhancing one's physique. If he wished to fortify his body further, he needed such resources. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao accepted the task and handed the task plaque to the elder at the hall. The elder promptly registered the task and then handed Zhao Hao a map detailing the locations of the dragon blood grass. Young man, you certainly know how to choose your tasks. This one has been unclaimed for several years. I see you are only at the early stage of foundation building. Perhaps you should wait until your strength reaches the later stage before taking on such a challenge. This is for your own safety. Zhao Hao replied directly, no worries. If I encounter any insurmountable troubles, I will return. The elder handed Zhao Hao a map of the Misty Mountains while thinking to himself, if you encounter difficulties, returning is a far-fetched notion. The task had a duration of 1 month. Good luck. Disregarding the elder's advice, Zhao Hao reasoned that since the task was listed among the outer sect assignments, it implied that outer disciples could indeed accomplish it, given that their maximum cultivation level only reached the peak of foundation building. He felt no apprehension about his ability to succeed. Moreover, the map indicated that the Misty Mountains were shrouded in mist year-round, making it challenging for most to discern directions. However, Zhao Hao's spiritual sense allowed him to perceive great distances, rendering the task significantly easier for him than for others. Not returning to his cave, he departed the sect directly, heading southwest at a pace half of his usual speed, ensuring he retained enough stamina to face any potential dangers. Brother, this lad is an outer disciple of the Chaiyang sect. Should we take action? At the edge of a dense forest, 3 men clad in black with hoods were lying in wait to ambush unsuspecting passersby. Their cultivation was at the early stage of foundation building. They could strike once he drew nearer. As Zhao Hao approached the forest, he employed his spiritual sense and quickly detected the lurking trio. He sensed that their realms were not significantly superior to his own. With a heart remarkably composed, Zhao Hao wore a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. He activated his pure yang technique, causing shimmering silver spiritual energy to radiate around him. The 3 men clad in black, noticing Zhao Hao had entered their vicinity, suddenly leaped from the dense forest, brandishing glinting blades aimed ferociously at him. Zhao Hao, unfazed, swiftly evaded their assault with a graceful movement. Drawing his long sword, he unleashed a wave of silver sword energy towards the leading assailant. The black-clad man, caught off guard by Zhao Hao's rapid reaction, hurriedly attempted to defend himself but was nonetheless grazed by the blade. Seeing this, the other 2 flanked him from either side. Zhao Hao summoned his spiritual energy, forming a protective shield before him to deflect their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he ghosted behind one of them and thrust his sword with great force. The man let out a horrid scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 2, witnessing their companion's swift demise, felt a surge of dread, causing their offensive to falter. Zhao Hao capitalized on their disarray, letting out a powerful shout as he pushed his pure yang technique to its pinnacle, his spiritual energy surging like a tumultuous wave. With both hands gripping his sword, he danced through a flurry of sword shadows, unleashing a fierce torrent of sword energy upon them. One of the assailants was struck, blood erupting from his chest as he fell, never to rise again. The final black-clad figure, paralyzed by terror, turned to flee. However, Zhao Hao would not allow such an escape. A blade of energy shot forth, striking him squarely in the back. He crumpled to the ground with a thud. After dispatching the 3 men, Zhao Hao collected their storage rings, dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, and resumed his journey toward the Misty Mountain range. Chapter 18, Acquiring the Map. Zhao Hao had set out in the afternoon, and now night had descended. It was imperative to find a place to rest. After traveling for another half-hour, a city emerged before him. This city was significantly larger than the one he had previously visited. Despite the late hour, the city was ablaze with light. After paying an entrance fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone, Zhao Hao entered, noticing numerous stalls lining the streets, bustling with people selling various goods and provisions. Amidst the lively crowd, Zhao Hao meandered along with the throng, arriving at a stall where he picked up a remarkably detailed map. Brother, is this map truly a comprehensive depiction of the Misty Mountain range? Please do not deceive me, he inquired directly of the vendor. Young brother, you must be a disciple of the Chaiyang sect, am I correct? This map is absolutely authentic. It has been painstakingly compiled by numerous mercenaries who ventured through the area, many of whom met their demise. If you doubt it, I cannot help you, the vendor replied. Zhao Hao compared the map to that of his sect and discovered many similarities, though the vendor's map was far more intricate. What is the price? He asked. The vendor, seeing Zhao Hao's intent to purchase, promptly stated 500 low-grade spirit stones. This price left Zhao Hao somewhat speechless. Zhao Hao feigned an intention to depart, prompting the stall owner to panic. Young brother, please don't leave. This map was acquired at great expense. At least allow me to earn a little from it. A maximum of 100 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. If you agree, I shall finalize the deal. Zhao Hao replied, very well. The stall owner pondered for a moment before conceding. All right, young brother, I concede before your negotiation prowess. I am indeed suffering a significant loss. After handing Zhao Hao a map, he received 100 low-grade spirit stones in return. Just as Zhao Hao prepared to leave, the stall owner exclaimed, wait, I have something else of value. Do take a look. With that, he produced another map. Young brother, those cultivators venturing into the Misty Mountains are all in pursuit of the dragon bloodgrass. This map reveals its precise growth locations. You may examine it. Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Zhao Hao picked up the map once more. However, he could only discern the location of the dragon bloodgrass faintly, as the surrounding terrain remained quite obscure. Nevertheless, upon comparing it with the previous map, he surmised that this map might indeed be authentic. If you are selling maps of the dragon bloodgrass, how come the other cultivators have not harvested it already? This map appears to hold no real value. The stall owner, with a mysterious smile, replied, young brother, should you purchase this map, I will inform you that the dragon bloodgrass is assuredly still there. Zhao Hao, intrigued, inquired, oh, then how much for this map? The stall owner boldly stated 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao was not intimidated by the stall owner's price, although it felt somewhat excessive. If your map proves to be a deception, I would have no means to pursue you. The stall owner retorted, you may inquire around. I, Neodali, have been operating this stall for many years without ever selling counterfeit goods. After considering the stall owner's words, Zhao Hao scrutinized his expression, finding no indication of deceit. The price is still high. It needs to be lowered. Observing Zhao Hao's willingness to negotiate, the stall owner eagerly proposed, young brother, let me offer you a fair price of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. It cannot be reduced further. Zhao Hao nodded at this price, promptly producing 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to hand to the stall owner. It was not that Zhao Hao was overly concerned about the 3,000 spirit stones, but rather, he wished to avoid becoming a victim of exploitation. Now, tell me why the dragon blood grass remains there. If you deceive me, I will reclaim my spirit stones. The stall owner explained, young brother, the reason I assert that the dragon bloodgrass is still present is that it is located within a stone cavern, guarded by high-tier spirit beasts. Rarely does anyone dare to approach, and this location lies deep within the Misty Mountains, inaccessible to most. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao felt a surge of excitement. While high-tier spirit beasts posed a danger, the value of the dragon bloodgrass was immense, promising substantial rewards if obtained. He examined the map meticulously, endeavoring to memorize the precise location of the dragon bloodgrass. At that moment, a figure clad in black abruptly emerged from the crowd. Seizing the map from Zhao Hao's hands and proclaiming loudly, I will offer 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for this map. Sell it to me. The vendor's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, Zhao Hao coldly interjected, I have already purchased this map. It is not for sale. Yet the figure in black persisted, tauntingly stating, young man, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Hand over the map, or you shall regret it. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, and coldly replied, if you wish to obtain the map, come and take it by your own strength. A clash seemed imminent, with onlookers gathering to witness the unfolding dispute. Zhao Hao, resolute in his gaze, prepared to confront the black-clad figure. At that moment, the vendor interjected, sir, if you desire the map, you may purchase another from me. I still have a copy. Upon hearing the vendor's words, the figure in black retorted, since you possess another map, I shall offer 2,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, I would be a fool. The vendor replied, no problem, sir, it is yours. After acquiring the map, the black-clad individual cast a quick glance at Zhao Hao before departing. As Zhao Hao watched the figure retreat into the distance, he began to formulate a plan. This expedition into the Misty Mountains would undoubtedly not involve him alone. Brother, how many copies of this map have you sold in total over these days? Could you share some insight with me? Zhao Hao inquired. The vendor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, including your purchase, I have sold approximately 10 copies of the map. Zhao Hao felt a twinge of anxiety at the vendor's words. This task might present numerous challenges. He decided to leave, as he had grown weary of consuming the fasting pills and longed for a proper meal. Although he had learned that many were preparing to harvest the dragon bloodgrass, Zhao Hao remained confident in his advantages. Arriving at an upscale tavern, Zhao Hao promptly ordered spirit beast meat and fine wine. Now in the foundation establishment stage, indulging in the meat of second or third tier spirit beasts was no challenge for him. Previously, during his chi refinement stage, consuming second tier spirit beast meat would leave him flushed. However, he was certain that would not be the case now, given his substantial dantian. The tavern owner, noticing Zhao Hao's substantial order of spirit beast meat, approached politely to greet him. Young brother, the wine here is exquisite and not inexpensive. I assure you will enjoy it after tasting. Zhao Hao replied, as long as your wine lives up to its price, I will certainly honor my payment. The tavern owner, hearing Zhao Hao's words, immediately responded, haha, young brother. Then you shall wait. I guarantee your satisfaction. Chapter 19, a confrontation on the way. The tavern staff promptly brought forth the dishes and placed a bottle of wine before Zhao Hao. He uncorked the bottle, and a rich aroma of wine began to waft through the air. Sensing the delightful fragrance, Zhao Hao nodded in satisfaction. He poured himself a glass and began to savor the drink. The enticing aroma of wine captured the attention of numerous diners nearby. Their desire for the exquisite drink was palpable. However, the exorbitant price rendered it an unattainable luxury. As the dishes were nearly devoured, Zhao Hao contentedly let out a satisfied belch. Waiter, come here to settle the bill. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's call, a server promptly began tallying the expenses. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 3,020 low-grade spirit stones, which includes 520 stones for the beast meat and 2,500 stones for that bottle of wine. Zhao Hao produced a substantial sum of spirit stones and made his way toward the exit. The server verified the amount, confirming its accuracy before hastily clearing the table. Once outside, Zhao Hao found that night had fallen. He sought refuge in a nearby inn, preparing for a dedicated session of cultivation. He immediately retrieved a high-grade body refining pill and began to consume it. Zhao Hao had previously acquired 10 high-grade body refining pills from a pharmacy near the Chuyang sect, yet he had not yet utilized any. The mid-grade body refining pills were intended solely for chi refining stage cultivators, while those at the foundation establishment stage naturally resorted to the high-grade variants. Ding! 1 high-grade body refining pill consumed. The system rewards 100 million high-grade body refining pills. Zhao Hao promptly began to ingest the returned high-grade pills, simultaneously performing push-ups in his room. As he exercised, his physical form grew increasingly robust, with Zhao Hao's muscles becoming exceptionally solid. At this juncture, his physical strength was approaching the remarkable threshold of 100,000 pounds. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could achieve a similar force through their spiritual energy. However, Zhao Hao's strength was purely derived from his physical prowess, enabling him to contend with fully realized foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, his physical endurance surpassed that of these cultivators, whose spiritual energy would eventually deplete. Just as Zhao Hao was fully engrossed in his training, the door to his room was suddenly flung open by an overwhelming force. A figure clad in black robes burst in, none other than the individual who had attempted to seize the map earlier that day, now accompanied by several Foundation establishment cultivators. Hand over the dragon bloodgrass map, or you shall not leave this place alive. The cloaked figure snarled menacingly. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, halting his training to rise, and replied coldly, "You are exceedingly greedy if you think I would fear you." The black-robed figure scoffed, "With your abilities? Surrender the map today, and I might allow you a complete corpse." With that, the group lunged forward to attack Zhao Hao. Unfazed, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, leveraging his formidable physique to meet the assault head-on. The two sides clashed fiercely, and Zhao Hao, owing to his physical advantage, surprisingly held his ground. In that moment, he seized the opportunity to produce the high-grade body refining pills returned by the system, scattering them towards his assailants. The alluring fragrance of the pills momentarily halted their movements, allowing Zhao Hao to launch a fierce counterattack, forcing them to retreat. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the black-robed figure and his cohorts fled in haste. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, returned to his bed, and resumed his cultivation, preparing himself to approach the misty mountain range in the best possible condition. The panicked figure in the black robe was utterly unprepared for the formidable strength of Zhao Hao. The reason he possessed a map yet sought to seize Zhao Hao's was to preemptively diminish his adversaries. However, his attempt to pilfer was thwarted by Zhao Hao's seemingly unassuming foundational stage appearance. Zhao Hao resumed his cultivation of the physical body, consuming copious amounts of high-grade body refining elixirs, continuously honing his physique. After ingesting nearly 200 of these potent pills, he reached the limit of his intake for the day and would have to await the morrow to continue his training. At this juncture, his strength had already surpassed 100,000 pounds, nearing 150,000. Once Zhao Hao completed his cultivation, he changed out of his sect attire and donned his cloak anew, stealthily exiting the inn through a window. He subsequently sought out another establishment, secured a room, and settled in to meditate, feigning slumber. His reluctance to sleep stemmed from the apprehension of further visitors. The night passed in silence, and by the break of dawn, clad in his cloak, Zhao Hao ventured to a breakfast stall to eat before resuming his journey towards the Misty Mountains. Not long after, he encountered several disciples from the Chaiyang sect. Upon sighting the cloaked Zhao Hao, they immediately recognized him and began to taunt. "Oh, ascent this Zhao Hao. Do you too wish to venture into the Misty Mountains in search of dragon blood grass? You think you can contend with high-level spirit beasts? How utterly presumptuous." Zhao Hao merely snorted in disdain, ignoring their provocations and continuing on his path. Infuriated by his disregard, one of the disciples launched an attack. Zhao Hao effortlessly sidestepped the assault and countered with a swift palm strike, sending the attacker staggering back. Seeing this, the remaining disciples closed in. But Zhao Hao summoned his inner spiritual energy, his hands moving with rapidity, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that pushed them back several steps. "Leave me be. If you dare obstruct me again, I will not hesitate to retaliate," Zhao Hao declared coldly. The disciples, witnessing his formidable prowess, dared not make further moves and could only watch as he proceeded towards the Misty Mountains with unwavering determination, his singular focus on obtaining the dragon blood grass. Once Zhao Hao had departed, one of the disciples remarked, "Zhou, our mission is also to seek the dragon blood grass. Shall we still proceed?" "Of course we shall. When Zhao Hao clashes with the high-level spirit beasts, we will reap the rewards," replied the cultivator surnamed Zhou. "Indeed, let us capitalize on the opportunity. Perhaps we might even witness Zhao Hao's demise." The group erupted in laughter as they set off on their journey. Zhao Hao, blissfully unaware of their scheming intentions, was unconcerned, given that their strongest member was merely at the mid-foundation stage, which he regarded with indifference. Instead, his attention was drawn to other potential threats, particularly the black-robed cultivator who had intruded upon his quarters the previous day. Zhao Hao surmised that the individual had likely reached the pinnacle of the foundation stage. After a long day's journey, Zhao Hao finally arrived at the Misty Mountain range. He then unleashed his spiritual sense to assess the situation within the mountains. However, the range that he could typically survey up to 1,000 kilometers was reduced to a mere 10 kilometers amidst the fog. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao felt content, as 10 kilometers was still a considerable distance. At that moment, a throng of cultivators gathered at the entrance of the Misty Mountain range, all preparing to form teams to jointly hunt spirit beasts. Zhao Hao took out the map he had purchased the previous day, glanced at it, and decided to forego the entrance, opting instead to venture into the marshlands that others dared not enter. Chapter 20. Successfully Harvesting Dragon Bloodgrass. Upon entering, Zhao Hao found himself surrounded by marshland, though there were few spirit beasts in the vicinity. As he delved deeper, he continuously utilized his spiritual sense to navigate the swamp, skillfully identifying a traversable path. For an ordinary person, the treacherous marsh would pose a danger, but for Zhao Hao, it served as a shortcut. He began to sprint through the swamp with ease. Before long, he arrived at the cave marked on his map. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and immediately noticed that others had been intercepted by spirit beasts, resulting in a fierce battle. Zhao Hao examined the situation inside the cave and confirmed the presence of dragon bloodgrass. However, two formidable spirit beasts were guarding it. Understanding the predicament, Zhao Hao devised a strategy to lure the beasts away. He retrieved a fragrant high-grade spirit fruit from his spatial pouch, an acquisition from the city he had visited earlier. He tossed the fruit to a location far from the cave, and the enticing aroma quickly permeated the air. Drawn by the fragrance, the two spirit beasts cautiously left the cave, moving toward the direction of the fruit. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao dashed into the cave. Just as he was nearing the dragon blood grass, a low-tier spirit beast, injured and lurking in the shadows, suddenly lunged out, biting his ankle. Zhao Hao winced in pain, and his internal energy erupted, sending the low-tier beast flying with a powerful kick. However, the commotion caught the attention of the two guarding spirit beasts, which roared and turned back. Ignoring the pain in his ankle, Zhao Hao began to harvest the dragon bloodgrass, swiftly collecting over 20 stalks. Channeling his energy, He executed a swift maneuver toward the cave's exit. The two spirit beasts pursued relentlessly, and just as they were closing in on him, Zhao Hao suddenly tossed a handful of high-grade body refining pills. The medicinal aroma slowed the beasts momentarily, allowing Zhao Hao to escape the cave and vanish into the mist. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chaoyang sect, who had hoped to benefit from the chaos, were still engaged in a fierce struggle with other spirit beasts. Blissfully unaware that Zhao Hao had already succeeded, after leaving the cave, Zhao Hao began to wander through the misty mountain range, continuously employing his spiritual sense to search for various spirit herbs. However, after a considerable time exploring the mountains, he found no herbs suitable for harvesting. Within the mountain range, numerous spirit beasts abound, the majority of which are of a higher tier, either 4th or 5th. As Zhao Hao ventured deeper into the misty mountains, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an ancient temple situated at the center, flanked by several colossal spirit beasts that he surmised were the 7th or 8th tier. Realizing that he lacked the capability to confront them, he abandoned his quest for medicinal herbs and began to make his way toward the mountain's exit. Zhao Hao was determined to take vengeance upon the cloaked figure and his accomplices. With his life at stake, he could not afford to remain passive. Expanding his consciousness, he swiftly located the cloaked figure and his two companions, stealthily approaching them amidst the mist. At that moment, the cloaked figure and his associates were engaged in a fierce battle with a late-stage, 2nd-tier spirit beast. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao positioned himself behind the cloaked figure and unleashed a barrage of explosive talismans, controlling them with his consciousness to detonate. The cloaked figure was taken aback by the sudden explosion of talismans surrounding him. Before he could react, the blasts ripped through him and his companions, leaving them in a state of dismemberment. Zhao Hao then revealed himself before the cloaked figure, who, though gravely injured, was still conscious. Upon seeing Zhao Hao, he muttered in disbelief, "It's you," before succumbing to his wounds. With the cloaked figure dealt with, Zhao Hao prepared to exit the misty mountains, heading once more toward the marshlands. He felt no concern for the fate that awaited others. As he treaded upon the narrow path of the marshlands, he swiftly exited the misty mountains, casting a glance back at the overlapping peaks before departing. His heart was significantly lighter now that he had procured the dragon blood herb, and he hastened back to his sect. However, en route, he found himself in a grand city where he lingered for nearly 20 days, wary of returning too soon with the dragon blood herb, lest he arouse suspicion. Upon finally entering his sect, he was intercepted by a steward. "Zhao Hao, during your absence, someone reported that you seized a map of the dragon blood herb from a fellow disciple and injured them. Come with us," the steward insisted. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Hao recognized the handiwork of several disciples from the Chaoyang sect. Following the steward to the law enforcement hall, he was met with the grim faces of the elders. "Zhao Hao, is there truth to this?" one elder inquired. Remaining composed, Zhao Hao recounted the events in detail, presenting the dragon blood herb as evidence. After deliberation, the elders determined Zhao Hao's innocence, while the accusers faced punishment instead. Sighing in relief, Zhao Hao then proceeded to meet with the elder of the task hall. The elder, delighted at Zhao Hao's successful return with the dragon blood herb, expressed his joy. However, Zhao Hao only presented one of the herbs, intending to return the remainder. The elder, upon inspecting the quality of the herb Zhao Hao offered, promptly awarded him with 2,000 points for the task. Zhao Hao inquired about the purpose of the elder's points and learned that they could be exchanged for techniques in the scripture pavilion, which filled him with immense joy. Not only could points be used to procure techniques, but they could also be exchanged for various elixirs. However, Zhao Hao found himself lacking in no such potions. Thus, the techniques were of paramount importance. Delighted, Zhao Hao made his way back to the scripture pavilion. The elderly gatekeeper cast a glance at Zhao Hao, slightly taken aback. The last time Zhao Hao had visited, he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, and now he had swiftly ascended to the foundation establishment stage. The elder halted Zhao Hao, stating, "You have already claimed your techniques and martial arts. You may not enter again, but I possess points." The elder from the task hall said I could exchange them for techniques. Zhao Hao replied innocently. The elder scrutinized Zhao Hao with surprise. "Present your identity token for me to examine." Zhao Hao handed over his identity token. Upon inspection, the elder was astounded to discover that Zhao Hao's token contained 20,000 points. "You have previously chosen your techniques and martial arts. Do not squander this opportunity. This time, you may select some auxiliary martial techniques." "Very well, elder," Zhao Hao responded, entering the pavilion to begin his search. This time, he intended to select a movement technique, followed by a secret for concealing his cultivation, and finally, a manual for fist technique. Zhao Hao commenced his examination from the first floor. The elder did not specify a time limit this time, allowing Zhao Hao to proceed with meticulous attention. As Zhao Hao diligently searched the first floor, he found that suitable manuals were few and far between. Frowning in disappointment, he refused to give up and proceeded to the second floor. The manuals on the second level were evidently of a much higher caliber, causing Zhao Hao's eyes to sparkle as he quickened his pace. At long last, he discovered a movement technique, phantom steps, which, when cultivated to perfection, allowed for instantaneous movement at incredible speed. Zhao Hao felt as though he had struck gold and eagerly claimed it. Next, he stumbled upon a technique for concealing one's cultivation, veil of secrecy, which could perfectly mask one's aura and cultivation level. Finally, in a secluded corner, he found a fist technique, star-shattering fist, renowned for its formidable power capable of shattering celestial bodies. Overjoyed, Zhao Hao gathered the 3 manuals and sought the elder to exchange them. The elder regarded the 3 manuals with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet proceeded to complete the transaction for Zhao Hao. With the 3 manuals in hand, Zhao Hao departed the scripture pavilion, feeling thoroughly satisfied and eager to return to his cultivation and enhance his abilities. Chapter 21. The Trial Tower. Zhao Hao then glanced at his points, realizing they had diminished by 15,000. However, considering the 3 manuals he now possessed, he found it an acceptable sacrifice. As he walked through the disciple quarters of the outer sect, a wave of excitement washed over him. Just as Zhao Hao was about to return to his dwelling, Ouyang Gui approached him. Zhao Hao, thank you for the elixirs you provided. Zhao Hao couldn't help but reflect on how he had initially given them elixirs to trigger a return, rather than out of genuine kindness. It is nothing. We are all from the same humble beginnings and should assist one another. Ouyang Gui was taken aback by Zhao Hao's magnanimity, as he chose to overlook past grievances. Zhao Hao, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Very well, I shall remember that. Zhao Hao, however, was preoccupied with the desire to diligently practice the secret manuals. Once Ouyang Gui departed, Zhao Hao retreated to his secluded abode. His soul now radiated in a spectrum of colors, making the comprehension of the manuals an effortless endeavor. Within the confines of his dwelling, Zhao Hao swiftly committed to memory the 3 manuals. He then proceeded to the mountainside designated for outer disciples to commence his training in the phantom steps. After practicing for a while, he realized he was gradually grasping the essence, successfully executing the elusive steps. The phantom steps are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier, known as fleeting light and shadow, allows one to achieve remarkable speed, akin to a shadow gliding by. The second tier, distant lands within reach, signifies the ability to effortlessly traverse great distances. The third tier, 1,000 miles in an instant, represents the pinnacle of speed, enabling instantaneous relocation to far-off places. Of course, this is a hyperbolic expression rather than a literal instantaneous journey of 1,000 miles. Harnessing his formidable spiritual power, Zhao Hao diligently practiced. The teachings of the phantom steps were progressively assimilated, and he gradually mastered the ethereal, shadow-like footwork. Over time, his movements became increasingly exquisite, and his speed significantly enhanced, allowing him to cover vast distances in the blink of an eye. After evaluating his progress in the first tier of the phantom steps, Zhao Hao realized he had made a solid entry. However, perfection would undoubtedly require further effort. In pursuit of rapid mastery, he promptly retrieved a comprehension elixir and consumed it. Instantly, he entered a state of enlightenment. With the elixir's potent effects coupled with his robust spiritual essence, he swiftly grasped the fundamental principles of the first tier. Soon, Zhao Hao was darting about like a series of phantoms in the vicinity. Within an hour, he perfected the fleeting light and shadow. At this juncture, he could effortlessly evade enemy attacks or utilize his speed to disengage from combat. After a brief glance at the principles of the second tier, distant lands within reach, Zhao Hao opted not to practice it just yet. Instead, he retrieved the concealment technique and commenced his training. He consumed another comprehension elixir, seated himself in meditation, and immersed himself in the concealment technique. He felt an immediate transition into a state of enlightenment, wherein he seamlessly integrated the various key aspects of the technique. Moments later, he successfully completed the first tier of the concealment technique and proceeded to study the second tier. Once again, with minimal effort, Zhao Hao achieved mastery of the second tier. However, when he began to delve into the third tier, the effects of the comprehension elixir began to wane. He promptly consumed yet another elixir. Before long, he had also mastered the third tier of the concealment technique. At this moment, as he activated the concealment technique, he shrouded his cultivation level. Should he encounter any cultivators at this juncture, they would undoubtedly be unable to discern his true cultivation level. The third tier of the concealment technique enables one to remain undetectable even by those 3 realms above him. Thus, Zhao Hao need not be concerned about others' astonishment at the rapid advancement of his cultivation. Noticing that the day was growing late, he returned to his cave dwelling. After consuming a pill of hunger abandonment, Zhao Hao settled into slumber. The recent days of travel had rendered him exceedingly fatigued, and he fell asleep the moment he lay upon his bed. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Hao awoke. After a night of restorative sleep, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. Today, rather than venturing to the back mountain, Zhao Hao made his way to the sect's testing tower. This tower allowed all disciples, except for the servants, to enter and face challenges. Each challenge successfully completed would yield a reward from the tower, though each individual could only receive a reward once per level, regardless of how many attempts they made. Upon arriving near the testing tower, Zhao Hao observed a multitude of disciples gathered, all preparing to enter and tackle the challenges within. Floating above the tower were the names of the top 10 challengers. The records of the testing tower were as follows. First place, Fang Ningxiang, 91st level. Second place, Sitiyu, 78th level. Third place, Shengwan Mingyue, 78th level. Fourth place, Lin Feng, 70th level. 10th place, Wang Peng, 50th level. Zhao Hao glanced at the leaderboard, formulating his own strategies in his mind. However, upon seeing the name of the first-place contender, he was utterly astonished. The senior sister he knew was indeed so formidable. The testing tower permitted multiple challengers to engage simultaneously, and it did not assess the disciples' realms, but rather the strength corresponding to their current levels. The tower would conjure opponents that matched the challenger's realm. After comprehensively reviewing the rules of the tower, Zhao Hao prepared to enter. At that moment, a feminine voice halted him. Junior brother. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Hao recognized it as Fang Ningxiang's. Senior sister, you two are here to challenge the testing tower? Fang Ningxiang scrutinized Zhao Hao closely, realizing she could not discern his cultivation level. Junior brother, how have you concealed your cultivation? Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, I have practiced the concealment technique, thus hiding my cultivation. Fang Ningxiang then remarked, you are already an outer disciple. Do not fear the exposure of your strength. The stronger you are, the more the sect will value you. After hearing Fang Ningxiang's words, Zhao Hao responded, Senior sister, it is quite all right. A degree of concealment is merely to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Fang Ningxiang pondered Zhao Hao's words thoughtfully. Senior sister, I must apologize for not introducing myself earlier. You still do not know my name. I am Zhao Hao. Upon hearing this, Fang Ningxiang inquired, Junior brother Zhao, what is your current realm? Zhao Hao discreetly approached Fang Ningxiang and, in a hushed tone, replied, Senior sister, I am currently at the initial stage of foundation establishment. His breath brushed against Fang Ningxiang's ear, causing her to blush instantly. However, what astonished Fang Ningxiang even more was the revelation that Zhao Hao had indeed reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Fang Ningxiang took a few steps back, glaring fiercely at Zhao Hao. Noticing the flush on her face, Zhao Hao remained oblivious to the reason behind it. Fang Ningxiang chose to ignore him and strode directly into the experimental tower, with Zhao Hao following suit. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Hao discovered an expansive space and wandered about, finding nothing of value. Suddenly, a swordsman materialized before him. The man was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, matching Zhao Hao's cultivation level. Zhao Hao promptly drew his sword, and they engaged in battle. However, before he could even employ his sword techniques, he fatally pierced the man. The fallen swordsman instantly transformed into a potent Yuan Dan. This elixir was meant for golden core cultivators, and Zhao Hao had previously exchanged a chaos sacred Dan of similar quality. He collected the elixir and proceeded to the second floor. Chapter 22, Ascending to the 81st Floor. The swordsman's power on the first floor was exceedingly feeble, allowing Zhao Hao to pass without employing any techniques. Upon entering the second floor, another swordsman appeared before him, identical in appearance to the one from the first floor. Zhao Hao, undeterred, engaged him once more. Since cultivating the Phantom Step, his speed had remarkably increased. With several swift strikes, he dispatched the swordsman again, earning another potent Yuan Dan. Zhao Hao, embracing the notion that even the tiniest morsel holds value, stored away the elixir. As Zhao Hao continued, he encountered the swordsman repeatedly, yet he noticed the swordsman's strength progressively intensified. By the time he reached the 20th floor, the swordsman had attained the peak of initial foundation establishment. Utilizing his speed, Zhao Hao once again vanquished the swordsman. Witnessing the man transform into yet another elixir had ceased to astonish him. Upon inspecting the elixir, he discovered it was a recovery Yuan Dan, used by nascent soul cultivators. During his previous visit to the city near the sect, he had purchased 10 elixirs, which included the recovery Yuan Dan. The first 10 floors had yielded potent Yuan Dan, while the 11th to 20th floors provided recovery Yuan Dan. Zhao Hao speculated that starting from the 21st floor, the swordsman's strength would rise to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Upon arriving at the 21st floor, Zhao Hao confirmed his suspicions. The swordsman was indeed at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Cautious and alert, he activated his phantom step, moving with an ethereal grace. Although his opponent was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, Zhao Hao skillfully evaded attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. After exchanging several moves, he spotted an opening and thrust his sword towards the swordsman's throat. The swordsman reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, while simultaneously counterattacking. Zhao Hao deftly sidestepped, maneuvering behind the swordsman for another strike. This blow landed solidly, and the swordsman transformed into yet another elixir. Upon retrieving it, Zhao Hao was elated to find it was a transformation Yuan Dan, meant for cultivators of the God transformation stage. He felt a surge of joy as he pressed onward through the challenges. With each successive layer, the strength of the opponents steadily escalates. Yet Zhao Hao, employing his phantom steps alongside his innate prowess, cleaves through his adversaries with remarkable ease. Upon reaching the 40th layer, he encounters an opponent at the pinnacle of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Utilizing the full might of his physical form, Zhao Hao breezes through the challenge. Throughout these 20 layers, he has acquired nothing but transformation pills. Upon arriving at the 41st layer, he is met without surprise by a man of late-stage foundation establishment. The man approaches swiftly, wielding his sword with martial finesse. Zhao Hao, now fully focused, abandons his scattered sword techniques in favor of the swift grass like wind. The first move of the Gale sword technique. Although Zhao Hao's cultivation is 2 minor realms beneath that of his opponent, his spiritual power is undeniably formidable. After exchanging dozens of blows, he deftly beheads his foe using the swift grass like wind technique. Upon the man's demise, the pill that materializes is no longer a cultivation elixir, but rather a qualitative enhancement pill. As Zhao Hao picks up the pill, its name instinctively resonates in his mind, filling him with immense joy. The qualitative enhancement pill holds great significance for him. Despite Zhao Hao's strong soul, his physical aptitude remains subpar. Without the forceful nourishment of pills, he would never have attained the foundation establishment stage. A powerful soul, combined with enlightenment pills, can expedite the practice of techniques and martial arts. Yet the cultivation realm is unequivocally tied to one's innate talent. After securing the pill, Zhao Hao presses onward to ascend to greater heights. He advances directly to the 60th layer with a sweeping momentum. Outside, the disciples are awestruck, for the 10th ranked Wang Peng and the 9th have been surpassed. Zhao Hao's name now occupies the 9th position, causing Wang Peng to plummet from the leaderboard. Zhao Hao gazes at his impending opponent, sensing an unmistakable difference. The man, upon seeing Zhao Hao, immediately launches an attack, his longsword slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning aimed at Zhao Hao's face. Zhao Hao raises his own sword to block the strike and counters with a thrust. The two engage in a relentless exchange, each prioritizing speed. At this moment, Zhao Hao employs both his physical strength and swordsmanship, gradually gaining the upper hand. His opponent seems oblivious, fixated solely on offense. After half an hour of combat, Zhao Hao discerns the man's rhythm. The opponent's attacks are somewhat repetitive, and seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Hao thrusts his sword once more, ending the man's life. He stows away the last of the qualitative enhancement pills and turns his gaze to the 61st layer. Will it be the completion of foundation establishment or the onset of the golden core stage? After a brief moment of recuperation, he steps into the 61st layer. Once again, a similar-looking man appears. However, this time, instead of resembling a mere puppet, he speaks, "Kid, Reaching the 61st layer is commendable, but you shall still perish beneath my sword. Upon witnessing the man's perfected foundation establishment cultivation, Zhao Hao feels a slight sense of relief. If one encounters the golden core stage at the 61st level, it would pose a significant challenge for Zhao Hao moving forward. Can you speak? Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the man merely chuckled, responding, of course. I am indeed a person, though I only began to develop my own consciousness upon reaching the 61st level. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage. Zhao Hao immediately summoned all his spiritual energy, pushing his pure yang technique to its utmost limit. The man, undeterred, brandished his long sword, transforming it into a streak of cold light aimed directly at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao executed his phantom steps, swiftly evading the attack while simultaneously countering with a sword strike of his own. The man sidestepped and thus commenced a rapid exchange of strikes between them. Zhao Hao gradually began to feel the pressure. The opponent's perfected foundation establishment strength was formidable. Taking a deep breath, he combined the Gale sword technique with phantom steps, harmonizing speed and swordsmanship. Each attack exuded a fierce momentum, compelling the man to respond with caution. After an extended struggle, Zhao Hao seized upon a flaw in the man's defense, unleashing the Gale sword technique once more, sending a sharp sword aura slicing toward him. The man hurriedly defended himself, yet still sustained a wound from his sword energy. Zhao Hao pressed his advantage, delivering a relentless series of attacks that overwhelmed the man. Ultimately, Zhao Hao pierced the man's chest with a decisive thrust of his sword. As the phantom vanished, a violent chi pill immediately materialized. Upon acquiring the pill, its effects became clear in Zhao Hao's mind. The violent chi pill could elevate a cultivator by an entire realm without any side effects, lasting for 30 minutes. Ecstatic, Zhao Hao stowed the pill away, and at that moment, his name ascended to 6th place on the leaderboard. He gazed upward towards the higher levels, his resolve unwavering, prepared to continue his challenge. Subsequently, Zhao Hao relentlessly pressed on, and as he perilously reached the 81st level, the disciples outside erupted in commotion. At that moment, Zhao Hao's name soared to 2nd place. Outside the tower, a man with a grim expression observed Zhao Hao's name. He was Sita Yu, who had only reached the 78th level and now felt surpassed, a surge of anger coalescing within him. Sita Yu had come with the intent to conquer the tower. He could accept being outdone by Fang Ningxiang, the beloved disciple of the sect leader, whose prowess was beyond his own. Yet now, a nameless youth stood atop him, an intolerable affront. Chapter 23. Ascending to the 100th level of the trial tower. Sita Yu strode into the trial tower, commencing his ascent from the 1st level. Zhao Hao regarded the man across from him, his heart pounding slightly, for the man emanated an unusual aura. The man noticed Zhao Hao's uncertain gaze and could not help but smile faintly. Ah, young one, you have sensed it, haven't you? Upon hearing the man's words, Zhao Hao felt increasingly convinced that the man possessed some hidden trump card. Elder, why is your cultivation still at the perfected foundation establishment stage, rather than at the golden core stage? The man responded, indeed, the rising tide lifts all boats. Talent emerges in abundance, and the inexperienced are unafraid of the fierce. Do you think that my perfected foundation establishment cannot contend with you? Zhao Hao indeed harbored such thoughts within his heart. Come at me. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. With a flourish, Zhao Hao brandished his long sword and unleashed the technique swift as the wind. Just as his fierce sword strike approached the man, he merely flicked his own sword lightly, effortlessly dispelling Zhao Hao's formidable attack. Zhao Hao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Do you feel it? The man inquired, gazing at Zhao Hao. Unyielding, Zhao Hao summoned all his spiritual energy, pushing his pure yang technique to its utmost limits, and once again executed swift as the wind. The man remained unperturbed in the face of Zhao Hao's powerful swordplay. The formidable sword energy, extending several feet, swiftly reached him. Yet he simply waved his long sword again. Zhao Hao stared intently, realizing that his sword energy was once more extinguished by the man's blade. Confusion engulfed Zhao Hao. How could this man possess such strength? They were both at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Hao. Is this your sword intent? The man chuckled. Indeed, this is sword intent. For a swordsman, lacking sword intent renders one unqualified. At that moment, Zhao Hao experienced a revelation. No wonder he sensed something was amiss. Shall we continue? You have no chance of victory. If you surrender, I can spare you the agony of death. Zhao Hao weighed his options. Come then, Even if it is sword intent, I shall not cower. He awaited the man's assault. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the man charged forth. His long sword shimmered with a faint light. Zhao Hao immediately revealed his trump card. A surge of colorful soul energy enveloped his sword, piercing towards the man. After their blades clashed, the man found himself at a disadvantage, gazing in astonishment at Zhao Hao. Young one, I did not expect you to grasp sword intent as well. No wonder you dare to boast. The man launched another attack, and Zhao Hao relentlessly wielded his soul energy. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each delivering and receiving blows. Zhao Hao could sense that each clash of the man's sword intent with his soul energy resulted in a depletion of the latter. However, Zhao Hao's soul energy was exceptionally robust, rendering him unperturbed by the expenditure. After over 100 exchanges, Zhao Hao delivered a final strike that severed the man's head. Subsequently, the man's figure began to dissipate, leaving behind a translucent elixir hovering in the air. Zhao Hao swiftly approached and grasped the elixir. Information about the elixir flooded into his mind. Translucent pill, a high-tier variant of enlightenment pill, suitable for any cultivator, allowing for profound comprehension for 1 hour. The depth of enlightenment far surpasses that of a regular enlightenment pill. Upon reading the elixir's details, Zhao Hao was taken aback. A high-tier enlightenment pill, how splendid. He pocketed the elixir and continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 82nd floor, Zhao Hao discerned that the man's sword intent had also strengthened with the increasing levels. From the initial stage of a mere 1% of sword intent, it gradually escalated to a complete mastery of sword intent. Zhao Hao effortlessly wielded his soul force to surmount the challenges he faced. Upon reaching the 91st level, Zhao Hao sensed a distinct difference in his opponent. The man before him had attained the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and the aura of sword intent had dissipated. From the man emanated a familiar essence akin to his own, a soul's essence. However, unlike Zhao Hao's soul, the man's possessed a sharpness akin to that of a sword. The man regarded Zhao Hao with a nod of acknowledgement, recognizing the impressive feat of reaching this level with merely a foundation stage cultivation. Yet, he declared before me, you stand no chance. To spare you from foolishness, let me reveal what I possess. What resides within me is an upgraded form of sword intent, sword soul. Following the breakthrough of complete sword intent, it has transcended and merged with my soul, transforming into the current sword soul. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hao fell into contemplation. So, it is, yet I shall not falter. The man raised his long sword, pointing it towards the heavens, and began to gather his strength. With a whoosh, a formidable sword aura surged forth as if it were a tangible force, bearing down upon Zhao Hao. In response, Zhao Hao ignited his vibrant soul energy, infusing it into his sword and surged toward the man's attack. The clash of their sword techniques erupted in a dazzling display of light. Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming force assailing him, causing him to stagger backward several paces, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The man furrowed his brow slightly, clearly surprised that Zhao Hao could withstand a strike. Impressive, but still insufficient. The man sneered, charging forward once more. Wherever his sword's soul traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao summoned his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, the soul force surging wildly within him. He coalesced a massive 7-colored sword shadow, propelling it toward the man. The ensuing collision caused the trial tower to tremble violently. Zhao Hao, realizing he still could not gain the upper hand, remained unperturbed. He had only utilized a fraction of his vibrant soul energy. This time, he unleashed nearly 10% of his soul force, forming a colossal 7-colored sword shadow stretching hundreds of feet. The man, upon witnessing Zhao Hao's sword technique, suddenly exhibited a hint of trepidation. He too summoned his sword soul to its utmost limit. Thus, they engaged in the most intense collision imaginable. Zhao Hao's sword shadow obliterated the man, along with his sword, as if they were mere dust. Once again, a radiant elixir materialized where the man had stood. Zhao Hao realized that the power of his soul force, imbued within his sword, was immense. He had not anticipated such magnitude. This was merely the foundational application of his soul force. Once he comprehended sword intent and attained the sword soul, one could only imagine the sheer power he would wield. From the 92nd to the 99th level, Zhao Hao encountered no difficulties. He advanced directly to the 100th level. Outside, the disciples were rendered speechless. Witnessing Zhao Hao's remarkable achievement, in reaching the 100th level. It was truly astonishing. My heavens, is this truly the case? Even the senior sister cannot compare to him. Where did this lad emerge from? Indeed, the 100th level is the final stage. Is this young man aiming to conquer it? It is utterly astonishing that within our Chaoyang sect there exists someone even more formidable than Senior Sister Fong. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, the murmurs from outside were irrelevant. For at that moment, he stood before his final adversary. This man appeared to have been long deprived of human interaction, exhibiting a somewhat drowsy demeanor. Chapter 24. Acquiring the Sword Sect Token. Upon observing the man's appearance, Zhao Hao couldn't help but murmur to himself. After a considerable time, the man finally roused from his stupor. Upon setting his eyes on Zhao Hao, a glimmer of delight crossed his face. Huh, at last, a worthy opponent. It has been years since anyone has graced my presence. Zhao Hao remained vigilant. Despite the man's seemingly lethargic state, his position at the final level indicated formidable prowess. The man stretched lazily and spoke. Youngster, I've waited so long for a decent challenger. Do not disappoint me. With that, his aura underwent a sudden transformation. A vast wave of spiritual energy emanating from him, revealing his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Zhao Hao's heart sank. The disparity in strength was far greater than any adversary he had previously faced. Yet, he did not waver in the slightest. The vibrant essence of his soul surged throughout his being, and his sword gleamed with intense radiance. Noticing this, the man's lips curled into a slight smirk as he casually waved his hand, unleashing a fierce sword chi directed at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao swiftly sidestepped, countering with his sword. The clash of his soul-infused sword shadow and the sword chi erupted in a brilliant display of light. Fully aware that a direct confrontation was unwise, Zhao Hao began to seek out the man's weaknesses, preparing to seize the opportune moment. While evading the man's onslaught, Zhao Hao keenly observed his movements. Suddenly, he noticed that the man exhibited the slightest pause in his right arm with each sword swing. A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhao Hao. He resolved to take a gamble. He deliberately exposed a flaw, and the man, falling for the ruse, launched a powerful sword chi towards the apparent opening. In an instant, Zhao Hao amassed a significant amount of vibrant soul energy within his sword. As the sword chi approached, he abruptly pivoted, unleashing a sharp sword shadow aimed directly at the man's momentarily halted right arm. The man, taken aback by Zhao Hao's counterattack, was unable to evade in time. The sword shadow grazed his arm, leaving a crimson mark. In pain, his offensive wavered. Seizing this chance, Zhao Hao unleashed the full extent of his soul energy, executing his most potent sword technique. A colossal, multicolored sword shadow surged forth with the force of a tidal wave, crashing towards the man. Though injured, the man remained formidable and prepared to defend with all his might. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao's sword shadow was unstoppable, ultimately breaching his defenses and forcing him back. As the man regarded Zhao Hao, his eyes brimmed with admiration. You have triumphed. With that, his figure dissipated, revealing a radiant elixir pulsating with mysterious light. Zhao Hao approached, grasping the elixir, and its information instantly materialized in his mind. Jian Yidan. Upon ingestion, it possesses a high probability of aiding swordsmen in awakening their sword intent. Those who achieve this awakening will find their comprehension of sword intent significantly enhanced. Zhao Hao, upon beholding this elixir, felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Previously perplexed about how to grasp sword intent, he now felt assured in his progress. As he observed the vanishing figure of the man, he prepared to depart from the testing tower. Just then, a token descended from the 100th floor, floating gracefully before Zhao Hao. He promptly seized the token and discovered one side intricately carved with a lifelike flying dragon, while the other bore an ancient character for sword. Young man, you are the first in many years to conquer the sword character tower. Your future achievements are bound to be limitless. With this token, you may visit the sword sect in the Qinglong Star Domain. Zhao Hao recognized this as the voice of the man. Subsequently, he was transported back outside the testing tower. The crowd of onlookers fixated their gazes upon Zhao Hao, eager to confirm if he was indeed the first in the testing tower. Zhao Hao lifted his gaze to the tower and saw his name proudly displayed at the top, accompanied by the illustrious characters proclaiming his success. The many disciples surrounding him, noticing Zhao Hao's youthful appearance of around 17, were astonished to recognize him. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang also emerged from the testing tower, having ascended 2 levels in ranking. Upon glancing at the rankings, she stood in disbelief, for the first place was none other than Zhao Hao, with the indication of success beside his name. Fang Ningxiang had met her demise on the 93rd level. Of course, death within the testing tower did not result in true demise, but the sensation of dying was undeniably real. As Fang Ningxiang exited, numerous disciples greeted her enthusiastically. Yet, her gaze was fixed upon Zhao Hao, imbued with an inexplicable significance. Zhao Hao gestured for silence and swiftly departed from the vicinity of the testing tower. Fang Ningxiang followed him to the disciple square. "Is it truly you, the Zhao Hao I met at the servant feeding grounds?" she inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. "Senior sister, indeed it is. I merely experienced a fortunate encounter, which has expedited my progress." Zhao Hao replied, "I never imagined you would be the most formidable disciple of the entire Chaiyang sect. Are you mocking your senior sister?" Fang Ningxiang shot him a fierce glare. Zhao Hao could only manage an awkward smile in response. "Senior sister, last time you gifted me a gathering spirit pill, which facilitated my comprehension of martial arts. This time, I wish to present you with something." Fang Ningxiang, perplexed, asked, "Junior brother, what might you have to offer your senior sister? I mentioned it previously, did I not? That bottle of elixir was my gift to you, a token of gratitude for your care of Shaolong. Senior sister, if you continue to insist otherwise, I may have to reveal the truth. Nurturing spirit beasts is the duty of us servant disciples. Your gift to me can only be seen as a generous bonus." Zhao Hao remarked with a gentle smile at Fang Ningxiang. "I have no need for your possessions. Keep them for yourself. I must take my leave." At that moment, Fang Ningxiang's cheeks flushed slightly. Zhao Hao directly retrieved a dragon blood herb from his space. Just as Fang Ningxiang was about to turn away, she caught sight of the item in Zhao Hao's hand and halted abruptly. "Junior brother, is that the dragon blood herb?" Zhao Hao replied, "Sister, what do you think? Is this gift worthy of your attention?" Fang Ningxiang stood frozen, her gaze fixed intently on the dragon blood herb that Zhao Hao held. Despite her impressive cultivation, having reached the perfected nascent soul stage, she had never trained her physical body, leaving her strength at a mere 30,000 pounds. In comparison to her spiritual prowess, her physical form was exceedingly frail. Her master, the sect leader, was tirelessly scouring the world for treasures that could enhance her physical capabilities. The dragon blood herb was among the finest of these. Originally, her master had learned that someone had succeeded in acquiring the dragon blood herb and had contacted the elder of the task hall. However, the elder claimed that the herb had already been used by his disciple, thus directly undermining the sect leader's authority. Now, seeing the dragon blood herb in Zhao Hao's possession, it was impossible for Fang Ningxiang to not feel temptation. "You are the one who completed the dragon blood herb task?" Zhao Hao, scratching his nose, replied, "Indeed, it was I." After speaking, he once again produced over 10 dragon blood herbs from his space. Fang Ningxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister, what do you think? Would you accept this token of gratitude from your junior brother?" Zhao Hao said gently. His motivation for offering the herbs was partly to express his thanks for Fang Ningxiang's spirit-gathering pill, but primarily, he was curious to see what the system would return to him. Chapter 25. A tremendous increase in physical strength. Fang Ningxiang gazed at the dragon blood herbs in Zhao Hao's hand, momentarily rendered speechless. While she was lost in thought, Zhao Hao approached and pressed 15 dragon blood herbs into her hands. By the time she prepared to refuse, he had already walked away. As Fang Ningxiang watched Zhao Hao's retreating figure, a mix of emotions surged within her. "Junior brother, I owe you a significant debt of gratitude this time." After returning to his cave, Zhao Hao began to organize the elixirs he had obtained from the trial tower. Just then, a notification from the system sounded. "Ding! Host has gifted 15 dragon blood herbs. The system returns 15 primordial dragon blood herbs at an enhanced quality." Zhao Hao was taken aback, astonished by the extraordinary reward from the system. He received 10 strengthening essence pills, 10 recovery pills, 20 transformation pills, 20 aptitude enhancement pills, 20 burst chi pills, 19 clarity pills, and 1 sword intent pill. Overjoyed by the assortment of elixirs, Zhao Hao secured the entrance to his cave and sat cross-legged. He took out one of the aptitude enhancement pills and began to consume it. After a moment of introspection, he realized that his physical body had not undergone any noticeable changes. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed a single quality enhancement pill and subsequently returned 100 million quality enhancement pills. Zhao Hao discreetly concealed the remaining 19 pills that were not returned, and then continued to consume the returned quality enhancement pills in handfuls. Although Zhao Hao did not perceive any immediate changes within himself, he persisted in his consumption. Approximately half an hour later, he sensed the spiritual energy permeating into his body. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao produced over 100 low-grade spirit stones to begin absorption. This time, he distinctly felt an acceleration in the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy, as well as an enhanced efficiency in its conversion to spiritual power. It appeared that my aptitude has indeed been elevated. Zhao Hao continued to partake of the quality enhancement pills. Only when he sensed a resistance within his body did he cease. Although he was uncertain of the extent of his enhancement, he was confident that his cultivation was now far more effective than before, significantly surpassing his former self. Upon finishing the quality enhancement pills, Zhao Hao resolved to consume a dragon blood herb to test its extraordinary enhancement on the physical body. He consumed the dragon blood herb, and, after digestion, he felt his physique undergoing transformation. The fortification persisted for a full hour, during which Zhao Hao sensed his physical strength augmenting by approximately 100,000 pounds. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed a dragon blood herb, returning 100 million dragon blood herbs in a billionfold. Zhao Hao continued to consume the dragon blood herbs, and soon thereafter, he felt another increase in his physical strength. After consuming nearly 20 dragon blood herbs, the effects finally plateaued. At this juncture, Zhao Hao's physical strength had reached about 2,200,000 pounds. Prior to consuming the dragon blood herbs, his strength was roughly 200,000 pounds, thus yielding an astonishing increase of 2 million pounds. According to the information provided by the pure yang technique, the physical strength that could be exerted during the qi refining stage was approximately 10,000 pounds at its peak. In the foundation establishment stage, the damage inflicted by perfected spiritual power was around 100,000 pounds. In the perfected golden core stage, the strength exerted reached approximately 1 million pounds, while the perfected nascent soul stage could exert around 5 million pounds. Following this pattern, the strength in subsequent realms would increase exponentially. Zhao Hao observed that his physical strength was comparable to that of the mid-nascent soul stage. At this point, Zhao Hao could not help but glance at the initial dragon blood herb, preparing to give it a try. After all, he possessed 15 of them and could afford to experiment. The system had previously indicated that the quality returned resources were all accessible for his current stage. Thus, Zhao Hao promptly consumed the initial dragon blood herb. As he chewed and swallowed, he felt his entire bloodline boiling with fervor. The blood herb immediately transformed into a golden liquid, comprehensively altering Zhao Hao's body. First, the meridians, then the bones, followed by the internal organs, and finally, his blood itself transformed into a golden hue. Zhao Hao felt an unprecedented surge of strength within his physical form. After half an hour, the power in his hands reached at least 100 million pounds. The effects of the Shilong essence blood herb were truly extraordinary. Moreover, Zhao Hao sensed that his physique surpassed even that of practitioners who had undergone body refinement techniques by several folds. According to the records of the pure yang technique, the strength of Zhao Hao's body at this moment was equivalent to the spiritual power intensity of the tribulation transcendent stage. The cultivation levels can be categorized as follows: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, composite body, tribulation transcendence. And saint stages, which further divide into ordinary saint, great saint, and saint king, as well as the quasi-emperor and emperor stages. At this moment, Zhao Hao finally felt he possessed the strength for self-preservation. Subsequently, he consumed another Shilong essence blood herb. Moments later, his physique underwent further transformation. Golden blood surged through his veins, and all his meridians became sturdier and more resilient. His bones were as unyielding as diamonds, and his internal organs were exceptionally vigorous. After half an hour, the medicinal effects were fully absorbed, prompting Zhao Hao to consume another herb. He continued this process until he had ingested about 10 of them before finally pausing. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Zhao Hao was filled with exhilaration. His strength approximated to nearly 1 billion pounds. It was estimated that his physical prowess had reached at least the spiritual power intensity of a saint stage. Although Zhao Hao's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the magnitude of his physical strength was sufficient to handle any troubles that might arise. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Chaoyang sect, the sect leader and the elders were engaged in discussion. Esteemed colleagues, yesterday, a mere disciple managed to clear our sect's trial tower. Do any of you have thoughts on this matter? One elder inquired. This elder was the Grand Elder, donned in striking crimson robes. It was hard to believe, as those present had all conquered the trial tower and were well aware of its challenges. What cultivation level does this disciple possess? Another elder asked. At this moment, Fang Mingxiang, who stood nearby, dared not interject. She had inquired and discovered that this individual was at the initial stage of foundation establishment and had risen from a servant disciple. His rate of advancement was remarkably swift. After 3 years as a servant in the sect, he had not broken through the Qi refinement stage. Yet recently, he had directly achieved the foundation establishment stage, exhibiting the prowess to battle above his level. Sect leader, how do you propose we treat this disciple? The third elder inquired. Bring Zhao Hao to the main hall. I have much to discuss with him. The beautiful sect leader, whose charm surpassed that of Fang Mingxiang, declared. Yes. A guard promptly made his way towards the outer gates. Chapter 26. Accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. At this moment, Zhao Hao was reveling in his newfound strength with 5 Shurlong essence blood herbs remaining, which he intended to reserve for emergencies. The night had deepened, and Zhao Hao was preparing to rest, looking forward to consuming a clear insight pill the following day to practice his sword techniques and the star-shattering fist he had acquired. However, just as he lay down, a knock echoed from outside his door. Zhao Hao impatiently opened the door to his cave dwelling. Who? The sect's guard, upon seeing Zhao Hao, immediately stated, The sect master summons you. Come with me. Hearing the guard's words, Zhao Hao inquired, Do you know why the sect master is looking for me? The guard replied, It concerns your recent entry into the trial tower. With that, Zhao Hao closed the door of his cave and followed the guard towards the sect master's grand hall. Upon his arrival at the grand hall, Zhao Hao found it already filled with people. As he entered, all eyes turned to him. The beautiful sect master scrutinized Zhao Hao, noting he was indeed at the early stage of foundation establishment. Her cultivation level surpassed Zhao Hao by at least 3 realms, allowing her to see through his concealment technique. At that moment, the elder stared at Zhao Hao with an unfriendly gaze. Zhao Hao looked at the sect master, awaiting her inquiry. The beautiful sect master spoke. Zhao Hao, it is quite astonishing that you passed the trial tower with your early foundation establishment cultivation. Pray, tell us how you achieved this? Zhao Hao's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, returning to the sect master. Perhaps it is due to the insights I gained during my time as a disciple, combined with the potential I unleashed within the trial tower, that I was fortunate enough to succeed. The elder furrowed his brow, skeptically questioning, Humph, it cannot be that simple. Do you not have some extraordinary fortune? Zhao Hao silently pondered. He must not reveal the existence of the system. He hurriedly retorted, Elder, I truly have no extraordinary fortune. It is all due to my own efforts. The surrounding elders clearly did not believe him, and the elder's gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, Fang Mingxiang began to feel anxious for Zhao Hao, aware that some elders had begun to harbor ulterior motives against him. The elder continued, Since you have passed the trial tower, you should present the rewards you obtained. Surely, a mere disciple at the early foundation establishment stage cannot manage such a prize? Zhao Hao frowned at the elder's words. He then looked toward the sect master, asking, Sect master, must the rewards I earned from the trial tower be submitted to the sect? The beautiful sect master glanced at the elder and reassured him, Zhao Hao, do not worry. All that you obtain from the trial tower belongs solely to you. The elder was merely jesting. Upon hearing the sect master's words, the elder retorted, Sect master, this is foolishness. The rewards for passing cannot be so easily handled. How could a mere disciple at the early foundation establishment stage possibly manage such a prize? It would be better for the sect to expend some resources to exchange for his rewards. At this moment, Zhao Hao noticed the elder's intent and felt a surge of animosity toward him. This elder, whom he had never met, had continually pressured him, seemingly intent on his downfall. The sect master, now visibly angered, commanded silence. If you desire rewards, you must pass through the trial tower yourself. Speak no more nonsense, or do not blame me for being merciless. The elder, chagrined by the sect master's rebuke, felt humiliated but harbored even greater resentment toward Zhao Hao. Observing the elder's venomous gaze, Zhao Hao couldn't help but feel even more disdain for him. If one truly dares to take action, I do not mind sending him on his way. Upon hearing the words of the sect master, the other elders bowed their heads in silence. At this moment, the sect master turned to Zhao Hao and asked, Zhao Hao, would you be willing to become my direct disciple? The sect master's words startled everyone present. The grand elder, In particular, grew anxious as he had intended to threaten Zhao Hao in private. If Zhao Hao were to be accepted as a disciple by the sect master, how could he possibly coerce him? Sect master, this is unacceptable. Traditionally, direct disciples are chosen from among the core disciples. Zhao Hao is merely an outer disciple. We cannot disrupt the established order. The Grand Elder lamented with great distress. The sect master, observing the Grand Elder's frantic demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain. Silence. The rules of the sect were established by the sect leaders of previous generations. I am the sect master now. What is wrong with altering the sect's regulations? At this moment, the sect master's expression darkened, and his chest heaved with emotion. Zhao Hao had not originally intended to become the sect master's disciple, but seeing the Grand Elder's incessant interference, he wished to counter his authority. Zhao Hao then bowed and declared, "Thank you, sect master. I am willing to become your disciple." The sect master, Nangong Shuiyin, nodded with pleasure. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Allow me to introduce you to your senior sister, Fangning Xiang. You both must strive to get along well." Zhao Hao immediately greeted Fangning Xiang, saying, "Greetings, senior sister." Fangning Xiang replied, "Greetings, junior brother." At that moment, Fangning Xiang was filled with joy, never expecting that Zhao Hao would become her master's junior brother, allowing them the opportunity for future conversations. The Grand Elder, witnessing the situation solidifying, was filled with resentment but dared not openly oppose it. He secretly plotted to seize everything of value from Zhao Hao when the opportunity arose. The other elders, seeing the sect master's firm decision, cast complex glances at Zhao Hao, some filled with envy and others with jealousy. Nangong Shuiyin continued, "Zhao Hao, having entered my fold, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Return now and prepare well. In 3 days, come to my residence, and I shall begin teaching you my cultivation insights. Your current level is low, and you are not yet suited for advanced techniques. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, I shall then impart higher-level methods to you." Zhao Hao respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Master. I will diligently cultivate and live up to your expectations." Subsequently, Zhao Hao followed Fangning Xiang out of the sect master's grand hall. Along the way, Fangning Xiang advised Zhao Hao, "Junior brother, the Grand Elder is narrow-minded. You must exercise caution in your future endeavors." Zhao Hao nodded, already devising a plan in his heart. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhao Hao did not relax, but began to strategize his forthcoming cultivation. By this time, it was already late. After returning to his cave, Zhao Hao retired for the night. The following day, at the break of dawn, Fangning Xiang arrived at Zhao Hao's cave. "Junior brother, gather your belongings. You are now a direct disciple and may reside in the core area of the sect." Zhao Hao glanced around his cave dwelling, sighed softly, and followed Fangning Xiang to the heart of the sect. He soon discovered that the spiritual energy here was far more abundant, and the surroundings were exceptionally beautiful. Compared to the outer sect, it was as if he had stepped from the depths of the earth to the heavens. As they walked, Fangning Xiang continuously introduced him to the area. "Junior brother, each of our cave dwellings is equipped with a gathering formation, making cultivation incredibly convenient. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incomparable to the outside." Fangning Xiang led Zhao Hao to a cave dwelling, saying, "Here we are. This is your cave. The one next to it is mine, so feel free to come find me if you need anything." Upon entering his dwelling, Zhao Hao was struck by its spaciousness and the luxurious furnishings, which were a stark contrast to those of the outer sect disciples. Chapter 27. Fangning Xiang's breakthrough to the transformation stage. At this moment, Fangning Xiang approached him, saying, "Junior brother, I will return the dragon blood grass you gave me yesterday. I know you need it as well, and I cannot take advantage of you for my own cultivation." Zhao Hao, noticing the sincerity in her eyes, replied, "Senior sister, I really don't lack for dragon blood grass. Just take a look." He produced more than 10 stalks of dragon blood grass from his spatial pouch. Fangning Xiang gasped in astonishment. "Junior brother, how could you possibly have so much?" Zhao Hao responded, "Now, do you believe me? Senior sister, hurry back and absorb all the dragon blood grass. I truly don't need it." Fangning Xiang, observing Zhao Hao's earnest expression, suddenly smiled. "All right, junior brother. I suppose this time I've taken great advantage of you. Feel free to seek me out whenever you need assistance." Zhao Hao, gazing at Fangning Xiang's lovely face, inquired, "Senior sister, can I really come to you whenever I have a need?" Fangning Xiang, blushing under his gaze, retorted, "Don't get the wrong idea. I mean, you can ask me about cultivation-related questions. Zhao Hao maintained a teasing smile as he watched her for a long moment before she suddenly dashed away. I must go now. Just call on me if you need anything. Once Fang Ningxiang had departed, Zhao Hao began preparing to consume a transparent pill to practice the swift wind sword technique and the phantom step. He swallowed the pill and gradually entered a state of enlightenment. Grasping his long sword, he began to wield it. The second move of the swift wind sword technique, grass as swift as lightning, was executed in an instant. After practicing it just 3 times, he mastered the essence of this move completely, achieving perfection. He then proceeded to practice the third move, grass as radiant as a rainbow, which he also mastered after a few repetitions. With only 3 moves in the swift wind sword technique, Zhao Hao completed the entire sequence. Observing that his time of enlightenment had not yet concluded, he continued to practice the phantom step. In an instant, the cave dwelling was filled with Zhao Hao's phantoms. He swiftly completed the last 2 forms of the phantom step, grateful for the spaciousness of the cave, for otherwise, he would have found it challenging to execute them. Ding! The system detected that the host consumed a transparent pill and returned 100 million transparent pills. Zhao Hao immediately exited his cave and made his way to the back mountain where his direct disciple resided. He swiftly activated the phantom step, resulting in countless illusions of Zhao Hao appearing in layers. Could this truly be a yellow-level technique? It felt as if it rivaled even the Shanji Gongfa. Zhao Hao sensed that his speed had increased tenfold while utilizing the phantom step, and with his abundant spiritual energy in his dantian, he could maintain this performance for an extended duration. Once proficient, Zhao Hao drew his long sword and directly executed the Gale sword technique. He had refrained from using spiritual energy in the cave, but now it was time to put to the test. The second move of the Gale sword technique differed from the first. The first emphasized destructive power, while the second focused on swiftness, akin to lightning streaking across the sky. The third move integrated both destruction and speed, as the sword energy cut through the air like a radiant rainbow. After consuming the transparent pill, Zhao Hao realized that it surpassed the enlightenment pill in potency. With minimal practice, he was able to master it entirely. Gazing at the original 10 or so transparent pills within his spatial storage, Zhao Hao felt a surge of anticipation. He once again retrieved the manual for the star-shattering fist. After a thorough scan, he consumed another transparent pill and began to comprehend the star-shattering fist. This technique comprised 3 forms. Immersed in his understanding of the star-shattering fist, Zhao Hao initially perceived only vague shadows in his mind, with the essence of the fist being ephemeral. However, as time passed, that sense of enlightenment grew ever more profound. In the first form, star-shattering emerges. Zhao Hao envisioned the first meteor streaking across the night sky with a fierce momentum. He unleashed a punch, the wind from his fist howling, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The second form, stars flickering, rendered Zhao Hao's figure almost ethereal as he unleashed multiple punches, each imbued with immense power. Resembling the twinkling stars of the night sky, elusive and hard to grasp. As he attempted to grasp the third form, shattering stars across the sky, he encountered some difficulty. However, under the profound insights granted by the transparent pill, he mastered it in a relatively short time. The final form was a group attack technique, with countless fist shadows striking at the enemy like a sky full of shattered stars. When Zhao Hao emerged from his state of enlightenment, it was already dusk. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang was still in her cave, absorbing the dragon blood grass. The effects of the dragon blood grass were astonishing, and Fang Ningxiang aimed to absorb it all at once. One stalk could increase her strength by 100,000 pounds, truly remarkable. She lost track of time, consumed by the relentless absorption of the dragon blood grass. It was only by the afternoon of the following day that she had fully absorbed all 15 stalks. No longer would her physical body be her weakness. She wondered who could possibly stand against her now. Fang Ningxiang felt an immense joy at this moment. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, an unusual surge occurred in her dantian. Oh no, am I about to break through to the transformation god stage? She hurriedly made her way to the main hall to find her master. Master, I wish to transcend to the transformation of spirit stage. I implore your guidance. Nangonxian was somewhat taken aback, for ordinarily it would require several years of accumulation for her disciple to reach such a breakthrough. How could it be occurring now? Ningxiang, why do you wish to transcend at this moment? Is something amiss? Fang Ningxiang replied, Master, I have been refining dragon blood grass in my cave for the past few days, and unexpectedly, I find myself on the verge of transcending. Nangongshuiyan responded. That explains it. Your physical form has drastically strengthened, and your spiritual power must be surging accordingly. However, I am curious. Where did you acquire such an abundance of dragon blood grass? Master, it was given to me by my junior brother. Fang Ningxiang was already at the precipice of her breakthrough, prompting Nangong Shuyan to refrain from further inquiries. Quickly, sit cross-legged. I shall provide you with protection. Nangong Shuyan promptly closed the grand doors of the hall and seated herself beside Fang Ningxiang, attentively monitoring her condition. Fang Ningxiang immersed her consciousness into her dantian, watching as her body underwent transformation. The nascent soul, once seated in her dantian, now stood upright, bearing a striking resemblance to Fang Ningxiang. Simultaneously, a portion of Fang Ningxiang's soul integrated into the standing nascent soul. After 3 days and nights, Fang Ningxiang finally completed her breakthrough. The most significant difference between the nascent soul stage and the transformation of spirit stage lies in the latter's ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth in combat. No longer confined to the limitations of one's own spiritual power. Hence, while golden core cultivators may occasionally challenge nascent soul practitioners, it is rare for nascent soul cultivators to confront those in the transformation of spirit stage, owing to the substantial enhancement in combat prowess afforded by the ability to wield the forces of nature. Chapter 28, Bestowing the Sect Master with Dragon Essence Bloodgrass. At this moment, Fang Ningxiang gently waved her hand, feeling the emergence of a force of nature. The delight on Nangong Shuyan's face was unmistakable. Haha, my dear disciple. Today's breakthrough truly marks your entry into the realm of the powerful. You shall be free to venture anywhere henceforth. Fang Ningxiang was equally elated, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your protective guidance. Now, return to solidify your newfound realm. In a few days, there will be a task that requires the personal disciples to undertake. You shall lead the team to accomplish it, Nangong Shuyan instructed. Understood, Master. Fang Ningxiang replied before returning to her cave. At that moment, Zhao Hao was soundly asleep. Having spent the preceding days tirelessly honing his techniques and having gone without rest for several days. Upon her return to her cave, Fang Ningxiang began to diligently refine her own realm, striving for stability. Several days later, Zhao Hao visited his master's residence. Previously, when Nangong Shuyan had taken Zhao Hao as her disciple, she had mentioned providing him with guidance. Arriving before Nangong Shuyan's cave, Zhao Hao respectfully knocked on the door. Come in, came Nangong Shuyan's gentle voice. Zhao Hao entered the cave, observing Nangong Shuyan seated at a stone table. Master, Zhao Hao greeted with reverence. Nangong Shuyan gestured for him to take a seat, her gaze settling on Zhao Hao. How has your training been in recent days? Zhao Hao candidly recounted his progress with the swift wind sword technique, the phantom step, and the shattered star fist. Nangong Shuyan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Indeed, her perception was remarkable, and the swiftness with which he mastered these skills revealed his extraordinary talent. Subsequently, Nangong Shuyan commenced imparting essential points for Zhao Hao's training and shared various combat techniques. Zhao Hao listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Nangong Shuyan responded with patience. After several hours of this enlightening discourse, Zhao Hao felt entirely unconfounded and was preparing to take his leave. Zhao Hao, is the dragon blood herb that Ningxiang is cultivating one that you provided? Nangong Shuyan inquired. Yes, Master, during my last excursion to the Misty Mountains, I gathered quite a few dragon blood herbs. Zhao Hao replied with candor. Do you still possess any dragon blood herbs? She asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. I have some, Master, but the dragon blood within is exceedingly rare, primarily serving to strengthen the body. What injury do you have that requires dragon blood for healing? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Hao noticed a shadow of melancholy in his mentor's eyes. Very well, allow me to share, she began. In my confrontation with a formidable demonic cultivator, I was struck by his blood curse. This curse is insidious, sinking deep into my meridians and eroding my essence. Despite years of recuperation, I appear unscathed on the surface. However, the internal wound remains unhealed, and only dragon blood can remedy it. Yet dragon blood is exceedingly rare, and I have scoured for years to no avail. There was a palpable sadness in Nangong Shuyan's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hao declared, Master, I am willing to seek out dragon blood for you. Nangong Shuyan waved her hand dismissively. Such a task is not easily accomplished. Dragons are legendary beings, not so easily found. In that instant, Zhao Hao recalled his own dragon essence blood herb, which he believed could aid in healing his mentor's concealed injury. During their initial encounter, Nangong Shuyin had consistently supported him. Had it not been for her, the Grand Elder would have surely sought to undermine him. Although Zhao Hao was not afraid, it would have posed complications by exposing his physical prowess. Moreover, establishing a foothold within the Chaoyang sect was heavily reliant on Nangong Shuyin's backing. To Zhao Hao, it was clear that she harbored no ill intentions towards him. Even when the Grand Elder coveted the rewards from his trial tower, it was Nangong Shuyin who intervened. Thus, Zhao Hao felt that Nangong Shuyin was indeed deserving of his assistance. Master, I possess a treasure that should be capable of healing your internal injury. However, I only have one, and it is exceedingly precious, he proclaimed. Zhao Hao, this treasure is not the reward you obtained from the trial tower, is it? Nangong Shuyin queried. Indeed, Master, it is the reward from the final challenge. Zhao Hao affirmed. If that is the case, Master cannot accept it. I cannot take your opportunity simply because I seek healing, she insisted. Observing her expression, Zhao Hao ultimately resolved to aid his mentor. At least for now, my master appears to be an exceptionally remarkable individual. Zhao Hao retrieved a sprig of primordial dragon's blood herb from the spatial realm. Upon its emergence, Nangong Shuyin could sense the malevolent blood curse within her trembling in fear. This herb exuded an aura of profound mystery, releasing a potent essence that was almost imperceptible. Nangong Shuyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the herb, astonished that its effects surpassed even that of the dragon's blood herb. Zhao Hao, you have indeed acquired such a treasure within the experimental tower. Zhao Hao presented the herb before Nangong Shuyin, urging, Master, please do not refuse. With this, it may well heal your hidden injuries. Tears welled in Nangong Shuyin's eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude as she accepted the herb. Channeling her spiritual energy, she began to integrate the primordial dragon's blood herb. In an instant, the herb's essence enveloped her, emanating a soft glow from her being. The sinister power of the malevolent blood curse was relentlessly expelled from her body, and her once pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. After a considerable time, Nangong Shuyin slowly opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. Zhao Hao, my hidden injuries are healed, thanks to you. Zhao Hao smiled and replied, Master has bestowed countless blessings upon me. This is merely my duty. Nangong Shuyin gently patted Zhao Hao's shoulder, saying, Your heartfelt gesture shall not be forgotten. Should you face any challenges in the future, do not hesitate to confide in your master. She then produced her storage ring, declaring, These treasures, collected over many years, are now yours. Zhao Hao felt a warmth in his heart and respectfully nodded, yet he declined his master's generous offering. He currently possessed all he needed, with an abundance of elixirs, rendering his master's treasures unnecessary. However, as Nangong Shuyin believed the ordeal was over, the medicinal properties of the primordial dragon's blood herb began to continuously enhance her physique. It first fortified her meridians, then her vital organs and bones, ultimately strengthening her entire musculature. Nangong Shuyin had anticipated the elimination of her hidden injuries. She was unprepared for the enhancement of her physical form. Upon introspection, she discovered her blood had transformed into a golden hue, reminiscent of dragon's blood. The explosive surge of physical strength left her utterly astonished. Once the herb had completed its transformation of her body, its effects gradually subsided. Wow, my physical strength has astonishingly reached 100 million pounds. Am I now comparable to a formidable being in the tribulation stage? Zhao Hao reveled in the delight of his master's astonished expression. At that moment, Nangong Shuyin gazed at Zhao Hao with an unparalleled tenderness. Zhao Hao, this herb must be exceedingly precious, worth more than the entirety of our Chaoyang sect. Zhao Hao responded, Since it was acquired from the sect's experimental tower, it is only fitting for Master to utilize it. Besides, I obtained 2 sprigs, and I have already consumed one. Do not feel any embarrassment. Chapter 29, Setting Off on a Mission. Nangong Shuyin remarked, You cannot imagine, my original cultivation level was merely at the integration stage. And now my physical strength has reached the tribulation stage. It has indeed alleviated my long-standing concern. At that moment, Feng Ningxiang entered the room, and upon seeing his master and junior disciple together, he was somewhat taken aback. Master, did you not mention that a task required the involvement of direct disciples? I have come at once. Nangong Shuyin, roused by Feng Ningxiang's words, regained her focus. Indeed, it is a task within the jurisdiction of our Chaoyang sect. This mission entails the extermination of a band of demonic cultivators entrenched in the Sunset Valley. They frequently annihilate entire cities, committing heinous acts without remorse. Nangong Shuiyin stated solemnly, "As direct disciples, you represent the dignity of our Chaiyang sect. It is imperative that you accomplish this mission successfully." Fang Ningxiang clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Master, I shall lead my fellow disciples to eradicate those demonic cultivators." Zhao Hao, too, displayed a resolute gaze. Clenching his fists tightly, Nangong Shuiyin turned her attention to Zhao Hao, aware of his consumption of divine herbs that had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Her eyes filled with trust. "Zhao Hao, although you are new to the sect, your abilities are remarkable. You shall accompany your senior sister on this endeavor." Zhao Hao nodded. "Master, I shall give my utmost effort." Subsequently, Fang Ningxiang took Zhao Hao to gather the other direct disciples. Along the way, Zhao Hao contemplated the impending battle, fully cognizant of the insidious tactics employed by demonic cultivators and the need for vigilance. Fang Ningxiang continuously advised him to exercise caution. He understood that Zhao Hao possessed numerous dragon blood herbs. Thus, despite Zhao Hao's relatively low cultivation level, Fang Ningxiang had faith in his formidable physical strength, which had at least reached the spiritual intensity of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Situ Yu promptly approached his master. "Master, the sect leader has commanded Fang Ningxiang to lead the direct disciples in the extermination of the demonic cultivators. I have heard that Zhao Hao is among them." Situ Yu's master was the Grand Elder. "This presents a splendid opportunity, I have a task for you. Take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Zhao Hao and retrieve his storage ring for me." Situ Yu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Hao, not only for surpassing him in the trial tower, but also for growing close to his beloved senior sister Fang. The chance to eliminate him was nothing short of a blessing for Situ Yu. "Very well, Master. I vow to fulfill this task," Situ Yu replied. The Grand Elder added, "Do not be afraid. Although that lad has passed the trial tower, he can at most contend with a primary golden core cultivator. You are now at the late nascent soul stage, and defeating him will be child's play. However, for added security, take this fury pill. It will temporarily elevate you to the transformation stage." Situ Yu accepted the fury pill, feeling a surge of confidence. Remember, the most crucial aspect is to bring back his storage ring, the Grand Elder instructed. "Yes, Master." Situ Yu thought to himself, "You old fool. Do you think I am unaware of the treasures within his storage ring? Once it is in my possession, there is no way I will allow you to succeed." The Grand Elder, on his part, mused. According to the sect's legends, the rewards from the final level of the trial tower are exceedingly precious. Let's hope they remain unclaimed. Fang Ningxiang has organized a total of 6 direct disciples for this mission. The 6 direct disciples have all attained the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The other direct disciples have yet to reach this stage, and their presence would only serve as a hindrance. The 6 esteemed disciples are Situ Yu, Shengwan Mingyue, Lin Feng, Li Danxian, Miao Xiaocui, and Yi Hui, each personally mentored by Elders 1 through 6. At this moment, Situ Yu caught sight of Zhao Hao standing to the side, and a sense of joy welled up within him. Although he maintained an impassive exterior, his mind was already plotting how to seize an opportunity to strike at Zhao Hao during the extermination of the demonic cultivators. Fang Ningxiang surveyed the group and spoke with gravity. "This mission is fraught with danger. Everyone must exercise caution and cooperate with one another." The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group set forth towards Sunset Valley, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense along the way. Zhao Hao keenly sensed the malevolent glances cast at him by Situ Yu. Yet he remained undeterred, focusing intently on the surrounding movements. The group traveled by flying artifacts. They first arrived at a city that had been ravaged by demonic cultivators, discovering corpses scattered everywhere, each met with a tragic end. The bodies resembled desiccated husks. Zhao Hao astutely observed that all the corpses had been slain first and then drained of blood, as evidenced by the knife marks on their throats. Having never encountered demonic cultivators before, he felt an overwhelming sense of righteous anger at their heinous acts. To strike against ordinary people is considered a grave taboo within the realm of cultivation. Demonic cultivators are already marginalized. They are indifferent to the opinions of others. Shengwan Mingyue approached Fang Ningxiang and said, "Senior sister, these individuals have been dead for several days, but through careful observation, I can ascertain the location of the demonic cultivators." At this moment, Fang Ningxiang recalled that Shengwan Mingyue belonged to the Shengwan family, possessing mysterious abilities. Very well. Lead the way. We shall follow you. Shangguan Mingyue utilized a secret technique and hastened towards the location of the demonic cultivators, the stench of blood and malevolence growing more potent as they drew nearer. Zhao Hao tightened his grip on his sword, feeling his spiritual energy begin to surge. Finally, they arrived at the lair of the demonic cultivators, where a group was gathered, feasting on the essence of mortals, a truly horrifying scene. Fang Ningxiang bellowed, "Demonic cultivators, your vile deeds come to an end today." The direct disciples immediately dispersed, forming a battle formation. Situ Yu seized the moment, stealthily maneuvering behind Zhao Hao, preparing to launch a surprise attack amidst the chaos. Just as he was about to strike, a demonic cultivator lunged at Zhao Hao. Situ Yu felt a surge of delight, intending to wait for the two to weaken each other before intervening. Zhao Hao, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping the attack and employing the phantom step technique to instantly appear behind the demonic cultivator, striking down with his sword. The demonic cultivator let out a chilling cry before collapsing lifelessly. This unforeseen display of strength startled Situ Yu, who had not anticipated Zhao Hao's prowess. The battle intensified as the direct disciples engaged the demonic cultivators in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cultivators, locked in combat with Fang Ningxiang, appeared increasingly uncertain, as he discerned that Fang Ningxiang was, in fact, a practitioner at the transformation stage. He realized that the demonic leader was merely at the perfected nascent soul stage. After exchanging several blows, the demonic leader suddenly shouted, "Tong Zhua, why do you not make your move?" At the sound of his call, a gloomy young man clad in blood-red robes emerged from the woods. "Ah, so it is a practitioner at the transformation stage. You of the Choyang sect certainly hold us in high regard." At that moment, Fang Ningxiang had cornered the demonic leader, leaving him with no escape. However, with the arrival of the gloomy youth, the demonic leader seemed invigorated, unleashing all his strength to break free from Fang Ningxiang's grasp. He approached the brooding figure, declaring, "This woman is yours. Go assist the others. I shall deal with her myself." Tong Zhua replied. Chapter 30. Extermination of the Demonic Cultivators. Fang Ningxiang, upon seeing the emerging young man, felt no fear whatsoever, for she realized he was merely at the mid-transformation stage. Her combat prowess allowed her to battle beyond her level. Tong Zhua stood before Fang Ningxiang, commanding, "Kneel down, and you may live." Ignoring him completely, Fang Ningxiang brandished her longsword and lunged at Tong Zhua. "Snow covers frosty skies." Tong Zhua sneered dismissively, sidestepping with ease as he swiftly formed hand seals. A column of dark demonic energy surged towards Fang Ningxiang. With a deft leap, she soared into the air, executing a turn as her longsword radiated brilliance, conjuring countless sword shadows that cascaded toward Tong Zhua. With a cold snort, Tong Zhua's blood-red robes billowed, and a crimson shield enveloped him, absorbing the impact of the sword shadows with a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, Situ Yu, seizing the opportunity while Fang Ningxiang and Tong Zhua were locked in battle, swiftly consumed a fury pill, feeling his aura surge dramatically. Armed with a dagger, he darted towards Zhao Hao like a specter. Zhao Hao, entangled with a demonic cultivator, felt an overwhelming presence approaching from behind. Startled, he deftly executed a teleportation technique to evade the attack. Situ Yu, having missed his strike, glared fiercely and lunged at Zhao Hao once more. On the other side, the clash between Fang Ningxiang and Tong Zhua intensified as she summoned all her spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a formidable strike to deliver a fatal blow to Tong Zhua. Zhao Hao, recognizing that it was Situ Yu targeting him, was consumed by rage. He unleashed his physical strength, effortlessly overpowering and slaying the demonic cultivator he had been battling. Turning to face Situ Yu, he demanded, "Why are you attacking me? Kid, you can only blame your possession of a treasure. I covet it. Furthermore, Sister Fang is someone I have my eye on. How dare you interfere? If you do not perish, who will?" Upon hearing Situ Yu's words, Zhao Hao inquired, "Are you the disciple of the Grand Elder?" Situ Yu smirked disdainfully. "You possess some insight. My master has longed to eliminate you." Having received the answer he sought, Zhao Hao replied, "Then you shall go ahead. When I return to the sect, I will send your master down to accompany you." The words of Zhao Hao thoroughly infuriated Situ Yu, whose realm had already reached the late stage of transformation. Seizing the moment while the fury pill's effects lingered, Situ Yu lunged at Zhao Hao with a dagger. However, Zhao Hao did not evade. His desire was not only for Situ Yu to perish, but also to strip him of his fighting spirit before his demise. Clang! Situ Yu's dagger struck Zhao Hao's chest, yet bore no effect whatsoever. Witnessing the dagger fail to penetrate Zhao Hao's thin attire left Situ Yu feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. Zhao Hao swiftly seized Situ Yu's hands, gripping his arms before forcefully slamming him to the ground. Zhao Hao was relentless, delivering a series of blows without mercy. After a brief moment, under Zhao Hao's immense strength, Situ Yu collided with the ground repeatedly. It was only when Situ Yu was on the brink of unconsciousness that Zhao Hao released his already fractured hands. Why you? You are so powerful. I was wrong. Please spare me. I am also a disciple of the Chaoyang sect. Situ Yu began to plead for mercy. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hao chuckled. Where has that fierce spirit gone? I preferred your arrogant demeanor. You cannot kill me. My master is a powerful figure in the integration stage. Even the sect leader is no match for him. If you kill me, you will surely perish as well. Zhao Hao replied, enough. In my eyes, a powerful figure in the integration stage is merely that. I have stated, I will send you down first, and when the time is right, I shall reunite you with your master. With that, Zhao Hao swiftly severed Situ Yu's head with his sword. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang was engaged in a fierce battle with Tong Zhua. From the looks of it, Fang Ningxiang had the upper hand, pressing Tong Zhua back. Zhao Hao observed her performance with great satisfaction, for Fang Ningxiang had once ascended to the 93rd level of the trial tower, making her adept at fighting beyond her rank. As Zhao Hao dealt with Situ Yu, the battle neared its conclusion. The other core disciples gradually gained the upper hand against the demonic cultivators, who suffered heavy casualties. Fang Ningxiang seized an opening in Tong Zhua's defense, her sword striking like lightning, hitting him in the chest and sending him flying. His face was a mask of terror as he struggled to rise and flee. Noticing this, Zhao Hao executed a swift teleportation, appearing before Tong Zhua and pinning him down with a foot. Tong Zhua, filled with dread, cried out, "Spare me, I beg you." Zhao Hao coldly snorted, "You slaughter mortals. Your sins are unforgivable. You shall not be spared." With that, he swung his sword, and Tong Zhua's head rolled to the ground. At this juncture, all demonic cultivators have been eradicated. Fang Ningxiang approached Zhao Hao, praising, "Junior brother, you performed exceptionally today." Zhao Hao replied with a smile, "Senior sister is the truly formidable one, dominating Tong Zhua." After gathering their spoils from the demonic cultivators, the group set forth on their journey back to the Chaoyang sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao began to contemplate how to deal with the Grand Elder. Fang Ningxiang, upon seeing the corpse of Situ Yu on the ground, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. At this moment, the other 5 individuals approached Fang Ningxiang and stated, "Sister, just now, Situ Yu ambushed Zhao Hao during his confrontation with the demonic cultivator and was subsequently slain by Zhao. He truly got what he deserved." Upon hearing their words, Fang Ningxiang's fury intensified. "When we return, let it be said that Situ Yu perished at the hands of the demonic cultivator, and do not mention any involvement by Zhao. Otherwise, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly seek vengeance." The 5 nodded in agreement. "Then, senior sister, shall we retrieve Situ Yu's corpse?" Lin Feng inquired. "As a traitor to our sect, let his remains be left to the mercies of the wilderness. I would feel sullied merely touching his corpse." Fang Ningxiang seethed with anger at the thought of Situ Yu's betrayal. Subsequently, they severed the heads of the demonic cultivators and stored them within a spatial ring, as these heads served as their mission tokens. At that moment, within the evil blood sect, a disciple rushed frantically towards the main hall. Bursting into the hall, he found the sect master in discussion with the elders regarding significant matters. The sect master, Lu Xiefeng, felt a jolt of unease as he observed the panicked disciple. "Sect master, it's dire news. Tong Zhua's soul tablet has shattered," the disciple exclaimed. Tong Zhua was the sect's esteemed direct disciple and Lu Xiefeng's only apprentice. The news of his demise in the outside world ignited a fierce wrath within Lu Xiefeng. He had known that Tong Zhua had ventured near the Sunset Valley to slay mortals and elevate his cultivation, but never anticipated such a fate. Without hesitation, Lu Xiefeng turned to the first and second elders and commanded, "You two, accompany me swiftly to the Sunset Valley. I shall ensure the annihilation of those responsible for Tong Zhua's death." The trio took to the skies, heading towards the Sunset Valley. Upon their arrival at the scene, they were met with a sight of numerous headless corpses. Lu Xiefeng quickly located Tong Zhua's body, his rage boiling over. His fury was palpable. "Sectmaster, the murderer could not have strayed far. I can scent the lingering stench of blood. The second elder remarked. Lu Xiefeng regained his composure and declared, let us pursue them. The second elder immediately took off in the direction of Fang Ningxiang. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang and her companions were scouring the city for survivors. Thanks to Shangguan Mingyue's secret technique, they soon discovered a group of hidden children, terrified and sheltered by their parents before their demise. Fear not, you are safe now. Fang Ningxiang reassured them. One little girl asked, Sister, are my parents still alive? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Fang Ningxiang could only sigh in response. Sister, what shall we do with these children? Lin Feng approached her and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ningxiang replied, the sect's ancillary quarters could serve as a shelter. Let us bring them to the mountain. Zhao Hao, upon seeing the children, pondered for a moment before retrieving some nourishing pills from his spatial pouch to offer them. After the children consumed the fasting pills, they immediately felt an absence of hunger. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped them. Suddenly, 3 formidable presences surged towards their location, causing widespread panic among all. It was the ruffians of the Choyang sect who dared to harm my disciples. Today, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. Lu Xiefeng unleashed a colossal palm imprint toward the crowd. Fang Ningxiang drew her sword, attempting to counter with a wave of sword energy. However, the sword energy proved utterly inadequate against Lu Xiefeng, and as Fang Ningxiang beheld the palm imprint advancing towards them, anxiety gripped her heart. In that instant, Zhao Hao clenched his fist and struck directly at the palm imprint, shattering it with a thunderous impact. Lu Xiefeng and his companions had now arrived before them. To have dispelled my palm imprint, it is no wonder that Zhuer is no match for you. Now, tell me, who killed my disciple? Lu Xiefeng demanded. Zhao Hao replied, you must be referring to the one in the blood robe, correct? I was the one who ended his life. What of it? Do you have any objections? Lu Xiefeng glared at Zhao Hao, asserting, you have slain my disciple of the evil blood sect without cause. Today, you shall pay with your life. Zhao Hao nonchalantly dug at his ear and retorted, are you foolish? That group of demon cultivators slaughtered an entire city of mortals. It is only just that we avenged them. How can you claim it was without reason? Zhao Hao approached Fang Ningxiang, whispering, Sister, take these children to safety. I will handle these individuals. Fang Ningxiang looked at Zhao Hao with concern, favoring the idea of retreating with the others. Lu Xiefeng, now enraged, declared, how can the lives of mere mortals compare to that of my disciple? You are courting death. Zhao Hao shot back. We are not on the same wavelength. You seek vengeance, do you not? Then act. Why linger? Lu Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhao Hao's cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet he was able to withstand his palm imprint. This was indeed unusual. However, incited by rage, Lu Xiefeng unleashed his full power, delivering a strike toward Zhao Hao. In response, Zhao Hao met him with a punch. A resounding crash echoed as Lu Xiefeng was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, and his arm fractured. Impossible. I am at the late stage of integration. How could I not withstand your blow? Lu Xiefeng was now teetering on the brink of madness, disregarding his injured arm as he lunged at Zhao Hao once more. Blood demon rising. Lu Xiefeng's left hand conjured another terrifying palm imprint. Zhao Hao's resolve hardened. A sect capable of nurturing disciples who annihilate mortals could not be considered virtuous. He gathered all his strength into his right fist, channeling an immense force of 1 billion pounds towards his adversary. Bang! As the turbulent air dissipated, not a trace remained of Lu Xiefeng, reduced to mere remnants by the force. At that moment, the 2 elders, the great elder and the second elder, witnessing the scene, promptly began to flee at great speed. Zhao Hao observed their considerable distance, and, feeling it would be futile to pursue, refrained from chasing them. Meanwhile, the fleeing duo engaged in conversation, expressing their disdain. When did the Chaoyang sect acquire such formidable disciples capable of slaying the sect master? Yet, the great elder felt no sorrow with the sect master's demise. He saw an opportunity to ascend to leadership. Do not grieve, my brother, he reassured. Fortunately, we escaped. Otherwise, our evil blood sect would have suffered greatly. Zhao Hao, retracting his fist, turned to Fang Ningxiang and said, Sister, let us depart for the sect to spare our master any worry. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang and the other 5 direct disciples were in awe of Zhao Hao's prowess. Junior brother, how did you achieve this? She inquired. Zhao Hao, seeing her curious expression, couldn't help but smile. Sister, it's merely a matter of brute strength. My cultivation level is still at the foundation establishment stage. Fang Ningxiang approached Zhao Hao, pressing for the truth behind his remarkable strength. Zhao Hao finally revealed, "Sister, I simply consumed herbs more precious than dragon bloodgrass." The 5 onlookers were astonished by his words. It was a reward from overcoming the final level of the trial tower. Zhao Hao couldn't resist bringing up the trial tower's rewards again. Upon hearing this, Fang Ningxiang decided to let him off the hook. She then moved to an open area, retrieving a large flying vessel from her spatial storage. "Everyone, board the ship. We must depart." Zhao Hao and the others ushered the children onto the vessel, and Fang Ningxiang activated it, setting a course for the Chaoyang sect. After approximately half a day's journey, they returned to the sect. Fang Ningxiang arranged for the children to be taken to the miscellaneous duties department. "Steward, these children have lost their parents to demonic cultivators. I am placing them here. Please assign them tasks within your means. When they reach 13, impart the sect's miscellaneous cultivation techniques to them. If they succeed in Qi training within 3 years, they may stay. If not, they should descend the mountain to fend for themselves." The steward, aware of Fang Ningxiang's esteemed status as the sect master's disciple, replied, "Very well. Mississippi, I shall heed your instructions. Our department is not lacking in provisions for them." Subsequently, Fang Ningxiang led everyone to the task hall to report their mission. Given that this task was personally assigned by the sect master, the elders at the task hall treated it with utmost seriousness. Upon presenting the heads of the demonic cultivators, the elder rewarded each disciple with 20,000 points. At that moment, the great elder entered the task hall. "You have returned. Where is Situ Yu?" Fang Ningxiang replied. Situ Yu was ambushed and killed during the battle with the demonic cultivators. Chapter 32, Slaying the Great Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder was seething with rage. "You speak nonsense. It is undoubtedly you who conspired to murder Situ Yu, and now you dare to quibble." At this juncture, Zhao Hao stepped forward and addressed the Grand Elder. "Old dog, your disciple attempted to secretly strike me down while we were engaged in vanquishing the demon cultivators. And in the ensuing confrontation, I eliminated him. What say you to that? You must consider carefully. Situ Yu's actions were a betrayal of the sect, and his demise was well-deserved." The Grand Elder was now on the brink of fury. "You insolent wretch, since you confess, prepare to meet your end." The Grand Elder launched an attack at Zhao Hao. However, at that moment, the sect master arrived at the mission hall. "Halt!" Nangong Shuiyan raised her hand, effortlessly intercepting the Grand Elder's assault. Since Situ Yu was executed for slaughtering his fellow disciples, he brought this upon himself. The Grand Elder retorted, "Sect master, do not heed this boy's one-sided claims." Zhao Hao interjected, "Old dog, if you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with the other direct disciples to ascertain the truth." Hearing Zhao Hao repeatedly refer to him as old dog broke the Grand Elder's composure. He attacked Zhao Hao once more, but the sect master countered with a punch that sent the Grand Elder flying. "Speak. Is what Situ Yu claimed true?" The 5 direct disciples replied in unison, "Indeed. It was Situ Yu who initiated the assault. We were all engaged in exterminating the demon cultivators, and he alone turned against junior brother Zhao Hao. Have you heard that, Grand Elder? Others will not fabricate false testimonies. Moreover, I have serious suspicions that Situ Yu's actions were instigated by you. You should take this time to rest. Should I discover that you were behind this, I will act with righteous indignation against kin." The Grand Elder was taken aback, for he realized that Nangong Shuiyan had regained her strength, a fact he knew well, as she had long suffered under the torment of the demonic blood curse and had been incapable of fighting. "Sect master, Situ Yu's actions were his own and have no connection to me. I shall take my leave." The Grand Elder shot a resentful glance at Zhao Hao before departing. Inside, he was in a state of turmoil, having allied with several demonic factions to prepare an assault on the Chaoyang sect. His plan was to eliminate Nangong Shuiyan and seize the sect master's throne. Yet now, with Nangong Shuiyan's revival, there was an unforeseen complication. Upon returning to his quarters, the Grand Elder donned his night attire and stealthily exited the Chaoyang sect under the cover of darkness. No one knew his destination. However, Zhao Hao, observing everything with his divine sense, discerned the Grand Elder's unusual behavior. This old wretch is leaving the sect in the dead of night. It can hardly bode well. Zhao Hao's divine sense could extend over 1,000 kilometers. He tracked the Grand Elder, discovering that he had arrived at a demon cultivator sect situated merely 600 kilometers from Chaoyang sect, nestled within a mountain range, easily within Zhao Hao's reach. Inside the demon sect, someone inquired, "What brings you here?" Do we not agree to make contact discreetly? The one posing the question was the leader of the demonic cultivation sect. Your haste in coming here may expose our sect's location, remarked the Grand Elder. The situation has changed. That old witch, Nangong Shuiyin, seems to have lifted the blood curse and appears to have regained her strength. The leader of the demonic sect replied, no matter. Even if another late-stage cultivator joins the fray, it is of little consequence. Our strength remains overwhelmingly superior. When the time comes, you shall dismantle the sect's defensive array, and we shall surely seize victory swiftly. Very well, the Grand Elder responded. On the appointed day, I shall directly dismantle the sect's great array. Upon overhearing their conversation, Zhao Hao discerned their intentions. He made his way to a location 10 miles from his sect, awaiting the Grand Elder's return. At that moment, the Grand Elder was on his way back, seething with hatred for Zhao Hao. You dare to kill my disciple? This time, I shall ensure that you find no escape. However, as the Grand Elder neared the sect, he suddenly heard Zhao Hao's voice. You're out quite late, Grand Elder. Do take care to rest. Do not wear yourself out over sect matters. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the Grand Elder retorted, what a stroke of luck. To find you here without effort. You dare to venture out alone. Zhao Hao, are you foolish or merely audacious? In response, Zhao Hao boldly declared, what? You traitor. Are you preparing to conspire with others to breach our sect's defensive array? If I were to inform the leader of your treachery, do you think you would escape execution? The Grand Elder's pupils constricted upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. How did you come to know of this? Have you been following me? Observing the Grand Elder's expression, Zhao Hao firmly stated, remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. The Grand Elder's visage twisted with malevolence. Since you're already aware, I cannot allow you to live. The Grand Elder drew his great blade and swung it at Zhao Hao. In response, Zhao Hao unleashed the first form of the star-shattering fist, initial manifestation of the shattered star. The two forces collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. With a resounding crash, the Grand Elder's blade shattered into fragments. Stunned, the Grand Elder exclaimed, this is impossible. You are merely at the initial stage of foundation building. How can you possess such strength? Yet, Zhao Hao did not hesitate and launched another punch towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, still reeling from Zhao Hao's might, did not evade and struck back with his own fist. With a mighty crash, Zhao Hao's punch reduced the Grand Elder to a mere pile of flesh. After dispatching the Grand Elder, Zhao Hao chose not to disclose the incident. He understood that the demonic sect would undoubtedly proceed with their original plan. He needed to return swiftly to inform the leader. Upon returning to the Chaiyang sect, Zhao Hao directly approached Nangong Shuiyin and revealed the conspiracy he had overheard. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shuiyin's countenance grew grave, astonished at the audacity of the Grand Elder. Without delay, she summoned the disciples to strategize their response. On one hand, they fortified the sect's defenses, while on the other, they dispatched elite disciples to lay ambushes around the sect. However, the number of demonic cultivators planning an assault remained uncertain, leaving Nangong Shuiyin without a strategy for counteraction. After Zhao Hao concluded his remarks, he retreated to his own cave dwelling, utterly unconcerned about the impending attack. For his physical strength now rivaled that of a sage-level cultivator. That night, Nangong Shuiyin arrived at the place of cultivation of the sect's ancestral elders, revealing to them the collusion of the Grand Elder with external foes. I sense that this young man harbored rebellious thoughts from the very beginning. Yet you insisted on appointing him as the Grand Elder. Fortunately, we uncovered this plot in time. Otherwise, our Chaiyang sect would have been in grave peril, remarked an elderly man with a beard as white as snow. The ancestral elders present had all reached the consummate stage of the fusion realm and were striving to break through to the tribulation stage. Shuiyin, rest assured, should formidable enemies indeed come knocking, we old ones will certainly take action. Chapter 33. Another gift of Feng Ningxiang elixir. Shuiyin expressed her gratitude to the elders, bowing respectfully before them. Shuiyin, since you claim the Grand Elder has turned traitor, do be wary of the Ninth Elder. He shares a remarkably close relationship with the Grand Elder, one of the elders cautioned. Nangong Shuiyin responded, Elder, I understand. After her departure, the elders resumed their conversation. Have you noticed the surging blood aura surrounding Shuiyin? It is quite alarming. Indeed, this girl must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. We may have a successor at last. Strange, but it appears her demonic blood curse has been lifted. Could it be that she has acquired dragon blood? The elders felt an overwhelming sense of joy. for they saw hope in Nangong Shuyan. Ah, we should focus on our cultivation. If we can break through, perhaps we can extend our lives for a few more years. At this moment, Nangong Shuyan arrived at the main hall of the sect, summoning a sect assembly. Once all the elders had gathered, she announced in recent days, "The Grand Elder has inexplicably departed from the sect and has yet to return. If anyone possesses any information regarding his whereabouts, please speak up." At this point, the ninth elder exhibited an unusual demeanor, clearly distracted. "Sect Master, the Grand Elder may have gone out to gather essential spirit herbs and might be gone for many days," he suggested. Upon hearing the ninth elder's words, Nangong Shuyan felt a surge of conviction regarding the elder's suspicions. Oh, does the ninth elder know what spirit herbs the Grand Elder is collecting? If enemies were to invade during this time, with the Grand Elder absent and my own injuries, the sect would be in peril. The ninth elder, upon hearing her words, secretly reveled in his delight, thinking to himself, "With you injured and relying solely on a few ancestral elders, how could the sect possibly be protected?" The smile at the corner of the ninth elder's lips did not escape Nangong Shuyan's notice, further solidifying her belief that he was indeed the traitor. However, Nangong Shuyan chose not to expose the matter on the spot, for evidence was required to ascertain whether one was a traitor. Otherwise, it would incite panic among the people. Elder Zhao promptly declared, "Rest assured, Sect Master, should any external enemies invade, aside from the Grand Elder, we shall vow to defend against them with our lives." The other elders also made similar assurances. Nangong Shuyan nodded, a look of gratification gracing her features. With such loyalty from the elders, she felt reassured. Yet, the Grand Elder's whereabouts remained uncertain, and it was imperative to dispatch someone to search for him. "Elder Zhao, you share a close relationship with the Grand Elder. I entrust this matter to you," she said. Elder Zhao was taken aback, but dared not decline. Thus he acquiesced. After the meeting adjourned, Elder Zhao did not seek out the Grand Elder, but instead began to contact several stewards in charge of the sect's formations. Remember, during this time, do not draw the sect master's attention. Maintain a low profile. The stewards assured him. "Rest easy, Elder Zhao. We are here every day, awaiting your orders." Elder Zhao left, satisfied. At that moment, Zhao Hao was in Fang Ningxiang's cave abode, and the two were discussing important matters. "Sister, avoid leaving the sect unless absolutely necessary. There may soon be a great battle, so remain vigilant," Zhao Hao cautioned. Fang Ningxiang, upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, immediately asked, "Junior brother, do you know something?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Hao decided to be candid with her. "Sister, not long ago, the Grand Elder went to negotiate with the demonic sect regarding the annihilation of our sect. I learned of this, and, on the way back, I killed him." Fang Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. "Junior brother, I did not expect you to be capable of slaying the Grand Elder. But have you informed Master of this?" she inquired. "I have already told Master. However, the sect master is kept under wraps, suspecting that there may be others within the sect who are allied with the Grand Elder," Zhao Hao replied. Fang Ningxiang became increasingly alert upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. Zhao Hao continued, "Sister, I merely wish to forewarn you. Do not be overly anxious. The sect master is currently quite formidable." With that, Zhao Hao flashed a mysterious smile. Fang Ningxiang couldn't help but recall that Master was injured. But now, Zhao Hao claimed Master was strong, indicating that the injuries had been healed, most certainly by Zhao Hao himself. As night deepened, Zhao Hao felt it inappropriate to linger in Fang Ningxiang's cave abode and took his leave. Fang Ningxiang, meanwhile, continued her cultivation, aspiring to elevate her strength once more. "This is the last clear enlightenment pill. May my frost sword technique reach its pinnacle." Upon returning to his own cave, Zhao Hao also entered a state of cultivation, eager to swiftly enhance his prowess. Since consuming the aptitude enhancement pill, his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. He took out the Chaos Divine Pill, which had been returned to him by Wu Daong after he had initially gifted it to the miscellaneous disciples. After ingesting the Chaos Divine Pill, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to stir vigorously. However, Zhao Hao remained unperturbed, continuously circulating the Pure Yang Skills foundational chapter. The mid-foundation stage required the solidification of the liquid spiritual energy within the dantian. Zhao Hao immediately decided to experiment. As the Chaos Divine Pill was absorbed, his spiritual energy transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The previously silver-white spiritual energy was gradually assimilated by the golden energy. At this moment, Zhao Hao's dantian began to expand once more. Initially already significantly larger than a lake, it grew even more immense. After approximately 6 hours, Zhao Hao finally finished absorbing the Chaos Divine Pill. However, he remained in the early stages of foundation establishment. The only changes were the expansion of his dantian and the transformation of his spiritual energy into a golden color. After some contemplation, Zhao Hao pondered why his spiritual energy had not progressed toward solidification. Upon investigation, he discovered that his dantian had not yet reached its limit. Only upon reaching its maximum capacity would he enter the stage of spiritual energy solidification. As for the reason his dantian was larger than others, Zhao Hao could only surmise that his robust physique had elevated the upper limit of his dantian. Noticing that his chaos pill was depleted, Zhao Hao promptly made his way to Fang Ningxiang's cave abode. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang was diligently practicing the frost sword technique. Seeing Zhao Hao enter, she inquired, "Junior brother, is there something you need?" Zhao Hao, captivated by Fang Ningxiang's graceful figure and her enchanting visage, which was further accentuated by her training, found himself momentarily distracted. Fang Ningxiang, noticing his unusual demeanor, blushed and lowered her head. After a brief moment to gather his thoughts, Zhao Hao replied, "Senior sister, I have brought you some elixirs. I know you must be in need after your breakthrough." He presented her with a storage ring. Fang Ningxiang took the ring, examining it closely, and was astonished to find it filled with numerous elixirs she could currently use. Transformation pills, talent enhancement pills, and even clarity pills. Her heart raced, for these were precisely what she required. Blushing, she gazed intently at Zhao Hao and asked, "Junior brother, why are you being so kind to me?" After speaking, she shyly lowered her gaze. "Senior sister, you are the only senior sister of my master. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well?" Zhao Hao replied. Fang Ningxiang contemplated returning the elixirs, but reason told her that she truly needed them at this moment. Finally, she approached and planted a soft kiss on Zhao Hao's cheek, saying, "Junior brother, thank you. I shall accept the elixirs you have given me." Zhao Hao, still recovering from the surprise of receiving such a tender gesture from his senior sister, chuckled to himself as he exited her cave abode. Ding! The system detected that the host had gifted 19 transformation pills, a billion-fold quality, return granted 19 second-rank Chaos Divine pills. Ding! The system noted the host had gifted 19 talent enhancement pills, a billion-fold quality, return yielded 19 random Great Tao Divine Body pills. Ding! The system registered the host had gifted 18 clarity pills, a billion-fold quality, return produced 18 divine-level enlightenment pills. Hearing the system's notifications, Zhao Hao was elated. He finally had high-grade elixirs to cultivate with. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhao Hao promptly consumed the second transformation Chaos Divine Pill. As the elixir entered his body, he immediately resumed his cultivation techniques, causing the Divine Pill to further expand his dantian. With the consumption of the pill, Zhao Hao's dantian finally reached its pinnacle. The remaining potency did not continue to enlarge the dantian, but rather transformed into golden spiritual energy, beginning to fill it. As the golden energy increased, it gradually transitioned from a liquid state to a solid form within Zhao Hao's dantian. He diligently honed this spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and all the spiritual energy within his dantian had begun to solidify. The second transformation, Chaos Divine Pill, Zhao Hao had ingested was nearing depletion. The energy contained within this pill converted into spiritual power almost entirely free of impurities, which brought Zhao Hao immense joy. Once the vast amount of solidified spiritual energy had compacted, it took on the form of a massive orb. Zhao Hao realized he had swiftly advanced from the initial phase of foundation establishment to its completion. Once his golden core successfully transformed, he would ascend to the golden core stage of cultivation. Zhao Hao then commenced the operation of the Pure Yang Technique S Golden Core chapter. Subsequently, the golden orb within him began to rotate incessantly, gradually compressing until it directly manifested as a golden core. The density of this core was tremendous. Should it explode, the repercussions would be unfathomable. As Zhao Hao circulated the Pure Yang Technique through several cycles, he directly stepped into the golden core stage. With a single golden core swallowed, he declared, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." At that moment, Zhao Hao felt the formidable power of his golden core stage. With his realm stabilized, he refrained from further breakthroughs, knowing he needed to temper his cultivation through battle. Zhao Hao exhaled deeply and rose to his feet, making his way to the back mountain of the personal disciple area. He intended to consume the sword intent pill here. Zhao Hao realized he needed to master the sword intent himself. Relying solely on his physical strength would lead to stagnation in his cultivation. After consuming the sword intent pill, he immediately drew forth his long sword and began to practice. He repeatedly honed the 3 moves of the swift wind sword technique. As Zhao Hao practiced, he gradually sensed a subtle, yet profound intent emerging within him. He understood that the sword intent pill was at work. Ding! The system detected the consumption of a sword intent pill and returned 100 million sword intent pills. Zhao Hao paid no heed to the system's notification, instead focusing intently on the emerging intent. With continued practice, an extraordinary aura enveloped his long sword, embodying the essence of wind as perceived through the swift wind sword technique. Zhao Hao slowly delved into this comprehension. Soon, the wind's essence grew denser, and he sensed that his understanding was nearing completion. He recognized that his sword intent was on the verge of birth. Continuing his practice, he repeatedly executed the sword moves of the swift wind sword technique. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly sensed an enigmatic force coursing through his sword techniques. He realized this was the essence of sword intent. Zhao Hao immersed himself in the experience of this mysterious power, gradually gaining clarity. With relentless practice, he could wield his sword intent with effortless mastery. The sword intent had finally manifested. Next, he could consume a sword intent pill to enhance his proficiency. Eagerly, Zhao Hao ingested another pill, and in an instant, a tremendous force surged into his consciousness, clarifying the intricacies of his sword intent. The sword in his hand moved with increasing swiftness, as the essence of wind seamlessly fused with his sword intent, slicing through the air and leaving delicate fissures in its wake. At this moment, Zhao Hao was oblivious to all else, lost in the profound understanding of sword intent. Each swing of his sword refined the essence further. As his mastery grew, he felt as though he had become one with the wind, his form flickering unpredictably, and the shadows of his blade flitted like phantoms. Suddenly, the tranquility of the rear mountain was shattered as a formidable spirit beast was drawn to his sword intent. Zhao Hao's expression sharpened. He resolved to test the power of his sword intent against this creature. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword, imbued with fierce intent, directly at the beast. This spirit beast was a low-level 4th-tier creature, perfectly suited for testing his abilities. Sensing the imminent threat of Zhao Hao's advancing sword, the beast instinctively evaded. Yet, Zhao Hao relentlessly employed his sword intent, which the beast recognized as a significant danger. Rather than relying on physical strength, Zhao Hao confronted the beast through cultivation and sword intent alone. The spirit beast, aware of the unique power emanating from the sword, continued to dodge cautiously. Although Zhao Hao was merely at the golden core stage, the beast did not dare to underestimate him. As the battle unfolded, Zhao Hao began to appreciate the might of his sword intent. Previously, his victories in higher-tier confrontations had been reliant on the attachment of spiritual force. Now, he could achieve similar results through his sword intent alone. The spirit beast, growing increasingly agitated, lunged at Zhao Hao. With a decisive strike, Zhao Hao cleaved at the beast's head, creating a gaping wound in its hardened skull. In response to its injury, the beast became more ferocious in its assault. The two continued their fierce engagement, but the spirit beast soon bore numerous wounds. In a desperate maneuver, it raised its claws to block Zhao Hao's sword and then retreated swiftly into the depths of the mountain. Zhao Hao, taken aback by the beast's retreat, chose not to pursue it. At that moment, he felt his sword intent had reached a mastery of 20, drawing tantalizingly close to a more profound understanding. Continuing his endeavor, Zhao Hao consumed another sword intent pill and resumed his practice. The enhancement of his sword intent was visibly apparent. 3 hours later, his sword intent achieved great mastery, and after 6 hours, it reached perfection. By this time, he had consumed nearly 20 sword intent pills. Subsequently, Zhao Hao sheathed his sword and made his way towards his cave residence. Along the journey, he observed numerous disciples engaged in rigorous training, seemingly preparing for an impending battle. Zhao Hao remained unaware of the preparations made by his master. Chapter 35. The senior sister bestows treasures upon me upon returning to his cave. Zhao Hao once again extended his consciousness to the demonic sects previously visited by the elder. At that moment, the demonic sect was teeming with individuals. "Brother Zhao, you summoned us, do speak," the newly appointed leader of the evil blood sect proclaimed. My purpose in gathering you all is to launch an assault on the Chaoyang sect, declared the leader of the Demon Blade sect. Attacking the Chaoyang sect offers no tangible benefits. Why should we engage in such an endeavor? Questioned a burly man bearing a scar across his face. Esteemed colleagues, the spiritual veins beneath the Chaoyang sect are of mid-grade quality. Are you not tempted? I have learned that within the depths lies not one, but 5 mid-grade spiritual veins, replied the Scar Man, the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. Indeed, while the allure of the spiritual veins is undeniable, they alone are insufficient to compel my Yellow Spring sect into action. The leader of the Demon Blade sect, who had previously encountered the Elder, reiterated, if you choose to attack the Chaoyang sect, my Demon Blade sect will forego any claims to the spiritual veins or treasures within their sect's vaults, provided we acquire the storage ring of their leader. The leader of the Yellow Spring sect retorted, Zhao Hao, why such benevolence? This is not in keeping with your usual demeanor. Zhao Hao promptly responded, it is primarily due to that old witch, Nangong Xuan, who previously seized a precious artifact from my Demon Blade sect, and I have long sought to reclaim it. At this juncture, the leader of the Ghost King sect, who had remained silent thus far, interjected, our Ghost King sect shall participate. The Chaoyang sect has slain many of our disciples in the past, and now is the perfect opportunity to eradicate them. Thereafter, our disciples shall freely collect the souls of mortals. Zhao Hao's motivation to attack the Chaoyang sect stemmed from a command issued by the Demon Clan, demanding he retrieve a key from Nangong Xuan. This key was a treasure unearthed by Nangong Xuan during her exploration of a secret realm, which later fell into the hands of a young demon. Following a fierce battle, Nangong Xuan was cursed by the blood of demons, but managed to escape by sheer fortune. The young demon had since been fixated on the key, as it was tied to the legacy of a great emperor. The Demon Clan refrained from directly annihilating the Chaoyang sect due to the constant vigilance of the human race's sacred lands and imperial sects, which were ever watchful of the Demon Clan's movements. An attack on a human sect would undoubtedly incite a great war. Currently, the Demon Clan was clandestinely amassing strength, biding their time, for the moment was not yet ripe, and they could only endure. The newly appointed leader of the Evil Blood sect, who was also their elder, found himself hesitating, aware of Zhao Hao's formidable prowess, having witnessed him dispatch their former leader with a single strike. Esteemed colleagues, the Chaoyang sect is not as unassuming as it appears. They harbor formidable experts. Upon hearing the words of the leader of the Evil Blood sect, laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhao Hao remarked that their greatest strength lay in the 5 fully realized cultivators, and that the 4 sects could dispatch 10 fully realized cultivators this time, making it exceedingly easy to annihilate them. The other 2 sect leaders concurred, asserting that there was nothing to fear. At that moment, the leader of the Evil Blood sect pondered whether the young man had consumed a pill to enhance his strength, enabling him to vanquish the sect leader. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Ultimately, the 4 demon cultivators sect leaders agreed to launch an assault on the Chaoyang sect in 5 days. The Demon Blade sect would send 4 fully realized ancestors, while the other 3 sects would each contribute 2. Moreover, all 4 leaders would accompany their elders, and approximately 50,000 ordinary disciples would be mobilized, distributed among the 4 sections. Everyone, I have good news to share, announced the leader of the Demon Blade sect. The Grand Elder, 7th Elder, and 9th Elder of the Chaoyang sect will open the protective formation, allowing us to storm indirectly. Upon hearing their discussion, Zhao Hao felt a sense of clarity. He then used his spiritual sense to track the members of the other 3 sects and swiftly discern their locations. Emerging from his cave, he promptly made his way to Nangong Xuan's dwelling. At that moment, Nangong Xuan was engrossed in her cultivation. Upon noticing Zhao Hao's arrival, she immediately inquired, Zhao Hao, what brings you here? Zhao Hao was somewhat taken aback by his master's calm demeanor. Master, I have come to inform you of the demon cultivators' planned assault on us. Nangong Xuan replied, Zhao Hao, do you know when they will attack? Yes, master, Zhao Hao affirmed. They will strike in 5 days, deploying 10 fully realized cultivators, along with approximately 30 more in the merging stage. Furthermore, our 7th and 9th elders will open the formation to allow them entry. Nangong Xuan fixed her gaze upon Zhao Hao and asked, Can I trust you, Zhao Hao? Noticing her intense scrutiny, Zhao Hao responded, Master, in which regard do you seek my assurance? She continued, I have been informed by Ningxiang about your defeat of the Evil Blood sect's leader. I wish to understand the extent of your capabilities. Zhao Hao reassured her, "Rest assured, Master, my physical strength has reached formidable levels. I will lend my aid when the time comes." Nangong Shuyan felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words. "Thank you, Zhao Hao. As for the 7th and 9th elders, I shall handle that. You need not worry." After Zhao Hao heard his master's words, he prepared to take his leave. However, as he turned to exit, Nangong Shuyan cautioned, "Zhao Hao, please look after your senior sister. Ningxiang is an orphan I brought in from outside, and she cares for you deeply. Do not let her feel sorrow." Zhao Hao paused at her words before departing. Upon returning to his own dwelling, he discovered that he still possessed 20 fury pills within his spatial storage. Zhao Hao contemplated leaving behind a single pill, intending to gift the remainder to his senior sister to stimulate her return. However, just as he was preparing to visit Fang Ningxiang's cave dwelling, she knocked on his door. "Senior sister, do you seek me for something?" Zhao Hao inquired as he welcomed her inside. Fang Ningxiang replied, "Junior brother, I wish to inform you that you are now a direct disciple and may practice the sect's profound techniques." Zhao Hao responded, "Senior sister, I currently have no intention of changing my cultivation methods. Perhaps I shall reconsider at a later time." Observing Fang Ningxiang's demeanor, he sensed she had something significant to discuss. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao refrained from asking, hoping she would reveal it on her own. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang said, "Junior brother, I wish to present you with a treasure, hoping it may assist you." She produced an ancient box from her storage ring and slowly opened it, revealing a jade pendant that radiated a gentle glow. This jade pendant, known as the Lingxi Jade, possesses the ability to protect its master and conceal one's presence. With the impending threat of demonic cultivators, I hope it proves beneficial to you. She spoke tenderly. A warmth surged within Zhao Hao as he accepted the pendant, feeling a soothing energy flow into his body. "Senior sister, thank you. I will ensure its safety," he vowed, carefully stowing the pendant away. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly recalled the matter of the fury pills, presenting 19 of them to Fang Ningxiang. "Senior sister, please accept these 19 fury pills. They may prove useful in critical times." Although she initially intended to decline, upon seeing Zhao Hao's resolute expression, she nodded in acceptance. A notification chimed, indicating the system detected the donation of 19 fury pills, resulting in a return of 19 pinnacle emperor-grade pills of 100 million times their quality. Zhao Hao felt a surge of joy. It appeared he had reaped considerable rewards this time. The two engaged in further discussion regarding strategies to confront the demonic cultivators before Fang Ningxiang took her leave. Chapter 36. The Demonic Cultivator's Assault. Zhao Hao retrieved a pinnacle emperor-grade pill to examine its effects. The system responded directly. Pinnacle Emperor Pill. Consuming it will elevate any realm to the Pinnacle Emperor stage for a duration of 1 hour. Zhao Hao was astonished that a pill designed to elevate one realm could yield such an extraordinary return. His spirits soared. He felt equipped to handle any troubles that may arise. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang, in her cave, held the fury pills, her heart filled with sweetness. 5 days swiftly passed, and Zhao Hao awakened from his cultivation. Today marked the day of the demonic cultivator's attack on the sect. Nangong Shuyan summoned all sect disciples to the plaza. "Esteemed disciples, we have received word that the demonic cultivators are mobilizing forces to launch an assault on our Chaoyang sect, uniting strength far surpassing our own. I fear this may be a challenging ordeal for us. I now offer an opportunity. Any disciple wishing to leave the sect may do so. After all, seeking to escape in the face of life and death is understandable." With these words, Nangong Shuyan awaited the disciples' choices in silence. Nangong Shuyan sought to seize this opportunity to expel those disciples of poor character from the sect. As her words resonated, disciples began to step forward. Initially, it was merely the outer disciples, but soon numerous inner disciples joined them, and ultimately a few core disciples also stood up. Even some from a miscellaneous servant area, including Guan Xin, rose to the occasion. "I keep my word. Any disciple wishing to leave shall not be hindered. But know that we will no longer share the same sect," Nangong Shuyan declared. With the departure of the first disciple, those who had stood up began their descent down the mountain. In the end, the sect's ranks were reduced by at least 30%. Yet Nangong Shuyan felt a sense of relief. Expelling the disloyal would be beneficial for the sect's development. Now, for those who remain, I hope everyone prepares for battle. The demonic cultivators are approaching swiftly. Subsequently, the overseer of the miscellaneous servants led them deep into the mountains of the sect. Nangong Shuyan commanded that all those who did not leave must be taken to safety within the depths of the sect, for they could offer little assistance. Many were mere mortals, and participation in battle would only lead to their demise. At that moment, the 7th and 9th elders exchanged glances, puzzled as to why the Grand Elder had not yet emerged. 7th Elder, with the Grand Elder absent. We shall have our people activate the formation and proceed directly to confront the demonic cultivators, avoiding any risk of friendly fire, the 9th Elder proposed. Understood, Ol 9. The two began to communicate through their thoughts. Beside Nangong Shuyan stood 5 esteemed ancestors of the sect. Zhao Hao stood alongside Fong Ningxiang, scanning the crowd until he spotted Ouyang Gui and Shun Feng, who had not departed. A wave of comfort washed over him, knowing that the friends he had chosen possessed commendable character. At that moment, Ouyang Gui was conversing with Shun Feng. Shun Feng, why did you not leave? We are facing life-threatening danger ahead. Ouyang Gui inquired. I merely feel that I have finally joined the outer sect. If I were to flee due to danger, I could never forgive myself. Shun Feng tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. And you, Ouyang Gui, what compels you to stay? Ouyang Gui chuckled nonchalantly. Because I wish to surpass Zhao Hao. If I leave, how can I ever realize that ambition? However, I did see my brother leave earlier, and now I am quite perplexed. I am unsure if the sect can endure this crisis. Brother, do not worry. We will surely survive. Shun Feng reassured him. Indeed, let us strive together. Ouyang Gui smiled at Zhao Hao as he caught sight of him. Just as the crowd fell into a moment of quietude, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A fleet of flying ships soared above the sect, heralding the arrival of forces from the Mo Dao sect, Xie Shui sect, Huang Quan sect, and Gui Wang sect. The leader of the Magic Blade sect, Zhao Hao, stood at the forefront, flanked by 4 fully realized ancestors, along with numerous elders and disciples. The forces of the other 3 sects were also neatly arranged, exuding a fierce aura. Nangong Shuyan. Today marks the day of your Chaoyang sect's annihilation. Zhao Hao declared loudly. Nangong Shuyan scoffed, is that so? Just look at yourselves. The tension between the 2 factions escalated, and a grand battle seemed imminent. Zhao Hao surveyed the opposing forces and noted their abundance of high-tier combatants. At that moment, the 7th Elder and the 9th Elder led their disciples to destroy the foundation of the formation, causing the grand array in the sky to dissipate. They then soared towards the realm of the demonic cultivators. 7th Elder, 9th Elder, how dare you betray us? I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The 2nd Elder exclaimed. Meanwhile, the 7th and 9th Elders had already reached the demonic cultivator's ship. Well done. Once we eliminate the high-tier forces of the Chaoyang sect, we will certainly appoint you as the sect leader and deputy leader of the Chaoyang sect, Zhao Hao said with delight. Thank you, sect leader Zhao. But we are quite worried as we have lost track of our leader. The 9th Elder replied. Zhao Hao responded, I have not seen your leader either, but there is no need for concern at this moment. Our advantage in high-tier combatants renders one less person inconsequential. Ancestors, let us advance. With that, Zhao Hao led the sect's ancestors, elders, and disciples into the fray, closely followed by the 7th and 9th Elders. Just as they approached within 10 meters of the plaza, Nangong Shuyan shouted now. In that instant, several corners of the sect lit up, and a new formation materialized, ensnaring Zhao Hao and his companions within its bounds. While the forces of the Evil Blood sect, the Yellow Spring sect, and the Ghost King sect were kept at bay outside the formation, Nangong Shuyan commanded, 5th Ancestor, ensure the safety of the array's foundation. Everyone else, follow me into battle. Zhao Hao, taken aback, could not fathom why the Chaoyang sect had prepared a new formation. A glimmer of icy light flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the 7th and 9th Elders. Before they could react, Nangong Shuyan charged toward Zhao Hao. At this moment, the sect disciples began to engage the disciples of the Magic Blade sect. With only the Magic Blade sect having entered, the Chaoyang sect's numbers quickly gained the upper hand. Zhao Hao found himself embroiled in combat with the direct disciples of the Magic Blade sect, dispatching them with swift strikes that elicited their anguished cries. Soon, Fong Ningxiang led the direct disciples of the Chaoyang sect in a brutal onslaught. Initially, Zhao Hao was anxious about the potential casualties among his direct disciples, but upon seeing Nangong Shuyan charging towards him, his fury erupted. He brandished his blade to meet her attack. However, with a single stroke, Nangong Shuyan deftly sent Zhao Hao's massive blade flying from his grasp. Chapter 37. The Annihilation of the Enemy. Zhao Sihai stared in disbelief. At that moment, Nangong Shuiyan's long sword lunged towards Zhao Sihai's chest. Zhao Sihai immediately drew a shield to defend himself. The sword pierced through the shield effortlessly. Discarding the shield, Zhao Sihai retreated in shock. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Did you not fall victim to the blood curse? Panic engulfed him. Yet, Nangong Shuiyan offered Zhao no opportunity for reprieve, swiftly striking again. In desperation, Zhao Sihai fled towards the elder of his sect, shouting, "Elder, save me!" However, Nangong Shuiyan, now endowed with formidable strength and speed, intercepted him before he could reach the elder, driving her sword through his heart. "You! I hate you!" Zhao Sihai gasped his last breath. Nangong Shuiyan then turned her gaze upon the 7th and 9th elders. "Are you aware of the consequences of betrayal?" The 2 elders trembled before her, their legs quaking in fear. The 7th elder stammered, "Sect Master, I was misled. Grant me a chance." The 9th elder echoed, "Sect Master, it was the 1st elder who incited us. We truly did not mean it." Nangong Shuiyan's expression remained icy. "Go plead with your 1st elder." With that, she swiftly severed their necks with her blades. Both elders, at the pinnacle of their cultivation, stood no chance against her onslaught. Clutching their throats, they emitted cries of despair. After dispatching them, a brilliant ray of sword light surged forth, annihilating the treacherous disciples of the Chaiyang sect. Outside the formation, the members of the 3 sects grew anxious. Their 6 perfected ancestors relentlessly assaulted the formation, yet it showed no signs of yielding. The tension was palpable. Observing the battle among her sect's disciples, Nangong Shuiyan noted that they were coordinating their efforts against a single disciple of the Demon Blade sect, which eased her concerns. Her focus shifted back to the battlefield of the perfected ancestors. With her sword in hand, she approached an elder of the Demon Blade sect from behind and struck decisively. The elder, locked in combat with the ancestor of the Chaiyang sect, felt a chill at his back and instinctively evaded, though not without sustaining a deep gash on his arm. "You despicable fiend! You dare to launch a sneak attack!" he exclaimed, yet Nangong Shuiyan pressed on, relentless in her pursuit. "Curse one, old two, disrupt their formation's foundation," shouted another elder engaged with a different ancestor of the Chaiyang sect, feigning a strike before darting towards the formation's base. However, the 5th ancestor, stationed to defend the base under Nangong Shuiyan's orders, intercepted him, and a fierce battle ensued. Witnessing this, Nangong Shuiyan continued her relentless pursuit of the elder of the Demon Blade sect, the venerable ancestor of the Demon Blade sect. Upon spotting the approaching Nangong Shuiyan and realizing escape was futile, confronted her head-on. However, with but a single strike, he found his weapon sent flying. In a swift motion, Nangong Shuiyan slashed her sword across his neck, and the ancestor met his demise. At this juncture, the battle was decisively in favor of the disciples of the Chaiyang sect. Zhao Hao occasionally intervened to rescue disciples in peril, resulting in minimal casualties for Chaiyang sect. Observing 5 ancestors besieging 3 from the Demon Blade sect, Nangong Shuiyan felt a sense of relief. Glancing at those outside the formation, she swiftly appeared beyond its confines, launching her sword at the 3 ancestral figures assaulting the array. The 6 adversaries, upon noticing her presence outside, were instantly elated and began to encircle her. Nangong Shuiyan unleashed the full might of her physical strength, equivalent to 100 million pounds. The onslaught of 6 assailants rained down upon her like a tempest, yet she remained as unyielding as a mountain. Channeling her spiritual energy, she harmonized it flawlessly with her physical prowess, wielding her sword to conjure fierce gusts of sword energy that enveloped her foes. One ancestor attempted a surprise attack from the side, but Nangong Shuiyan's keen perception allowed her to evade and counter with a swift thrust of her sword. The ancestor hastily raised his guard but was met with a force that numbed his arm. Witnessing this, the remaining ancestors intensified their assault. Undeterred, Nangong Shuiyan executed her unique movement technique, deftly maneuvering among the 6 adversaries. Suddenly, she seized the opportune moment, concentrating her entire strength at the tip of her sword, and lunged towards the heart of one ancestor. The ancestor, taken aback, sought to evade but found it too late. With a resounding thrust, her sword pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he gradually succumbed to the ground. The remaining 5, witnessing this, became frenzied in their attacks. Yet, Nangong Shuiyan grew ever more resolute, her gaze reflecting determination and resolve. Amidst this fierce clash, she suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. It was a hidden, tribulation stage elder from the evil blood sect, who had been observing in the shadows. Now, seeing the dire situation, he could no longer refrain from intervening. With a devastating strike, he unleashed the demon blade slash, its blade radiating like black lightning towards Nangong Shuiyan. Sensing the overwhelming threat, she dared not underestimate it. She summoned her entire spiritual energy, elevating her physical strength to its zenith. Her sword erupted with dazzling brilliance as it met the oncoming assault. The collision produced a thunderous roar, causing fissures to appear in the surrounding space. Though Nangong Shuiyan was pushed back several steps by the tremendous force, she quickly regained her footing, her gaze unwavering as she charged once more toward the elder. Meanwhile, the other 5 perfected ancestors began to converge upon her. At that moment, Zhao Hao stepped forward to confront the 5. Did I not say you could not surround her? How dare you speak to us in such a tone, you insolent wretch? You seek death. Zhao Hao boldly confronted the oncoming enemy patriarch with his longsword. In a single stroke, he severed the foe's head from his shoulders, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the remaining 4 adversaries. However, Zhao Hao was not inclined to grant them any reprieve. He swiftly dispatched each of them in turn, severing their heads with a singular, lethal precision. Surveying the surrounding sect masters and elders who dared not advance, he collected the storage rings of the 5 slain. Zhao Hao then turned his attention to the fierce battle between Nangong Shuiyan and the ancient monster of the evil blood sect, choosing not to intervene. At that moment, Nangong Shuiyan had gained the upper hand, her opponent's spiritual energy severely depleted, rendering him increasingly unable to withstand her formidable physical strength. Just as she was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the ancient monster, he unexpectedly produced a mysterious black token from within his robes. The token exuded an eerie aura, warping the space around them. Seizing the opportunity, the monster executed a secret technique, vanishing from sight. Nangong Shuiyan furrowed her brow, realizing he had managed to escape. Meanwhile, the remaining sect masters and elders, recognizing their imminent defeat, knelt in supplication. Yet, Nangong Shuiyan was unwavering in her resolve. She believed that evil cultivators must be eradicated without exception. At that moment, the sect patriarch had already slain the patriarch of the Demon Blade sect, and under Nangong Shuiyan's command, commenced the slaughter of the members of the 3 sections. Seeing their pleas for mercy go unanswered, the remaining adversaries fled into the distance. Ultimately, save for a few who escaped, the rest were annihilated. She then turned to the disciples of the Chaoyang sect and proclaimed, "Today, we have achieved a resounding victory. Fellow disciples, follow me back to the sect, where we shall discuss merits and rewards." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, eagerly accompanying Nangong Shuiyan back to the Chaoyang sect. Zhao Hao observed this spectacle with a slight smile, reflecting on the exceptional prowess of his master, certain that she would accomplish great feats in the future. He approached her and presented a storage ring. Upon inspecting its contents, Nangong Shuiyan was momentarily taken aback by the sheer quantity of elixirs contained within: nourishing essence pills, growth essence pills, gathering essence pills, body refinement pills, enlightenment pills, and both medium and high-grade body refinement pills. Zhao Hao felt he would have no use for most of these potions, thus returning a significant portion of the system's rewards to his master, while retaining those he could utilize for himself. Chapter 38. The Annihilation of the 4 Major Demon Cultivator Sects. Subsequently, Nangong Shuiyan rewarded all the disciples. The outer disciples received medium and high-grade body refinement pills, while the inner disciples and core disciples were bestowed with strength essence pills, restoration pills, and enlightenment pills. Following this battle, the cohesion among the disciples of the Chaoyang sect grew even stronger. They took pride in their sect, truly regarding the Chaoyang sect as their home. At this moment, Fang Qingxiang also acquired a considerable number of enlightenment pills. Though their effects were not as potent as the clarity pills, their abundance made them valuable nonetheless. At this moment, Ouyang Gui and Shen Feng had acquired a substantial quantity of gathering yuan pills and intermediate body refining pills. Their excitement was palpable, as Ouyang Gui exclaimed with laughter, "Haha, the sect is indeed generous. These elixirs will sustain my cultivation for quite some time, and with the body refining pills, I can finally refine my physique." Shen Feng shared in the exhilaration. Together, they had successfully vanquished numerous demonic cultivators during the sect's grand battle. The entire sect was enveloped in jubilation as disciples immersed themselves in their cultivation, having received their rewards. Even the miscellaneous disciples were allotted a significant number of pills, a testament to Zhao Hao's generosity, which had elevated their status within the sect. Though they had not participated in the combat, these disciples were indispensable to the sect. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhao Hao settled into a meditative posture, gradually regulating his breath. It was prudent to eliminate the remaining demonic sects. Since his master could not take action, he would step in to do so. Zhao Hao planned to obliterate the 4 sects that very night, having already discerned their locations. A task that would prove effortless for him. Meanwhile, Nangongxian was conferring with several elders about the strategy to dismantle the 4 major sections. However, the escape of a tribulation stage elder earlier that day indicated that the sects still possessed formidable adversaries. The primary obstacle remained their unknown locations. Ultimately, Nangongxian resolved to proceed as planned. The 5 elders then retreated into seclusion. As night fell, Zhao Hao departed from the sect, first arriving at the demonic blade sect. He unleashed his physical strength to assault the protective barrier of the sect. With a force equivalent to 1 billion pounds, the barrier shattered. The remaining disciples and elders within the sect gazed in terror at Zhao Hao. Quickly, summon the elders, they cried in panic, prompting their ancestors to converge on the scene. 1 tribulation stage elder accompanied by 5 fully realized integration stage elders. Zhao Hao continued his assault, and moments later, over half of the disciples lay dead. Stop! The tribulation stage elder commanded as he engaged Zhao Hao in combat. With a few powerful strikes, Zhao Hao significantly injured the elder, who coughed up blood, his physique rivaling that of a saint. Yet Zhao Hao showed no mercy, delivering a final blow that reduced the elder to mere fragments. He relentlessly continued his onslaught, and aside from a few disciples who managed to escape, the rest of the elders and disciples were annihilated. Zhao Hao then proceeded to the sect's treasure vault, swiftly gathering all its riches, an immense trove of spirit stones and rare materials. Following this, he ventured to the site of their spiritual veins, extracting several mid-grade veins into his spatial realm. Finally, he set the entire sect ablaze. Zhao Hao continued his rampage, visiting the Ghost King sect, the Yellow Springs sect, and the Evil Blood sect, effectively obliterating all 3. However, in confronting the malevolent Blood sect's formidable elder during the tribulation, it was discovered that the elder once again brandished a token. Yet, under Zhao Hao's overwhelming might, the foe was swiftly vanquished. Zhao Hao then secured the token within his own space. This time, one could say Zhao Hao reaped substantial rewards. Henceforth, within the territory of the Chaoyang sect, there would be no more demonic cultivators ravaging cities. Upon returning to the sect, it was already the early hours of the morning. Subsequently, Zhao Hao cataloged the spoils of the day before meditating to recuperate. Among the resources acquired, he discovered several mid-grade and low-grade spiritual swords. Zhao Hao resolved to procure a fine sword for himself. The following day, he arrived at Fang Ningxiang's cave dwelling, where she was engrossed in her cultivation using a comprehension pill. After a brief wait, Fang Ningxiang emerged from her enlightenment. "Junior brother, do you seek your elder sister for something?" Zhao Hao promptly presented a mid-grade spiritual sword to her. As Fang Ningxiang had been wielding a low-grade spiritual sword, the mid-grade sword he offered was perfectly suited for her. Upon receiving the treasured blade, Fang Ningxiang felt a delightful warmth in her heart. "Thank you, junior brother." Zhao Hao replied, "No need for thanks, elder sister. We are both disciples of the same master. Elder sister, I have here a pill akin to the Fury Pill, yet its effects are significantly superior. Should you ever find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to use it." Zhao Hao handed her a pinnacle emperor-grade pill. Fang Ningxiang gazed at the radiant pill, cautiously accepting it. Instinctively, she sensed its extraordinary value. Ding! Mid-grade spiritual sword gifted by the host detected. System returns an undying sacred sword. Zhao Hao's heart leaped with joy. The undying sacred sword sounded formidable. He silently urged the system to reveal the reward. A flash of white light revealed an ancient sword emanating a mysterious aura in his grasp. The blade shimmered with an unusual brilliance, as if it harbored boundless power. "Is this the undying sacred sword?" Zhao Hao gently grasped the hilt, and a torrent of sword intent surged within him, invigorating his spirit. Fang Ningxiang, drawn by the sudden brilliance, approached with curiosity. "Junior brother, what manner of sword is this? Such a powerful aura." Zhao Hao smiled and replied, "Elder sister, this is a treasure I stumbled upon." Fang Ningxiang's eyes brimmed with envy. "What an impressive sword. With it, your strength must surely increase tremendously." Zhao Hao nodded, knowing that with this sword, he would face formidable foes with newfound confidence. Wait, elder sister, I will procure a fine sword for you as well. Fang Ningxiang responded. There is no need, junior brother. I find a mid-grade spiritual sword to be quite satisfactory. It suits me perfectly. After conversing with Fang Ningxiang for a while, Zhao Hao returned to his own cave. He unsheathed the undying sacred sword, effortlessly performing a few elegant sword flourishes. It felt remarkably comfortable in his hand, perfectly complementing his physical prowess. From now on, with the synergy of spiritual power and physical strength, he would no longer worry about the sword becoming damaged. Integrating his sword intent into the holy sword, Zhao Hao discovered that his sword intent had transformed into an immortal attribute. Consequently, he cherished his treasured sword even more. A few days later, news of the annihilation of the 4 major demonic sects spread, leaving Nangong Shuyan utterly astonished, as she was unaware of the identity of the perpetrator. However, upon recalling her second disciple, she could not help but speculate if it was he. Regardless of who it was, the Chaoyang sect could now enjoy a period of tranquility. The disciples of the sect, upon hearing the news, eagerly vied for tasks. For with the demise of the demonic cultivators, completing missions became exceedingly safe and lucrative in terms of points. Chapter 39. Saving my cousin in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, during which Zhao Hao reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, replacing his original pure Yang technique with a divine-level cultivation method. This transformation was spurred by his discovery of 2 mysterious-level techniques in the Technique Pavilion, which he generously bestowed upon Ouyang Gui and Shinfeng. The system subsequently rewarded him with divine-level techniques, namely the Yuan Chu Divine Art for cultivating realms and the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique for refining the physical form. Zhao Hao had already mastered both techniques, particularly the physical cultivation method, which necessitated potent elixirs for practice. He directly utilized the 9 Transformation Purple Pill, a high-grade body refining elixir, to advance in the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique. Moreover, he replaced his previous skills, Phantom Steps, Shattering Star Fist, and Swift Wind Sword Technique, with Divine-level martial arts, Phantom Divine Steps, Dragon Flame Fist, and Stellar Divine Sword Technique. Over the course of the month, Zhao Hao consumed 2 Divine-level Tong Sheng pills, which allowed him to perfect the 3 martial techniques. At this juncture, Zhao Hao's combat prowess had become extraordinarily formidable. Without relying on physical strength or spiritual power, he could achieve the Golden Core pinnacle while contending against the perfected nascent soul stage solely with spiritual energy. Observing that the sect had returned to a state of calm, Zhao Hao contemplated a visit home. After all, having assumed the body of another son, a return was indeed warranted. However, prior to departing the sect, Zhao Hao informed his master in advance. He entrusted 3 Peak Emperor pills to Nangong Shuyan, advising her to use them should danger arise within the sect, characterizing the pills as exceptionally potent explosive elixirs. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, he encountered Fang Ningxiang. Senior sister, Zhao Hao called out. Junior brother, are you leaving the sect? Fang Ningxiang inquired. Yes, senior sister. I have been away for over 3 years and wish to return home. Zhao Hao replied. Suddenly, a glimmer of thought crossed Fang Ningxiang's mind. Junior brother, since I have some free time, how about I accompany you home? Knowing that Fang Ningxiang was an orphan, Zhao Hao felt a twinge of awkwardness at her suggestion. Junior brother, what's the matter? Are you unwilling? Fang Ningxiang's sensitivity revealed a hint of sorrow. Not at all, senior sister. Of course, I will be delighted to have you accompany me home. I just worry it might hinder your cultivation. Zhao Hao quickly reassured her. At this moment, Fang Ningxiang smiled and said, Junior brother, it's all right. Senior sister has reached a bottleneck and cannot break through in a short time. Perhaps a stroll will provide me with the opportunity for a breakthrough. Then, senior sister, let's depart, Zhao Hao said as he grasped Fang Ningxiang's hand. She struggled slightly, but soon relented, allowing him to hold her. Suddenly, Fang Ningxiang produced her flying vessel, and the two entered it. Zhao Hao pointed out a direction, and Fang Ningxiang steered the vessel accordingly. Inside, they sat together, sipping tea. Junior brother, who is there in your family? Fang Ningxiang inquired. Aside from my parents, I have a 2-year-old sister, though I haven't seen her in 3 years. She should be over 5 by now, Zhao Hao replied. Furthermore, our Zhao family is quite prominent in the city, with numerous members. Through the memories of his predecessor, Zhao Hao felt an inexplicable closeness to his unseen family. Junior brother, I have never known my relatives. I was taken in by Master, who found me with a jade pendant engraved with the character Fang around my neck. Thus, Master named me Fong Ningxiang. Noticing the melancholy in her demeanor, Zhao Hao reassured her. Senior sister, from now on, both Master and I will be your family. Do not be sad. I will surely protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will not let them off easily. Fong Ningxiang suddenly burst into laughter. Junior brother, thank you. Remember your promise to protect senior sister. Zhao Hao felt a bit bashful. Of course, I will not let anyone who bullies senior sister go unpunished. As they engaged in light conversation, the flying vessel soon entered the vicinity of Luoya City. However, Zhao Hao's senses detected a young woman being pursued by several men in black below. Upon observing the woman's appearance closely, he realized she bore a resemblance to his cousin, Zhao Xiaoji. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao leaped from the vessel and approached her. The men in black immediately recognized Zhao Hao as a person of significance upon seeing him descend from the flying vessel. However, Zhao Hao ignored them and directly addressed the woman. Sister Xiaoji? The woman trembled. You are Zhao Hao, my cousin? Zhao Hao was elated to confirm that it was indeed his cousin. Seeing her injured, he swiftly retrieved a rejuvenation pill and handed it to her. Zhao Xiaoji consumed it immediately, and her injuries began to heal significantly. System alert. Host has gifted a rejuvenation pill. Quality returns 1 Yunmeng pill. The black-clad man, upon overhearing their conversation, realized that this young man was also from the Zhao family. One of them sneered, Kid, since you're from the Zhao family, don't think you'll leave here alive today. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, coldly regarding the assailants. Do you truly believe you can end my life? The men exchanged glances, and one of them scoffed, Kid, who do you think you are? Even if you are from the Zhao family, you cannot save your cousin, nor can you save yourself. Having spoken, several figures clad in black lunged towards Zhao Hao. With a disdainful scoff, Zhao Hao waved his hand, unleashing a fierce sword chi that cleaved through the air towards the assailants. The black-clad men, caught unawares by Zhao Hao's formidable prowess, found one of their own slain on the spot. At that moment, Fong Ningxiang descended from the flying vessel, positioning herself at Zhao Hao's side. The remaining black figures, recognizing Zhao Hao's overwhelming strength, immediately began to flee. Yet, Zhao Hao had no intentions of allowing their escape. He swiftly severed their tendons with his sword chi. The black-clad men collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Zhao Hao approached them and inquired, Who sent you to target the Zhao family? The assailants fell silent, unable to respond. Zhao Hao was poised to inflict torment upon them when Zhao Xiaoji stepped forward, saying, Zhao Hao, there is no need to interrogate them. I know who is behind this. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoji's words, Zhao Hao prepared to dispatch the few remaining men. In their final moments, one of the black-clad figures pleaded, Do not kill us. It was the head of the Wang family who ordered us to pursue the Zhao family. Zhao Hao turned to Zhao Xiaoji, who nodded in affirmation. Since they dare to harm my cousin, even if they confess, I shall not spare them. With a series of swift sword strikes, the heads of the assailants fell to the ground. Zhao Hao and Zhao Xiaoji, accompanied by Fong Ningxiang, returned to the flying vessel and ascended towards Luoya City. Xiaoji, how is everything at home? Zhao Hao promptly inquired. Chapter 40. Return to the Zhao family. The Zhao family has been in conflict with the Wang family recently, as they seek to usurp our shop on West Street. We have had no choice but to resist. However, the Wang family has a disciple under the tutelage of an elder from the Qingyang sect, which has led to frequent assaults on our family. The Zhao family has been on the defensive, Zhao Xiaoji expressed, feeling a sense of pride in her cousin's formidable abilities. How dare the Wang family bully the Zhao family? Upon my return, I shall make them pay, Zhao Hao declared. Zhao Hao, what is your current realm? Zhao Xiaoji asked. I am now at the Golden Core stage. Do not worry, cousin, Zhao Hao responded. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoji exclaimed, That's wonderful. Zhao Hao, the strongest among the Wang family, is merely at the completion of the foundation establishment stage. We need not fear them any longer. Fong Ningxiang chimed in, Xiaoji, worry not. With us here, the Wang family would dare not act recklessly. Soon, the flying vessel hovered above the Zhao family estate, drawing the attention of the citizens of Luoya City. What is happening with the Zhao family? Have they provoked a formidable enemy, leading to retaliation? Speculations arose, suggesting the Zhao family was in grave trouble. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoji disembarked from the vessel, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang followed suit, and Fong Ningxiang retracted the vessel. The trio proceeded towards the Zhao family residence. However, at the entrance, they found 2 guards lying unconscious, while another group was obstructing entry to the estate. Gao Yun, Gao Feng, Zhao Xiaoji immediately noticed the two guards lying on the ground. At that moment, two other guards at the entrance of the Zhao residence shouted, "Get out of the way! Do not obstruct the affairs of the Wang family." Zhao Hao had already realized that something was amiss within the Zhao household. "Zhao Hao, do you have any healing elixirs left? Brother Gao Yun and Brother Gao Feng are gravely injured." Zhao Xiaoji looked up at Zhao Hao. Before he could produce the elixirs, Fang Ningxiang had already taken out a healing potion. Zhao Hao felt speechless, thinking to himself, "Sister, you've left me unable to trigger the return." Once the two men were administered the elixirs, they immediately regained consciousness. At that moment, Gao Yin exclaimed, "Damn the Wang family! I will fight you to the bitter end." Zhao Hao directly addressed Gao Yun. "Brother Gao, are these two guards from the Wang family?" Gao Yin replied, "Yes, the Wang family has sent many people today, demanding that our Zhao family surrender all our assets, or they will kill our kin." Upon hearing Gao Yun's words, Zhao Hao wasted no time and prepared to send the two guards to the underworld. "Get lost at once. Step closer, and I will cleave you in two," one of the Wang guards shouted. Zhao Hao spoke no further and advanced, delivering two powerful punches that reduced the guards to mere pulp. "Let us go inside." Gao Yun and Gao Feng followed Zhao Hao towards the main hall. Meanwhile, within the hall, Zhao Hao's father, Zhao Yugong, glared furiously at the Wang family members. At that moment, two individuals lay dead in the hall, both collateral relatives of the Zhao family. "Zhao Yugong, why not surrender your family's assets sooner? Otherwise, more will perish in the next moment," a young nobleman taunted. "I've heard you have a beautiful little daughter. Tell me, if I were to kill her, would you be willing to compromise?" Zhao Yugong retorted, "You beast! If you dare touch my daughter, I will fight you to the death." The young nobleman sneered. "Since you care so much for your daughter, go fetch that little wretch," he commanded one of his companions. "Yes, my lord." Moments later, an adorable little girl was seized and thrown onto the floor of the hall. Upon seeing her father, the little girl immediately burst into tears, reaching out for him. However, Zhao Yugong was restrained and unable to move. The young nobleman ordered, "Kill her. Let us see if you will yield this time." A member of the Wang family raised a blade to strike the little girl. She was terrified and cried uncontrollably. At that instant, Zhao Hao's heart shattered, for he recognized the little girl as his sister, Xiao Xiao. Initially, Zhao Hao had anticipated feeling estranged from the family of the original body, yet at this moment, the bond of blood surged forth, allowing him to embrace them swiftly. Just as the blade was about to descend upon the little girl, Zhao Hao rushed in, brandishing his sword and severing the assailant's head. Zhao Hao stood in the hall, his expression dark and foreboding. At this moment, the young master, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately inquired, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Wang family?" Just then, Zhao Yugong spoke up, "Xiao Hao, you have returned?" Zhao Hao nodded in acknowledgement and embraced his sobbing sister. The little one, feeling herself lifted, instinctively buried her head in Zhao Hao's embrace. Although she did not recognize him, she sought solace in his presence. At that moment, members of the Wang family swiftly encircled Zhao Hao. "Kill him," commanded the young master of the Wang family. Anger surged within Zhao Hao as he contemplated the dire consequences had he arrived any later. He might have been forever separated from his sister. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful sword chi directed at the young master. The young master, taken aback, prepared to defend himself, yet the sword chi proved to be indomitable, piercing through a shield and striking him fatally. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The surrounding members of the Wang family were left in shock. What is happening? The eldest son of the Wang family has been slain? You dare to kill a member of my Wang family? No one could save you today, shouted the Wang family as they charged at Zhao Hao. However, Zhao Hao swiftly dispatched them with successive waves of sword chi, causing them to fall like wheat under the scythe. At that moment, the third elder of the Zhao family was utterly terrified. He had not anticipated Zhao Hao's formidable prowess. Moreover, he stood alongside the Wang family, and one of the deceased was a relative he had personally slain, an elder from the Wang family. Noticing the carnage that had unfolded in mere moments, immediately lunged at Zhao Hao with a blade. Zhao Hao retaliated with another sword strike, killing the Wang elder instantly. Thus, all members of the Wang family were eradicated. Zhao Yugong approached Zhao Hao and inquired, "Zhao Hao, what realm have you attained?" Zhao Hao replied confidently, "Father, I am now at the Golden Core stage." Just then, the third elder of the Zhao family attempted to flee with his faction. "We cannot allow him to escape. He bears the blood of our Zhao family," exclaimed the second elder. Hearing the commotion, Fong Ningxiang swiftly barred the door. "Step aside," commanded the third elder of the Zhao family, launching a punch toward Fong Ningxiang. She turned to Zhao Hao, who ordered kill him. Without hesitation, she struck, reducing the third elder to mere remnants. As for the remaining members of the third elder's faction, Zhao Hao remained silent, allowing his father to take charge. Zhao Yugong, the patriarch of the Zhao family, instructed that all of them be imprisoned. At that moment, the little girl, Xiao Xiao, lifted her head to gaze at Zhao Hao. "Who are you, big brother?" Zhao Hao looked at his adorable sister, a surge of familial affection flooding his heart. "I am your elder brother. Do you not remember?" The little girl shook her head, unable to recall her older sibling. She buried her head once more in Zhao Hao's embrace. Zhao Yu, at that moment, began instructing people to dispose of the Wang family's corpses in the refuse of the street. Approximately 20 bodies lay there, and soon the commotion from the Zhao family drew the attention of passers-by. "Ah, these must be the corpses of the Wang family. Look, their garments still bear the emblem of the Wang clan," exclaimed one onlooker. "How ruthless the Zhao family is, to have slain so many from the Wang family." At that moment, a young man interjected, "If you're ignorant, it is better to remain silent. Consider from where the Wang family's corpses were removed." Several bystanders responded. "From a Zhao family." The young man continued, "This demonstrates your lack of understanding. The bodies were taken from a Zhao family, indicating that the Wang family sought trouble and was merely met with retaliation. Hence, it is not the Zhao family who is cruel, but rather the Wang family who has overstepped their bounds and faced retribution." The crowd began to find merit in the young man's words. However, concern loomed as they recalled that a descendant of the Wang family was an apprentice under a venerable elder of the Qingyang sect. This could surely incite conflict. One voiced anxiously. The young man replied, "Your ignorance is evident. The Zhao family would not act so boldly without means to contend with the Wang family." With that, he departed. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family's great hall, the middle-aged members of the clan convened to discuss the situation, while the younger generation listened attentively. Zhao Hao had introduced Fong Ningxiang to all present, yet the gazes directed at Zhao Hao were somewhat peculiar, often lingering on Fong Ningxiang. "Clan leader, having slain so many of the Wang family's disciples, what shall we do next?" inquired the elder. Zhao Yu found himself at a loss. The Zhao family's strength was inherently inferior to that of the Wang family. Although Zhao Hao possessed formidable prowess, the Wang family had the backing of the Qingyang sect, rendering them undaunted. Hearing the discourse, Zhao Hao declared, "Father, do not fear. With me, the Wang family shall not stir a tempest. To speak frankly, my true strength is such that even the leader of the Qingyang sect would be dealt with in mere blows. So let everyone proceed with their affairs. When the Wang family comes again, I shall vanquish them entirely. Our kin shall not have perished in vain." Who could have foreseen that the third son would commit such acts? "It truly chills the hearts of us all," lamented the second elder. The atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly oppressive, their brother's betrayal leaving them in a state of disarray. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Hao, she rushed to him in tears. "Zhao Hao, how could you be so heartless? It has been over 3 years since you last visited. Your mother has yearned for you day and night." Zhao Hao gently set the little girl down. Upon seeing the woman, a surge of familial affection stirred within him. Though he was not Zhao Hao by birth, he had inherited Zhao Hao's memories and, with them, the bonds of kinship. "Mother, I apologize. Henceforth, I shall not stray from the family." Zhao Hao addressed the woman. He could hardly confess to his mother that he had returned only after 3 years of servitude, only recently finding success. "Good child, my little Hao has grown up and is now ready to take a wife," the woman remarked. After her statement, she glanced at Fong Ningxiang, her intent unmistakable. However, Zhao Hao could only blush in embarrassment. "My dear young lady, please feel free to make yourself at home in the Zhao residence. Do not hold back." Zhao Hao's mother encouraged Fong Ningxiang, aware of the woman's identity. Fong Ningxiang sweetly replied, "Thank you, Annie." At that moment, Zhao Yugong declared, "Ame, please summon the clan members to prepare a feast. Today we shall welcome little Hao back and celebrate his return. It has been far too long since our family has enjoyed such liveliness. Let us gather all the relatives." Upon hearing this, the woman promptly went to make arrangements. "Big brother, are you truly my brother? But I, Xiao Xiao, do not remember you." Xiao Xiao blinked her large eyes, displaying an innocent expression. Zhao Hao, upon hearing her words, replied, "It is all my fault. I have been away for too long, causing you to forget me. I promise to always stay by your side from now on, okay?" Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. "Brother, is that true?" I want to go shopping, but father is always worried about me and does not let me go out. Hearing this, Zhao Hao felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his sister's greatest wish was merely to step outside the Zhao family estate. Very well, I promise you, Xiao Xiao. You can go wherever you wish in the future. With me by your side, you will be safe. Zhao Hao assured her. Little Hao, after years apart, I see you have become a golden core practitioner. I regret not following you to Chaoyang sect. Zhao Hao's kosin Zhao Ye Embark. Zhao Hao thought to himself. Fortunate you did not come. Otherwise, you would have perished 3 years ago. Yet outwardly, he reassured Zhao Jia, do not worry, brother Jia. I will aid our family in their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia responded, Little Hao, it is settled then. You must not go back on your word. Zhao Hao affirmed his commitment. At this juncture, several young men and women, around 18 years of age, approached Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang to engage in conversation. It had been a long time since they had seen Zhao Hao, and their enthusiasm was palpable. The Zhao residence buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, the Wang family was in turmoil. A guard rushed into the Wang family hall, exclaiming, Master, it is dire news. The young master and all those who went to the Zhao residence have been slain, their bodies discarded in the refuse pit. The head of the Wang family, upon hearing this, furiously retorted, What nonsense is this? Young Lin was accompanied by Elder Wang Tong. How could anything happen to him? Yet the guard insisted, Master, if you do not believe me, you may go to the refuse pit yourself. There are numerous corpses, all adorned in the attire of Wang family members. Upon hearing this, the Wang family head immediately rushed toward the vicinity of the refuse pit. Upon arrival, he recognized the bodies as those of his kin. At this moment, the head of the Wang family was filled with rage, commanding, carry the body back. The guards who accompanied him immediately lifted the lifeless form. Today could be deemed the darkest day for the Wang family. Once, they held dominion over Luya City, and now they faced the heart-wrenching loss of a son in his prime. Chapter 42, A Pill for Father. Upon returning to the estate, the Wang family patriarch promptly convened a family assembly. The elders of the clan had gathered, voicing their outrage. How dare the Zhao family slay so many of us? The patriarch spoke, Elders, I have heard that a flying vessel recently descended upon the Zhao family. They may have attracted the attention of significant figures. Indeed, many witnessed this event. The Zhao family might have aligned themselves with powerful allies. Upon hearing the elders' words, the patriarch's expression darkened. My son, Wang Lin, was slain by them. This matter cannot be brushed aside. However, Elder Wang Tong was not our match. We must deliberate carefully. A few rash elders suggested, Patriarch, let us strike the Zhao family now. If they willingly transfer their wealth to us, such tragedies would be averted. Ultimately, it is the Zhao family's fault for underestimating us. Yes, Patriarch, they may have defeated Elder Wang Tong, yet we are not inferior. We can certainly conquer the Zhao family. The Patriarch interjected, now is not the time for debate. If we mismanage the situation, our Wang family may face extermination. We shall wait for my son, Wang Lei, to return with the elders of Qingyang sect. I have already sent a distress signal to him. The reason the patriarch refrained from attacking the Zhao family was due to the nature of the corpses he had seen. Each had met a swift demise by a single sword strike, indicating the presence of formidable swordsmen among the Zhao. Upon hearing their patriarch's words, the elders felt a sense of relief. The patriarch is right. Once young Master Lei returns, the Zhao family will not dare to act recklessly. Indeed, if the elders of Qingyang sect accompany young Master Lei, we will certainly be able to eradicate the Zhao family. The patriarch concluded, let us refrain from provoking the Zhao family for now. We must prioritize the greater picture and wait for my son's return. Though the patriarch maintained a calm facade, his heart was ablaze with fury. Wang Lin was his eldest son, ruthlessly murdered. He could not rest until the Zhao family was annihilated. Meanwhile, the Zhao family was reveling at a banquet, joyfully feasting. Aside from the 4 brothers of the main lineage, the rest were collateral branches. Zhao Yugong was the 4th son of the main lineage, while the previous 3 elders belonged to a collateral line. The eldest, second eldest, and 4th elders of the Zhao family were blood brothers, sharing a close bond with Zhao Yugong. Zhao Jia was the son of the 2nd elder, and Zhao Xiaoji was the daughter of the eldest elder. At this moment, Zhao Hao was at the main table, drinking merrily with several uncles, while Zhao Jia persistently urged him to drink more. The cousins were in high spirits. Little Hao, what kind of disciple are you at Chaoyang sect? It is said that the Chaoyang sect stands on par with the Qingyang sect. Zhao Jie spoke again. Cousin, I am a direct disciple of the sect master at Chaoyang sect, so you need not worry about the Wang family. Should they dare to come, I will ensure the annihilation of their entire clan. Of course, even if they do not come, I will still eradicate them. Zhao Hao declared. The elders at the main table, along with Zhao Yugong, were filled with great joy upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. Initially, they were concerned about the Wang family's ties to the Qingyang sect, but now, with Zhao Hao's connection to the Chaoyang sect, their hearts were at ease. The banquet continued until past 10 in the evening. Zhao Hao returned to the little girl's room, where he gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in before proceeding to Zhao Yugong's chamber. Zhao Hao retrieved most of the remaining medicinal pills from his spatial ring, having previously given a significant portion to Nangong Xuyan, and now intended to allocate the remaining few to his father. Upon receiving Zhao Hao's spatial ring, Zhao Yugong merely cast a glance and was left astounded. The sheer quantity of pills was overwhelming. He observed pills suitable for foundational cultivation, as well as those for qi training, perfectly suited for the family's members' practice. Zhao Hao had exchanged 10 low-grade spiritual stones for pills at the alchemy shop in the sect's small town, and now his spatial ring contained nearly 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Hao then presented 3 million low-grade spiritual stones to his father. Father, distribute these pills and stones among the clan members. Once they're used up, come to me again. From now on, our family's cultivation resources will be doubled. Zhao Hao stated nonchalantly. Zhao Yugong replied, Zhao Hao, this is truly too much. We cannot possibly use all of this. Zhao Hao insisted, Father, the collateral branches of the family should receive a larger share as well. After all, they're also of the Zhao bloodline. Zhao Yugong could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Hao's mother approached him. Zhao Hao, I have already tidied up your room with Ningxiang. You may go and rest. Zhao Hao entered the hall and found his cousins, Zhao Xiaoji and Zhao Xiaoxue, chatting with Fang Ningxiang. Upon noticing Zhao Hao's arrival, his cousins joyfully departed. Senior sister, my mother has prepared the room. You must be tired now. Allow me to escort you to rest. Zhao Hao said. Fang Ningxiang, having had a few drinks, had a rosy hue on her cheeks. Zhao Hao, this is my first time drinking. I did not expect the taste to be rather pleasant. Let us go, senior sister. I am indeed a bit weary and need a rest. After guiding Fang Ningxiang to her room, Zhao Hao returned to his own chamber. At that moment, he gazed at the 19 random divine body pills in his spatial ring, deep in thought. After some time, I will have these divine pills administered to the loyal disciples of the family. Zhao Hao remembered that these divine pills could randomly generate a formidable divine body. He then drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Xiao rushed into Zhao Hao's room. Upon seeing her brother still asleep, she immediately exclaimed, Brother, wake up. Did you not promise Xiao Xiao that we would go out to play today? After speaking, the little girl wore a slightly aggrieved expression. Zhao Hao, upon noticing Xiao Xiao, quickly got up. Little one, why are you awake so early? He asked. Brother, I want to go out to play. Xiao Xiao replied, gazing at Zhao Hao with her big eyes. With no choice but to comply, Zhao Hao got up, embracing Xiao Xiao and leading her to the breakfast area. Although Zhao Hao had mastered the art of fasting, he still indulged in meals occasionally. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang was already enjoying her breakfast. Senior sister, is it to your liking? Zhao Hao inquired. Fang Ningxiang nodded, replying, Indeed, it's been so long since I had breakfast. I didn't expect it to taste so delightful. I will make it a point to eat regularly from now on. Zhao Hao served Xiao Xiao a bowl of porridge and began to eat himself. Indeed, the breakfast prepared at home possessed a unique flavor. After finishing their meal, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang took Xiao Xiao and departed from the Zhao residence, making their way to the streets. The little girl was exceedingly joyful, eagerly approaching anything that seemed fun. Whenever they encountered street food, Zhao Hao would buy it for her. Chapter 43. Consuming the random Taoist body pill. Observing Xiao Zhao's cheerful demeanor filled Zhao Hao's heart with satisfaction. It had been a long time since the little one had been this happy. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao dashed toward a stall. It turned out to be one selling sugar figurines, and she was fixated on them. The sugar figures came in both human and animal shapes. Xiao Xiao, which one do you want? Zhao Hao asked. Brother, I want that little bunny, she exclaimed, pointing at one of the sugar figures. Zhao Hao promptly paid for it, then handed the figurine to Xiao Xiao. After a lick, she discovered it was exceedingly sweet, her face lighting up with joy. Zhao Hao strolled with Xiao Xiao from morning until noon before returning to the Zhao Manor. At that moment, the family members were all in high spirits, for the family head had distributed a wealth of cultivation resources. The main lineage received 10 times their previous resources, while the collateral branches obtained 5 times the cultivation resources. Upon returning with Zhao Hao observed the others engaged in their training. He noted that the highest cultivation level among them was only at the 8th stage of qi refinement, none other than Zhao Jie. Zhao Xiaoji and Zhao Xiaoshui were at the 6th stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Yugang was discussing matters with the elders. Eldest brother, please don't refuse. Zhao Hao has brought back ample resources for all of us to cultivate together. The grand elder remarked, looking at Zhao Yugang. My own cultivation would only waste resources. It's better to reserve them for the younger generation in the family. Simultaneously, the second elder and fourth elder also declined the resources offered by Zhao Yugang. Faced with no alternative, Zhao Yugang directly retrieved a large number of elixirs from his storage space. The 3 elders gasped in astonishment upon seeing them. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, please do not refuse. If our family lacks sufficient upper-level combat strength, we cannot offer adequate protection to the younger members of our clan. At this moment, the grand elder, second elder, and fourth elder remained silent. Finally, the fourth elder spoke. All right, Xiao Gang, I will procure some resources. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao returned with such an abundance of resources. Hearing the fourth elder's words, Zhao Yugang began to persuade his elder brothers once more. In the end, all 3 took a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Subsequently, they returned to their respective quarters to commence their training. Zhao Hao, accompanied by Xiao and Fang Ningxiang, proceeded directly to the dining area. The family cafeteria was already filled with numerous children, approximately 5 to 6 years of age. Upon entering, Xiao began to boast about her snacks to the little ones. The cafeteria chef, a distant relative of the family, was busy serving meals to the children. Upon noticing Zhao Hao's arrival, he greeted him warmly. Young master, what would you like to eat? Just bring me something casual, Zhao Hao replied nonchalantly. The chef filled a bowl for Zhao Hao, and soon after, Fang Ningxiang and Xiao also began to eat. After a few bites, Zhao Hao remarked, this seems to be ordinary grain. Doesn't our family have any spiritual rice or spiritual meat? The chef responded, young master, the family head just purchased a substantial amount of spiritual rice and meat today. However, we still have plenty of ordinary rice left, and to avoid waste, we plan to finish the ordinary rice before preparing the spiritual food. Zhao Hao replied, no worries about waste. Tonight, let us serve spiritual rice and meat to the family children. We cannot afford to fall behind from the very start. The chef nodded in agreement. At that moment, a young girl of similar age to Xiao approached. Xiao, can I lick your candy figure? I really want to eat it. All right, Ling. Go ahead and give it a lick. The little girl promptly licked the candy figure and then sat beside Xiao to begin her meal. The 2 little girls engaged in innocent conversation. Chef, why aren't the young members of the family here to eat? Zhao Hao inquired, noticing that the cafeteria was filled only with children. The chef replied, young master, the young members of the family believe that eating would waste their cultivation time. Coincidentally, the family head has provided them with many fasting pills, so they choose not to join us for meals. Zhao Hao nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of admiration for the young members of the family, recognizing their determination to become strong. After finishing their meal, Xiao and the other children went to play beside the training grounds. As Zhao Hao watched Xiao at play, suddenly a young family member rushed in, flustered. Not good. Zhao Jie has gone into a frenzy during his cultivation. Zhao Hao's heart raced, and he immediately followed after. Upon arrival, he saw Zhao Jie in a state of chaotic energy, his face contorted in pain. Zhao Yugang and several elders stood nearby, their expressions filled with concern. Zhao Hao discerned that Zhao Jie's predicament stemmed from his reckless eagerness to elevate his cultivation, resulting in the excessive absorption of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he summoned his own spiritual power to assist Zhao Jie in untangling the chaotic energies within him. With Zhao Hao's intervention, Zhao Jie gradually regained stability. Zhao Hao solemnly addressed the young individuals present, imparting the wisdom that cultivation cannot be hurried. One must consume a meal bite by bite and tread the path step by step. At this moment, Zhao Jie bowed his head in a tinge of shame. Zhao Hao, I apologize. I was merely envious of your superior cultivation and became a bit too impatient. Zhao Yitzon fested. Cousin, do not fret. In due time, I shall present you with opportunities, and at that moment, you will not falter. Zhao Hao reassured him. Zhao Hao, what opportunities are you referring to? Zhao Jie inquired. I cannot disclose that just yet. Once I conclude matters with the Wang family, I shall share it with you. Zhao Hao remarked before departing with Fang Ningxiang. Senior sister, I wish to offer you an opportunity, though I am uncertain if you will accept it, Zhao Hao stated. Upon hearing his words, Fang Ningxiang responded, Junior brother, what opportunity do you speak of? Zhao Hao produced a random Dao Divine Body pill. Fang Ningxiang was instantly captivated by the pill in Zhao Hao's hand, which radiated a resplendent array of colors, appearing as luminous as mutton fat jade. Senior sister, this is a random Dao Divine Body pill, capable of aiding the user in awakening a divine body. Fang Ningxiang was momentarily stunned. Junior brother, does such a pill truly exist? Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, come. We shall each take one. I am eager to discover which divine bodies we can activate. Zhao Hao guided Fang Ningxiang to his chamber, where they sat cross-legged together. He handed the pill to Fang Ningxiang and swallowed one himself. She promptly followed suit, consuming the pill as well. Gradually, both began to undergo transformations. Fang Ningxiang found herself surrounded by crystallizing ice, an intense chill surging skyward, causing the temperature throughout the entire city to plummet several degrees. Concurrently, above the Zhao residence, an ice phoenix soared, its wings spanning hundreds of feet, emanating an extraordinary cold that spread outward. As the ice phoenix took flight, a wave of intense heat simultaneously enveloped the city. Chapter 44. Acquisition of Techniques. A fearsome red flame dragon, adorned with a menacing dragon's head, ascended above the city, radiating tremendous warmth, its body stretching to an impressive length of 1,000 meters. The inhabitants of the city gazed upward in awe, astonished by the spectacular scene unfolding above them. Within the confines of the dwelling, Zhao Hao concealed his aura. At that moment, the system chimed beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the primordial flame, dragon divine body. Ding! Congratulations, host companion, for awakening the primordial ice phoenix divine body. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Hao was elated, never having anticipated the awakening of a fire-type divine body. The Zhao family gazed up at the sky, each member reluctant to miss this rare spectacle. As Fang Ningxiang completed her awakening, the ethereal ice phoenix and flame dragon gradually began to dissipate. Yet, the chilling and fiery energies lingered, reaching distant realms. Given that Lia City is situated in a relatively remote area, the commotion caused by Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang's awakening did not attract the attention of the major sections. At this moment, Zhao Hao sensed the transformation of his spiritual energy into fire attributes, while his originally golden core began to shift towards a vibrant crimson hue. It seemed he ought to seek a fire-based cultivation technique. Observing his senior sister, he also thought she deserved a superior ice-based technique. Junior brother, I feel my physique has become remarkably powerful. It must be an exceptionally strong ice attribute constitution, Fang Ningxiang remarked. Indeed, senior sister. Your awakened constitution is that of the divine body, specifically the ice phoenix divine body. Zhao Hao affirmed. We should now find a suitable technique. Fang Ningxiang suggested. There should be places in Luoye City that sell cultivation techniques, though I fear they may not possess any formidable ones. Don't worry, senior sister, Zhao Hao reassured her. We will search for an ice attribute technique first, followed by a fire attribute one. I have my ways. With that, Fang Ningxiang and Zhao Hao departed from the Zhao residence, making their way to the pavilion in Luoye City known for selling cultivation techniques, the Tiangong Pavilion. They soon located the establishment and entered, where numerous cultivators were engaged in animated discussions about the extraordinary phenomena they had just witnessed. Esteemed guests, may I inquire as to what techniques or martial arts you seek? Inquired a young attendant from Tiangong Pavilion. Noticing the attendant's courteous demeanor, Zhao Hao felt reassured about the pavilion's quality. Typically, only establishments of high repute exhibit such professionalism, unlike smaller shops that often look down upon patrons. Do you have any fire or ice attribute techniques? Zhao Hao asked. The attendant's expression shifted slightly, for the ice phoenix and flame dragon had just graced the skies. And now, someone sought related techniques, prompting his curiosity. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his professional smile and replied, Esteemed guest, we certainly have fire and ice attribute techniques at Tiangong Pavilion, though they vary in rank. May I ask what level you're interested in? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Hao concluded that having awakened their divine bodies, ordinary techniques would be inadequate. It would be prudent to aim for high-tier techniques from the outset. Please show us the high-tier fire and ice attribute techniques, he requested. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. High-tier techniques commanded steep prices and were seldom sought after. However, he promptly led the two to the section housing such prestigious techniques. Here, the techniques were elegantly displayed within exquisite jade boxes, emanating a faint glow. Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang began to examine their selections with great care. Suddenly, Zhao Hao's eyes brightened as he beheld a tome entitled Dragon Flame Technique, resonating perfectly with his primordial fire dragon body. Simultaneously, Fong Ningxiang discovered a manuscript named Ice Phoenix Technique, which was ideally suited to her primordial Ice Phoenix body. Just as they were about to inquire about the price, a flamboyantly dressed young man beside them snatched both texts first, casting a taunting glance in their direction. "Oh, do you two truly believe you are worthy of purchasing such advanced techniques?" The young man scoffed, flanked by several subordinates who exuded an air of arrogance. Zhao Hao frowned, ready to respond, but Fong Ningxiang interjected, "We spotted these first. We kindly ask that you return the techniques to us." The young man disdainfully curled his lip. "And what of it? It doesn't bear your names." Zhao Hao fixed a cold stare upon the young man. "You ought to think carefully. One might lose their life over a mere technique." The young man felt a tightening in his chest under Zhao Hao's gaze, but stubbornly retorted, "Regardless, I am determined to acquire this technique." With that, he began to prepare payment. At that moment, the shopkeeper of the Tiangong pavilion hurried over, his expression shifting upon spotting the young man. He respectfully stated, "Ah, it is the third young master of the Wang family. However, these two guests expressed their interest first, so I hope you might grant them some consideration." The eldest son of the Wang family's countenance darkened. "Humph, do you dare to disregard my authority?" The shopkeeper broke into a cold sweat, uncertain how to proceed. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Zhao Hao's heart turned icy. He had hoped to avoid further trouble with the Wang family, yet they dared to confront him. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao reached out and seized the young nobleman by the neck. "Young master, fighting is strictly prohibited within the Tiangong pavilion. I hope you will show us some courtesy." Zhao Hao glanced at the shopkeeper, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall take him outside before I end his life." The young nobleman, now gripped by panic, faltered. Did he not just proclaim his affiliation with the Wang family? Zhao Hao dragged the third young master of the Wang family out of the Tiangong pavilion. As they exited, the young nobleman's subordinates rushed forward en masse. Zhao Hao let out a cold snort, channeling the newly transformed fire spirit energy within him, enveloping his hands in roaring flames before charging at the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Those subordinates were no match for him. They were swiftly consumed by the flames, their anguished cries filling the air as they collapsed to the ground. The Wang family's third young master turned pale with fear, his legs giving way beneath him, causing the two tomes to fall from his grasp. "Spare my life," he pleaded in terror. Zhao Hao advanced step by step, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just as he was about to strike, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. It turned out that the Wang family's experts had been alerted and were hastening to the scene. The leading elder, upon witnessing the situation, wore a grim expression and stepped forward, declaring, "Release the third young master at once, or you shall face the consequences." "So, you are all of the Wang family?" Zhao Hao replied coldly. The elder responded, "Since you are aware of our identity, you should release my young master immediately, even if you do not regard our Wang family head with any respect. You must be aware that my family's second son has taken refuge under the auspices of the Qingyang sect, correct?" Zhao Hao remained silent and, with a sharp twist, snapped the neck of the Wang family's third son. "Return and inform your family head that it was Zhao Hao of the Zhao family who committed the act of murder." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the elder collapsed onto the ground, his mind racing with the realization that it was indeed the Zhao family. Cursed fate. Wait until the second son returns. That will be the moment for retribution. Zhao Hao seized 2 tomes of martial arts and returned to the Tiangong pavilion without even a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. At this moment, the elder hurriedly collected the remains of the third son and the guards, preparing to return to the Wang family. Upon entering the Tiangong pavilion, Zhao Hao intended to speak with the shopkeeper about acquiring those 2 tomes. However, he remarked, "Esteemed shopkeeper, I have apprehended a young master of the Wang family and executed him outside your pavilion. This does not breach your regulations, does it?" The shopkeeper, upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, replied, "You are correct, young master. As long as the altercation did not transpire within the pavilion itself, it does not violate our rules." Zhao Hao's intention in conversing extensively with the shopkeeper was to cultivate a good relationship for future transactions regarding martial arts tomes. At this juncture, Zhao Hao inquired, "How much do you ask for these 2 tomes?" The shopkeeper responded, "Young master, both tomes are the low-grade Xian level. The total price is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones." Zhao Hao, upon hearing this, expressed no objections and promptly retrieved the required amount from his spatial storage. The shopkeeper, receiving the spirit stones, beamed with joy. "Young master, you are now a distinguished guest of our Tiangong Pavilion. In the future, any tomes you desire will be offered to you at a 10% discount." Zhao Hao then turned to Fang Ningxiang, who stood nearby, and said, "Sister, it is time to depart." Fang Ningxiang, still astonished by Zhao Hao's decisiveness in killing, asked, "Junior brother, was that individual truly from the Wang family?" Zhao Hao affirmed, "Indeed, he was from the Wang family. Had he not been, I would not have resorted to such lethal measures over a mere dispute regarding martial arts tomes." Fang Ningxiang chuckled. "As long as you remain true to your heart and refrain from indiscriminately taking innocent lives, all will be well." Zhao Hao glanced at her, thinking to himself how unexpectedly kind-hearted his sister was. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, the elder laid the body of the 3rd son before the family head and recounted how Zhao Hao of the Zhao family had committed the act. The family head, overwhelmed with rage, spewed forth a mouthful of blood and subsequently fainted. The elder immediately shouted, "Quickly, move the family head to his chamber and summon a physician." As Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang cheerfully made their way home, upon their return to the Zhao family, Zhao Hao presented the martial arts tomes to his father, Zhao Yugong, who received them with great delight. "Zhao Hao, your 3 uncles and I are still practicing the high-grade Huang level techniques. Do you think we can cultivate these 2 tomes?" Zhao Hao spoke, "Father, it is feasible. However, these 2 techniques pertain to the ice and fire attributes. So one must be cautious not to cultivate methods that contradict one's own constitution." Zhao Yugong acknowledged his son's words. Suddenly, a chime echoed, indicating the system detected the host gifting the Shinji technique, Dragon Flame Sutra, and in return, the system rewarded the host with the divine level technique, Flame Dragon Devouring Heaven Sutra. Another chime followed, revealing the detection of the host gifting the Shiji technique, Ice Phoenix Sutra, which resulted in the system granting the divine level technique, Ice Phoenix Cold Heaven Record. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Zhao Hao was immediately elated. Subsequently, Zhao Hao led Fang Ningxiang to his chamber and presented her with the Ice Phoenix Cold Heaven Record. Fang Ningxiang, upon receiving the technique, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Junior brother, how could you possess such an excellent technique and still seek to purchase ye methods?" Zhao Hao replied, "Senior sister, I had only recently recalled this technique. Otherwise, I would not have ventured to the Heavenly Technique Pavilion." Fang Ningxiang, oblivious to the flaw in Zhao Hao's words, joyfully began her cultivation. Zhao Hao also immersed himself in practicing the Flame Dragon Devouring Heaven Sutra. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Zhao Hao had successfully transitioned his cultivation method, achieving perfection in the Golden Core chapter. He sensed a significant acceleration in the flow of spiritual energy within him, finding it increasingly effortless to manipulate, while his fiery red energy had grown remarkably potent. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang, having changed her technique, felt the cool blue energy circulating within her, exuding an aura of frost. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang arrived at the martial arts arena, discovering his younger sister Xiao Xiao and other children from the family engaged in play. Zhao Hao couldn't help but smile, then turned his gaze to the 2 family disciples sparring in the arena. The 2 disciples were evenly matched, exchanging blows with neither gaining the upper hand. Zhao Hao watched with keen interest, swiftly analyzing their techniques for weaknesses and areas for improvement. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he decided to personally intervene and offer guidance. Zhao Hao employed his swift movement technique and instantly appeared in the arena. He first requested the 2 disciples to reenact their previous moves, observing carefully before identifying their errors. He then demonstrated the correct methods of exertion and angles of attack. Under Zhao Hao's tutelage, the 2 disciples experienced a revelation. During their subsequent bout, their coordination improved significantly, and their techniques became notably more formidable. Fang Ningxiang observed Zhao Hao's earnest instruction with admiration in her eyes, while other disciples from the family gathered around. Eager for his insights, Zhao Hao patiently addressed their inquiries, sharing the insights he had gleaned from his recent days of cultivation. He noted with delight how intelligent the family disciples were, as they comprehended his guidance with minimal prompting. Zhao Hao understood that their previous lack of resources had hindered their development, but now that he could provide them with the necessary resources, their progress would undoubtedly be swift. Feeling no signs of a breakthrough in his perfected golden core cultivation, Zhao Hao refrained from pushing his practice further. After Fang Ningxiang altered her cultivation method, she spent a moment standing in the martial arena before immediately sensing her impending breakthrough to the void refinement stage. Her expression grew somewhat unusual. Zhao Hao, noticing his senior sister's odd demeanor, promptly inquired, "Senior sister, is something amiss?" Fang Ningxiang took a deep breath and replied, "Junior brother, I feel I am on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement stage." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's eyes flickered with delight. "Senior sister, this is wonderful news. However, the breakthrough to the void refinement stage is exceptionally perilous. We must find a secure location." With that, he led Fang Ningxiang to the family's secluded meditation chamber. Zhao Hao set up numerous defensive formations around the chamber and prepared an array of restorative elixirs. Fang Ningxiang seated herself on a mat, activating the Ice Phoenix Cold Heaven record, and the ice-based spiritual energy within her surged wildly. Waves of frigid air emanated from her, enveloping the chamber in a delicate layer of frost. As time elapsed, Fang Ningxiang's aura grew increasingly powerful, and dark clouds began to gather ominously above. Zhao Hao stood guard outside the chamber, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. At last, a clear and melodious phoenix cry resonated, signaling Fang Ningxiang's successful breakthrough to the void refinement stage. She slowly opened her eyes, and a glimmer of cold brilliance shone within them, her entire demeanor becoming more ethereal. Zhao Hao stepped into the chamber, smiling, "Senior sister, congratulations on your breakthrough." Fang Ningxiang rose, feeling the immense power coursing through her, and a look of satisfaction graced her face. "Junior brother, thank you for your cultivation method. It resonates perfectly with my body," she expressed. Zhao Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Senior sister, we are both disciples of the same master. Assisting you is only proper." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Together, they exited the chamber, and the members of the family turned towards Fang Ningxiang, who had just undergone her breakthrough. Everyone could now sense the distinct change in her aura. At that moment, Zhao Yugong approached Zhao Hao alongside several elders. "Zhao Hao, has Miss Fang successfully broken through?" Zhao Hao affirmed, "Father, yes, senior sister has succeeded. That's splendid." 2 days swiftly passed, and Wang Lei, the second son of the Wang family, arrived with several fellow disciples. Upon seeing his son, the head of the Wang family immediately recounted the tragic events involving the Zhao family, specifically the deaths of his elder brother and third brother. Wang Lei's fury ignited instantly. He turned to a slightly older youth beside him. "Brother Zhou, I wish to eradicate the Zhao family." Zhou Rui, addressed as Brother Zhou, responded, "Merely slaughtering them is not sufficient. Every member of the Zhao family must be captured and tormented for 7 days before being executed. Inflicting harm upon the families of our Qingyang sect disciples is a grave transgression." Other disciples of the Qingyang sect echoed the sentiment, demanding severe retribution against the Zhao family. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, who was keenly attuned to the movements of the Wang family, felt an icy chill settle within him upon hearing their intentions. "If you seek death, do not blame me for annihilating you all." At this moment, Zhou Rui and Wang Lei, accompanied by disciples of their sect and Wang family guards, approached the Zhao family. Zhao Hao directly arrived at the entrance of the Zhao residence, with Fang Ningxiang standing resolutely beside him. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Rui and Wang Lei arrived at the Zhao family's doorstep, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou Rui bellowed, "Today, you shall undoubtedly pay for your transgressions." Zhao Hao scoffed, stepping forward. "And just who do you think you are? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth." The atmosphere was charged with tension, a battle seemingly imminent. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a mysterious figure descended from above. It was an elder from the Qingyang sect, his eyes wide with fury as he admonished, "What is the meaning of this? To engage in such violence over personal grievances is utterly disgraceful." The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect had dispatched him upon learning of the situation to intervene. Wang Lei attempted to argue, but was rendered silent by the elder's piercing gaze. The elder turned to Zhao Hao, stating, "I shall address this matter with impartiality, ensuring justice for both parties." Wang Hao, observing the elder's demeanor, showed no respect. "Today, the entire Wang family shall perish. No one can alter that." They have slain members of my Zhao family, and this cannot be resolved amicably. At Zhao Hao's words, the elder from the Qingyang sect began to sweat nervously. The reason for the sect's intervention was that they had discovered Zhao Hao was the one responsible for the extermination of the 4 great demonic sex ancestors. To avoid conflict with the Chaoyang sect, the Qingyang sect had sent an elder. At this moment, Zhou Rui and the others sensed something awry, realizing that their own elder was not reacting favorably to Zhao Hao. You are not members of the Wang family, are you? Depart now, and I shall overlook your reckless words. If you choose to remain, then you shall accompany the Wang family to their demise, Zhao Hao declared, pointing at the disciples of the Qingyang sect. Zhou Rui and his companions were filled with rage, yet with their own elder present, they hesitated to voice their discontent. Zhou Rui struggled to contain his anger, glancing at the elder, hoping he would mediate. The elder was torn, unwilling to offend the Chaoyang sect, while also not wanting to allow the Qingyang sect's disciples to be humiliated. Just as he hesitated, Wang Lei suddenly launched an attack, secretly firing a hidden weapon at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao merely smirked, casually waving his hand, causing the weapon to return along its path, piercing directly through Wang Lei's throat. Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed. This shocking scene left everyone stunned, and the Wang family members erupted in cries of alarm. Zhou Rui could no longer contain himself, drawing his sword and charging at Zhao Hao. In a flash, Zhao Hao appeared behind Zhou Rui, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Zhou Rui's breath was extinguished in an instant. The other disciples of the Qingyang sect, witnessing the chaos, began to converge. Zhao Hao's gaze turned icy as he summoned all his physical strength, surrounded by swirling smoke. Fang Ningxiang also drew her sword, standing vigilant beside Zhao Hao, ready to respond to the elder from the Qingyang sect. The elder, recognizing the situation spiraling out of control, prepared to intervene. A sudden, formidable presence descended upon the scene, revealing an esteemed elder from the Morning Sun sect. He gazed at Zhao Hao, a comforting smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Do not fret, young Hao. With my presence here today, the Wang family shall undoubtedly face the consequences of their actions. The Grand Elder of the Qingyang sect, upon witnessing the arrival of the Morning Sun elder, immediately recognized the precariousness of the situation. Moreover, he discerned that this elder had reached the tribulation stage of cultivation. This turn of events could be attributed to Zhao Hao's earlier gift of enlightenment pills to the sect, which had enabled several elders to attain significant breakthroughs during their secluded training. At that moment, Zhao Hao recognized the newcomer as the 5th ancestor of the Morning Sun sect. The very one who had ensured the defense array remained intact. Greetings, esteemed ancestor. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang both bowed respectfully. The 5th ancestor chuckled heartily. I had little to do with the sect, and your master insisted I come to see you. Seeing you, young Hao, I realize you hardly require my assistance. The Grand Elder of the Qingyang sect directed his words at the 5th ancestor, Gu Qianhe. This matter is indeed our fault. The disciples involved have been slain. Might you, for the sake of an old man, spare the remaining ones? The 5th ancestor replied, Your inquiries hold no weight with me. You must consult the parties involved. If young Hao does not consent to leniency, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. However, should he choose to overlook this matter, you may all depart. It was evident that the 5th ancestor stood firmly in support of Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao surveyed the Qingyang sect disciples surrounding him and declared, They did not lay a hand upon me, and you did indeed come to mediate. Therefore, take these disciples away, and let the Qingyang sect remain unscathed in this affair. Additionally, you must expel Wang Lei from the sect. Even in death, he must be cast out. Fulfill these conditions, and all shall be well. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the Grand Elder responded, Very well. I shall announce today that Wang Lei, due to personal vendetta, has brought calamity upon our sect and is hereby expelled. All other disciples, follow me. 2 disciples lifted Zhou Rui's lifeless body, and alongside the Grand Elder, they departed upon a flying vessel. Meanwhile, the Wang family's guards were paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom that their young master had been slain by Zhao Hao and subsequently expelled from the sect. Zhao Hao turned to the disciples of the Zhao family and commanded, Kill them. After today, the Wang family shall cease to exist in Luoye City. The Wang family's guard began to scatter in panic as Zhao Hao led his kin into the heart of the Wang estate. The head of the Wang family, anxiously awaiting good news at home, was startled by the cries of battle and rushed to the entrance. However, upon his arrival, Zhao Hao swiftly severed his head. Following this, The Zhao family descended upon the Wang estate, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. The enmity between the Wang and Zhao families ran deep, and the Zhao disciples showed no mercy as they engaged the Wang clan members. Should they encounter formidable Wang elders, Zhao Hao would preemptively deal with them, ensuring that the Zhao family suffered no casualties. Chapter 47. The Hunt of the Family Disciples. Soon, the Wang family was left in utter ruin, with not a single soul surviving. Fang Ningxiang stood guard, protecting the Zhao disciples, for their cultivation levels were rather meager. Ultimately, Zhao Hao unlocked the treasure chamber of the Wang family. Within, there exists an abundance of inferior spirit stones, alongside various techniques and martial arts. Moreover, there is no shortage of medicinal pills. Zhao Hao promptly stored them in his spatial realm. Subsequently, he departed from the Wang family with his companions. Upon returning to the Zhao family, the younger generation was filled with exuberance. They had never experienced such exhilarating kills, particularly against the opposing Wang family. At that moment, Zhao Hao engaged Zhao Yugong in conversation about nurturing the family's youth. Zhao Yugong was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Hao, by providing so many resources to the family's disciples, are you not already fostering their development? Zhao Hao replied, Father, that is not all. I aim to enhance the physical constitution of our family members. Zhao Yugong was left even more bewildered. Enhancing their constitution? Zhao Hao understood that words were futile at this juncture. Only when the family's disciples had undergone comprehensive improvement would his assertions bear weight. He still possessed 17 random Great Tao Divine Body pills, but if they fell short, he could seek fortune at the Pill Pavilion in Luoya City. Zhao Hao retrieved one of the random Great Tao Divine Body pills and presented it to his father. Father, consume this pill directly. I shall protect you. Zhao Hao instructed Zhao Yugong earnestly. Very well, Zhao Hao. After Zhao Yugong ingested the pill, his body immediately reacted, as he practiced the attribute-less rising dragon technique. He awakened his constitution, and a magnificent qilin roared in the air. The qilin was of immense stature, yet it radiated neither cold nor heat, embodying tranquility. Beep. Host proximity detected. Awakening of the initiate qilin divine body. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Hao turned to gaze at his father with surprise. Zhao Yugong, sensing the transformation within his body, was instantly filled with joy. He realized that his physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His meridians had thickened, and his bones had become exponentially sturdier. Zhao Hao then retrieved a skill book devoid of attributes from his spatial realm and handed it to his father. These techniques had been acquired from the Wang family. Beep. Detection of host, gifting a yellow-grade superior technique. The supreme clarity technique. System quality returns the divine grade technique. Qilin treading the heavens. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhao Hao felt a surge of appreciation for its responsiveness. The system seemed to intuitively provide precisely the type of technique he required. Zhao Hao once again presented the Qilin treading the heavens technique to his father. Although Zhao Yugong was puzzled as to why Zhao Hao had given him techniques twice, he felt an innate affinity towards this particular skill. This is a divine grade technique? Qilin treading the heavens? Zhao Hao, let's forego the thanks, haha. This technique perfectly aligns with my current constitution, Zhao Yugong exclaimed. Zhao Hao merely smiled. He then took his leave, for the ancestral elder of the Chaoyang sect was still a guest at the Zhao residence, and he needed to extend his hospitality. Upon entering the grand hall, he discovered Fang Ningxiang and several family elders present. Zhao Hao respectfully cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Thank you, ancestor, for your continued concern for our Zhao family. At this moment, the fifth patriarch was conversing with the grand elder. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, he replied, There is no need for thanks. It is all as instructed by your master. Zhao Hao then engaged in conversation with the patriarch, while Fang Ningxiang continued to speak animatedly. Eventually, the fifth patriarch remarked, Since there is nothing pressing now, I shall prepare to return to the sect. My departure may invite danger upon the sect. Noticing the patriarch's intent to leave, Zhao Hao immediately interjected, Patriarch, wait a moment. Allow me to present you with a token of gratitude for your long journey to assist us. Zhao Hao then produced a dragon blood essence herb from his spatial pouch. Recognizing the effort the fifth patriarch made for his trivial matter, Zhao Hao felt it was only right to reciprocate his kindness. The fifth patriarch sensed the herb's extraordinary properties. Zhao Hao, what kind of herb is this? He inquired as he accepted it. It is the dragon blood essence herb, far more effective than the ordinary dragon blood herb. Zhao Hao explained. Upon hearing this, the fifth patriarch's heart surged with excitement. Did you also gift one to your master? He asked. Indeed, when my master was injured, she required dragon blood for healing, so I presented her with one. Zhao Hao replied, Haha, Zhao Hao, thank you. I never expected such a bountiful reward from this journey. Those old fellows will surely envy me. The fifth patriarch laughed joyfully. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Hao, take care. With that, he ascended into the sky and departed. After leaving the city of Lia, the fifth patriarch arrived at a nearby mountain, where he carved out a stone cave and proceeded to absorb the essence of the herb. Haha, it is far better to absorb it here. Who knows if it would have remained mine if taken back. The fifth patriarch began to consume the essence of the herb. After several bites, he felt his body growing stronger. Approximately half an hour later, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Ha! My physical strength has increased by at least 100 million pounds, and my blood has turned into dragon blood. What a tremendous fortune. The fifth patriarch then soared towards the Chaoyang sect. After bidding farewell to the fifth patriarch, Zhao Hao turned to the three elders and said, Esteemed uncles, I possess some treasures that may prove useful to you. Would you care to try them? The grand elder spoke first. Zhao Hao, what treasures could you possibly offer to us old men? They are better suited for the youth. Zhao Hao replied, Uncle, you witnessed the scene outside, did you not? That was the manifestation of my father's awakened physique. He is now a person of unparalleled constitution. What I wish to offer you are these elixirs. Please consider before declining. The grand elder hesitated at this moment. Zhao Hao, are these elixirs sufficient for the youth? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao responded, Uncle, rest assured the elixirs are ample. However, you have labored for the family your entire lives, so it is only fitting that you receive these elixirs. If the youth desire them, they must first make a contribution. The grand elder chuckled upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. Zhao Hao, you speak wisely. I shall not refuse. Subsequently, Zhao Hao produced 3 randomly selected Great Tao Divine Body pills and presented them to the 3 elders. At this moment, Fang Ningxiang also began to assist them in their protective duties. Upon consuming the pills, the bodies of the 3 elders underwent immediate transformation. The Grand Elder's cultivation leaned towards the wood attribute, while the 2nd and 4th elders were aligned with the earth attribute. Suddenly, 3 dragon-shaped entities emerged above the Zhao residence. One was an azure dragon, while the other 2 were yellow dragons. Ding! The system detected that the host's acquaintance awakened the azure dragon divine body. Ding! The system detected that the host's acquaintance awakened the yellow dragon divine body. Ding! The system detected that the host's acquaintance awakened the yellow dragon divine body. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Zhao Hao was taken aback. His 2nd and 3rd uncles had inexplicably awakened identical physiques. Zhao Hao then searched within the space for cultivation methods pertaining to the wood and earth attributes. Ultimately, he discovered a volume titled Azure Lotus Sutra and another titled Yellow Earth Technique. Zhao Hao promptly handed both texts to the 3 individuals. Ding! The system detected that the host gifted the yellow-grade superior cultivation method, Azure Lotus Sutra, and returned a divine-grade cultivation technique, Azure Dragon Celestial Construction. Ding! The system detected that the host gifted the yellow-grade superior cultivation method, Yellow Earth Technique, and returned a divine-grade cultivation technique, Yellow Dragon Celestial Sojourn. Zhao Hao beamed with joy as he gazed at the 2 cultivation methods within the space. It appeared that the system indeed returned techniques based on the awakened physiques. Zhao Hao once again presented the techniques to the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder. The trio was puzzled as to how Zhao Hao had produced additional cultivation methods. However, upon seeing the words divine grade on the surface of the text, they were left astounded. 2nd uncle, you and 3rd uncle share the same physique, so you shall study this technique together. You will cultivate from this single method. Grand uncle, you shall take the Azure Dragon Celestial Construction and practice it. Zhao Hao then departed with Fang Ningxiang. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder quickly perused the technique, preparing to commence his cultivation. Having only recently reached the later stage of foundation establishment, he retrieved the spirit stones and pills provided by the family to begin his training. The 2nd Elder committed the technique to memory and subsequently passed it to the 4th Elder. After a brief interval, the 3 began their cultivation. However, for the people of Lia City, this day would be unforgettable. Just days prior, an extraordinary phenomenon had appeared in the sky, and now it had manifested once more. They understood that something remarkable was transpiring within Lia City. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang discovered that the family's disciples were gazing vacantly at the heavens, as the sight of the 3 dragons had utterly bewildered them. Zhao Hao cleared his throat gently. prompting everyone to regain their senses. I am now issuing a task. Tomorrow, all family disciples over the age of 16 shall proceed to Amber Mountain to hunt spirit beasts. For those who successfully hunt a first-tier spirit beast, I shall reward them with a dragon blood herb. For those who hunt a second-tier spirit beast, I shall grant 10 dragon blood herbs. At this moment, the disciples looked at Zhao Hao in confusion, as they were unaware of what a dragon blood herb entailed. Zhao Hao spoke, explaining that the dragon blood grass is a type of spiritual herb that can be directly ingested, with a single plant capable of enhancing physical strength by an astonishing 100,000 pounds. At this moment, the members of the family below erupted in excitement. Can it truly increase strength by 100,000 pounds? Is this real? I must hunt several beasts tomorrow, they exclaimed joyfully. With my prowess, slaying a first-tier spiritual beast will be a mere trifle. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Zhao Hao added, if you manage to hunt a third-tier spiritual beast, not only will you receive 50 dragon blood grasses, but you may also select any one of the family's profound techniques. Upon hearing this, the excitement among the crowd intensified, and they eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Fang Ningxiang, standing nearby, smiled as she watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, a young family member stepped forward and inquired, Brother Hao, will there be any dangers on Amber Mountain? Zhao Hao replied with a confident smile, Fear not, I shall drive away some high-tier spiritual beasts around Amber Mountain in advance to ensure your safety. Furthermore, several elders of our family will discreetly protect you. However, should you require rescue from the elders, you will forfeit your qualification to continue hunting. Remember, do not be overzealous. Maintain a clear understanding of your own abilities. Upon hearing this, the worries of the crowd dissipated, replaced by a fervent spirit of determination. That evening, the Zhao family busied themselves with preparations for the hunt the following day. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao remained in his chamber, contemplating how to further bolster the family's strength. He understood that this hunt was merely the first step, with greater challenges awaiting the Zhao family in the future. On the following morning, family members over the age of 16 appeared invigorated, armed with their weapons, and set forth towards Amber Mountain. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang stood atop a vantage point, watching them depart. Thus began a hunting expedition filled with opportunities and challenges. As the disciples ventured forth, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang followed closely behind, accompanied discreetly by 3 elders at Zhao Hao's request. Upon reaching the outskirts of Amber Mountain, Zhao Hao manifested his physical prowess to drive away high-tier spiritual beasts. Shortly thereafter, the potent aura of these beasts dissipated. The family members cheered in unison before splitting into small teams to enter the forest. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang positioned themselves nearby to observe discreetly. Before long, one of the teams encountered a first-tier spiritual beast, a porcupine beast covered in sharp quills. It bared its fangs and emitted a low growl. One brave disciple charged forward, only to be wounded by the creature's spines. Witnessing this, the other disciples immediately rallied and coordinated their attacks. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the porcupine beast. The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, eagerly anticipating the reward of dragon bloodgrass. However, just as they reveled in their victory, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the forest. A colossal second-tier spiritual beast emerged, radiating a formidable aura, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The family members tensed, uncertain of their ability to confront this sudden crisis. Meanwhile, the roar of the second-tier beast attracted the attention of other teams in the vicinity. Among them was Zhao Jie, who had reached the 8th level of Qi training. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang also observed the current state of affairs among the crowd. The second-tier spirit beast corresponded to the foundation establishment stage of practitioners, while they were all still in the Qi training stage. Apart from coordinating their efforts, everyone was in peril. However, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were unable to intervene, otherwise they would be disqualified. Similarly, if the elder lurking in the shadows took action, he too would lose his qualification. In the midst of the crowd's panic, Zhao Jie shouted, "Everyone, remain calm and follow my lead. Let's strike together and catch it off guard." Upon hearing his command, the group quickly regained their composure and, as per Zhao Jie's instructions, divided into several small teams to launch their assault on the second-tier spirit beast from various directions. Some took on the responsibility of diverting the beast's attention, while others sought opportunities to attack. Although the second-tier spirit beast was formidable, it found itself overwhelmed by the coordinated onslaught of the group. At a stalemate in the battle, Zhao Jie seized the moment to unleash his most adept martial skill, directing a fierce sword aura toward the beast's vital points. The spirit beast, unable to evade in time, was struck by the sword aura and let out a mournful cry. Witnessing this, the morale of the group surged, and they intensified their attacks. After a fierce struggle, the second-tier spirit beast was ultimately slain by their combined efforts. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces alight with the joy of victory. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang, watching from the sidelines, wore expressions of satisfaction. This experience not only honed the skills of the clan's younger members, but also instilled in them the significance of teamwork. It is believed that through this trial, the Zhao family's descendants would elevate their prowess to new heights. Chapter 48. The Enhancement of Physical Strength. Zhao Hao, witnessing the harmonious collaboration of his family members, felt an immense joy. He suddenly appeared before the group and declared, "I can distribute the dragon blood grass to you right here, and you may discuss how to allocate it." The team that had slain a first-tier spirit beast would receive 1 stalk of dragon blood grass, while those who collectively defeated a second-tier beast would acquire 10 stalks. Zhao Hao presented the dragon blood grass to them. At this juncture, Zhao Hao noticed that they began to deliberate on the distribution of the dragon blood grass. The allocation for the 1 stalk was manageable, but there was significant disagreement regarding the 10 stalks obtained from the second-tier beast. Zhao Hao then remarked, "Each individual can consume a maximum of 20 stalks. Beyond that, they will lose their efficacy." His words momentarily stunned everyone. Ultimately, they decided to allow Zhao Jie to consume all 10 stalks for the time being, after which he would lead them in further hunting. Zhao Jie then commenced the refinement of the dragon blood grass on the spot, while the others took on the role of his protectors. As Zhao Jie continued to refine the grass, his body underwent astonishing transformations. Originally at the 8th level of Qi training, his aura began to rise exponentially. Layers upon layers of spiritual energy surged within him, and he swiftly broke through to the 9th level of Qi training. Yet, this was not the end. His aura showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. The disciples surrounding the protective law stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Zhao Jie's body shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as if an invisible dragon roamed within him. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Zhao Jie suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing light emanating from them. He rose to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura, and astonishingly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. This transformation left everyone in utter astonishment. After consuming 10 dragon blood herbs, Zhao Jie not only experienced a tremendous enhancement in physical strength, but also achieved a direct breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Zhao Hao also displayed a look of surprise, not expecting the dragon blood herb to have such a profound effect on Zhao Jie. Indeed, Zhao Jie, your potential far exceeds our expectations. Now, continue to lead everyone in the hunt and strive for greater gains, Zhao Hao encouraged. Zhao Jie nodded excitedly and led the group deeper into the forest, embarking on a new hunting expedition. At that moment, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his body. Zhao Hao continuously observed the situations of other teams with his spiritual sense. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang concealed their forms, vanishing from sight. Zhao Jie's physical strength had now reached 1 million pounds, nearing the threshold of the Yuan Ying stage's spiritual intensity, equivalent to that of a 4th-tier spiritual beast. The group continued their hunt, occasionally encountering 1st-tier spiritual beasts, which were swiftly eliminated. Zhao Jie's team now comprised 10 members, a combination of 2 smaller teams. They were still on the outskirts of Amber Mountain, and with the higher-tier spiritual beasts having been driven away by Zhao Hao, even 2nd-tier beasts were scarce. The Zhao clan's disciples were divided into approximately 20 small teams, totaling over 100 individuals. Zhao Hao attentively monitored the actions of all the disciples. At this moment, various teams had managed to kill 1 or 2 first-tier spiritual beasts. Whenever a team succeeded in their hunt, Zhao Hao would approach to distribute the dragon blood herbs to them. Consequently, each team experienced a boost in strength. Consuming a single dragon blood herb granted an increase of 100,000 pounds of strength, roughly equivalent to the spiritual intensity of a perfected foundation establishment stage. Thus, each team had acquired the capability to contend with 2nd-tier spiritual beasts. Zhao Hao chose to distribute the herbs immediately after they had slain the beasts because 2nd-tier spiritual beasts were plentiful in this mountain, making it challenging for those at the Qi refinement stage to defeat them. He aimed to help them acclimate to their newfound strength through practical experience. Waiting until all hunts were completed to distribute the herbs would hinder their ability to adapt their physical power during battle, and it was likely that many would fall to the hands of the second-tier beasts. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoji's team encountered a second-tier spiritual beast. The 5 members of the team began to coordinate their attacks against the beast. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoji had already consumed a dragon blood herb, so she remained calm. They centered their efforts around Zhao Xiaoji and launched a concerted assault. With a harmonious synergy among them, Zhao Xiaoji unleashed her physical prowess. In no time, the second-tier spirit beast succumbed to the onslaught of her team. Zhao Hao unexpectedly bestowed upon this group 10 dragon blood herbs as a reward. Unlike Zhao Jie's team, who had allocated all the herbs to Zhao Xiaoji, each member of this quintet consumed 2 herbs apiece. They took turns guarding each other, and after partaking, they continued their venture deeper into the forest. Zhao Hao observed their performance with great satisfaction. After delving further, Zhao Xiaoji suddenly stumbled upon a pack of 10 ghostly wolves, a second-tier spirit beast. She promptly reassured her comrades, urging them not to worry, instructing each to confront 2 wolves, as they had just consumed the dragon blood herbs, enabling them to face the spectral wolves head-on. As the ghostly wolves lunged toward them, the freshly empowered team found their attacks somewhat feeble, still acclimating to their newfound strength. However, when the wolves bit them, they merely grazed the skin, failing to breach the muscle of the team members. Witnessing this, the group immediately engaged in fierce combat with the spectral wolves. Gradually, they adapted to the battle, their techniques becoming increasingly fierce. They learned to evade the wolves' bites while delivering their own strikes. After approximately an hour of combat, they successfully eliminated 8 of the ghostly wolves, while the remaining 2 fled. Zhao Hao appeared just in time, presenting the team with 80 dragon blood herbs. The 5 members quickly divided them, each receiving 16 herbs, consuming them at staggered intervals while maintaining mutual protection. Once they finished, they could distinctly feel the sheer power coursing through their bodies. The team then pressed on deeper into the wilderness. By this time, 20 teams had nearly finished their own dragon blood herbs. Although they had yet to develop a keen battle awareness, they were no longer as inexperienced as when they first entered the mountains. Meanwhile, several accompanying elders recognized that their strength had fallen short of the family disciples, prompting them to pause and store the spirit beasts they had slain in spatial rings. For the flesh of these beasts was a valuable commodity. As night approached, the various teams began roasting their hunted game, enveloping the area in the enticing aroma of grilled meat. The group reveled in the delicious scent. Observing the scene, Zhao Hao shook his head. The fragrance of the roasted meat would undoubtedly attract numerous spirit beasts, foreshadowing an impending battle. However, Zhao Hao remained unfazed, knowing that the approaching beasts would likely be no more than 3rd tier, as he had driven the 4th tier and above deeper into the mountains. Chapter 49, A Night in the Mountains. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoji's team was enjoying roasted meat together with several clan members, all acutely aware of the immense spiritual energy contained within the spirit beast flesh. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoji exclaimed, "Tomorrow we shall embark on a hunt for the 3rd-tier spirit beasts. Our participation in this trial is not solely for the purpose of acquiring dragon blood grass. It is also to refine our combat skills." Although Zhao Hao had mentioned that consuming 20 stalks of dragon blood grass would render it ineffective, it was imperative for everyone to engage in battle earnestly. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoji's words, several members of the Zhao clan readily agreed. However, just as they were engrossed in their conversation, the sudden sound of crunching leaves echoed around them. Zhao Xiaoji hastily set down the spirit beast meat and stood alongside her fellow clansmen. To their astonishment, 10 third-tier spirit beasts emerged, all of which were unfamiliar to them. Previously, they had deemed it sufficient to hunt only first-tier spirit beasts on the periphery, rendering them unacquainted with the creatures before them. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anxiety, Zhao Xiaoji understood that panic would only exacerbate the situation. "Everyone, remain calm and spread out in the formation we practiced," she commanded with confidence. The clan members swiftly took action, encircling Zhao Xiaoji in the center. Suddenly, the foremost third-tier spirit beast let out a furious roar and charged at them, leading the others in its wake. Armed with her longsword, Zhao Xiaoji was the first to advance. She seized the moment and thrust her sword toward the beast's eye. The creature nimbly dodged, its claws swiping at Zhao Xiaoji. She deftly sidestepped, countering with a strike aimed at its leg. Simultaneously, the other clan members engaged their respective adversaries. creating a cacophony of battle cries intertwined with the roars of the spirit beasts. Some clan members suffered lacerations from the beasts, blood streaming down. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered in the fight. As Zhao Xiaoji engaged in combat, she keenly observed the unfolding situation, contemplating strategies to overcome their foes. She noted that the third-tier spirit beasts appeared to share a certain synergy, coordinating their attacks on the clan members. An idea sparked in her mind. She shouted, "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on one beast at a time, and we shall take them down individually." Heeding her words, the clan members swiftly adjusted their tactics, focusing their firepower on a relatively weaker spirit beast. As they pressed the assault, the creature began to show signs of fatigue. Just as Zhao Xiaoji prepared to deliver a fatal blow, several other spirit beasts rushed in to provide support. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xiaoji urgently directed her comrades to fortify their defenses. In the midst of escalating peril, Zhao Xiaoji suddenly recalled the special herbs obtained during their previous hunt for second-tier spirit beasts. She swiftly retrieved the herbs from her garment, ignited them, and hurled them toward the approaching beasts. The herbs emitted a pungent smoke that disoriented the spirit beasts, causing their ranks to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Xiaoji shouted, "Attack!" The clan members once again concentrated their fire on the beleaguered third-tier spirit beast. With a determined leap, Zhao Xiaoji plunged her sword deep into the creature's heart, and it collapsed with a resounding thud. Encouraged by this victory, the other clan members fought with renewed vigor against the remaining beasts. Zhao Xiaoji continued to direct her comrades, adjusting their strategies based on the unique characteristics of each spirit beast. After an intense battle, the remaining third-tier spirit beasts were all vanquished. Although the group was fatigued, they had not reached their limits and stood resiliently, their faces aglow with the elation of victory. Zhao Xiaoji, catching her breath, remarked that everyone had performed admirably and suggested they take a moment to rest and consume the spirit beast meat before continuing the next day. Upon noticing the injured clansman, she instructed Zhao Mu, "Please assist Zhao Xiao with his wounds." The clansman named Zhao Mu promptly attended to Zhao Xiao, bandaging his injuries. Just as Zhao Xiaoji prepared to collect the remains of the slain third-tier spirit beasts, Zhao Hao approached. "Cousin, I witnessed your entire process of defeating the spirit beasts, and I must say your performance was somewhat lacking. You should be aware that your physical strength has already reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage. It is concerning that there were injuries while battling merely a few third-tier spirit beasts, which indicates a significant lack of experience." Zhao Xiaoji immediately responded, "Zhao Hao, we had not encountered any battles prior to this, and we are all quite inexperienced. However, trust in us. We will gradually grow stronger." Zhao Hao then retrieved 19 dragon blood herbs from his spatial pouch and handed them to them. "Finish the remaining dragon blood herbs. By then, you will each have consumed a full 20. I will keep track of the surplus herbs for you, and later, I will exchange them for other resources." Zhao Xiaoji accepted the dragon blood herbs and began to consume them as Zhao Hao stood guard. As they ingested the herbs, their physical prowess began to rival that of practitioners at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, Zhao Zhao's wounds began to heal rapidly. "One more thing," Zhao Hao cautioned them. "Have you noticed that lighting a fire in the mountains at night can attract spirit beasts due to the aroma of roasted meat?" The group felt slightly embarrassed at this revelation. Zhao Hao pointed out several other critical considerations before taking his leave. "Fortunately for us, Zhao Hao intervened. Otherwise, we might have attracted fourth-tier spirit beasts." Zhao Xiaoji nodded in agreement and gathered all the remains of the third-tier spirit beasts, suggesting, "Let us relocate to another area for rest. The stench of blood here is unsuitable for an overnight stay." Subsequently, the 5 of them ventured to a secluded hillock, where they excavated a cave spacious enough to accommodate them. Once inside, they settled down to meditate and recuperate, thanks to their consumption of the dragon blood herbs. Each of their cultivation levels experienced a modest elevation. They understood that the enhancement of their physical bodies would, in turn, facilitate their cultivation advancement. Similar to Zhao Xiaoji's group, other teams that had made fires also faced attacks from spirit beasts. However, they ultimately slew all the assailants. Zhao Hao promptly delivered dragon blood herbs to them, ensuring they all reached the full 20. He assured them that he would reserve any excess herbs for future use. After Zhao Hao pointed out numerous critical details to various teams, they felt enlightened and promptly began searching for secluded and safe locations to spend the night. Fang Ningxiang approached Zhao Hao and remarked, "Junior brother, the progress of your clan's disciples is remarkable. I am not referring to their strength, but rather their skills in battling spirit beasts. Despite Zhao Hao's continuous admonitions, he could not help but acknowledge their advancement. Senior sister, in the past, our Zhao family never had the opportunity to venture into the mountains for training. Everyone was solely focused on rigorous practice at home. How could we possibly gain any combat experience? Zhao Hao thought to himself, determined to train his kin into formidable warriors. As the day turned to dusk, Fang Ningxiang and Zhao Hao settled down to meditate, preparing for the arrival of the next day. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Fourth Elder were engulfed in frustration. The clan's disciples had surpassed their strength, which should have brought them joy, yet they felt a sense of inadequacy and disappointment. Chapter 50. Training in the mountains. The night enveloping Amber Mountain was serene, with all teams having found suitable resting spots. Occasionally, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard echoing through the stillness. At this moment, Zhao Hao conversed with Fang Ningxiang, senior sister. I recall giving you 15 dragon blood herbs last time. You haven't consumed them all yet, have you? Initially, Fang Ningxiang believed dragon blood herbs to be exceedingly rare. However, upon witnessing the abundance Zhao Hao possessed, she playfully chided, Junior brother, indeed, I still have 5 left to consume. Zhao Hao handed her 5 dragon blood herbs and took on the role of her guardian. Half an hour later, Fang Ningxiang had finished the 5 herbs, her physical strength soaring to over 2 million pounds. Senior sister, I have a remarkable item here that I intended to give you in the future, but who knows what lies ahead. So, I thought it best to present it to you now. Zhao Hao retrieved a dragon blood essence herb from his spatial storage. Fang Ningxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the mysterious plant, a wave of sweetness washing over her. Junior brother, is this the herb you previously gifted to our ancestor Wu? Zhao Hao chuckled. Indeed, senior sister. At that time, I was unsure how to express my gratitude to ancestor Wu, so I offered this. However, now I bestow upon you one, so you may absorb it immediately. Fang Ningxiang promptly seated herself cross-legged and ingested the essence herb. She then began to refine it, her body undergoing a transformation. The herb's medicinal properties enveloped her in a warm, cleansing flow. Her muscles, internal organs, bones, and blood were continuously enhanced. At this moment, a potent aura of blood surged from her entire being. Zhao Hao remained vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. After an hour had passed, Fang Ningxiang sensed an explosive power coursing through her. Upon opening her eyes, she found Zhao Hao smiling at her. She instantly blushed deeply. Junior brother, you always provide me with such precious treasures. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Zhao Hao jested. Then you shall pledge yourself to me. Fang Ningxiang immediately struck Zhao Hao playfully. You little rascal. You're not even 18 yet, and you're already thinking about adult matters. Zhao Hao remarked, Senior sister, you are merely around 18 years old. Why do you speak to me with such an air of superiority? Fang Ningxiang responded, regardless. You have yet to reach the age of 18. Do not entertain such thoughts. The two promptly settled into a meditative posture. A night passed in silence, and at dawn, Zhao Hao rose to his feet. He observed that the ranks of the family's disciples had already begun their expedition. Everyone appeared invigorated as they ventured deeper into the unknown. Within the group, Zhao Jia was addressing his 9 companions. Everyone, pay attention to our coordination. Our physical prowess has grown remarkably strong. We must exploit the weaknesses of the spirit beasts with our strengths. The other 9 readily agreed. After walking for just over 10 minutes, they encountered a pack of third-tier spirit beasts. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be a ferocious variant of swine, their muscular forms brimming with explosive power. As soon as they made contact, the boar spirit beasts charged at the group. Zhao Jia swiftly formed a coordinated formation with his companions, adept in both defense and offense. As one boar spirit beast lunged toward Zhao Jia, its allies flanked it, delivering powerful strikes from either side. Zhao Jia seized the beast's tusks with both hands. The creature, reeling from the blows, sustained severe injuries before Zhao Jia hoisted it overhead and slammed it down onto the ground, where it lay, bleeding profusely. Another teammate stepped forward to deliver a fatal strike to the boar's throat, ensuring its demise. The remaining boar spirit beasts retaliated in a frenzied assault. However, Zhao Jia and his comrades executed their strategy with remarkable precision. The remaining beasts fell one by one, as if ensnared in a cage, under the might of Zhao Jia and his team. Throughout the entire encounter, the team exhibited no hesitation, their actions swift and decisive. Zhao Jia stored the slain spirit beasts within his spatial ring, intending to exchange them for resources with Zhao Hao. Though Zhao Hao had not provided an abundance of dragon blood grass, it was certain that valuable resources could be acquired. Zhao Jie's team continued their advance deeper into the territory. Zhao Hao, utilizing his spiritual awareness, observed their performance and nodded in approval. Among all the teams, Zhao Jie's group demonstrated the quickest adaptability. Meanwhile, nearly every squad had encountered varying numbers of third-tier spirit beasts, dispatching them without significant peril. At this moment, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang pressed onward into the depths. As they delved further, groups of third-tier spirit beasts began to appear in increasing numbers. Each small team exhibited formidable strength and synergy, effectively eradicating the third-tier spirit beasts. Zhao Hao noted the seasoned nature of each team. Just as he anticipated the emergence of more third-tier spirit beasts, he observed that the foremost team had already entered the middle section of Amber Mountain. Zhao Hao was well aware that this region harbored numerous fourth-tier spirit beasts. However, it was evident that these fourth-tier beasts were not insurmountable. They could indeed be overcome. At this moment, Zhao Jie acutely sensed a peculiar stillness enveloping his surroundings, a profound silence that gripped the air. Every member of the team was on high alert. The sound of rustling footsteps from a spirit beast echoed in their ears. Zhao Jie could discern that this particular spirit beast was markedly distinct from a third-tier one. When the beast revealed itself before them, Zhao Jie instinctively inhaled sharply, for what stood before him was an imposing creature, remarkably reminiscent of a bear. Zhao Jie assessed that this bear beast was undoubtedly a fourth-tier entity. However, he remained unflustered, as each of them possessed strength equivalent to that of a fourth-tier spirit beast. The bear beast, known for its formidable physical prowess, incited Zhao Jie's desire to confront it head-on. Just as Zhao Jie prepared to charge, a composed team member restrained him, saying, "Brother Jie, this bear beast is tough and resilient. A direct confrontation may lead to our downfall. Let's first employ our cunning to wear it down." Zhao Jie nodded in agreement. The group swiftly dispersed, encircling the bear beast in a tactical formation. They harassed the creature from various angles, provoking its wrathful roars as its massive paws struck the ground, causing tremors beneath their feet. Suddenly, the bear beast lunged at one of the team members with precision. The agile member sidestepped just in time, while his comrades launched their counterattacks against the beast. Yet, the bear's thick hide rendered their efforts largely ineffective. Zhao Jie, struck by inspiration, shouted, "Aim for its eyes and abdomen." Heeding his command, the team adjusted their strategy. After several rounds of assault, the bear beast began to falter, sustaining injuries to its abdomen and eyes. In that critical moment, the bear unleashed a powerful counterattack, sending the team members staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jie rallied his comrades to regroup and mount a final, relentless assault. After an intense battle, the bear beast finally collapsed, and the team triumphed in its defeat. Chapter 51, Trials in the Mountains 2. A fourth-tier spirit beast is no match for us. Our strength has grown exponentially. Zhao Jie exclaimed with elation. Let's press onward. We must not lag behind. The composed team member carefully stored the bear beast's carcass in a storage ring. Zhao Jie and the others ventured deeper into the wilderness. Moments later, they encountered a solitary leopard spirit beast. This time, the team exercised utmost caution, for this leopard was known for its incredible speed. After engaging in a direct confrontation with the leopard, Zhao Jie discerned that it was at least a mid-tier fourth-level spirit beast. He recalled Zhao Hao mentioning that after consuming 20 dragon blood herbs, their physical strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The leopard, sizing up Zhao Jie, suddenly diverted its attack toward the fellow clan member. "Hey, do you think I'm an easy target? Just watch my prowess." This clan member, Zhao Fei, was seasoned in combat. As the leopard's claws lunged toward him, Zhao Fei retaliated with a powerful punch. The moment their forces collided, a fierce gust of wind erupted, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. After the leopard recoiled, it swiftly shifted its target once more. Zhao Jie cast a knowing glance at Zhao Fei, who immediately comprehended his intent. In an instant, the two launched a simultaneous assault on the leopard-like spirit beast that was pouncing on a clan member. The beast, having unsheathed its claws, prepared to flee upon perceiving their impending strike. However, the targeted clan member bravely counterattacked the beast. Should the leopard retract its claws, it would be confronted with the assault from the front. Ultimately, the creature could only hope that its adversary was not overly formidable. With a resounding thud, the leopard-like spirit beast sustained two powerful blows to its abdomen, while the assailant undeterred, absorbed the creature's claws unscathed. The injured beast retreated, recognizing the formidable prowess of its opponents, and dashed into the depths of the forest. Do not pursue. We cannot ascertain how many other formidable spirit beasts lurk within. At that moment, Zhao Hao observed that the entire team had engaged with the fourth-tier spirit beasts, alleviating his concerns. Thus far, everyone had begun to acclimatize to their physical strength, and when combined with their spiritual energy, their offensive capabilities were proving remarkably effective. Zhao Jie and his companions pressed deeper into the forest. After advancing a considerable distance, they encountered not just one, but several fourth-tier spirit beasts. Appearing in groups of 2 or 3, Zhao Jie and his 10 companions soon faced 3 tiger-like spirit beasts, which exuded a formidable aura, evidently more challenging than those they had encountered previously. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jie called out, "Everyone, be cautious. These 3 tigers are not to be trifled with. We shall employ a coordinated strategy to divert their attention." The team swiftly mobilized, splitting into 3 groups to distract the trio of tiger beasts. Zhao Jie focused intently on the strongest among them, searching for an opening. The battle swiftly escalated, with the tigers brandishing their claws, their roars resonating painfully in the ears of the group. One tiger seized an opportunity and lunged at a team member, who was unable to evade in time and suffered a claw wound to the arm. Witnessing this, Zhao Jie shouted and charged at the tiger, delivering a powerful punch to its head. In pain, the beast redirected its aggression towards Zhao Jie, while the other team members engaged fiercely with the remaining 2 tigers. Zhao Jie deftly evaded the tiger's attacks while seeking a chance to retaliate. Suddenly, he spotted a vulnerability in the beast's leg and delivered a decisive kick, injuring it and slowing its movements. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Jie pressed the attack against the wounded tiger. Despite its injury, the beast still possessed considerable strength and clashed fiercely with Zhao Jie. Noticing Zhao Jie was struggling against the robust tiger, Zhao Fei abandoned his assault on the one surrounded by their comrades and rushed to assist Zhao Jie. Together, they maneuvered to outflank the formidable tiger, striking at opportune moments. The tiger beast, though somewhat disheveled from the skirmish, refused to yield. Suddenly, it pivoted and lunged towards Zhao Fei, its gaping maw poised to strike. Zhao Fei deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to the creature's flank. At that moment, 2 additional tiger beasts broke free from the assault of the other team members and charged toward Zhao Fei and Zhao Jie. The situation grew dire, prompting Zhao Jie to shout for everyone to regroup and confront the threat together. The team members quickly converged, forming a tight defensive circle. They coordinated their efforts, exploiting the intervals between their attacks to strike at the tiger beasts. Despite the ferocity of the beast's assault, the group's synergy and formidable physical strength gradually stabilized the situation. After an intense battle, one tiger beast was struck at a vital point and collapsed to the ground. Realizing the tide had turned unfavorably, the remaining 2 beasts exchanged glances before retreating into the depths of the forest. Breathing heavily, Zhao Jie instructed, "Let's not pursue for now. Everyone check your injuries. We shall recuperate before moving on." The team nodded in agreement, tending to their wounds. At this juncture, Zhao Hao had ventured deep into the forest, ensuring no 5th-tier spirit beasts posed a threat to them. Given the formidable strength of spirit beasts, it was challenging for the clan's disciples to confront opponents beyond their realm. 5th-tier spirit beasts were arguably more powerful than cultivators in the transformation stage. Currently, the clan's disciples lacked the capability to battle 5th-tier beasts, and many teams struggled against more than one 4th-tier spirit beast at a time. Subsequently, the groups convened and merged, transforming from 20 teams into 5 smaller squads, each comprising 20 individuals. This consolidation made hunting significantly more manageable. Even the 45 4th-tier spirit beasts were swiftly dispatched. At first, Zhao Hao thought we could only manage to slay 3rd-tier beasts. Who would have imagined we would now vanquish 4th-tier ones? Zhou, ye Edflemet. Humph. Had it not been for Zhao Hao providing us with dragon bloodgrass, we would still be grappling with 2nd-tier beasts. A fiery-tempered female member interjected. Enough of the bickering. Zhao Hao provided us with the dragon bloodgrass precisely to enhance our experience in battle. Let's not be complacent. The formidable 4th-tier spirit beasts have yet to appear. We must remain vigilant despite having slain some early and mid-level 4th-tier beasts, Zhao Xiaoji cautioned. Indeed, she continued, as her team merged with Zhao Jie's. As the discussions unfolded, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, announcing the arrival of a colossal fourth-tier perfected spirit beast, a giant python radiating an aura of terror. It flicked its tongue, its icy gaze sweeping over the assembled group. Zhao Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Everyone be cautious. This is a perfected fourth-tier spirit beast, more powerful than any we have encountered thus far." The team members tightened their fists, bracing for the impending confrontation. The giant python launched the first assault, its massive body darting towards the crowd like lightning, its formidable tail sweeping menacingly. The crowd hastily sought refuge, while simultaneously searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Zhao Hao, seizing the moment, led several team members towards the serpent's head, aiming to strike at its vulnerable point. However, the colossal python reacted with remarkable speed, violently shaking its head and sending them reeling. At that moment, the remaining members converged, channeling their spiritual energy in conjunction with their physical strength to launch an assault against the beast. Although their attacks inflicted only minor wounds, the frequency of their strikes was considerable. Before long, the serpent sustained significant injuries. Just as it prepared to flee, it found itself encircled once more. Everyone summoned their spiritual power to its utmost, combining it with their strongest physical might to deliver a potentially fatal blow. The python sensed its peril and attempted to force its way through the encirclement. But the group was well aware of its intentions and resolutely denied it the chance to escape. With Zhao Xiaoji's final sword thrust, the serpent collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, excitement illuminated everyone's faces. Sister Xiaoji is truly formidable. She single-handedly pierced the serpent's heart. Chapter 52. The trial concludes. The demise of the giant python is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective efforts. Zhao Xiaoji waved her hand dismissively. Laughter erupted among the other clan members. Let's proceed onward. Zhao Ye proclaimed. The team did not pause in their journey. Brother Jia, what shall we do if we encounter a fifth-tier spirit beast ahead? There will surely be casualties, remarked a cautious disciple. Just then, a group emerged from the nearby woods, all boasting golden core cultivation, with their leader at the nascent soul stage. Ah, are these not the younger members of the Zhao clan? How dare you venture so deep here? Do the second-tier spirit beasts not devour you? The nascent soul cultivator inquired. Why we are here is of no concern to you. However, you appear not to be from Falling Leaf City. How could you recognize us? Zhao Ye retorted. Such a bold demeanor. The reason we recognize you is that we witnessed your annihilation of the Wang clan last time from the tavern. The nascent soul cultivator's expression changed upon seeing the lifeless python. Your highest member is merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet you were able to slay the python. Speak. What method did you employ? Zhao Jia, feeling a surge of anger, responded, What business is it of yours how we kill the python? Who are you to dictate terms? At this, the group of golden core cultivators spoke directly. Dare you act so arrogantly before us? Believe it or not, we could slay you right now and then go to Falling Leaf City to obliterate the Zhao clan. Zhoyes contenance darkinet. Are you so certain? The leader of the nascent soul cultivator replied, Gao Yuan, collect the python's remains. We can fetch a handsome price for it once we leave. A golden core cultivator immediately approached to gather the serpent's corpse. However, Zhao Fei was quick-witted and swiftly concealed the python's body. At this moment, the leading nascent soul cultivator, with a grim expression, declared, It seems that without imparting a lesson, you remain oblivious to the meaning of pain. Gao Yuan, anyone who dares to touch the giant python's corpse, eliminate them on the spot. A golden core cultivator unsheathed his long blade, aiming to slay Zhao Fei. However, Zhao Jia and his companions harbored no fear. Just as Gao Yuan prepared to strike Zhao Fei retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Gao Yuan's head. The outcome was astonishing. Gao Yuan's blade failed to breach Zhao Fei's defenses, while Gao Yuan's skull was shattered by the force of the blow. Witnessing this, the entire team was momentarily stunned, realizing, so you are a body refinement cultivator. Did you slay this giant python? The nascent soul cultivator had presumed that Zhao Fei was the only formidable body refinement warrior within Zhao's ranks, unaware that all members matched his prowess. Since you seek to harm my Zhao family kin, prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Fei immediately launched an assault on the golden core cultivators, who were caught off guard. Forgetting to flee, the Zhao family disciples joined in the fray as well, while Zhao Jia confronted the nascent soul cultivator. Soon, all the golden core cultivators had been vanquished, and the nascent soul cultivator found himself at a disadvantage. We must retreat, or I too shall perish here. He thought to himself. After exchanging a blow with Zhao Jie, the nascent soul cultivator soared into the air. Zhao Jie, unable to fly, could only watch him ascend. You Zhao family brats, how audacious you are, daring to annihilate all my men. Await our vengeance. On the way back, the nascent soul cultivator seethed with rage. How detestable. They must have acquired body refinement resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this formidable. He resolved to return and incite trouble for the Zhao family. Meanwhile, the others began to regroup and prepare to advance deeper. Brother Jie, these are their storage rings, exclaimed the family disciples. After receiving the rings, Zhao Jie announced, the resources shall be shared among all. Let us first check if there is anything Zhao Hao requires. Moments later, Zhao Jie led the team onward. Meanwhile, other groups had already ventured considerably deeper. Zhao Hao intended to declare the conclusion of this trial once they reached their designated location. Observing the throngs of fully matured fourth-tier spirit beasts before them, he remarked, is this too harsh? To which Fang Ningxiang replied, Junior brother, being tough on them now will show them kindness in the future. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. At this moment, the clusters of fully matured fourth-tier spirit beasts approached the 5 teams, which had now united. Facing nearly 100 warriors against dozens of fourth-tier spirit beasts, a sense of trepidation enveloped everyone. However, at Zhao Jie's command, all began to form a defensive formation. The spirit beasts, upon witnessing the human formation, roared fiercely and charged towards them. The young members of the Zhao family immediately rallied their spirits to confront the impending clash. Just as the two sides were about to collide, an exceptionally massive fourth-tier perfected spirit beast launched the first attack, opening its gaping maw and charging towards the Zhao clan's descendants. Zhao Jie, utilizing the formation, coordinated the efforts of many to counter this assault. With a mighty shout, he drew his long sword and advanced to meet the beast. The other clan members also unleashed their martial skills, creating a dazzling interplay of martial brilliance and beastly roars. The battle was exceedingly fierce, with clan members sustaining numerous injuries, yet there was no sign of retreat among them. Zhao Fei displayed unparalleled valor, plunging into the horde of beasts. Each punch he delivered sending a spirit beast reeling. However, the sheer number of spirit beasts began to overwhelm the clan members, and many of the young warriors had sustained serious injuries. At that moment, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang appeared in the sky above. Fang Ningxiang began to weave intricate hand seals, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. The spirit beasts, sensing the immense pressure, ceased their attacks and grew restless. Zhao Hao spoke. The trials conclude here. Everyone has performed admirably. Subsequently, Fang Ningxiang cast a spell to drive the spirit beasts away. A wave of relief washed over the Zhao clan's descendants. Though fatigued, they were brimming with exhilaration, having grown significantly from this experience. Zhao Hao recognized that these fourth-tier perfected spirit beasts had far exceeded the limits of what the clan members could withstand. If not for the intervention, everyone would have been in peril. This trial had undoubtedly allowed the young warriors to make considerable progress. Moderation is key. Zhao Hao, has the trial concluded? Zhao Ye with it. Zhao Hao replied, Indeed, cousin. Everyone has tasted the blood of battle, and from now on, they can at least exert their full strength. Zhao Jie retrieved several storage rings. Zhao Hao, we encountered a group of cultivators earlier, and we eliminated some of them, but one managed to escape. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's words, Zhao Hao took the storage rings and employed his spiritual sense to scan for human cultivators within Amber Mountain. He swiftly identified a nascent soul cultivator flying towards the mountain's exterior. Zhao Hao quickly confirmed the identity of the individual. Everyone, gather your belongings. It is time to return home. Chapter 53. A generous return of pills. Zhao Hao once again retrieved revitalizing pills from his spatial storage for the clan members to consume. Soon, the injuries of several wounded warriors were brought under control. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 8 revitalizing pills. The system returns 8 Dream Cloud pills. Those who were uninjured assisted their wounded comrades as they began to make their way towards the outskirts of Amber Mountain. Meanwhile, several elders of the family, including Zhao Hao's uncle, were also en route back to the clan. On the journey, Zhao Xiaoji remarked, Zhao Hao, I never anticipated that the 4th-tier perfected spirit beasts would be so formidable. If you hadn't arrived, we could have suffered significant casualties. Zhao Xiaoji felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhao Hao reassured her, Sister Xiaoji, you all performed exceptionally well. At least no clan member lost their life. Throughout the journey, the group was filled with excitement, frequently discussing their insights on hunting spirit beasts following their newfound strength. As the crowd returned to the Zhao residence, twilight had descended, and the family members had prepared dinner for all the practicing disciples. The young disciples were eager for a sumptuous feast, having subsisted on little more than roasted meat in the mountains. At that moment, Zhao Yu was attentively listening to the three elders discussing the enhancement of the disciples' abilities. The spiritual herbs provided by Zhao Hao were truly extraordinary. Initially unable to contend even with second-tier spirit beasts, the disciples, after consuming ample amounts of these herbs, could now face fourth-tier spirit beasts. The fourth elder interjected at this point. Zhao Yu, upon hearing this, remarked that Zhao Hao's recent trip to the Chaoyang sect had indeed been shrouded in mystery, just as he had brought back pills capable of altering their very physiques. It was reasonable to assume he could also procure herbs to enhance their physical forms. The elders felt a twinge of envy for the family disciples. Elders, there's no need for envy. If Zhao Hao has more of such herbs, he will surely share them with you. Zhao Yu assured them. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a bit bashful. The eldest elder, somewhat awkward, responded, "Old fourth, that is not our intent. As long as the disciples can elevate their prowess, we are indifferent." However, those familiar with the eldest elder exchanged knowing smiles, aware that he, like the rest, yearned for the dragon blood herb. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were also partaking in their meal. Although they had begun fasting, they would occasionally indulge in a little something to satisfy their cravings. In a few days, once everyone had rested, the family would hold a competition, with the top 10 competitors receiving a mysterious body-enhancing pill, while the remaining participants would obtain exceedingly precious cultivation elixirs. Zhao Hao's base contained a plethora of low-tier pills, all acquired from vanquished foes. He intended to bestow these pills upon his father, thus ensuring a quality return. The diners were all astonished. Zhao Hao, what is this body-enhancing pill? Is it more precious than the dragon blood herb? Zhao Fei inquired directly. His words echoed the collective curiosity of the assembly. Zhao Hao merely smiled enigmatically. This body-enhancing pill is incredibly precious. It will accompany you throughout your lives, and it surpasses the dragon blood herb in value. At that moment, anticipation filled the air. Yet, only the top 10 would be granted this boon, and everyone exchanged glances, brimming with competitive spirit, envisioning their future performances. After Zhao Hao concluded his remarks, he finished his meal and departed the dining hall with Fang Ningxiang. He resolved to gift all the unreturned pills from his space to his father. Upon arriving at his father's chamber, he discovered his mother and Xiao Xiao were present. Xiao Xiao, seeing her elder brother, immediately rushed over to embrace his leg. "Brother, why haven't you come to play with Xiao Xiao these past few days?" Zhao Hao joyfully lifted Xiao Xiao into his arms. "Brother, have you been busy these past few days? Let's wait a few days, and then I'll take you shopping." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Xiao Xiao immediately clapped her hands in delight. "Brother, you promised me. You cannot go back on your word." Xiao Xiao looked at her brother with innocent eyes. Well, have I ever gone back on my promises?" Zhao Hao replied. Xiao Xiao promptly planted a kiss on her brother's cheek, exclaiming that he was the best. "Xiao Xiao, come down quickly. Your elder brother probably has matters to discuss with your father. Come to Mama." Xiao Yumei quickly took Xiao Xiao from Zhao Hao's hands. "Father, I have recently procured quite a number of elixirs. These are for you." Zhao Hao handed over a storage ring to Zhao Yugang. Zhao Yugang glanced at it and accepted it without hesitation. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 500 strong yuan pills. System quality returns 500 chaos divine pills. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 200 recovery yuan pills. System quality returns 200 first order chaos divine pills. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 80 rejuvenation pills. System quality returns 80 cloud dream pills. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. System quality returns 5,000 chaos celestial crystals. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 20 medium-grade spirit stones. System quality returns 20 chaos source crystals. Listening to the system's notifications, Zhao Hao felt a surge of happiness. "Father, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." At this moment, Zhao Hao was no longer worried about the elixirs he needed to provide later. Zhao Yugang suddenly stopped Zhao Hao, his expression slightly awkward. "Zhao Hao, do you still have any dragon blood grass? Your uncles are quite anxious." Upon hearing Zhao Yugang's words, Zhao Hao replied, "It's all my fault. I haven't given any dragon blood grass to my uncles." Zhao Hao directly took out 100 stalks of dragon blood grass from his space. Father, each of them can take 20 stalks, and the remaining 20 can be rewarded to the collateral elders who contribute to the family. Zhao Yugang was immensely pleased upon receiving the dragon blood grass. Zhao Hao noticed his mother and Xiao Xiao nearby. His mother was merely at the initial stage of qi training, while Xiao Xiao had no cultivation whatsoever. System. Can dragon blood grass be consumed by those without cultivation? Ding, dragon blood grass is a body-refining herb and can be consumed by mortals. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhao Hao promptly retrieved 40 additional stalks of dragon blood grass from his space and handed them to his mother, Xiao Yumei. Mother, these herbs are for you and Xiao Xiao. Each of you should take 20 stalks. Xiao Yumei accepted them and immediately expressed concern. Xiao Hao, since Xiao Xiao has not begun her training, is it safe for her to consume these herbs? Zhao Hao reassured her, Mother, it's perfectly fine. These herbs are not for cultivation, but for strengthening the body. After giving a few instructions, he took his leave. Mom, did brother give you something delicious? I want to eat. Xiao Xiao was preparing to take the dragon blood grass from Xiao Yumei's hands. Chapter 54. The Wu Family of Frost City. In the time that followed, Xiao Yumei and Zhao Yugang consumed a stalk of dragon blood grass. After consuming the first stalk, I found nothing amiss, and thus encouraged the little one to partake. The young girl, under the impression it was a delightful treat, eagerly seized the dragon's blood herb and began to eat. Fortunately, the dragon's blood herb did not disappoint her, exuding a sweet and fragrant aroma. Upon finishing a stalk, the little girl immediately felt a warmth enveloping her body. Once the effects of the herb began to wane, Xiao Yumei offered another stalk to the child. Consequently, the trio finished all 20 stalks of dragon's blood herb. At this moment, the little one approached a stone pedestal and promptly lifted it. Mother, look, I can lift this large stone, she exclaimed, eagerly awaiting praise. Xiao Yumei chuckled softly, You little rascal, just don't make a fool of yourself in the future. Zhao Yugong, sensing a newfound strength within his own body, contemplated lifting something akin to what the little girl had done for validation. However, in the end, he refrained, aware that his strength had indeed increased significantly. Subsequently, Zhao Yugong brought the dragon's blood herb to the chambers of the three elders, distributing 20 stalks to each before taking his leave. Meanwhile, not far from Loya City, in Hanzhuang City, an escaped nascent soul cultivator made his way to an expansive estate, identifiable by the plaque that read Wu residence. The cultivator, named Li Fu, was quite familiar with the estate steward, Sun Xing. Within the steward's quarters, Li Fu recounted the peculiarities surrounding the Zhao family. Brother Sun, I assure you, the Zhao family of Loya City possesses a secret treasure. The younger generation boasts extraordinary physical strength, able to contend with me, a nascent soul cultivator. Despite being barely at the foundation establishment stage, Sun Xing, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, Are you certain? You know well that if your claims are unfounded and I report this to the family head, you will face dire consequences. Li Fu quickly affirmed. I speak only the truth. I have engaged with them directly. How could I be mistaken? Moreover, it's not just one individual. They all possess remarkable prowess. Sun Xing inquired, What do you believe they possess in terms of physical cultivation treasures? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fu responded, When I observed them, their physical strength seemed to align with that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator, approximately 2 million pounds. This reminds me of a certain divine herb for physical cultivation. Sun Xing interjected, Are you referring to the dragon's blood herb? Indeed, Li Fu confirmed. It is widely known how extraordinary the dragon's blood herb is. I suspect the Zhao family has discovered a source of it. Sun Xing pondered further. However, the dragon's blood herb is unique to the Misty Mountain Range. The Zhao family should not possess the means to acquire such a quantity. Li Fu, equally perplexed, noted if what I say is true, and the Zhao family has consumed so much, they would require at least several hundred stalks of the dragon's blood herb. Sun Xing also found this scenario implausible. Li Fu, if you are certain that the Zhao family possesses precious physical cultivation resources, I shall take you to meet the family head. Li Fu asserted, Even if it is not the dragon's blood herb, it must be another invaluable resource for physical cultivation. Subsequently, Sun Xing and Li Fu arrived at the chamber of the Wu family patriarch. Engrossed in his cultivation, Wu Hua looked up upon the arrival of the steward and inquired, What is it? Sun Xing promptly conveyed to Wu Hua the information he had received from Li Fu. Upon hearing Sun Xing's words, Wu Hua remarked, I never expected that the small town of Loya City would possess such valuable resources for body refinement. Sun Xing, Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? Without hesitation, Sun Xing knelt down and replied, Patriarch, all this information was imparted to me by Li Fu. You may question him. Li Fu immediately stepped forward and said, Patriarch Wu, you are aware that our team originally consisted of 8 members. Besides myself, who is at the nascent soul stage, the others were all golden core cultivators. All 8 of my companions were slain, and I can assure you that their highest cultivation level was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Wu Hua responded, Surely, you do not expect me to assist in your quest for vengeance merely because you incited me? Li Fu quickly replied, Patriarch Wu, to be frank, a part of me does wish for your help in avenging them, but it is also true that they possessed precious resources for body refinement. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hua declared, Very well, since you have not deceived me, I will send our family's elder to investigate. At this moment, Li Fu felt a surge of excitement, for he understood that the Wu family's elder was second only to the patriarch in strength, a formidable cultivator at the early void refinement stage. Although Luoya City was small, Hanzhuang City was renowned as a large city, housing cultivators at the composite body stage. Upon receiving the order, the Wu family elder instructed Li Fu to lead the way. The two promptly set off for Luoya City. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao sensed the presence of high-level cultivators approaching from outside Luoya City and began to scrutinize them with his divine sense. Upon spotting Li Fu's figure, he immediately discerned their intentions. He had previously encountered Li Fu's silhouette on Amber Mountain. As the two arrived at the entrance of the Zhao residence, the Gao brothers were guarding the door. Upon seeing the two strangers, they brusquely stated, Who are you looking for? This is the Zhao residence. You cannot trespass. Li Fu insisted, Quickly summon your family head to kneel and welcome. This esteemed individual is the elder of the Wu family from Hanzhuang City. At that moment, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang emerged. Zhao Hao assessed the Wu family elder before turning to Li Fu, saying, It seems you managed to escape with your life on Amber Mountain, yet you foolishly return, thinking you can evade your fate this time. Zhao Hao unsheathed his immortal sword and swung it towards Li Fu. Taken aback by Zhao Hao's sudden assault, Li Fu hastily conjured a spiritual energy shield to defend himself. However, the sword's radiance sliced through his shield as if it were mere tofu, cleaving him in two. The Wu family elder, witnessing this act of violence, was filled with rage, astonished that Zhao Hao would dare to kill in his presence. Yet, when the elder beheld Fang Ningxiang's cultivation level, he was rendered speechless, for she was at the void refinement stage. Moreover, the depth of Zhao Hao's cultivation eluded even his own comprehension. However, upon recalling the family's ancient ancestor, the Grand Elder of the Wu clan declared, Surrender your body tempering resources, and I shall spare you this time. Otherwise, when the might of the Wu clan descends, we shall annihilate your entire lineage. Zhao Hao promptly retrieved a dragon blood herb from his spatial pouch, inquiring, Is this what you refer to as body tempering resources? The Grand Elder of the Wu clan, having encountered the dragon blood herb before, immediately recognized it. Indeed, hand it over swiftly, or do not blame the Wu clan for being ungracious. Zhao Hao assessed the Grand Elder, then remarked, Senior sister, although you have broken through to the void refinement stage, this fellow serves as an excellent practice opportunity. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang produced the mid-grade spirit sword that Zhao Hao had bestowed upon her. The Grand Elder of the Wu clan, hearing Zhao Hao's taunt, retorted, Very well, since you refuse to drink the wine of hospitality, I shall not be courteous any longer. With that, he swiftly executed a hand seal aimed at Zhao Hao. Fang Ningxiang countered with a blade of sword energy, dispersing the hand seal. The two immediately engaged in combat. Fang Ningxiang refrained from utilizing her physical strength, instead honing her skills against the Grand Elder of the Wu clan. Chapter 55, Slaying the Grand Elder of the Wu clan. Both combatants were at the early stage of the void refinement realm. Yet Fang Ningxiang possessed the ability to battle beyond her rank. She did not employ her ultimate techniques, nor expended her full spiritual energy against the Grand Elder. Their confrontation escalated from ground to sky and back again. Gradually, the Grand Elder began to deplete his spiritual energy, while Fang Ningxiang remained composed, observing him with tranquility. This cannot continue. I am in peril, exclaimed the Grand Elder. Our Wu clan has ancestors at the combined body stage. Should I falter, they will undoubtedly eradicate every last one of your Zhao family. Fang Ningxiang, unfazed by his threats, replied, and then the Grand Elder, infuriated by her dismissive tone, retorted, Very well, Since you fail to recognize courtesy, I shall ensure that my family's ancestors come to annihilate your entire clan." As he prepared to depart, he found Fang Ningxiang's sword once again aimed at him. "Old man, you shall not escape this time. The Wu clan, is it? Let me first claim your head as an offering for my sword." With her practice intentions evaporated, Fang Ningxiang unleashed her full spiritual power in pursuit of him. The Grand Elder, sensing the ferocity of her sword intent, quickly summoned a defensive artifact. However, it was swiftly cleaved apart, and with a single stroke, Fang Ningxiang severed his head from his body. With deft hands, she removed his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao then instructed the Gao brothers to hang the bodies of the Wu clan members at the gate of Falling Leaf City, so that those who dare to covet the Zhao family would take heed. The Gao brothers promptly complied. Upon examining the resources within the storage ring, Zhao Hao nodded in satisfaction. "I hope the Wu clan continues to seek trouble. It would afford us further opportunities to reap rewards." Fang Ningxiang chuckled softly at Zhao Hao's words. On that fateful day, the headless corpse of the Wu clan's elder was displayed at the entrance of Falling Leaf City. Meanwhile, Wu Hua awaited news anxiously at home, for according to the elder's customary pace, he should have returned long ago. Swiftly, Wu Hua dispatched spies to investigate the situation in Falling Leaf City. That afternoon, the spies returned with grim tidings. "Master, the headless body of our clan's elder has been hung at the city gate." The spy exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. Wu Hua, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. How dare they? A mere Falling Leaf City dared to commit such an affront? The spy continued, "Through our inquiries, it has been confirmed that the elder was slain by the Zhao family." Wu Hua's expression darkened ominously. "Very well, it seems our Wu clan has been too low-key, and some believe us to be easy prey." Without hesitation, Wu Hua made his way to the secluded chamber of the clan's ancestor. "Ancestor, I seek an audience," he called. A hoarse voice replied from within, "Come in." Upon entering, Wu Hua found the ancestor leisurely sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned with the matter at hand. "Ancestor, what is the meaning of this?" Wu Hua inquired respectfully. Several elders responded. "We have recently achieved breakthroughs to the pinnacle of the harmonization stage and are taking a moment to relax." Wu Hua's heart soared at this news. Yet the thought of the elder's demise weighed heavily on him. "Ancestor, the elder has perished outside. We implore you to take action on our behalf." His countenance was filled with despair. The elders, upon hearing Wu Hua's lament, pressed for clarity. Wu Hua recounted the circumstances as relayed by Li Fu. After a moment of contemplation, the elders remarked, "It appears that the Zhao family is indeed suspicious. Previously, the strongest in Falling Leaf City was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Now, they possess the strength to slay someone at the void refinement stage. Something is amiss. Furthermore, the news from Li Fu indicates that their cultivators are not high-ranking, suggesting they may possess rare resources for body refinement." One elder clad in crimson robes declared, "Allow me to investigate this matter further. If they lack formidable warriors, I shall eradicate the Zhao household entirely." Another elder cautioned, "Be careful, do not place yourself in jeopardy." The red-robed elder replied, "Fear not, brother, you know my capabilities." With that, the red-robed elder set forth, soaring towards Falling Leaf City. Upon nearing the city, he descended to the ground and made his way forward. Zhao Hao, vigilant from above, noted the absence of strong opponents and was momentarily disheartened. Shortly thereafter, the red-robed elder arrived at an inn within Falling Leaf City, seeking information about the Zhao family. Yet, the patrons only spoke of how the Zhao family had obliterated the Wang family, knowing nothing beyond that. Frustrated by the lack of valuable intelligence, the red-robed elder turned his attention fully to the Zhao family, observing only their lower-ranked disciples entering and exiting daily. Growing impatient, he decided to employ his spiritual sense to probe into the Zhao household. As his consciousness swept over Fang Ningxiang, he discerned her cultivation level to be merely at the initial stage of void refinement. Continuing to survey the others, he found that they were all at the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages. It appeared that the one responsible for the elder's demise was that young girl. However, her youth in the void refinement stage was rather peculiar. The elder in red, having detected no further threats, prepared to enter the Zhao residence to eliminate the girl. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Hao had already sensed his probing presence. It seemed that the visitors were indeed from the Wu family. This time, he would ensure they learned a valuable lesson. Just as the elder in red stepped into the courtyard of the Zhao residence, Zhao Hao appeared behind him. "From the Wu family?" The elder in red recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Zhao Hao's voice. He had not anticipated being discovered without having made any move. However, after scrutinizing Zhao Hao's cultivation level, he felt a sense of reassurance. "Boy, was it you who killed my Wu family's elder?" Zhao Hao replied. "If you're referring to the one at the initial stage of void refinement, then indeed, we were responsible." The elder retorted, "Such audacity to dare harm my Wu family." Zhao Hao responded lightly. "It seems you have misunderstood the situation. It was your Wu family that coveted the resources of the Zhao family and sought to seize them, leading to your elder's demise. The bloodshed is a consequence of your own greed. Do not portray yourselves as the victims here." The elder countered, "Survival of the fittest is an immutable truth. You can only blame your family for having resources yet failing to protect them." Zhao Hao replied, "You are correct. Survival of the fittest indeed. Thus, your elder's death can only be attributed to his lack of skill, just as you shall perish today due to your own weakness. And after your demise, your Wu family shall face annihilation for the same reason." Chapter 56. Annihilation of the Wu family in Frost City. The elder in red seethed with rage upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. "Huh, boy, your cultivation is merely at the golden core stage. How dare you utter such words?" The elder unleashed a spiritual power seal toward Zhao Hao. Without even glancing, Zhao Hao retaliated with a single punch. With a thunderous sound, the elder's seal was obliterated in an instant. Zhao Hao then struck the elder again with another powerful punch. The overwhelming surge of blood energy left the elder in red astonished. He braced himself for the blow, but in a fleeting moment, he was reduced to a mist of blood, his eyes wide with terror, as if to convey the impossibility of his fate. This Wu family no longer warranted existence. Zhao Hao mused internally. He had learned from Li Fu's earlier cries that this was the Wu family of Frost City. At that moment, Zhao Hao soared into the sky, heading towards Frost City. Upon arriving, he was awestruck by the grandeur of Frost City. No other city he had encountered matched its size and vibrancy. Yet, he soon located the Wu residence. Without hesitation, he approached the Wu residence and shattered its grand entrance with a single punch. The commotion at the entrance finally caught the attention of those inside. At that moment, several elders of the Wu family appeared. Upon discovering Zhao Hao, they were filled with rage. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my Wu residence?" they exclaimed. Hearing their words, Zhao Hao's fury ignited. "So this is the Wu residence? Then it is destined for destruction today." He unleashed his physical prowess, swiftly attacking the members of the Wu family, each strike resulting in instant demise. Zhao Hao's actions finally compelled the elders of the Wu family to take him seriously. At this point, Wu Hua's expression turned ashen. "Stop!" Wu Hua directed a hand seal toward Zhao Hao. However, Zhao Hao showed no signs of halting, continuing his relentless assault. Wu Hua's hand seal struck Zhao Hao, but inflicted no damage whatsoever. Realization dawned on Wu Hua, his expression grave. "Elders, we must act. If he continues, our Wu family will be doomed." Upon hearing Wu Hua's words, the elders charged at Zhao Hao. Unfazed by their approach, Zhao Hao persisted in eliminating the Wu family members. The elders unleashed their ultimate techniques, the great hand seal of wind and fire, and the fire god fist. Zhao Hao paid no heed to their attacks. In the end, all the techniques unleashed by the elders fell upon him, yet he remained unharmed. In fact, the onslaught only stirred a torrent of blood energy within him, creating a wave of sanguine force around him. A saint-level physique. The elder of the Wu family exclaimed in despair. The other elders were rendered speechless. "Everyone, scatter! Save yourselves!" the elder roared. Yet, by the time he shouted, Zhao Hao had already annihilated the Wu family members, leaving only Wu Hua and a few elders. As the remaining elders prepared to escape, Zhao Hao's speed outpaced them. In mere moments, Wu Hua and the elder of the Wu family were reduced to blood mist. The last two elders of the Wu family immediately fled in opposite directions. However, Zhao Hao's formidable physique and swiftness allowed him to catch up to one, killing him swiftly, while the other managed to escape a considerable distance. Zhao Hao used his divine sense to lock onto the fleeing elder's trail and pursued relentlessly. The elder, in a panic flight, stumbled into a mysterious ancient forest. This forest emanated an ominous aura, with trees twisted in unnatural shapes, concealing countless unknown dangers. The elder believed Zhao Hao would hesitate, deterred by the forest's peril, but Zhao Hao showed no signs of relenting. Just as Zhao Hao was about to catch up, a massive shadow surged from the depths of the forest, swallowing the elder whole. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Hao realized it was an ancient ferocious beast, radiating ghostly light, its power reaching the tribulation stage. The beast fixed its gaze on Zhao Hao and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Zhao Hao, undaunted, summoned the vigor of his entire being and unleashed a powerful punch upon the ferocious beast. The creature, struck by the force of his blow, let out an enraged roar. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao struck again, his fist connecting directly with the beast's body. The surrounding trees trembled and fell, uprooted by the shock waves of their fierce battle. Dust swirling in the air. With each clash, Zhao Hao grew more resolute, ultimately finding the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow, shattering the beast's skull and bringing the confrontation to a close. Upon returning to the Wu residence, Zhao Hao systematically emptied the treasury of its treasures before setting his sights on the city of falling leaves. As he surveyed the amassed resources within his spatial domain, his heart swelled with elation. However, at that moment, the Lord of Frost's city arrived at the Wu estate. The enemy was formidable, possessing strength that even the ancestor of the Wu family could not withstand with a single strike. They were no less than a tribulation period elder. The Wu family, in their audacity to provoke such a foe, had indeed brought this calamity upon themselves. Once the Lord departed, cultivators from within the city hastened to the Wu estate, eager to seize any remnants. Yet, upon discovering that the treasury had been thoroughly looted, they were compelled to scour other locations. Remarkably, they managed to unearth a fair number of valuable items. Thus, the illustrious Wu family of Frost City met its demise. When Zhao Hao returned to the Zhao family, he found Fang Mingxiang waiting at the entrance. The sight of his senior sister instantly brightened his mood. "Did you annihilate the Wu family?" she inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Hao replied. "Their insatiable greed led to their downfall. Had they not coveted the resources of our Zhao family, they would not have faced such a fate." Fang Mingxiang rolled her eyes at Zhao Hao's expression of self-satisfaction. "Enough of that. Go wash up quickly. The family members are eagerly awaiting your declaration of the contest." Zhao Hao promptly summoned a maid to bring him warm water. After bathing, he arrived at the family training grounds to find that over 100 young disciples, who had participated in the previous trial, were already present. All were direct or collateral descendants of the Zhao clan. Zhao Hao took it upon himself to establish the rules, determining that he would dictate the course of the competition. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he assessed the soul strength of the family disciples to allocate their opponents. He discreetly selected the 10 strongest souls and arranged for them to battle against those with weaker spirits. The 10 individuals, whose names Zhao Hao could readily recall, were Zhao Jie, Zhao Xiaoji, Zhao Xiaoxue, Zhao Fei, Zhao Yan, Zhao Xiaoji, Zhao Wu, Zhao Gao, Zhao Qing, and Zhao Shan. Among them, Zhao Xiaoji, Zhao Xiaoxue, and Zhao Xiaoji were female members of the family. These 10 fought valiantly against the other disciples, ultimately achieving victory and securing their positions among the top 10. While the remaining disciples also possessed strength of 200,000 jin, they often succumbed to exhaustion and surrendered. Zhao Hao understood that the strength of the soul was pivotal in determining the nuances of success or failure. He then sought to rank the 10 individuals based on their soul strength, arranging further contests for them, with outcomes aligning closely with his expectations. The final 3 contenders have been determined: Zhao Jie, Zhao Xiaoji, and Zhao Wu. All 3 are approximately 18 years of age, and their ultimate rankings will be decided through a decisive battle. Zhao Jie wields a long saber, Zhao Xiaoji a long sword, while Zhao Wu employs a pair of gauntlets. In Chapter 57, Awakening the Divine Body, the first match pits Zhao Jie against Zhao Xiaoji. Both possess comparable cultivation levels, having reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Upon entering the arena, they simultaneously brandish their weapons. Zhao Jie lets out a thunderous shout, his saber slicing through the air, generating a gust as he strikes towards Zhao Xiaoji. With grace reminiscent of a soaring swallow, Zhao Xiaoji deftly sidesteps the attack, swiftly thrusting her sword like a serpent towards Zhao Jie's chest. Quick to react, Zhao Jie positions his saber to block the incoming strike. The two engage in a fierce exchange, their blades dancing in a flurry of light. Zhao Jie possesses greater strength, each swing of his saber imbued with immense force, causing Zhao Xiaoji's arm to tingle from the impact. Conversely, Zhao Xiaoji's agile movements and unpredictable swordplay make it difficult for Zhao Jie to identify any weakness. As the battle progresses, Zhao Jie becomes increasingly impatient, his technique beginning to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoji deftly maneuvers her sword, circumventing his saber and aiming for his throat. Alarmed, Zhao Jia retreats hastily, only to slip unexpectedly. Rather than pressing her advantage, Zhao Xiaoji stands her ground and gracefully states, "I yield." Embarrassed, Zhao Jia rises and bows, conceding, "I am outmatched." In this contest, Zhao Xiaoji takes the lead, and it remains to be seen whether Zhao Wu can rise to the challenge. Subsequently, Zhao Wu steps forth to challenge Zhao Xiaoji. After exchanging respectful bows in the training arena, the duel commences. Zhao Wu relies solely on his fists, boldly confronting Zhao Xiaoji's sword with sheer strength. Zhao Xiaoji skillfully wields her sword, searching for any openings. Zhao Wu, utilizing agile footwork, steadily advances toward her. Suddenly, he unleashes a powerful punch, the force creating a wave of energy directed at Zhao Xiaoji. She deftly sidesteps, simultaneously thrusting her sword toward his arm. Zhao Wu reacts with remarkable speed, retracting his arm and countering with another punch. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoji feigns a weakness, enticing Zhao Wu to believe he has found an opening. Seizing what he perceives as an opportunity, he delivers a full-force punch. Zhao Xiaoji swiftly evades, her sword gliding along his arm and drawing blood. In pain, Zhao Wu's assault momentarily falters, and Zhao Xiaoji capitalizes on this, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wu struggles to defend himself. However, Zhao Xiaoji's speed increases, overwhelming him. Ultimately, her sword rests against Zhao Wu's throat, and he has no choice but to concede. Zhao Xiaoji emerges victorious in this contest, and the audience erupts in enthusiastic applause. Zhao Hao nods in satisfaction. Next, Zhao Jia and Zhao Wu will compete for second and third place. "Brother Zhao Wu, do you need a moment to rest?" Zhao Hao inquires. After Zhao Wu had wrapped his injured arm with a bandage, he directly stated, "Zhao Hao, it's nothing serious. Let us begin." Upon witnessing Zhao Wu's injury, Zhao Jia remarked, "Your left arm is hurt. We shall refrain from using our left arms. This seems fair to you, does it not?" Zhao Wu replied resolutely, "Very well, I will follow your lead." The two took their positions, with Zhao Jia brandishing his long knife, his gaze firmly fixed on Zhao Wu. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wu flexed his right arm, preparing himself for the confrontation. Zhao Jia launched the first attack, his knife slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, aimed diagonally at Zhao Wu. With a swift movement, Zhao Wu pushed off with his right foot, deftly evading the strike, and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Zhao Jia's abdomen. Zhao Jia quickly defended, blocking with his knife, resulting in a resounding clang as sparks flew. The battle intensified, with Zhao Jia's knife techniques strikingly aggressive, each slash imbued with the force to cleave mountains. Zhao Wu's punches were equally formidable, each strike packed with immense power. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhao Jia feigned a move, thrusting his knife directly at Zhao Wu's throat. Zhao Wu tilted his head aside, simultaneously aiming a punch at Zhao Jia's wrist. Zhao Jia swiftly retracted his wrist, countering with another strike aimed at Zhao Wu's shoulder. Zhao Wu sidestepped and delivered a fierce blow to Zhao Jia's chest. Zhao Jia quickly retreated, creating distance between them. At this moment, both were panting heavily, yet their eyes remained resolute. Zhao Jia steadied his breath and charged forward once again, with Zhao Wu fearlessly meeting him head-on. After nearly 300 exchanges, both fighters still had strength left, although Zhao Wu's breathing began to grow erratic. Ultimately, Zhao Jia narrowly triumphed over Zhao Wu by half a move. Zhao Hao, who had observed the entire contest, felt that all the disciples performed admirably. Dear brothers and sisters, the top 10 will receive a reward of physical enhancement pills, while those who place lower will only receive cultivation pills. But fear not. I shall ensure that those who do not receive physical enhancement pills will be rewarded when I acquire more in the future. Zhao Hao produced a random Dao physical enhancement pill and then revealed the Chaos Divine pill. The first place shall receive 1 Dao physical enhancement pill and 5 Chaos Divine pills. Xiaozi, come fort. Zhao Xiaoji eagerly accepted the pills and happily descended. The second place shall receive 1 Dao physical enhancement pill and 3 Chaos Divine pills. Jiego, step forward to claim your reward. Zhao Jia joyfully accepted his pills. The third place shall receive 1 Dao physical enhancement pill and 2 Chaos Divine pills. Wuge, come and collect yours. Zhao Wu approached with a smile to receive his reward. Those placing 4th to 10th would each receive 1 Dao Physical Enhancement Pill and 1 Chaos Divine Pill, while those finishing outside the top 10 would each be awarded 5 Chaos Divine Pills. After Zhao Hao concluded his announcements, he personally handed the pills to each individual. Those in the top 10, upon consuming the Dao Physical Enhancement Pill, will randomly awaken a divine physique quality. You may consume them now. I shall protect you. The top 10 disciples were left astounded by Zhao Hao's words. Awakens a divine physique. Could be true. Some of the disciples finishing beyond the 10th place were consumed by envy. Zhao Jie and the others were eager to embark on their endeavor. Joy radiated from the faces of the 10 individuals as they consumed the randomly bestowed Dao Body Pill. The elixir began to transform and awaken their innate qualities, and soon the sky was adorned with various manifestations of unique physiques, accompanied by numerous ethereal beasts and ancient tree phantoms. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Xiaoji, awakened the chaos evergreen body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Jie, awakened the dominant blade divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Wu, awakened the star fist divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Fei, awakened the white tiger divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Yin, awakened the vermilion bird divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Xiaoxue, awakened the frost divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Xiaoji, awakened the time-space divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Gao, awakened the black tortoise divine body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Shan, awakened the thunder god body. Ding! The system detected that the individual close to the host, Zhao Qing, awakened the heavenly wood divine body. Upon hearing the system's notifications echoing in his mind, Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He then retrieved the corresponding cultivation techniques from his spatial storage, which the 10 individuals examined with great care. Soon, 10 divine-level techniques corresponding to their physiques returned to Zhao Hao's possession. When he presented the techniques once more to the 10, they were momentarily taken aback. Divine-level techniques? This is an incredible windfall, Zhao Jie exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomena had yet to dissipate, attracting considerable attention. Here we go again. These manifestations have appeared several times over the past few days. Who has awakened their physique? Or is there a treasure emerging? Chapter 58, Breaking Through to the Nascent Soul Stage. Indeed, such occurrences have been frequent lately. One can only wonder what is happening. At this moment, the celestial phenomena were visible only to those surrounding Luoye City and did not cause any significant uproar. Many of the inhabitants of Luoye City were mere mortals, and they regarded the phenomena as mere entertainment. Once the manifestations faded, the Zhao family members who had not received the physique pills were filled with envy, each yearning for a chance to possess one. All right, everyone has received the medicinal pills for cultivation. You may now retreat to your chambers for training. The efficacy of these pills is potent, so do not squander them, Zhao Hao urged, noticing that everyone had momentarily overlooked the pills in their hands. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, they all turned to observe the pills they held. Quickly, each individual hurriedly departed the training ground, seeking suitable locations to cultivate. At that moment, Xiao Xiao rushed towards her brother. Zhao Hao scooped the little girl into his arms, saying, "Come, Xiao Xiao, today, brother will take you out for a stroll." After speaking, Fang Ningxiang followed Zhao Hao as they made their way to the bustling streets. "Brother, I want the candy man from last time," Xiao Xiao exclaimed to Zhao Hao. "All right, brother will buy it for you." After Zhao Hao purchased a sugar figurine for Xiao Xiao, the trio arrived at the elixir shop in the Leaf Fall City. Zhao Hao requested the shopkeeper to present all the available elixirs for inspection. However, upon examination, Zhao Hao discovered that they were merely ordinary elixirs, leading to a loss of interest. Having amassed considerable resources from the Wu family in Frosty City, Zhao Hao had also acquired the cultivation techniques he shared with Zhao Xiaoji and others from that source. The three wandered until darkness enveloped the city before returning to the Zhao residence. Xiao Xiao had thoroughly enjoyed her day, finding everything in the streets to be a delightful novelty. "Brother, you must take me out to play again next time," she insisted, tugging at Zhao Hao's sleeve. "Of course, I promise to take you out again," Zhao Hao conceded to the little girl, knowing that refusal would lead to a tantrum. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao left Zhao Hao's room and returned to Xiao Yumei's quarters. Junior brother, your sister is truly adorable. Having such a charming little girl around brings much joy every day, Fang Ningxiang remarked. Zhao Hao could only laugh heartily in response. It's only natural that she clings to me after not seeing me for several years. Zhao Hao seemed to recall something and directly retrieved some Chaos Divine pills from his spatial storage, gifting them to Fang Ningxiang. Sister, take these pills for your cultivation. They are far more effective than ordinary elixirs. After accepting the pills, Fang Ningxiang retreated to her own room. Zhao Hao then proceeded to Zhao Yugong's residence, where he handed over all the resources he had gathered from the Wu family. Subsequently, the system continuously prompted for returns. The returns consisted of Chaos Divine pills, Spirit stones, and other precious elixirs. However, he had not encountered any explosive pills or aptitude-enhancing pills again. At that moment, Zhao Hao's spatial storage was already brimming with resources. He also utilized a high-grade spirit stone acquired at the sex auction, which yielded a return of 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Nonetheless, Zhao Hao refrained from extracting the high-grade spirit stones, as there were none to be found in the entirety of Leaf Fall City. He would only use them during his cultivation sessions. Upon returning to his own room, Zhao Hao prepared to enhance his cultivation. He had been in the perfected golden core stage for quite some time, and breaking through now would pose no issue. He took out a Chaos Divine pill and also retrieved a Clear Enlightenment pill before commencing his breakthrough. The process proceeded remarkably smoothly. The originally round golden core began to shatter and subsequently reconstituted into a baby-like Zhao Hao. Initially, the newly formed nascent soul lacked any semblance of vitality, only gaining a soul once it reached the god transformation stage, thereby becoming animated. The formed nascent soul sat cross-legged within Zhao Hao's dantian, and he could sense the immense spiritual energy contained within it. Compared to the density of the golden core, the density of the nascent soul was even greater. The vast spiritual energy once contained within Zhao Hao's expansive dantian had been compressed into a single golden core, which then transformed into the nascent soul. One can only imagine the density of the latter. After Zhao Hao successfully advanced to the early stage of the Yuan Ying, the potency of the Chaos Divine pill had yet to be exhausted, continuing to nourish his Yuan Ying. Subsequently, Zhao Hao's Yuan Ying began to resemble an infant even more distinctly, its appearance becoming increasingly vivid and its stature significantly growing. By the time the effects of the Chaos Divine pill were fully depleted, Zhao Hao's Yuan Ying had transformed into a miniature version of himself. Zhao Hao then ceased his cultivation to consolidate his progress. The following day, as Zhao Hao emerged from his chamber, he observed numerous clan members engaged in competitions. Each of them had elevated their cultivation by at least one major realm, with everyone now having reached at least the foundation establishment stage. Notably, Zhao Jie and a few others had directly ascended to the Golden Core stage. Observing the advancements of his clan members filled Zhao Hao's heart with immense satisfaction. At that moment, Zhao Jie spotted Zhao Hao and promptly halted the competition, leading the others over to pay their respects. Patriarch, we owe our significant breakthroughs to the elixirs you provided, Zhao Jie expressed with gratitude. Zhao Hao waved his hand, emphasizing that their diligent cultivation was the key, urging them to continue enhancing their abilities in the future. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, a tribulation stage cultivator was wandering around Loya City. This individual, named Du Xiao, was a passing cultivator who had witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. Through his observations, he discerned the awakening of formidable physical constitutions in Loya City, prompting him to remain and investigate further. Du Xiao, an outer elder of sacred land, specialized in seeking out powerful disciples. After several days of searching in Loya City without uncovering any signs of special constitutions, he felt an instinctive certainty that such a presence was nearby. One day, as he passed by the Zhao residence, he sensed a subtle yet potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from within. Intrigued, he employed a concealment technique to infiltrate the Zhao estate. At that moment, Zhao Hao was instructing the clan's younger members in their cultivation when he suddenly felt a chill envelop him, as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. Instantly, Zhao Hao utilized his divine sense to investigate and discovered the concealed Du Xiao. Come out. If you continue to hide, do not blame me for taking action, Zhao Hao called out, prompting Du Xiao to reveal himself. How did you discover me? Du Xiu enquête de Zhao Hao replied, do not concern yourself with how I found you. Disclose your intentions. Otherwise, do not blame me for acting. After hearing Zhao Hao's words, Du Xiu scrutinized him closely, noting the vigor of his blood and energy, indicative of a body refinement expert. Du Xiu realized he could not afford to underestimate Zhao Hao. I am an outer elder of the Wushuang sacred land. A few days ago, while passing through Liye City, I witnessed the phenomenon in the sky, recognizing it as a sign of a constitution awakening. Thus, I sought to identify the individual involved and bring them back to our sacred land for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao understood the situation. There is no one with a special constitution here. You may take your leave, he firmly rejected. Seeing Zhao Hao's refusal, Du Xiu quickly responded. Do not be hasty in your dismissal. Here are sacred land's conditions first. Our sacred land primarily focuses on the cultivation of blade techniques. If an individual with a special constitution for blade cultivation were to join us at Wushuang's sacred land, they would undoubtedly receive significant attention and resources would be allocated in their favor. Zhao Hao remained unresponsive to Du Xiu's words. In Chapter 59, titled Completing Family Tasks to Earn Points, Zhao Jie exhibited a slight shift in demeanor. Du Xiu continued, You may inquire about the reputation of our unparalleled sacred land. Our entire sect is remarkably united. If you permit me to take him, I can assure you that he will progress swiftly. The individual Du Xiu referred to was none other than Zhao Jie. Zhao Hao then turned his gaze towards Zhao Jie, asking, Cousin, do you wish to depart with him? Speak your heart's true desire without reservation. If you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. If you are unwilling, I shall not permit him to force you away. At that moment, Zhao Jie found himself in a profound internal struggle. Although remaining within the family would facilitate rapid advancement, he yearned for a life filled with peril and excitement. The family environment often lacked the fervor of battle. Once at the sacred land, there would undoubtedly be frequent opportunities for trials and challenges. After careful consideration, Zhao Jie declared, Zhao Hao, I wish to leave with him. The atmosphere of the family is too gentle. I desire a life of relentless strife. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's declaration, Zhao Hao inquired, Have you made your decision? Zhao Jie gazed steadfastly at Zhao Hao, affirming, I have made my decision. Subsequently, Zhao Hao remained silent and turned to Du Xiu, stating, If you intend to take a member of the Zhao family, you must be prepared to pay a price. Delighted by Zhao Hao's words, Du Xiu responded, Whatever you require. Just say the word. Our sacred land possesses abundant resources. Zhao Hao asked, Do you have fury pills and aptitude enhancement pills? If you can provide these two types of elixirs, I will consent to my cousin accompanying you. Du Xiu, upon hearing Zhao Hao's request, exclaimed, I thought you sought something more precious. It turns out you only desire these two types of pills. I have plenty in my storage ring. Without hesitation, Du Xiu tossed the storage ring to Zhao Hao. Upon receiving it, Zhao Hao inspected its contents and discovered a wealth of elixirs. He then handed the storage ring to Fang Ningxiang, saying, Sister, this is for you. She accepted it and, after examining its contents, stored it away. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 200 Fury pills. System quality returns 200 Emperor Peak pills. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 152 Aptitude Enhancement pills. System quality returns 152 random Doubt Divine Body pills. Observing the elixirs in his storage, Zhao Hao took out 5 Emperor Peak pills and presented them to Zhao Jie. Pulling Zhao Jie aside, he whispered, These 5 pills are for your protection. Should you encounter danger, consume one. They are sufficient to resolve any predicament. If you find a sacred land unsuitable, you may return. Zhao Jie cautiously accepted the 5 pills and placed them into his own storage ring. Very well, Zhao Hao. I understand your instructions, but can these pills truly save me in times of peril? Zhao Hao replied, Would I deceive you? Remember to use them only in moments of danger. These pills are exceedingly precious. After imparting his instructions, Zhao Jie bid farewell to his father and then followed Du Xiu away from the Zhao family. All eyes were fixed on the departing Zhao Jie, evoking a peculiar sentiment among the onlookers. All right, everyone, do not be envious. Within our family, you too can become formidable warriors, Zhao Hao proclaimed. He gazed at the random Dao body pill, contemplating not to simply hand it over to the clan members, but rather to encourage them to contribute to the family in exchange for points. Subsequently, Zhao Hao instructed his father to create a points-earning task list, and he also affixed a notice detailing the exchange of points for elixirs below it. The random Dao body pill required 50,000 points. while other elixirs like the transparent pill and dragon bloodgrass were valued at 3,000 points each, the enlightenment pill at 500 points, the chaos divine pill at 400 points, and the high-grade spirit stone at 300 points. Upon viewing the points exchange list, the crowd's attention immediately gravitated towards the random Tao body pill. However, when they realized it demanded an astonishing 50,000 points, thoughts of how long it would take to accumulate such a sum clouded their minds. After examining the task points, they concluded it could take them several years to amass that many points. Nonetheless, their spirits were not dampened. At least they had a glimmer of hope. Amidst the lively discussions, a member of the Zhao clan stepped forward and said, "Zhao Hao, this random Tao body pill is exceedingly precious. Yet the difficulty in acquiring task points is rather daunting. Could we perhaps increase the avenues for earning points?" Zhao Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. I shall devise additional tasks to provide everyone with more opportunities to earn points." Within a few days, Zhao Hao had introduced several new tasks, including the collection of rare materials for the family. The enthusiasm among the clansmen surged, and they eagerly accepted tasks to venture forth. Meanwhile, a band of mysterious bandits had emerged around Falling Leaf City, frequently harassing passing merchant caravans. Upon learning of this, Zhao Hao added a task to eliminate the bandits to the points list, and the enticing reward stirred considerable excitement among the Zhao clan members. They formed small teams and set out towards the bandits' hideout, intent on exterminating them to reap substantial points. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, this very fact served to mislead the bandits. Upon locating the bandits' lair, the 20-member team launched an assault. The bandits, caught off guard due to their own arrogance, were swiftly dispatched, their physical prowess matched only by the strength of their Yuan Ying phase spiritual energy, creating an element of surprise that bewildered their foes. Before long, the bandits were in disarray, seeking to flee. However, the escape routes were guarded by 2 clan members, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Just as the slaughter intensified, a figure clad in black robes, exuding a formidable aura, emerged from the bandits' hall. The onlookers soon realized that this individual was a fully realized Yuan Ying phase cultivator. At that moment, the leader of their team remarked, "Do you remember our experience at Amber Mountain when we vanquished the 4th-tier spirit beast?" Upon hearing their leader's words, the entire team instinctively arranged themselves into formation. The cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage remarked, "Truly reckless. Daring to invade my evil tiger stronghold with merely a foundation establishment cultivation." This nascent soul practitioner had not witnessed their previous conquest of other bandits, thus underestimating them. Soon, the nascent soul master unsheathed his long blade, charging towards the group. However, the formation they had arranged was remarkably intricate. Once the nascent soul practitioner entered their encirclement, he would be but a lamb to the slaughter. Dismissing the group entirely, he boldly entered the circle, aiming to strike down one of them. At that moment, the group felt a surge of exhilaration. With a shift in their formation, the nascent soul practitioner's blade swung through empty air. Attacks from all directions assailed the nascent soul practitioner, and in mere moments, he found himself at a loss, bearing a significant gash upon his body. Realizing the group's peculiar strategy was too late, as he was trapped within the encirclement with no escape. Chapter 60, The Slaying of the Man in Black. Before long, the nascent soul master was overwhelmed and slain by the collective efforts of the group. They promptly gathered the resources from the bandit and stowed them in their storage rings. Preparing to return to complete their task, 20 individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Upon completing their mission, each earned 800 points. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao awaited the return of the family disciples to report their tasks. The family was steadily progressing, with everyone diligently contributing. At this moment, Zhao Jie, having traveled many days alongside Du Xiu, finally arrived at the unmatched sacred land. Du Xiu introduced Zhao Jie to the lord of the sacred land, stating, "My lord, this is the prodigy with a unique sword physique I brought back from my travels." The lord of the unmatched sacred land assessed Zhao Jie's cultivation and discovered he had just recently broken through to the golden core stage. Nonetheless, an undeniable aura of sword mastery emanated from him, indicating he indeed possessed a sword physique. "Demonstrate your sword techniques," commanded the lord. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie seized his long blade and began to practice. Gradually, the intensity of his sword aura grew stronger. The lord of the unmatched sacred land narrowed his eyes. realizing that Zhao Jie's sword aura had surpassed even the most elite sword physiques. Zhao Jie remained oblivious to his own extraordinary prowess, continuously refining his sword techniques. Du Xiu also sensed Zhao Jie's formidable presence. One aura. The Lord gestured for Du Xiu to remain silent. Zhao Jie felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and exhilaration while practicing his sword techniques, a sensation he had never experienced before. As he completed the final sword move, the Lord excitedly approached and grasped Zhao Jie's hand. "Young man, would you like to take me as your master?" Zhao Jie was taken aback by the Lord's sudden gesture, momentarily stunned and staring blankly. After a considerable pause, he finally comprehended the Lord's intent, his heart swelling with elation. Zhao Jie, reflecting on his pursuit of swordsmanship and the unprecedented exhilaration he experienced during his recent practice, gritted his teeth and knelt down, bowing thrice with great reverence. Disciple Zhao Jie humbly submits to his master. The Holy Lord erupted in hearty laughter, assisting Zhao Jie to his feet. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple in the unparalleled Holy Land. I shall dedicate myself entirely to ensuring your mastery of the sword." Du Xiu, standing nearby, wore a broad smile, sharing in Zhao Jie's joy. Thus began Zhao Jie's journey of cultivation within the unparalleled Holy Land. Meanwhile, within the confines of Falling Leaf City, numerous disciples were witnessing rapid advancements in their training. They exchanged points for a substantial number of Chaos Divine pills, reveling in the benefits of higher-grade elixirs. Their realms surged. Uncontainable. Particularly, the young disciples who had awakened their divine physiques experienced an astonishing acceleration in their cultivation. Fang Ningxiang, observing the remarkable transformation of the Zhao family, noted that what was once an unattainable foundation stage was now commonplace. Every disciple seemed to be at least at the golden core stage. Zhao Hao, witnessing the evolution of his family's disciples, felt a profound happiness. However, he understood that his own strength did not equate to the family's strength. True strength lay in the collective prowess of all. At that moment, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were engaged in a sparring match at the family training grounds, diligently familiarizing themselves with various levels of power. Suddenly, a dark mist resembling a shroud enveloped the entire Falling Leaf City. Both Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang halted abruptly. Employing his spiritual sense to assess the surroundings, Zhao Hao discerned that the city was ensnared by a formation. A multitude of cloaked figures emerged at the perimeter of the formation, their speed alarming. Once inside the city, they commenced a brutal slaughter, intending to remove the corpses afterward. The leader of the cloaked figures spoke, "All of you, swiftly enter the city through the open portal of the formation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao recognized the impending massacre. The intruding figures possessed cultivation levels at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and Zhao Hao perceived this as an excellent opportunity to test the mettle of his family's disciples. Meanwhile, the disciples within the family, gazing at the formation overhead, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Everyone, gather at the training grounds." Zhao Hao's voice resonated clearly in every ear. Soon, the disciples assembled, including Zhao Yugong and 3 elders. Zhao Hao proclaimed, "A group of cloaked figures intends to annihilate the entire Falling Leaf City. I am issuing a mission. Eliminate the intruders. Each one you slay will earn you 1,000 points." Acknowledging that these figures were at the mid-stage of the nascent soul and matched in physical prowess, he urged, "Do not fear. Hasten to complete the task." Upon hearing that each cloaked figure was worth 1,000 points, the disciples eagerly dispersed into the streets in search of their foes. Approximately 100 of them spread throughout the city, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat as the Zhao family disciples encountered the cloaked intruders. Each descendant of the Zhao family has endured considerable battles, making their confrontation with the men in black remarkably effortless. Upon realizing the tenacity of these warriors, the black-clad figures contemplated retreat. However, the Zhao descendants pursued them relentlessly. Soon, several of these adversaries met their demise, with each Zhao family member collecting the severed heads in their storage rings, intending to exchange them for points with Zhao Hao once the battle concluded. Among them, the 9 who had awakened their divine bodies stood out as the most formidable, dispatching their foes with a single strike each. After approximately half an hour, every last one of the black-clad men in the city had been eradicated. Unfortunately, a portion of the residents of Luoya City had also perished. Zhao Xiaoji and Zhao Xiaoxue arrived at a residence, where they detected a metallic scent of blood. Upon entering the house, they were immediately confronted by bloodstains on the floor. Sensing the presence of living individuals within, Zhao Xiaoji approached a large vat and removed its lid, revealing two small girls hidden inside. The girls, terrified, dared not make a sound. Upon seeing the lid lifted, their fright intensified. Understanding the situation, Zhao Xiaoji reassured them, "Do not be afraid. We are not here to harm you, but to rescue you." At the sound of her words, the girls could no longer contain their tears, having witnessed the horrific cries of their parents. At merely 4 years of age, they were incapable of fending for themselves. Zhao Xiaoji and Zhao Xiaoxue each took one girl in their arms and made their way to the Zhao residence. Upon arriving, they presented the girls to Zhao Hao. "What have you brought?" he inquired. Zhao Xiaoji explained, "These children have lost their parents. If we do not bring them here, they will most likely starve by tomorrow." Zhao Hao replied, "Very well, we shall take them in as our maidservants. They are still young and can play with Xiao Xiao. Once they mature, they may serve her." Noticing the lingering fear in the girl's eyes, he asked, "What are your names?" The older of the two replied, "Brother, I'm Wang Xiaoman, and this is my sister, Wang Xiaolan." After speaking, the little girl burst into tears once more. Chapter 61. The Blood Demon Sect Strikes Again. Zhao Hao summoned Xiao Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, take these two sisters to the dining hall for a meal. They will be your maidservants from now on." Unfamiliar with the concept of maidservants, Xiao Xiao asked, "Brother, what is a maidservant?" Zhao Hao explained, "Their playmates who will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's spirits lifted. "Hooray, I have new playmates." She eagerly led the two little girls to the dining hall, where she promptly served them a meal. The girls, truly famished, began to eat with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao observed the remaining black-clad associates outside the formation, who seemed to sense something amiss and were preparing to re-enter Lia City. Zhao Hao swiftly approached the portal above the formation. As soon as a figure cloaked in black entered, he dispatched them with ease. Before long, only a dozen or so individuals remained outside, maintaining the formation. Zhao Hao unleashed a powerful punch towards it, shattering the formation and revealing the resplendent city of falling leaves. At this moment, the black-clad figures, upon witnessing Zhao Hao before them, were momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? You destroyed our formation?" Upon observing their expressions, Zhao Hao surmised that they were practitioners of dark magic. "Answer me, from which sect do you hail?" Upon hearing Zhao Hao's inquiry, the black-clad figures scoffed. "What's this? Kid, do you seek to retaliate against us? We are from the Blood Demon Sect." One of them declared, "You're merely at the nascent soul stage. Do you truly think you are a formidable foe?" Another figure, realizing that their sect had been revealed, interjected, "Silence. Since you know our secrets, we cannot spare you." The leader of the black-clad individuals proclaimed. With that, he drew a long blade and aimed it at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao countered with a punch that met the blade head-on. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the blade broke apart. "Since you revel in slaughtering cities, I shall send you to meet the innocent souls you have slain." Zhao Hao unsheathed his long sword, swiftly severing the necks of the black-clad adversaries. As he felled one after another, the leader of the black-clad figures turned to flee. Zhao Hao spared him, anticipating that he would return with reinforcements seeking vengeance. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, Zhao Hao observed the clan's disciples exchanging severed heads for points. True to his word, he awarded them the corresponding points, meticulously recorded for each individual. Among them, those with awakened physiques had the highest kill count. They required no physique elixirs, opting instead for enlightenment pills and chaos god pills. With such superior alchemical aids for their cultivation, their spirits soared. In the aftermath of the massacre, some residents of Falling Leaves City chose to relocate, while those who remained were often impoverished, unable to afford housing elsewhere. As the Zhao clan disciples entered seclusion, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang found themselves once more in the grand hall of the Zhao estate, sipping tea. Zhao Yugong and several elders had also entered their meditative retreats, availing themselves of the freely supplied chaos god pills. Zhao Hao divulged the identity of the black-clad figures as being from the Blood Demon Sect. Fang Ningxiang, her expression grave, responded, "Junior brother, the Blood Demon Sect is not to be trifled with. They are far more formidable than the 4 great sects that have attacked our Chaoyang sect. They have a sage realm ancestor presiding over them." Zhao Hao reassured her, "Fear not. No matter how powerful they may be, they cannot stir up a tempest. I await their arrival." Observing Zhao Hao's unwavering confidence, Fang Ningxiang felt compelled to remain silent. Meanwhile, the leader of the black-clad figures, having returned to their sect's stronghold, was summoned directly to the sect master. The leader of the Blood Demon Sect witnessing the return of the cloaked figure, inquired, "What transpired? Where are the blood offerings you were to collect?" The cloaked leader, filled with sorrow, responded, "Master, we encountered a formidable enemy. All our companions are likely perished." The sect leader pressed further, "What exactly happened? Explain it to me clearly." The cloaked leader promptly recounted the events. "You mean to say that this individual, despite possessing only the cultivation of the nascent soul, possesses an exceptionally robust physique?" inquired the blood demon sect leader. "Indeed, master. Many of our disciples at the core formation stage, who were managing the formation, fell to him, each by a single stroke." The cloaked leader now felt a pang of fear. The blood demon sect leader declared, "To dispatch you with a mere sword strike, the adversary must possess at least the cultivation of the integration stage. However, to dare disrupt our blood collection is tantamount to courting death. Summon the Grand Elder and the Second Elder." Soon, two grotesque elders cloaked in black entered. The blood demon sect leader relayed the events to them and instructed them to apprehend the mastermind behind the disruption of their blood collection. Both elders, possessing the strength of the tribulation stage, prepared to depart upon receiving the sect leader's command. "Wait a moment, Grand Elder and Second Elder," the sect leader interjected. "You must also bring along some disciples to eradicate the entire Leaf City. Return with the blood afterward." After a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder responded, "Master, Leaf City is merely a small settlement. Is it not somewhat excessive to send both myself and the Second Elder?" The blood demon sect leader insisted, "Do not be complacent. Grand Elder, the opponent's cultivation remains uncertain. It is prudent for you two to accompany each other for mutual support." The Grand Elder, a consummate expert at the peak of the tribulation stage, along with the Second Elder, who was also advanced in the tribulation stage, would undoubtedly ensure a flawless operation. With no further objections, the Grand Elder led the cloaked leader and his subordinates toward Leaf City. This time, the cloaked leader felt emboldened, accompanied by the fully realized elder of their sect. Upon their arrival at Leaf City, night had already fallen. The cloaked figures skillfully set up the formation once more. Shortly thereafter, the entire city was once again enshrouded in black mist. To prevent the inhabitants of Leaf City from escaping, the cloaked leader unveiled his most powerful formation plate. Meanwhile, within the Zhao residence, Zhao Hao observed the sky being enveloped once more and recognized that the cloaked figures had returned. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he surveyed the situation outside and noted the presence of the two hideous elders, whose cultivation levels were exceedingly high. Zhao Hao quickly signaled to Fang Ningxiang. The two hastily approached the edge of the formation, where Zhao Hao directly targeted the formation plate in the cloaked leader's possession. He had already devised a plan to seize the formation plate from the cloaked figures. "Grand Elder, this is the one. He annihilated our disciples. Yet his cultivation is merely at the nascent soul stage," exclaimed the cloaked leader. The Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect scrutinized Zhao Hao. Realizing that his Yuanying stage cultivation was merely a facade, it was the formidable vitality of his physical form that constituted his true essence. "Impressive. Yet before me, even the mightiest physique is futile." Chapter 62. Slaying the Invaders of the Blood Demon Sect. Zhao Hao unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the formation. He swiftly approached the leader clad in black, delivering a crushing blow that ended the leader's life. Subsequently, he successfully acquired the leader's array disc. At that moment, the Grand Elder's fury surged, and he unleashed a colossal palm strike toward Zhao Hao. "You dare to kill in my presence, young man? Such audacity." Zhao Hao observed the Elder's palm strike and remarked, "Perfecting the tribulation stage? It seems a worthy opponent has finally emerged." Drawing forth his immortal sacred sword, Zhao Hao infused it with his physical strength and spiritual energy, unleashing a formidable sword aura that surged towards the palm strike. Boom! Zhao Hao's sword aura cleaved through the Grand Elder's palm imprint. The Grand Elder, noticing the extraordinary sword in Zhao Hao's grasp, assumed that the sword was the source of Zhao Hao's ability to contend with him. He retaliated by brandishing his own long knife against Zhao Hao, who met the challenge with his immortal sacred sword. Meanwhile, the Second Elder, observing Fang Ningxiang from the sidelines, smirked lewdly and launched an attack against her. Fang Ningxiang, repulsed by the grotesque visage and lewd grin of the Elder, drew her long sword, channeling her physical strength and spiritual energy to counterattack the Second Elder. The two engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, the Zhao family disciples, alerted by the commotion, rushed to engage the black-clad adversaries. Each black-clad figure represented points to be claimed, and they would not let any escape. Zhao Hao, relishing the challenge of facing a worthy opponent. Exerted only 30% of his physical strength, engaging in an intense struggle. Thus, 3 battlegrounds erupted into chaos. The townsfolk, witnessing the fierce combat involving Zhao Hao and his allies, gasped in astonishment. It's the Zhao family. They are fighting. Incredible. Who would have thought the Zhao family was so formidable? What realm is this? The townspeople watched in awe. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, locked in combat with Zhao Hao, began to sweat profusely, having seen his most powerful attacks thwarted, and yet Zhao Hao seemed indomitable. As his spiritual energy waned, the situation grew increasingly dire for him. The second elder, embroiled in a fierce clash with Fang Ningxiang, recognized her resilience. Initially, he had dominated the skirmish, but now they were evenly matched. "Old man, what's the matter? Feeling weak?" Zhao Hao taunted as the Grand Elder retreated, harboring disdain in his heart. The Grand Elder, seething with rage, retorted, "You insolent youth. Dare to speak to me thus? You are the first. Since you desire to perish, I shall grant your wish." Upon uttering these words, the Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect swallowed a blood-red elixir. His aura began to surge incessantly, ultimately reaching the semi-holy realm. Zhao Hao, observing the Elder consuming the potion, could not help but chuckle. Ah, the old man resorts to drugs when faced with defeat. He should be wary of overindulgence, leading to his demise. However, at that moment, the Grand Elder remained impassive, drawing forth his long blade to engage Zhao Hao in combat once more. Sensing the Elder's renewed vigor, Zhao Hao smiled. "Old man, your strength has indeed increased, but I wonder how long it can be sustained." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the Grand Elder unleashed his full might against him. Yet, regardless of the intensity of his assaults, Zhao Hao remained unfazed. After several clashes between Zhao Hao's sword and the Elder's blade, the latter bore a noticeable chip. The Grand Elder was genuinely alarmed. Approximately half an hour later, he began to contemplate retreat, realizing that despite the enhancement from the elixir, he was still unable to gain the upper hand against Zhao Hao. It seemed as though Zhao Hao was merely toying with him. As the effects of the elixir waned, the Grand Elder's strength reverted to that of a perfected tribulation stage. At this moment, he exhibited signs of insufficient spiritual energy. Zhao Hao, abandoning his playful demeanor, summoned all his physical strength. With a single strike, he sent the Grand Elder reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. You possess a saint's physique?" The Grand Elder was at a loss for what to do. Zhao Hao remarked, "The conflict arose from your intent to slaughter the city. Thus, my Zhao family's retaliation is entirely justifiable. Remember, do not blame us when you descend into hell." With another stroke of his sword, Zhao Hao cleaved the Grand Elder in two. He then approached to collect the Elder's storage ring and examined its contents. Inside, he discovered numerous spirit stones, along with a variety of elixirs and herbs. Reviewing the descriptions of the elixirs, Zhao Hao scoffed. Each potion required regular consumption of human blood for neutralization. Losing interest, he had no desire to become a murderer. However, amidst the herbs, he stumbled upon a considerable amount of dragon bloodgrass. Overjoyed, he counted 30 stalks. Zhao Hao pondered the potential enhancement of his physique upon returning. Subsequently, he turned to glance at his sister engaged in battle, noting that she had secured a solid advantage. Yet, he did not dare to be complacent, fearing that the old fiend might also consume a potion to augment his strength. Nevertheless, the more Zhao Hao feared, the more it seemed to materialize. The second elder of the Blood Demon sect indeed consumed a potion, his aura surging to the perfected tribulation stage, radiating an imposing presence. At this moment, Fang Ningxiang's expression turned grave. While she felt she had a reasonable chance against a late-stage tribulation realm cultivator, she was somewhat at a disadvantage when facing a perfected tribulation realm adversary. Observing the situation, Zhao Hao refrained from intervening immediately, for he understood that despite the opponent's ascension to the perfected tribulation realm, it was implausible for them to kill his senior sister. Recently, her rapid cultivation had necessitated rigorous testing. The second elder of the Blood Demon sect, brimming with newfound confidence, launched another assault on Fang Ningxiang, who tirelessly defended herself. Although she was pushed back, she remained unscathed, bolstered by her formidable physical prowess. Gradually, the second elder began to sense something amiss, despite numerous attacks. His opponent sustained no injuries. Enraged, he shouted, "Damn it, Dai!" Fang Ningxiang continued to engage in combat with him. After about half an hour, the second elder realized the effects of his elixirs had worn off. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ningxiang unleashed a powerful counterattack. The second elder, depleted of spiritual energy, was now merely a facade of strength. After just a few strikes, she felled him to the ground. As he lay there, he glanced back at the Grand Elder, only to discover that the latter had already perished, filling him with a profound sense of regret. Fang Ningxiang approached him directly and delivered a fatal blow with her sword. Exhaling a long breath of relief, Zhao Hao, witnessing the carnage surrounding him, sighed deeply. The world of cultivation was indeed brutal. It was a matter of survival of the fittest. Subsequently, the clan's disciples approached Zhao Hao to present the heads of their enemies in exchange for points. Chapter 63. Seclusion for Cultivation. After attending to the clan members, Zhao Hao instructed them to dispose of the enemy corpses. Once again, Luoye City resumed its lively atmosphere, with people discussing the strength of the Zhao family. Senior sister, did you gain anything from this battle? Zhao Hao inquired as he approached Fang Ningxiang. Junior brother, indeed I did. I found my realm has become more stable, allowing for further advancement. She replied. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Hao bestowed upon her several chaos divine pills. Senior sister, let us return and enter seclusion. Upon their return to the Zhao estate, Zhao Yugong and the three elders inquired about the situation. Zhao Hao straightforwardly explained that the adversaries were demonic cultivators who had been repelled, assuring them there was no cause for concern. He then gifted the 30 dragon blood herbs he had acquired to his father. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang commenced their seclusion. Ding! Host has gifted 30 dragon blood herbs. System returns 30 primordial dragon essence blood herbs. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Blood Demon sect, the atmosphere was stifling. The sect master had just discovered that the soul plates of both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder had shattered, signifying their demise. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Demon sect was engulfed in turmoil, uncertain whether to dispatch more personnel to Falling Leaf City. He was the sole individual within the sect who had attained the pinnacle of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Meanwhile, the sect's revered ancestors were sequestered in meditation, unlikely to emerge in the near future. Consequently, the Blood Demon sect leader promptly issued an order to disregard Falling Leaf City for the time being and commanded his disciples to ravage other cities. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, yet Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang remained in seclusion without any sign of emergence. Meanwhile, the younger members of their clan were making remarkable progress. Many had accumulated points, opting not to exchange them for physique-enhancing pills, but for chaos divine pills and clarity pills, thereby augmenting their cultivation. At this juncture, 9 awakened disciples had already reached the nascent soul stage, their cultivation seeming as effortless as drinking water or eating food, a testament to their extraordinary constitutions that greatly aided their progress. Within their secluded chamber, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang diligently honed their cultivation. Over the course of these 15 days, Zhao Hao had gifted 10 stalks of the primordial dragon's bloodgrass to his senior sister, consuming the remaining 20 himself. He also decided to reserve the last 6 stalks of the primordial dragon's bloodgrass for his parents and his little sister. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt that his physical prowess had undoubtedly achieved the spiritual intensity of a great sage, and it was far more than merely the initial stage. Simultaneously, during this period of seclusion, Fang Ningxiang broke through to the combined body stage, while Zhao Hao reached the transformation stage. Both exhibited no signs of unstable cultivation. Their progress was remarkably solid, primarily due to the significant enhancement provided by the Chaos Divine Pills, which rendered their breakthroughs more stable. Sister, let's emerge from our seclusion. It has almost been half a month. Fang Ningxiang nodded in agreement. Upon stepping outside, they were immediately struck by the sight of the clan's younger members bustling in and out, each absorbed in the pursuit of earning points. Zhao Hao felt a swell of satisfaction. Not long after their emergence, Zhao Hao spotted his little sister playing joyfully with 2 young girls, Wang Xiaomin and Wang Xiaolan. The 2 girls had begun to recover from their earlier grief, and now found happiness within the Zhao household, where every meal included meat. In the midst of their play, the little girl, upon seeing her elder brother, rushed over, clutching his pant leg with both tiny hands and refusing to let go. Brother, why haven't you come to see me for so many days? She looked up at him with wide eyes. Zhao Hao had no choice but to lift her into his arms. I've been busy with my cultivation, but you have new playmates now, right? Little Xiao Xiao immediately hopped down from Zhao Hao's embrace and ran back to her companions, exclaiming, Brother, I'm having fun with my friends. You go ahead and be busy. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled something and swiftly lifted Xiao Xiao once more, carrying her to their father's chamber, where both parents were present. He directly presented the 6 stalks of primordial dragon's bloodgrass to his father. Father, this spiritual herb is exponentially more effective than the dragon bloodgrass. Please consume it. Father, you should eat 3, mother 2, and the remaining one is for little Xiao. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Zhao Yugong responded, very well, Zhao Hao. The 3 immediately began to consume the primordial dragon essence bloodgrass. Little Xiao felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, and she could sense her strength growing significantly. Once the 3 had finished eating, they instantly recognized their newfound prowess. Although little Xiao did not comprehend it fully, she was acutely aware of her remarkable capabilities. Seeing that all 3 had completed their consumption, Zhao Hao bestowed the vast resources of dragon bloodgrass, enlightenment pills, and clarity pills from his spatial realm predominantly upon his father. He also presented another ring containing the chaotic divine pill and several random path divine body pills to his father. Zhao Hao, why have you given me such an abundance of resources? Are you planning to depart? Zhao Yugong inquired. Zhao Hao replied, Father, once the family matters are settled, I may accompany my senior sister on an adventure. She has long desired to uncover her origins, and I believe a journey would be beneficial. Zhao Hao then took out a medicinal vial and handed it to his father. Father, this vial contains a precious elixir. Consuming it will grant you temporary immense power. There are a total of 10 pills. You may use them for significant family affairs in the future. Following that, Zhao Hao produced the array plate he had obtained from the leader of the black-clad men and presented it to his father as well. Beep. Detecting that the host has gifted a profound level ceiling array plate, System Quality returns the 9 Heavens Infinite Defense Array Plate. Upon seeing the array plate, Zhao Hao activated it immediately. Soon, a transparent wave of light began to emanate from the Zhao residence, expanding outward until it enveloped the entirety of Falling Leaf City before finally coming to a halt. Beep. The 9 Heavens Infinite Defense Array can withstand attacks of Emperor level. After activating the array plate, Zhao Hao handed another array plate to Zhao Yugong. Father, this array plate is designed to defend against external threats to Falling Leaf City. Please keep it safe, as it will ensure the family security. Zhao Yugong accepted it with great seriousness. At that moment, Zhao Hao's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Blood Demon sect. When the leader of the black-clad men departed, Zhao Hao had used his divine sense to ascertain the exact location of the Blood Demon sect. Leaving them unchecked would pose a threat. Today, they shall be eradicated. Chapter 64. Slaying the 3 ancestors of the Blood Demon sect. After consuming the essence bloodgrass, little Xiao immediately went out to play with her companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yugong felt the surge of power coursing through him, which significantly boosted his confidence. At that moment, Xiao Yume remarked, Zhao Hao, once the new year arrives, you will be 18. You should win over Miss Fong soon. Her words caused Zhao Hao to blush profusely. All right, mother, I'll consider it when the time comes. Zhao Hao could only acquiesce to his mother's suggestion. As he noticed her preparing to speak further, he swiftly exited the room. This child has changed tremendously since joining the Chaoyang sect, Xiao Yume remarked. Indeed, at the outset, Zhao Hao was merely a mortal incapable of cultivation. Yet upon joining the Chaoyang sect, he was able to cultivate directly. Zhao Yugong was exceedingly pleased at this moment. Meanwhile, within the Blood Demon sect, the ancestral elder had emerged from seclusion. The sect leader promptly informed the elder about the circumstances concerning the first and second elders. The elders were immediately filled with unbridled fury. How dare such a trifling creature resist? It sealed their own fate. The elders prepared to set forth for Loya City. However, the sect leader cautioned, Elder, the one who killed the first elder may very well be a sage. Yet, the elders remained unfazed. Fear not. We 3 have reached the mid-stage of sagehood. Even if our adversary is a sage, they cannot hope to defeat us. Coincidentally, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang were also heading toward the Blood Demon sect. After about half an hour, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang encountered the ancestral elder of the Blood Demon sect on their journey. Zhao Hao spoke directly. Are you from the Blood Demon sect? The 3 elders halted, scrutinizing Zhao Hao intently. Are you from Loya City? Upon hearing their words, Zhao Hao immediately confirmed their identities. No need to rush to Loya City. It was our hands that dealt with your people, Zhao Hao declared boldly. The 3 elders of the Blood Demon sect were instantly enraged. You little beast, daring to harm our Blood Demon sect members. Today, we shall ensure your blood stains the ground. Zhao Hao responded, at your age, Should you not be enjoying your twilight years in the sect? Is this truly a quest for death? The ancestral elder retorted, "You little beast, seeking death." A blood-red palm imprint surged toward Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao unsheathed the immortal sacred sword and waved it at the imprint, causing it to dissipate instantly. A sage-level physique? The elder questioned uncertainly. Zhao Hao offered no reply. "If you wish to fight, let us not waste words," the elder proclaimed. "Even with a sage-level physique, today I shall ensure your demise." The elder summoned his blood-red sickle and charged at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao sought to resolve the conflict swiftly, avoiding unnecessary entanglement. He parried the sickle with his sword and swiftly countered with a strike directed at the blood demon sect's elder. The elder, witnessing Zhao Hao's assault, hastily withdrew his sickle. However, Zhao Hao's sword shattered the sickle and inflicted a grievous wound upon the elder's chest, revealing bone. Unyielding, Zhao Hao swiftly unleashed another strike, severing the elder's head before he could react. The other two elders were taken aback, still processing the sudden death of their leader. In that moment, the remaining two elders attempted to flee. Yet, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang intercepted them. The two engaged in fierce combat with their adversaries. This was Fang Ningxiang's first experience in such a battle, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, having consumed 11 dragons' bloodgrass, she found herself quite capable of handling the confrontation with ease. Zhao Hao had just intercepted his opponent when the latter promptly consumed a medicinal pill, his aura surging dramatically. Upon careful observation, Zhao Hao discerned that the opponent's strength had increased by approximately 40%. "You foolish child, do you truly believe that by vanquishing our esteemed ancestor, you can extinguish our lives? Today, I shall ensure your demise." This individual was the second ancestor of the blood demon sect. Possessing a similar cultivation level as a mid-stage saint, he had ingested the blood fury pill, propelling him to the late stage of a saint. Zhao Hao merely smiled. Following the consumption of the pill, the second ancestor wasted no time and unleashed his mighty hammer upon Zhao Hao, a strike that could rend the heavens. Zhao Hao parried the hammer with his sacred sword. However, the tremendous force pressed his blade downwards. Instantly, Zhao Hao sheathed his sword and began to channel the power of his physical form. A torrent of sanguine energy erupted like a radiant pillar, affecting the surrounding environment. The second ancestor, taken aback by such overwhelming vitality, inadvertently bit his own tongue in shock. "Why your physical prowess is astonishingly formidable." Zhao Hao had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He unleashed a powerful fist to meet the second ancestor's hammer. After merely 5 exchanges, the second ancestor's hands began to bleed. Yet, Zhao Hao pressed on, launching another series of heavy strikes. With just 2 more powerful punches, the second ancestor lost grip of his hammer. Zhao Hao, seizing the opportunity, directed his fists towards the adversary's body. The second ancestor raised both hands in defense, but with a resounding impact, his hands were rendered as mangled remnants. Zhao Hao seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, delivering a final blow to the opponent's chest. The sound of shattering echoed as the second ancestor's chest exploded, and he collapsed, burdened by regret as he recalled the instructions of his sect leader, cursing his own impulsiveness. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang was embroiled in a fierce battle with the third ancestor of the blood demon sect. Seizing a moment of distraction, the third ancestor glanced at the lifeless second ancestor and feigned an attack to escape. However, he was intercepted by Zhao Hao. The duo of Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang closed in on him. Realizing his escape was futile, the third ancestor launched a desperate, self-destructive assault upon Fang Ningxiang. Yet, Zhao Hao would not allow him to succeed. He accelerated, delivering a punch that obliterated the opponent's skull, ending his life on the spot. Habitually, Zhao Hao collected the storage rings of the 3 adversaries. However, upon inspection, he found them devoid of any valuable resources, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, the 3 members of the blood demon sect had exhausted all their resources in their ascent to the mid-stage of a saint. At that very moment, within the sect stronghold, the sect leader vigilantly monitored the soul tablets of the 3 ancestors. Should any shatter, he would promptly lead the core members of the sect to flee. Thus, upon the demise of the grand ancestor, the sect leader hastily retreated. The sect's resources had all been taken away, leaving behind only empty shells. When Zhao Hao arrived at the blood demon sect stronghold, he was dismayed to find not a single resource remaining. "Junior brother, it seems the leader of the blood demon sect is quite astute and has made early preparations." Zhao Hao immediately spread out his divine sense to investigate, but found nothing. "Senior sister, You were right. However, having let them go this time, I wonder if it will lead to trouble later. Chapter 65. Return to Chuyang's sect. Junior brother. Do not worry. After this, they should recognize our strength and abandon any thoughts of revenge, Fang Ningxiang assured him. Zhao Hao, however, did not dwell on it, as he had left behind ample resources for his family. After his departure, there should not be any issues. The two eventually returned to their clan. Although Zhao Hao had acquired the weapons of the two ancestors from the Blood Demon sect, upon their return, the clan members greeted them warmly. And Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang reciprocated their enthusiasm. Junior brother, we can stay with the clan for a while longer before setting off. There is no need to rush, Fang Ningxiang suggested. Yet, Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, there is no need. Once I make one more plan, we can depart. The sooner I help you uncover your lineage, the sooner I can assist you. Zhao Hao then set off alone towards Frost City, intending to purchase more common pills before returning to leave sufficient resources for his family. Upon arriving in Frost City, he directly headed to the alchemy shop. The shopkeeper, possessing a discerning eye, immediately recognized that Zhao Hao was extraordinary, as he emanated an aura of oppression. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Zhao Hao replied straightforwardly. How many pills do you have? I want them all. The shopkeeper was taken aback by Zhao Hao's declaration. You mean all of them? He stammered. Zhao Hao responded, Is that a problem? The shopkeeper explained, It is not impossible, but we possess a vast quantity of pills. Do you have enough spirit stones? Zhao Hao waved his hand dismissively. Spirit stones are not an issue. Just name your price. After reviewing the inventory, the shopkeeper stated, If you wish to purchase all the pills, you will need at least 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Hao, having expended many low-grade spirit stones, was unconcerned by the amount. He promptly filled his spatial ring with 300 million spirit stones and said, All right, pack them up. Here are the spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, the shopkeeper instructed his assistants to begin packing all the pills into Zhao Hao's storage ring. In the end, Zhao Hao left with the entire stock of the alchemy shop. The shopkeeper, watching Zhao Hao's departing figure, couldn't help but think that he was a significant figure, undoubtedly with an extraordinary background. Upon returning to his clan, Zhao Hao handed over all the pills from his storage ring to his father. Zhao Yugong had grown accustomed to Zhao Hao frequently providing him with pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 10,000 strong yuan pills. And in return, the system grants 10,000 chaos divine pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 3,000 transformation yuan pills, and in return, the system grants 3,000 second transformation chaos divine pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 500 void yuan pills, and in return, the system grants 500 third transformation chaos divine pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 200 harmony yuan pills, and in return, the system grants 200 fourth transformation chaos divine pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 30,000 advanced body refining pills, and in return, the system grants 30,000 ninth transformation purple pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 15,000 special body refining pills, and in return, the system grants 15,000 ninth transformation golden pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 300 special rejuvenation pills, and in return, the system grants 300 special cloud dream pills. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted 5 enlightenment pills, and in return, the system grants 5 Tongxing pills. Zhao Hao listened to the system's notifications, feeling as though it were a festive occasion. He retained some of the returned 9 transformation golden pills, special cloud dream pills, and various cultivation elixirs, ultimately bestowing the remainder of the pills to his father. Zhao Hao, these pills will suffice for the family for quite some time. You need not worry, Zhao Yu remarked. Zhao Hao replied, Father, the family will be entrusted to you from now on. Rest assured, Zhao Hao, with such abundant resources, the family will undoubtedly thrive. After locating Fang Ningxiang, the two made their way to Xiao Yumei's chamber. Mother, we shall be departing soon, so I wanted to inform you. Xiao Yumei responded, Zhao Hao, wouldn't it be better to remain with the family? Zhao Hao explained, Mother, primarily, my senior sister wishes to find her parents, and I must accompany her. Fang Ningxiang felt deeply touched by Zhao Hao's words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yumei was overwhelmed with a sense of reluctance. Just as Xiao Xiao rushed in. Brother, are you leaving? Xiao Zhao's big eyes brimmed with tears. Zhao Hao lifted Xiao Xiao into his arms. Little one, I have matters to attend to. Will you wait for me to return and play together? Xiao Xiao responded, all right, brother. But you must bring me a gift when you come back. Of course, I promise to bring you a gift. After soothing Xiao Xiao, Zhao Hao spent some time conversing with his mother before taking his leave. In the following days, Zhao Hao accompanied Xiao Xiao on a thorough exploration of the entire Falling Leaf City, the little girl radiating joy. Zhao Yu also communicated Zhao Hao's impending departure to the family members, many of whom were reluctant to see him go. It was evident that the family's prosperity was largely due to Zhao Hao's contributions. Yet, they understood that he would not confine himself to the family and would inevitably depart. One morning, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang quietly set off. The two boarded Fang Ningxiang's flying vessel, soaring directly toward the Sunrise sect. Dear Junior, I sincerely appreciate your companionship. I am filled with an unquenchable desire to locate my parents and inquire as to why they abandoned me. Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, I am well aware of your sentiments. There is no need for elaboration. Their flying vessel swiftly arrived at the Chaiyang sect, where Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang proceeded directly to the grand hall of the sect leader, Nangong Xuyan. At that moment, Nangong Xuyan was engaged in discussions with the elders. Upon noticing the sudden entrance of Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Little Hao, Ningxiang, you have returned? Zhao Hao affirmed, Master, indeed. We have come to visit you. Nangong Xuyan promptly addressed the elders, declaring, today's meeting is adjourned. Subsequently, all the elders departed. Little Hao, that elixir you provided last time was truly magnificent. Had it not been for that, our Chaiyang sect would have been obliterated. Zhao Hao recognized that she referred to the Emperor Pinnacle elixir. Master, have there been attacks from demonic cultivators on our sect during this time? Nangong Xuyan's expression turned grave as she responded, Little Hao, it is not mere demonic cultivators. It is a genuine demon race. They came to investigate the disappearance of the 4 major demonic sects and ultimately discovered our involvement. They intended to annihilate our sect, but the potency of the elixir you provided frightened them away. Upon hearing Nangong Xuyan's words, Zhao Hao felt a wave of relief. Chapter 66, Departure to Zhongzhou. Zhao Hao retrieved 10 Emperor Pinnacle elixirs from his spatial storage and presented them to Nangong Xuyan. Master, please take these elixirs. We have returned with the intention of seeking senior sister's parents. Zhao Hao stated. Seeing the elixirs in Zhao Hao's hands, Nangong Xuyan beamed with joy. However, upon hearing that they intended to locate Fang Ningxiang's parents, her expression shifted to one of concern. Little Hao, what do you plan to search? It will not be an easy task. Fang Ningxiang produced her soul token, a palm-sized jade pendant. After examining it, Zhao Hao noticed that one side bore the character Fang, while the other inscribed Zhongzhou. Master, is our world vast? Nangong Xuyan replied. Little Hao, the place we inhabit is called the Xian Domain, a mere corner of the Zhenwu continent. Master, do you know where Zhongzhou is? Zhao Hao inquired. Nangong Xuyan gazed at Zhao Hao in surprise and responded. Zhongzhou lies at the very center of the continent, where cultivators are exceedingly powerful. It is the heart of the entire continent. Little Hao, why do you ask this? Zhao Hao handed the jade pendant back to Nangong Xuyan. Upon seeing the inscription Zhongzhou, she froze momentarily, recalling the markings from when she first discovered the pendant. Little Hao, are you intending to journey to Zhongzhou? Zhao Hao glanced at Fang Ningxiang and affirmed, Yes, Master, since the clues lead us to Zhongzhou, we must certainly make the trip. At this moment, Nangong Xuyan gazed at Fang Ningxiang and said, Ningxiang, during your journey, please exercise utmost caution. Once you locate your parents, be sure to return and visit your master. Fang Ningxiang's eyes reddened as she replied, Master, I understand. Immediately, she threw herself into Nangong Xuyan's embrace and wept openly. Having raised Fang Ningxiang since childhood, Nangong Xuyan held a paramount place in her heart. After a considerable time, Fang Ningxiang managed to stifle her sobs. Master, you must take care of yourself. Once I find my parents, I will come back to accompany you. Nangong Xuyan smiled gently. All right, Ningxiang, with Xiao Hao by your side, I need not worry about your safety. I will ensure the prosperity of our sect. You must return to reside with us often. After speaking, she took out a map from her storage ring and handed it to Zhao Hao. Xiao Hao, with this map, you will avoid many detours. Zhao Hao examined the map and found it remarkably detailed. Eventually, he returned to his secluded dwelling, while Fang Ningxiang continued to chat with Nangong Xuyan. The following day, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang boarded a flying vessel heading toward Zhongzhou. However, before they could exit the Xian domain, they encountered an attack from a spiritual beast after arriving at a mountain range. The entire vessel exploded. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang looked up to see the beast that had assaulted them, revealing it to be a flying tiger. Roar! Humans, your luck has run out. You have crossed paths with me just as I am famished. Consider yourselves my meal. Zhao Hao was taken aback, not expecting the spiritual beast to speak. Yet, in his current state of agitation, he had no desire for conversation. Who would be in a good mood after being unexpectedly attacked while aboard a flying vessel? Fang Ningxiang's brow furrowed with determination, her intent to kill ignited. She swiftly drew her long sword and directed a beam of sword energy towards the flying tiger. The tiger flapped its massive wings, creating a tornado to counter the sword energy. Boom! The sword energy was abruptly halted. Sister, rely on your physical strength. This tiger beast may be a tribulation stage spiritual beast, Zhao Hao exclaimed. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang harnessed her physical prowess and wielded her long sword with renewed vigor. The flying tiger, initially reveling in its successful defense, was taken aback when a human woman dared to engage it in close combat. Swish! 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 Fang Ningxiang relentlessly attacked the tiger's claws with her sword. In mere moments, the flying tiger was forced to retreat, covering its head in defeat. Spare me. Humans, I was wrong. I apologize. Fang Ningxiang, furious over the destruction of their precious vessel, had no intention of showing mercy. Just then, Zhao Hao approached and said to Fang Ningxiang, Sister, we are in need of a mount. Let this beast serve that purpose. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's suggestion, Fang Ningxiang quelled her anger. Listen well. If you agree to be our mount, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will extract your inner core, Zhao Hao declared. At this moment, the celestial tiger beast comprehended the formidable nature of human women and refrained from retorting. It spoke directly. Humans, I am willing. Please spare my life. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang ascended onto the back of the tiger beast, instructing it to head southeast. Senior sister, the map indicates that to reach Zhongzhou, we must first arrive at the coastal city of Jiulu, from where we can team up to board the sky vessel of the Tianji Merchant Guild towards Zhongzhou. Zhao Hao pondered over the map. Fang Ningxiang had no objections. She found herself in no particular hurry to reach Zhongzhou, feeling both anticipation and trepidation. Excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her parents mingled with anxiety over potential disapproval. All right, junior brother, you take charge of the arrangements, Fang Ningxiang declared. The celestial tiger beast, with its massive frame, provided a stable ride for the two. Zhao Hao reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze, while Fang Ningxiang fiddled with the jade pendant of her lineage. The tiger beast glanced back at them before resuming its flight. Throughout their journey, no spirit beasts dared to attack, allowing Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang to arrive safely at Jiulu City. The tiger beast halted at the city gate, which was bustling with groups of adventurers. Zhao Hao instructed the beast to shrink its size slightly, following the crowd into the city. He first led Fang Ningxiang to an inn, for although they had undergone fasting, they occasionally indulged in culinary delights. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, the guards were taken aback at the sight of the tiger beast, drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Hao requested the inn's staff to serve the beast some spirit beast meat before ascending to the second floor with Fang Ningxiang to order their meal. Zhao Hao ordered an array of the finest dishes and a bottle of exquisite wine. Once the food arrived, they joyfully feasted, their appetites robust after a lengthy abstinence. The spirit beast meat was all of at least grade 5, delightful in flavor. Junior brother, I never anticipated my appetite would increase so dramatically. Perhaps it's due to the enhancement of our physical forms, Fang Ningxiang remarked, gnawing on a spirit beast wing. Indeed, senior sister, Zhao Hao replied, while we have fasted, moderate consumption of meat can satisfy our cravings. You are correct. Our physical strength has indeed grown, leading to a greater appetite. Junior brother, this wine is delightful. You should have a glass as well. Zhao Hao poured a cup for Fang Ningxiang, who readily enjoyed it. Chapter 67. Departure on Commission. Junior brother, I never expected this wine to be so exquisite, Fang Ningxiang exclaimed after finishing her glass, promptly pouring another. Zhao Hao chuckled softly. They swiftly consumed their meal, nearly finished when Zhao Hao called for the waiter. Come here to settle the bill, he said. The waiter presented the bill, stating, esteemed guest, your total expenditure amounts to 400 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao produced a handful of low-grade spirit stones and handed them over to the waiter. The young attendant, Having collected the spirit stones, prepared to depart, but was halted by Zhao Hao's call. Do you sell your beverages separately? Upon hearing this, the attendant replied, Dear guest, our drinks can be sold individually, albeit at a rather steep price. Zhao Hao responded, Very well. Please bring me 1,000 bottles of the drinks I ordered earlier. The attendant was taken aback by this request. Such a large order. I must summon our manager. The attendant hurried off to fetch the manager. Soon, a portly middle-aged man approached Zhao Hao. Dear guest, are you the one requesting our renowned Wubu Dao exquisite wine? Zhao Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the name Wubu Dao. Yes, I would like 1,000 bottles. Do you have them in stock? The manager was elated. Indeed, we do. However, each bottle requires 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you possess such a sum? Zhao Hao replied confidently, You need not worry about the spirit stones. Once you bring the wine, I shall certainly pay. Before long, the young attendant returned with a storage ring, which was handed to the manager. After examining it, the manager addressed Zhao Hao. Dear guest, please take a look. Upon inspection, Zhao Hao found that all the bottles were unopened. They were indeed Wubu Dao. He retrieved the 5 million low-grade spirit stones he had prepared and handed them to the manager. The manager promptly escorted Zhao Hao and his companion outside the tavern before returning to his duties. Quickly, contact the Wubu Dao winery. We need to order 500 bottles of Wubu Dao. Once outside, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang began inquiring about the location of the Tianji Trading Company. After several inquiries, they finally learned the address. The Tianji Trading Company warmly welcomed them, but upon hearing their intention to travel to Zhongzhou, they were informed that the last flying vessel had just departed and they would have to wait another 3 months to set sail. Zhao Hao was not inclined to wait idly for 3 months and left with Fang Ningxiang immediately. The two arrived at the Pill Pavilion in Jilu City, discovering an abundance of high-grade elixirs. Zhao Hao contemplated the possibility of returning with a greater quantity of elixirs, bypassing the lower-grade options and focused solely on the advanced ones. He found elixirs suitable for cultivation, including those for transcending tribulations and even for saint-level practitioners. Zhao Hao purchased a considerable amount. Moreover, he stumbled upon the sword intent pill and the blade intent pill, acquiring all available. Ultimately, he bought 50 sword intent pills and 50 blade intent pills. Since Fang Ningxiang had yet to awaken her sword intent, Zhao Hao generously gifted her all 50 sword intent pills. Ding! Detecting that the host has gifted 50 sword intent pills, the system rewards 50 chaos sword god pills. Junior brother, is this the elixir that can awaken sword intent? Fang Ningxiang inquired. Indeed, senior sister. I have previously consumed the sword intent pill, and my sword intent has reached perfection. Zhao Hao's inventory still held nearly 100 million sword intent pills, and this purchase was made specifically for the quality return. After the two departed from the alchemy loft, they made their way directly to the vessel sales area. The flying vessels were categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. The vessels from the Tianji Trading Company were classified as large-scale heaven-grade vessels. However, this particular sales location did not offer any heaven-grade vessels, with the highest available being Earth-grade. Zhao Hao promptly spent 50 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 Earth-grade vessels, which he then gifted entirely to Fang Ningxiang. Upon detecting the transfer of the 2 Earth-grade small vessels, the system responded with a resounding notification. It would return 2 god-level cruisers in a billion-fold quality. Overjoyed by the system's response, Zhao Hao refrained from revealing the cruisers and instead accompanied Fang Ningxiang to the entrance of Jilu City. At that moment, numerous employers were seeking to hire powerful protectors for their merchant caravans, all destined for Menial Island, a substantial island in the sea, comparable in size to the Xian domain. Yet, none of the caravans were bound for Zhongzhou, for venturing beyond Mingwei Island would lead into the treacherous Chaos Demon Sea. Only vessels from the Tianji Trading Company were permitted to traverse toward Zhongzhou, having apparently secured the favor of the sea's spirit beasts at great expense. Zhao Hao contemplated that it might be prudent to first reach Mingwei Island before devising a plan to proceed to Zhongzhou. With his cultivation at the transformation realm, he was only considered average in Jilu City. However, Fang Ningxiang's cultivation at the integration realm was indeed impressive. Approaching a hiring team, Zhao Hao inquired, "Are you heading to Mingwei Island?" The members of the team glanced at Zhao Hao, unimpressed, due to his status at the transformation realm. Yet, upon noticing Fang Ningxiang's prowess, they warmly extended an invitation. "Miss, would you be willing to accept our offer? We can provide 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for your services, and you can proceed to Mingwei Island." Fang Ningxiang replied, "I am with him." The team members looked at Zhao Hao once more. If you agree to our invitation, I can offer him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones as a runner-ass fee. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept. But this spirit beast must accompany us, Fong Ningxiang insisted, pointing to the miniature flying tiger beast. Not a problem. We can accommodate that. With that, Fong Ningxiang and Zhao Hao boarded the flying vessel. Zhao Hao chose this method of travel to familiarize himself with the maritime environment, ensuring they would not stray off course. A direct journey for just the two of them could easily lead them astray in the vast ocean. Soon, the team was fully assembled, comprising 50 hired hands alongside 3 members of the caravan, totaling 53 individuals. The vessel was a medium-sized Earth-gray craft. Just as they were preparing for takeoff, a solitary middle-aged man approached, seeking to join them. Initially, the caravan members were reluctant, but upon witnessing the man as Cultivation at the Tribulation Realm, they welcomed him aboard without hesitation. A sum of 5 million low-grade spirit stones was offered as a high price. Upon boarding the flying vessel, Zhao Hao reclined in his seat alongside Fong Ningxiang, feigning sleep. He had no intention of engaging in conversation with others. As a middle-aged man arrived aboard the vessel, numerous hired hands sought to curry favor with him. The middle-aged man merely nodded, displaying no further emotion. The flying vessel promptly set its course into the depths of the sea. Unbeknownst to the merchant team, one of the hired hands in the void refinement stage discreetly produced a communication device, whispering a few words in a corner. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle. At this moment, the flying tiger beast beside Zhao Hao spoke. Master, I just overheard someone contacting pirates, intending to strike once the vessel ventures deeper into the sea. Zhao Hao replied, No need to concern ourselves. We merely need to reach Menial Island. If trouble arises, assistance will be rendered. At this point, they had just departed from Jilu City, and everyone remained relatively relaxed. The vessel advanced at a normal pace while the merchant team anxiously observed the surroundings. As night fell, all were resting within the flying vessel. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, the vessel had already flown far from Jilu City. The merchant team distributed food for everyone to consume. However, just before noon, 2 enormous black flying vessels emerged from the depths of the sea, crashing directly into the vessel occupied by Zhao Hao and his companions. With a resounding boom, the merchant ship was shattered, debris cascading into the sea, while the crew found themselves airborne, gazing at the approaching black vessels. Subsequently, a group emerged from the black vessels, led by 3 cultivators in the transcendent stage, followed by numerous subordinates in the integration and body refinement stages. Their attire, however, was peculiar, adorned with patterns resembling black dragon-like creatures, and they donned tall, 4-cornered hats. Zhang, surrender all your spirit stones. Otherwise, you shall all perish here today, declared the leader of the 3 Transcendence stage pirates. At this moment, the merchant team turned their attention to the solitary middle-aged man and a small elder. Gentlemen, who would have thought that we would encounter pirates so soon upon entering the deep sea? I implore you to aid us in this battle. Afterward, each of you shall receive an additional 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man and the elder stepped forward, brandishing their weapons. The pirate gang, seeing that they were not intimidated, prepared to retaliate and stated, Gentlemen, we are all here for wealth. If you depart now, I shall not pursue. Upon hearing the pirates' words, many cultivators in the void refinement stage contemplated retreating. I shall withdraw. Let me go. I too shall withdraw. I also withdraw. Soon, nearly 10 individuals from the 50-member team had chosen to leave. Nevertheless, among the remaining integration and transcendent stage cultivators, none opted to abandon the fight. The merchant team had already paid half of their spirit stones before departure. At this juncture, the middle-aged man spoke. To take a person's wealth is to alleviate their misfortunes. Let us fight. There is nothing more to discuss. The old man remarked, Indeed, one is paid to serve others. If you do not depart, I would not hesitate to annihilate you all. At that moment, the pirate crew was incensed. Very well, we have 3 cultivators in the tribulation stage. It seems today will be your last. The second in command declared, You and I shall deal with those 2 in the tribulation stage, while the third shall eliminate the cultivator in the fusion stage. Kill them. Subsequently, the pirate crew charged forward. Zhao Hao and the flying tiger beast merely observed the unfolding drama, while Fong Ningxiang advanced towards the pirates in the fusion stage. The pirates vastly outnumbered the merchant convoy, and as soon as the skirmish began, the merchants found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, The battle in the tribulation stage was fiercely contested. The middle-aged man and the old man exhibited formidable strength, and the pirates found themselves continually on the back foot. In the fusion stage, Fang Ningxiang effortlessly dispatched the pirates, instilling fear in their hearts. In mere moments, numerous pirates lay dead. At that juncture, the third pirate leader took note of Fang Ningxiang. How infuriating! Allow me to engage you, he bellowed, brandishing his decapitating blade as he charged at her. Fang Ningxiang glanced at the approaching pirate leader with a hint of disdain. He was merely at the early stage of the tribulation, and she could easily contend with him without even resorting to her physical prowess. Soon enough, they were locked in combat. Due to Fang Ningxiang's relentless slaughter of the fusion stage pirates, the merchant's cultivators were now able to resist the pirates slightly, preventing a complete collapse of their ranks. The mercenaries of the convoy, witnessing the tide of battle shift in their favor, felt a surge of joy. They had not anticipated the incredible prowess of that young girl. They were immensely grateful to her. As time passed, the leaders of the pirate crew began to find themselves overwhelmed. How can these two be so formidable? They're also in the early tribulation stage, yet they're so much stronger than us. The head pirate exclaimed, "Third, come and assist us." "Brother, this woman is too powerful. I cannot free myself," the third replied, equally besieged by Fang Ningxiang. Upon hearing his comrade's words, the head pirate commanded everyone retreat. However, no one moved, as each individual was ensnared in their own struggle. The middle-aged man, sensing the pirates' morale crumbling, unleashed his ultimate technique, severing the head of the pirate leader. With the death of the pirate chief, he began to eliminate the remaining fusion stage pirates. In a brief span, all of them perished at his hands. At that moment, the old man remarked, "It seems I am the only one yet to vanquish my foe. I have been underestimated. Youngster, behold my secret technique." Thunder's Wrath. The old man invoked a mystical power, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck down the second pirate leader. Now, only the third pirate leader remained. This is not how it should end. He seethed. "It is all you're doing, you little wretch. I vow to perish alongside you." The bandit leader, known as Old Three, immediately prepared for self-detonation. Upon witnessing his actions, Fang Ningxiang summoned her physical strength and severed his head with a single stroke. With the demise of the bandit leader, his self-destruction was rendered futile. This young girl is quite remarkable. That final strike must truly reflect her genuine prowess, remarked the middle-aged man. "Ah, thank you, Old. As I mentioned, the battle has concluded, and each of you shall receive 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, which I shall distribute immediately," the merchant caravan's representative declared. Subsequently, he bestowed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones upon each individual, including Zhao Hao, who also received his share. When he prepared to grant Fang Ningxiang her stones, the merchant exclaimed, "Young lady, your contribution was invaluable. Your combat prowess is at the tribulation stage, and thus I shall increase your reward. Here, take this 3,000,000 spirit stones. The remaining stones will be given to you upon our arrival at Menial Island." Upon receiving the spirit stones, Fang Ningxiang's face lit up with a radiant smile. She then approached Zhao Hao's side. "Junior brother, with every battle, I feel my cultivation stabilizing. Just a few more encounters, and I shall break through once again." "Ah, senior sister, we must also credit those divine pills that have allowed your training to remain flawless." Zhao Hao replied, "Indeed, junior brother, these pills are truly remarkable. I sense that before reaching Zhongzhou, I will achieve a breakthrough to the tribulation stage." Zhao Hao merely smiled in response. Soon after, the merchant representative produced a terrestrial-grade flying vessel, inviting everyone aboard. Chapter 69, Blade Soul. The pirates' two flying vessels landed directly in the hands of the middle-aged man and the elderly gentleman, and no one voiced objections. The merchant caravan resumed its journey. "Look, that fellow over there is merely spectating, yet he manages to acquire 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hush, are you mad? Don't you know he is associated with that young lady? Be cautious. He may cause you trouble later." Upon hearing his companion's warning, the man promptly fell silent. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang overheard the discussions within the flying vessel and exchanged amused smiles. "Junior brother, it seems that if you do not reveal your strength, they will assume you are merely a freeloader." Zhao Hao responded, "Senior sister, your prowess is sufficient to resolve matters. Why should I overshadow you? Furthermore, senior sister, you are in need of combat experience. I trust you will soon attain another breakthrough." "Junior brother, the divine pills you provided are extraordinarily powerful, enabling breakthroughs that disregard bottlenecks. provided my foundation is stable. Fang Ningxiang exclaimed joyfully. Senior sister, not to mention the enhancement from your Ice Phoenix divine body. Your cultivation is now as effortless as eating. Once you reach the great emperor level, you will be able to tackle any challenges. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and her heart brimmed with joy. After engaging in conversation for a while, Zhao Hao couldn't help but reflect on the attire worn by the group of pirates. It resembled that of an organized faction. He surmised that the journey ahead would not be entirely smooth. However, he did not foresee any significant issues arising. At this moment, within a submerged palace deep beneath the ocean, a congregation of pirates is convening, clad in garments adorned with the likeness of a black dragon. They bear a striking resemblance to the raiders who previously attacked merchant caravans. The individual seated at the head of the assembly possesses the cultivation of a great sage, flanked by several others who have attained the status of saints. Esteemed members, I have received alarming news. Our outpost number 9 has suffered total annihilation during an assault on a passing merchant convoy. Is there anyone who wishes to voice their thoughts? The leader inquired. Fourth officer, could it be that the enemy deployed saints to achieve such a devastating defeat at Outpost 9? A robust middle-aged man asked. Not quite. The leader replied. According to an observer stationed at a distance, the enemy possessed only 2 individuals in the tribulation stage. However, their combat prowess was formidable. Most concerning is that one of them, a petite girl in the harmonization stage, can contend with those in the tribulation stage. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as the others absorbed the leader's words. Fourth officer, could they be prodigies from a major sect? It is uncommon for ordinary sects to produce such formidable disciples. The leader paused momentarily before responding. Regardless of their sect, now that hostilities have commenced, we must eradicate them completely. This time, I shall dispatch lords with Shenlong accompanied by 5 fully realized guardians in the tribulation stage to eliminate that young girl. As for the other members of the merchant convoy, they are of no consequence. Understood, fourth officer. I shall depart at once. A youth, reminiscent of a gallant gentleman, declared. Meanwhile, the merchant convoy's flying vessel continued its journey at great speed. Half a day later, the convoy's members distributed provisions and wine to one another. Although many had abstained from food, a morsel could alleviate their spirits. Just as they began to rejoice, the ominous black vessel from before once again charged towards their flying craft. With a resounding crash, the merchant vessel was obliterated anew. When the remaining individuals turned their gaze once more, they were met with the same pirate garb as before. At that moment, Lord Shenlong was scanning the crowd and quickly fixed his gaze upon Fang Ningxiang, who was in the harmonization stage. Listen closely. All of you may preserve your lives, provided you surrender that girl, is what Shenlong proclaimed, pointing directly at Fang Ningxiang. As he spoke, he unleashed his formidable aura, causing the bystanders to feel as though they were burdened by an immense weight of 10,000 pounds. The members of the convoy found themselves in an internal struggle. The prospect of sacrificing one to ensure their escape tempted them to abandon Fang Ningxiang. Do not worry, young girl. Seeing you is akin to encountering my deceased daughter. I shall not allow harm to befall you, a solitary middle-aged man declared, stepping forward resolutely. Those who seek to seize our party shall not succeed. Zhao Hao was taken aback by the man's declaration, realizing that he had stepped forward out of remembrance for his late daughter. You may leave first. Should fortune favor me and I survive, I will certainly seek you out, the middle-aged man asserted. Upon hearing his words, the members of the convoy quickly recognized that they were not the targets and promptly produced another flying vessel to make their escape. As the middle-aged man observed the crowd disperse, he unleashed his aura, ascending through the stages of tribulation, initial, intermediate, advanced, and ultimately reaching perfection. His presence surged until it stabilized at the semi-saint realm. At this moment, the left dragon envoy cracked a smile, bemused by the audacity of a mere semi-saint insect, seemingly oblivious to the might of the saintly realm. You 5, capture that girl for me, regardless of her fate. This one is mine to handle. Yes, my lord. The 5 drew their weapons and launched an assault on Fang Ningxiang, while Zhao Hao, alongside the flying tiger beast, observed the unfolding drama. Zhao Hao discreetly communicated with Fang Ningxiang. Sister, harness the full power of your perfected tribulation physique. After this battle, you will undoubtedly stabilize your realm and be poised for a breakthrough. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang abandoned her intention to resolve the conflict using saintly strength. As she faced the incoming attacks, she unsheathed her long sword and began to parry. The five initially believed they could dispatch her with a single strike, only to be taken aback when she effortlessly deflected all their onslaughts. Surprised, they momentarily hesitated before resuming their attack, engaging in a fierce melee. Fang Ningxiang devoted all her mental focus to the struggle against the five assailants. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, relieved to see her withstand the onslaught, prepared himself to confront the left dragon envoy. "Come at me. Let me witness the true strength of the saintly realm. How bold! I shall show you my prowess." The left dragon envoy brandished his weapon, a long sword shimmering with phosphorescence. The two immediately clashed. The middle-aged man's strikes bore an inexplicable potency, effortlessly neutralizing the envoy's sword techniques. It appeared as though he could indeed transcend realms in battle. After several exchanges, the duel reached a stalemate. Is it the Blade Soul? Zhao Hao pondered. The Blade Soul is an advanced manifestation of sword intent. Having previously experienced Sword Soul in the Trial Tower, he was well aware of its formidable nature. At this juncture, the left dragon envoy began to take the fight seriously, recognizing the power of his opponent's Blade Soul, while his own sword intent remained unrefined, placing him at a disadvantage. With his cultivation at the initial stage of the saintly realm, he found himself lacking a significant edge. As the middle-aged man invoked his Blade Soul, his assaults grew increasingly ferocious, while the left dragon envoy unleashed his true fire, executing lethal strikes with fervor. In Chapter 70, The Trials of Battle, both combatants summoned their utmost strength. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang gradually acclimated to the rhythm of her five attackers, becoming increasingly adept in her defense. At this moment, the flying tiger beast beside Zhao Hao remarked, "Master, do you think the mistress is in danger?" Zhao Hao did not correct its words, but replied, "This battle is immensely beneficial for her. I cannot intervene. However, these lackeys are no match for her." The flying tiger beast nodded in agreement. The vivid memory of Fang Ningxiang ravaging it often lingers in my mind. I cannot help but ponder, how foolish of me to worry. Truly a case of a needless concern. As time gradually flows by, the battle remains unresolved. Zhao Hao, meanwhile, uncorks a flask of Wubu Dao and begins to drink. At this moment, Zhao Hao senses that Fang Ningxiang's combat prowess remains undiminished, while the five adversaries have exhausted a significant portion of their spiritual energy, rendering them far inferior to their former selves. The endurance of the physical body surely surpasses that of spiritual energy. Zhao Hao then turns his gaze towards the middle-aged man, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although the middle-aged man is injured, the left dragon envoy has lost his left arm. The severity of their wounds far exceeds that of Fang Ningxiang's side. Fang Ningxiang has yet to unleash her ultimate move, continuously absorbing combat experience. Otherwise, the five would have perished long ago. Before long, dusk approaches, and this confrontation has persisted for nearly 4 hours. The middle-aged man, noting the lateness of the hour, summons his lethal move once more. The already unsteady left dragon envoy, upon witnessing this, also prepares to unleash his own deadly technique. The clash of blade and sword ensues. A tempest of steel. The middle-aged man channels the might of his strongest sword intent into his attack, the shadowless demon sword. The left dragon envoy similarly invokes his own signature move. As their weapons intertwine, they momentarily separate. The long blade pierces the throat of the left dragon envoy, while the long sword cleaves through the middle-aged man's left arm. In his final moments, the left dragon envoy cannot fathom his defeat at the hands of a mere half-saint. The middle-aged man retracts his long blade, attempting to regain his composure in mid-air. He is utterly drained, unable to assist Fang Ningxiang. Yet, he catches sight of Zhao Hao, who is leisurely drinking nearby, stirring a flicker of anger within him. At this juncture, Zhao Hao observes Fang Ningxiang's techniques and realizes she is destined to secure victory. However, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Fang Ningxiang's mid-grade spiritual sword succumbs to the relentless onslaught and shatters. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Hao promptly retrieves his immortal saint sword from his spatial storage and tosses it to Fang Ningxiang. Grasping the long sword, Fang Ningxiang exhales in relief. Meanwhile, the five adversaries glance back to see the left dragon envoy lifelessly sinking into the deep sea, a weight settling heavily in their hearts. Now devoid of combat capability, they resolve to eliminate this girl to fulfill their mission. One among them declares. The five swiftly consume a pill, instantly replenishing their depleted spiritual energy and elevating their realm to that of half-saints. The 5 half-saint pirates once again launch a fierce assault on Fang Ningxiang. Yet, she remains unfazed, silently enhancing her physical strength to the half-saint level. The assailants initially believed they would swiftly vanquish Fang Ningxiang, only to discover they were even more outmatched. The reason eludes them entirely. However, Fang Ningxiang understands that it is due to the power of this sword. The sword allowed her to unleash her full combat potential. Half an hour later, the strength of the 5 returned to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Fang Ningxiang also adjusted her physical power to match the spiritual intensity of that level. Initially, the 5 believed they would surely be slain after the effects of the potion wore off, only to discover that their adversary had similarly diminished in strength. Elated by this revelation, the 5 rallied their energy and launched another assault on Fang Ningxiang. Recognizing the importance of this trial, she diligently absorbed combat experience. Thus, the battle raged on. Zhao Hao observed a solitary middle-aged man wrapping his severed arm with cloth. He promptly retrieved a premium yunmeng pill from his spatial storage and tossed it over. The man caught it and consumed it. Upon receiving the pill, he noticed the flow of Tao rhythm within it, realizing it was no ordinary item. After glancing at Zhao Hao, he swallowed the pill, and its effects swiftly coursed through him. The sword wounds healed rapidly, and his severed arm began to regenerate visibly. Soon, his arm was fully restored, and his spiritual energy was completely replenished. Prepared to assist Fang Ningxiang, the middle-aged man was discreetly halted by Zhao Hao's mental communication, urging him to refrain from intervening, as his senior sister was on the brink of a breakthrough through this battle. Taken aback by Zhao Hao's words, the man initially believed Zhao Hao to be timid, relying on the girl, only to realize that he was actually refining her skills. Moreover, considering the precious pill Zhao Hao provided, he surmised that Zhao Hao's strength might even surpass that of the girl. Once his injuries had healed, the middle-aged man stood by, observing Fang Ningxiang's combat. However, after a while, he found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend how the girl was able to withstand such attacks. After some contemplation, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "The power of the physical body." Noticing the man had discerned the reason, Zhao Hao smiled faintly. The reason he had given the healing pill was that the man had the courage to stand up for his senior sister, even in dire circumstances. Regardless of the motivation, Zhao Hao felt the man was commendable, and offering such a precious pill was entirely justified. As the battle stretched into the night, Zhao Hao sensed that his senior sister's aura had become robust. He discreetly transmitted to Fang Ningxiang, "Sister, it's enough. Finish them off." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's voice, she immediately began to employ her lethal techniques. The 5, initially confident of their victory, were taken aback as Fang Ningxiang swiftly decapitated them one by one. The last remaining foe, witnessing the embodiment of death that was Fang Ningxiang, attempted to flee but was pierced through the heart by her blade. Fang Ningxiang collected his storage ring and approached Zhao Hao. "Junior brother, I feel a breakthrough is imminent tonight," Fang Ningxiang proclaimed. Zhao Hao responded, "Sister, remember to utilize those divine pills. I will guard you." Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao Hao instructed Fang Ningxiang to retrieve the purchased low-grade flying vessel, while he stowed away the black vessel belonging to the other party. Once aboard the vessel, Fang Ningxiang expressed her gratitude to the middle-aged man, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." The man simply smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. Your strength is impressive." After the vessel was fueled with low-grade spirit stones, it surged forward at remarkable speed. "Sister, this vessel has a private room. Please enter and cultivate while I guard you," Zhao Hao suggested. The middle-aged man waved his hand, saying, "It's my duty to control the vessel." Chapter 71. Fang Ningxiang's tribulation. After consuming the divine elixir, Fang Ningxiang began to break through continuously. Zhao Hao remained vigilant, closely monitoring her progress. Gradually, her aura ascended from the early stage of integration to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage, ultimately reaching the perfect stage of integration. At that moment, the so-called bottleneck shattered, and Fang Ningxiang abruptly advanced to the early stage of tribulation. Her cultivation then ceased to grow. "Sister, it's time to face the tribulation. Quickly, leave the vessel." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang swiftly stepped outside the vessel, gazing at the ominous gathering of tribulation lightning above. Zhao Hao quickly joined her, anxiously observing the sky. The gathering lightning appeared increasingly menacing, resembling ferocious beasts emitting deep growls. Suddenly, a massive bolt of tribulation lightning descended toward Fang Ningxiang with alarming speed, leaving little time for reaction. With a fierce cry, Fang Ningxiang swiftly formed seals with her hands, conjuring a crystalline shield that enveloped her instantly. The lightning struck the shield with a deafening roar, causing it to tremble violently and dim slightly. Then, one bolt after another followed in rapid succession, cascading like a torrential downpour. Fang Ningxiang gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to maintain the shield, ultimately succeeding in warding off the tribulation. Just then, an even more terrifying bolt of lightning coalesced, significantly larger than those prior, carrying an annihilative aura as it hurtled toward Fang Ningxiang. Her expression turned ashen, an unprecedented fear surging within her. Yet, recalling her formidable physique, she regained her confidence. As the tribulation descended, the shield shattered, and the lightning struck her corporeal form. Boom! A thin protective layer manifested around Fang Ningxiang's body, rendering the lightning ineffective. However, at that moment, the terrifying bolts of tribulation began to rain down in waves. The thin protective layer was battered, and Fang Ningxiang endured the onslaught of the thunder. As time passed, the ferocious bolts eventually ceased, but a more ominous red lightning was brewing in the sky. This should be the final bolt, Zhao Hao remarked, observing the heavens. Fang Ningxiang's garments were tattered, yet her powerful saintly physique kept her from panicking. She once again summoned the protective spirit shield, infusing it with an unrelenting flow of ice energy, while simultaneously pushing her saintly physical body's blood essence to its utmost limits, forming a delicate layer of sanguine aura. The crimson lightning in the sky resembled a colossal dragon taking shape, and once the brewing concluded, it descended with fierce intensity. Boom! Fang Ningxiang's energy shield was shattered, followed by the dispersal of her protective blood essence layer, striking directly upon her physical form. With a cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood and slowly stood aloft, gazing at the tumult of the calamity thunder. However, as the red lightning fell, the ominous clouds began to dissipate, signifying that Fang Ningxiang had successfully transcended the tribulation. Countless colorful motes descended, merging into her corporeal being. How delightful! Is this the gift of the heavenly Tao? Fang Ningxiang felt an immense surge of strength as the colorful motes infused her body, and her injuries began to mend swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Hao observed her with a smile. Is this what it means to reach the tribulation realm? I feel so powerful, Fang Ningxiang said with a smile. Soon after, Zhao Hao led Fang Ningxiang back to the flying vessel. Fang Ningxiang changed into a fresh set of attire before rejoining Zhao Hao for conversation. Noticing the middle-aged man intently studying the vessel, Fang Ningxiang boldly inquired, Uncle, what is your name? I am Fang Ningxiang, and my junior brother is Zhao Hao. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man replied, Miss Fang, my name is Wu Jilong. Very well, I shall call you Uncle Wu from now on, Fang Ningxiang declared. The flying vessel advanced swiftly, with Wu Jilong adeptly navigating its course. Meanwhile, within the palace beneath the sea, the same individuals remained, all consumed with rage. It was truly astonishing that even the left dragon envoy had failed, according to reports from disciples observing from a distance. The left dragon envoy perished at the hands of a middle-aged swordsman, while 5 individuals of the perfected tribulation stage besieged the girl in the composite stage. At that moment, one of the subordinates suggested, Fourth Master, should we not cease our pursuits? We harbor no deep-seated enmity with that girl. Sending more individuals could lead to bitter animosity. The leader retorted, Silence. She has already slain many of our own. How can it not be considered enmity? The subordinate replied, Fourth Master, you must understand. We are always the ones seeking trouble. We bear the consequences ourselves. The leader of the faction, the Fourth Master, stated, Regardless, we have incurred great enmity. It is best to eradicate the root of the issue. He surveyed those at his side and declared, I shall personally take charge this time, with the Law King accompanying me. Yes, the 2 individuals responded. The trio immediately ascended to the surface, boarding a dark flying vessel headed towards Zhao Hao and his companions. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ship, Zhao Hao was examining 2 9-revolution golden pills, which were of exceptional quality, derived from the elite body-refining elixirs. Zhao Hao was eager to test the potency of the medicinal pill. He promptly swallowed one and immediately felt his physical strength begin to surge. The 9-turn golden pill continued to enhance Zhao Hao's corporeal form. As he focused intently, he discovered that the potency of the 9-turn golden pill was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of the Shurlong bloodgrass. Once the effects of the pill had dissipated, Zhao Hao realized that his physical strength had increased by a staggering 50 million pounds. He quickly summoned Fong Qingxiang. "Senior sister, please take these pills and refine them." He handed her nearly 20 pills. Fong Qingxiang inquired, "Zhao Hao, what kind of pills are these?" "They are pills designed to augment physical strength," Zhao Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Fong Qingxiang immediately retreated to the cabin of the flying vessel. Zhao Hao, in turn, began consuming the pills incessantly. Wu Jilong diligently navigated the vessel, well aware of the route, having visited Menial Island numerous times before. At this point, Zhao Hao consumed one 9-turn golden pill approximately every half hour. Before long, it was midday on the following day, and Zhao Hao tossed a bottle containing 5-step reverse pills to Wu Jilong. At that moment, Fong Qingxiang emerged from her quarters, having refined all of the 9-turn golden pills. Her aura was now formidable and intimidating. "Senior sister, your physical strength must have surpassed 2 billion pounds by now, correct?" Zhao Hao remarked. Fong Qingxiang smiled slightly. "Indeed, junior brother, my physical strength is now comparable to that of a great sage." Zhao Hao then warned, "Senior sister, if my instincts are correct, we shall soon face even more formidable foes." Fong Qingxiang replied, "Junior brother, fret not. We have been lacking in battles on our journey. I welcome any chance for combat." Zhao Hao glanced at the flying tiger beast and Wu Jilong aboard the vessel, saying, "Uncle Wu, if enemies do appear, you need not intervene. Leave everything to me and my senior sister." Chapter 72, Another Great Battle. The flying tiger beast responded, "Master, understood." Wu Jilong asked Zhao Hao, "Do you truly not require my assistance?" Zhao Hao replied, "Uncle Wu, I suspect that the next adversaries will be even stronger, and I doubt you would be of much help." Though he did not wish to discourage his companion, he felt it necessary to express his concerns. Wu Jilong remained silent. After approximately half a day of travel, the vessel encountered a merchant convoy's flying ship. Those aboard used their spiritual senses to ascertain who it was and quickly recognized Zhao Hao and his companions. The merchant convoy promptly halted their vessel before Zhao Hao and the others. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and his companions stowed away their flying vessel and returned to the merchant's ship. At this point, a member of the convoy addressed them. "Esteemed guests, please forgive our retreat. The disparity in strength is quite significant." Wu Jilong replied, "You have been compensated for your efforts. Since the enemies do not target you, there is no need for apologies." Upon hearing Wu Jilong's words, the merchants finally felt reassured. At this moment, Zhao Hao remarked, "The leader warns that there may be further battles ahead, so you must exercise caution." The merchants responded, "Young brother, if more foes approach, although we cannot assist you, we shall wait on the sidelines and will increase your remuneration." Zhao Hao replied, "Fair enough." After approximately 3 hours of travel, they suddenly beheld a black flying vessel suspended in the sky ahead. 3 figures stood at the forefront of this vessel, and the leading figure glared at the approaching craft. His eyes filled with malice. The merchants immediately retracted their vessel, hovering in the air as they observed their adversaries. The leader began to search through the crowd, and soon they identified that Fong Ningxiang was the one they sought. However, they were surprised to see that she had already reached the tribulation period. "Aside from that girl, the others may leave," the leading figure declared, exuding an overwhelming aura. The merchants swiftly distanced themselves, yet remained on the periphery to watch. Meanwhile, Wu Jilong did not depart but remained by Zhao Hao's side. "Uncle Wu, you should step aside for now. Their cultivations are at the great sage and perfect sage stages," Fong Ningxiang instructed. Wu Jilong, though reluctant, complied and moved aside. At this juncture, Zhao Hao inquired, "Senior sister, whom do you intend to confront?" "I wish to join the fray," Fong Ningxiang replied with pride. "Junior brother, you can handle those 2 perfect sages, while I shall take on the great sage." Upon hearing their exchange, the 4th chief's anger surged. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," he bellowed, brandishing his long blade towards Fong Ningxiang. She, however, met his attack head-on with Zhao Hao's immortal holy sword. After a mere clash, they discerned each other as strengths. "You are a body-refining cultivator? And at the great sage stage?" The 4th chief was taken aback, realizing why 5 perfect stage guardians were no match for her. "Enough of this drivel. I have no time to waste in dealing with you. Let us proceed." Fong Ningxiang charged at him once more. The sword in her grasp was a harmonious blend of physical strength and spiritual prowess, rendering her well-suited to combat the 4th chief. They engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Zhao Hao took out a flask of wine and began to drink. The sounds of their battle echoed. coloring the sky with their ferocity. Little girl, if you align yourself with our divine dragon sect, I can spare you. The fourth chief attempted to entice Fang Ningxiang. Spare your breath. Today, it is either you or me. Fang Ningxiang firmly rejected him. Observing the intensity of their conflict, Zhao Hao surmised that resolution would not come swiftly. Meanwhile, the merchants watching from afar were left in stunned disbelief. The girl is at the great sage stage? My heavens! Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable could wield such formidable power? At this moment, several members of the merchant caravan gazed eagerly at Fang Ningxiang, reassured that with her presence, their journey to Mingwei Island would be without issue. As time slipped by, a day passed, and the fourth master found himself on the brink of depleting his spiritual energy. He consumed a precious elixir, and in an instant, his vitality was restored, along with a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Infuriatingly, he had squandered a rare divine dragon pill. Fang Ningxiang paid little heed to his actions, her focus solely on the unfolding battle. Another day passed in this relentless struggle, and once again, the fourth master teetered on the edge of exhaustion. Just as Fang Ningxiang prepared to sever his head with a single stroke of her sword, a figure materialized from thin air, blocking her strike. Clad in robes adorned with dragon motifs, much like the fourth master, the newcomer spoke, "Brother, what brings you here?" Without responding to the fourth master, he turned to Fang Ningxiang, saying, "Little girl, why not cease hostilities?" Perceiving the depth of his cultivation, Fang Ningxiang recognized him as a late-stage great sage. "Were you to dictate terms? I will fight if I choose, and refrain if I wish. Must I heed your every word?" The girl retorted defiantly. The man merely smiled and replied, "Child, it is our fault, yet it is our duty to intercept passing merchants. We never intended to make an enemy of you." At that moment, Zhao Hao soared into the scene, asking, "Senior sister, what is happening?" Upon seeing Zhao Hao, the man felt a tremor of unease. Zhao Hao's vitality radiated robustly, surpassing even that of the young girl. "Release his companion," the man demanded, producing a storage ring. "Consider this our apology. What do you think, young brother?" Zhao Hao probed the contents of the ring with his spiritual sense, feeling a stir of emotion. "Very well, since you have shown goodwill, we shall not press further. We are merely travelers seeking safe passage," he declared. "Thank you, young brother, for sparing my fourth brother. You are welcome to visit our palace anytime." The man replied gratefully, and the group promptly began their retreat. Zhao Hao remarked, "Enough, senior sister, their offering is indeed tempting." Fang Ningxiang accepted the storage ring, inspecting its contents to find a staggering 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Here, junior brother, take this. If I find myself in need of spirit stones in the future, I shall come to you," she said, and Zhao Hao quickly stowed the ring away. Meanwhile, the merchant caravan approached, with the leader exclaiming, "Little girl, who would have imagined your prowess? With you as our protector, we are indeed fortunate. I am prepared to increase your reward by 2 million spirit stones. What say you, little girl?" The leader proposed. "Agreed," Fang Ningxiang replied, and upon hearing her words, the caravan members erupted in joy. Soon, the merchant vessel was deployed once more, and everyone boarded, setting sail again on their journey. Chapter 73, Arrival at Mingwei Island. At this moment, aboard the black flying vessel of the Dragon God sect, the eldest brother pondered, "Why spare them? With your strength, you could surely eliminate that girl." The leader remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "Have you not noticed the youth observing us? His prowess surpasses that of the young girl. Should I confront him? Victory is not assured. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. These two youngsters possess such formidable physical cultivation at their tender age. They must belong to a prominent family. Engaging them could bring us calamity." The fourth elder also fell into silence. Meanwhile, aboard the merchant fleet's vessel, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were assigned to a private chamber. "Sister, do you feel you gained anything from today's battle?" Zhao Hao inquired. "Junior brother, I unleashed my full potential today. The fight was exhilarating. I feel the previously tenuous realm has stabilized considerably," Fang Ningxiang replied, radiating joy. Zhao Hao suddenly remarked, "Sister, you have yet to comprehend the sword intent. You should take a sword intent pill when you have the chance. Once you grasp it, your strength will undoubtedly soar." Fang Ningxiang responded, "Let us discuss this upon reaching Mingwei Island. It's inconvenient aboard the vessel." The journey ahead proceeded smoothly, devoid of marauding pirates, ensuring the safety of the group. After nearly a month, the flying vessel finally reached Mingwei Island. The leader of the merchant group began expressing gratitude, especially towards Fang Ningxiang, who ultimately received 4 million low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective pursuits, while Wu Jilong accompanied Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. Uncle Wu, what brings you to Mingwei Island? Upon hearing Zhao Hao's inquiry, Wu Jilong paused before replying, I seek my wife. Ever since my daughter passed away, she has left me. I heard she came to Mingwei Island, so I followed. Zhao Hao replied, Uncle Wu, since we have no pressing matters, we will accompany you in your search. Wu Jilong joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao added, First, let us dine at a tavern before we search, shall we? I am rather hungry. Wu Jilong agreed. Very well, Zhao Hao. This meal is on me. The trio arrived at an upscale tavern, where the guards warmly welcomed them upon their entrance. Bring my pet some premium spirit beast meat. I shall settle the bill later. Zhao Hao instructed the staff regarding his flying tiger beast. They ascended to a window-side table on the second floor, ordering an abundance of spirit beast meat and several fine bottles of wine. I wonder how the wine on Mingwei Island compares to that elsewhere. Zhao Hao mused. Fang Ningxiang replied, Junior brother, I intend to savor it thoroughly. Since her last experience with alcohol, she had developed a fondness for it. Soon, the dishes were served, and the rich aroma of wine permeated the air. Zhao Hao eagerly lifted his wine cup and took a sip, his eyes instantly sparkling with delight. The wine was rich and smooth, far surpassing anything he had tasted outside. Fang Ningxiang promptly followed suit, nodding in approval, utterly captivated by the flavor. Wu Jilong, observing them with a smile, joined in with his own modest sip. The trio savored their drinks alongside exquisite spirit beast meat, reveling in the moment. As the spirit beast meat flowed into his stomach, Zhao Hao felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. This was indeed the meat of a high-tier spirit beast. Zhao Hao remarked. Wu Jilong concurred, affirming that it was at least from a spirit beast of the fusion realm. Fang Ningxiang chimed in with a smile. Junior brother, the flavor of this spirit beast meat is delightful. We are truly fortunate this time. Both Zhao Hao and Wu Jilong nodded in agreement. They indulged for nearly an hour, and in the end, Zhao Hao took the initiative to settle the bill. With a spirit beast in tow, the three began to stroll leisurely. Wu Jilong periodically used his spiritual sense to search for his wife. However, despite being at the half-saint realm, his spiritual sense extended only just under 10 kilometers. Thus, locating someone in such a vast area proved to be quite a challenge. Zhao Hao directly addressed Wu Jilong, Uncle Wu, please describe Annie's appearance so we can assist in the search. Upon hearing this, Wu Jilong detailed his wife's appearance and mentioned several distinguishing features. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao unleashed his spiritual sense, embarking on a widespread search. Mingwei Island was expansive, and Zhao Hao moved while searching. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected a figure that matched the description. A woman was seated on a stone bench in a serene courtyard, her expression tinged with a subtle melancholy. Zhao Hao's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly beckoned Wu Jilong and Fang Ningxiang. Uncle Wu, I found Annie. Follow me. The trio hastened towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Hao whispered, She is inside. Wu Jilong took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. The woman, hearing the commotion, turned her head in astonishment. How did you find me here? Wu Jilong's eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward, saying, I have searched for you with great difficulty. Please come back with me. The woman turned her head away. I do not wish to return. I cannot face the pains of the past again. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang exchanged glances and stepped forward to persuade her. Auntie, Uncle Wu has thought of you all these years. How wonderful it would be for the family to be reunited. Gradually, under their gentle encouragement, the woman's demeanor softened, and she finally nodded lightly. Wu Jilong, filled with excitement, grasped her hand, his eyes brimming with joy. However, she added, but I do not intend to return to the eastern wilderness. I wish to go to the central continent. Let the sorrows of the past fade away. Very well, wherever you wish to go, I will be with you. Wu Jilong eagerly agreed. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, my poor daughter, taken too soon at just 18. How has my life been so fraught with suffering? Old Wu. Wu Jilong continuously offered words of comfort. At that moment, he recalled Zhao Hao and the others. Zhao Hao, this is my wife, named Chu Rueju. Rueju. This is Zhao Hao, and the young lady beside him is Fang Ningxiang. Upon glancing at Fang Ningxiang, Chu Rueju's eyes sparkled with recognition. Old Wu, this girl bears a striking resemblance to our daughter. Wu Jilong responded, Indeed, I initially thought she was my daughter. At this point, Chu Rueju oscillated between tears and laughter. Wu Jilong then said, Zhao Hao, your aunt and I are preparing to head to Zhongzhou, and we may soon part ways. Zhao Hao replied, Uncle Wu, we too are planning a travel to Zhongzhou, so it seems we are on the same path. Wu Jilong immediately expressed his joy. Zhao Hao, is that true? You are also heading to Zhongzhou? Fang Ningxiang interjected. Uncle Wu, my junior and I were originally set to go to Zhongzhou. We just missed the airship from the Heavenly Machinery Merchant Group, which is why we were hired to come to Mingwei Island first. Chapter 74. Attending the auction upon hearing Fang Ningxiang's words, Wu Jilong felt immense happiness. Well then, we shall travel to Zhongzhou together. Zhao Hao planned to explore Mingwei Island, intending to purchase some cultivation resources before triggering a return. Subsequently, Chu Rueju decided to vacate their current residence, and the four of them began to stroll around Mingwei Island. As they wandered, they arrived at an auction house just as it was about to commence its afternoon session. The quartet entered and found a secluded spot to sit. Awaiting the start of the auction, Zhao Hao contemplated acquiring some rare medicinal pills and perhaps auctioning off a few weapon runes. As more patrons filled the auction house, the atmosphere grew lively. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang spoke up. Junior brother, I intend to purchase a longsword. Relying on your sword is rather inconvenient. Upon hearing her, Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, that sword is yours as a gift. I will bid on a longsword for myself later. He thought to himself that if Fang Ningxiang were to acquire it, how could he expect to return it? Fang Ningxiang insisted, Junior brother, we agreed that your sword suits me perfectly. Zhao Hao waved his hand dismissively. Senior sister, what is mine is yours. There is no need for formalities. Once the auction house filled to capacity, the auctioneer approached the front. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending our Mingwei Auction House's event. Today, we have prepared an array of splendid items, and we eagerly anticipate your active participation in the bidding. The auctioneer was a sprightly elder who had attained the tribulation stage. He began to introduce the auction items in a booming voice. Today, our first item for auction is a mid-grade treasured longsword, suitable for practitioners at the tribulation stage, with a starting bid of 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. We welcome your bids. Upon hearing the auctioneer's announcement, Zhao Hao's eyes brightened. Many patrons began to call out bids, as swords were highly sought after among practitioners. 600,000, 800,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000. Soon, the price soared to 2 million. Noticing the dwindling number of bidders, Zhao Hao declared 3 million. Yet, one individual remained steadfast in the bidding. 3,100,000. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hao raised his bid again for million. Nevertheless, the individual persisted for 1,100,000. Without further hesitation, Zhao Hao proclaimed 6 million. The other party was taken aback by such a steep offer, merely shooting Zhao Hao a threatening glare. Is there no further bidding? 6 million for the first time. 6 million for the second time. 6 million for the third time. Bang! Congratulations to the esteemed patron in seat 56. This sword is now yours. The auctioneer's face flushed with excitement, as the first item had fetched an impressive price. Shortly after, a server presented the long sword to Zhao Hao, saying, Sir, this is your sword. Zhao Hao gratefully accepted it, examined it closely, and upon finding no flaws, handed over the spirit stones. The server, after checking the storage ring, smiled and departed. We shall now auction the second item, the explosive talismans capable of threatening cultivators in the tribulation stage. There are a total of 10, with a starting bid of 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 50,000. Interested patrons may commence bidding. As soon as the introduction concluded, bids erupted in quick succession. 900,000, 1 million. The price rapidly escalated. Zhao Hao, intrigued, recognized the value of these explosive talismans, which could prove invaluable in critical moments. He boldly shouted, 2 million. The room fell silent for a moment, as no one anticipated such a high bid. However, it wasn't long before someone resumed the bidding. 2,100,000. Zhao Hao frowned, responding, 3 million. This time, fewer contenders remained, but one individual clung to the auction. 3,100,000. Zhao Hao let out a cold laugh. 5 million. The individual hesitated briefly before ultimately conceding. The auctioneer promptly announced, 5 million for the first time, 5 million for the second time, 5 million for the third time. With a decisive strike of the gavel, he declared, Congratulations to the patron in seat 56. These 10 explosive talismans belong to you. Zhao Hao successfully secured the items feeling a surge of joy. With such remarkable acquisitions at the outset, he anticipated a plethora of rare treasures to follow. Clearing his throat, the auctioneer continued. The third item for auction is a top-grade protective garment capable of defending against attacks from perfected tribulation stage cultivators. This attire can alter its appearance at will, making it ideal for safeguarding the younger members of family. The starting bid for this protective garment is 8 million low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 500,000. We welcome your bids. Zhao Hao's eyes gleamed once more. He was determined to possess this protective garment. Just as he prepared to bid, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. It was Fang Ningxiang, whispering, "Junior brother, let this garment be for Aunt. Her strength is weak, and with this protection, we can rest assured." Zhao Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his senior sister's words. At that moment, the bidding had already commenced, escalating to 8, 5 million, 9 million. The price soared continuously. Zhao Hao boldly declared, 15 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, taken aback by his audacity. Yet, there remained a mysterious figure clad in a black robe who refused to relent, raising the bid to 15. 5 million. Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow and countered 20 million. The enigmatic bidder fell silent for a moment before ultimately conceding defeat. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 20 million, first call. 20 million, second call. 20 million, third call. Sold. Congratulations to the patron in seat 56 for acquiring this protective garment. Zhao Hao smiled as he handed the precious attire to Chu Rueju, saying, Aunt, this garment is for you. It will provide you with an extra layer of protection. Chu Rueju was deeply touched, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Meanwhile, Wu Jilong presented Zhao Hao with a storage ring. Zhao Hao, I cannot allow you to bear this expense. Take these spirit stones. Upon seeing the storage ring being offered, Zhao Hao quickly replied, Uncle Wu, please keep it. We are not in need of spirit stones. I owe you for your assistance to my senior sister. After a prolonged exchange of insistence, they finally reached an agreement. Ding! The system detected that the host had gifted a top-tier protective garment, and thus returned the artifact, the Tai Su robe. Hearing the system's voice filled Zhao Hao with immense joy. The Tai Su robe, capable of providing damage-free defense against any harm below the peak level of the Emperor. At that moment, the auctioneer presented several more items, none of which piqued Zhao Hao's interest, leading him to refrain from bidding. Chapter 75, Departing from Mingwei Island. However, when the auctioneer unveiled another item, Zhao Hao was instantly captivated. The next item on auction was the Soul Refining Pill, a potion capable of enhancing one's soul. There were a total of 10 pills, with a starting bid of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Previously at the sect, Fang Ningxiang had provided him with a Gathering Soul Pill, from which he had returned with 9 Chaos Divine Concealment Pills, allowing him to elevate his soul to a colorful state. Encountering such a pill again, Zhao Hao could not let this opportunity slip away. 7 million low-grade spirit stones. His bid astonished everyone, as Zhao Hao's offers typically concluded with him as the victor. At this juncture, many cultivators began to join in the bidding. 7, 5 million, 8, 2 million. The continuous outcry indicated the popularity of the Soul Refining Pill. As the price reached 10 million, the fervor among the cultivators remained unwavering. 11 million, 11, 5 million. Observing the fierce competition, Zhao Hao chose to wait before making his final offer. Soon, the price surged to 20 million, yet several bidders persisted. 21 million. Fellow friends, I implore you to grant the Black Mountain Taoist a favor. I shall repay you handsomely in the future, an elderly man in a black robe stated. However, his plea evidently bore no fruit, as bids continued to rise. 22 million, 23 million. As Zhao Hao observed the gradual halt of rising prices, he boldly declared, 50 million low-grade spirit stones. The audible gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. The auctioneer, upon recognizing Zhao Hao's bid, felt a surge of delight. For each of Zhao Hao's bids had always been remarkably high. Is there anyone willing to outbid? In the audience, all were momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, an untimely voice broke the silence. Auctioneer, 50 million is no trivial sum. Should we not verify his assets? Otherwise, if he bids recklessly, it is the auction house that ultimately bears the loss. Many were aware that Zhao Hao had previously produced a considerable amount of spirit stones, and they harbored doubts regarding his possession of such wealth. However, the auctioneer disregarded the interjection, announcing 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, 50 million for the third time. Bang! Congratulations to customer number 56 for acquiring 10 soul refining pills. Xiao Xia, please deliver the pills to the customer and retrieve the spirit stones. The attendant named Xiao Xia promptly approached Zhao Hao with the 10 pills in hand. Zhao Hao produced a storage ring, handing it to her before accepting the pills. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Xia, eager to ascertain whether Zhao Hao could truly produce such a fortune in spirit stones. At that moment, Xiao Xia scrutinized the contents of the storage ring and then addressed Zhao Hao. Esteemed sir, the quantity of spirit stones is indeed accurate. I shall take my leave now. Her words rendered the crowd utterly silent. This young man genuinely possesses 50 million low-grade spirit stones. How wealthy he truly is. Indeed, who could deny it? As more avaricious gazes turned toward Zhao Hao, he remained unfazed. The auctioneer, meanwhile, wore a broad smile. As the auction progressed, numerous valuable items were showcased. However, Zhao Hao found little interest in them, refraining from participating in subsequent bids for an extended period. As time passed, the auction approached its climax. Next, we present the piece de resistance of our auction house, a superb grade spear, suitable for use by those at the Sage Realm. Those wishing to bid, please make your offers. The starting bid is 30 million low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 1 million spirit stones. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Hao's interest waned. Sister, these explosive talismans, the spear, and the soul refining pills are all yours. Please take them. Fang Ningxiang, accustomed to Zhao Hao's generous gifts, happily accepted them. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted 10 explosive talismans. System quality returns 10 god-slaying talismans. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted a superb grade long sword. System quality returns Jiutian Liuli sword. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted 10 soul refining pills. System quality returns 10 divine soul pills. Sister, Uncle Wu, let us depart. I am ready to leave the auction house. Zhao Hao announced as he began to lead the group, 3 individuals and a beast, out of the venue. At that moment, many who noticed Zhao Hao's departure quickly followed in pursuit. However, those perceptive cultivators chose not to follow, for they discerned the vigorous vitality emanating from Zhao Hao, realizing that he was not to be trifled with. After departing from the auction house, they exited the city directly. At that moment, the pursuers behind them encircled Zhao Hao and his companions. Hand over the spirit stones, or you shall all perish here. Zhao Hao regarded these individuals with not a hint of concern. He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which sliced through the air, while his assailants merely smirked disdainfully. Yet, when Zhao Hao's fist struck them, they emitted no sound, exploding into a mist of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding individuals, all in the tribulation stage, were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, onlookers at a distance silently rejoiced, relieved they had not intervened. Zhao Hao then produced his divine-grade cruiser, preparing to use it for travel. The people of Mingwei Island gazed in awe at the majestic, flying vessel soaring above. Sister, Uncle Wu, board the vessel. This craft was even larger than a typical heavenly-grade cruiser, its design exquisite and composed of remarkably high-quality materials. Fang Ningxiang and Wu Jilong promptly entered the cruiser, and after surveying the crowd, Zhao Hao followed suit. Once aboard, he immediately retrieved the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones he had previously received as compensation and began to absorb them, intent on yielding an astronomical return. With a vast dantian capable of consuming immense quantities, he absorbed the entire batch of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones within approximately 2 hours. Ding! The system detected that the host had consumed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, returning 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones. Upon witnessing the return, Zhao Hao swiftly placed 100 million high-grade spirit stones into the cruiser's maneuvering chamber. He then turned to Wu Jilong, saying, Uncle Wu, you know how to navigate to Zhongzhou, right? You shall control this vessel. Wu Jilong, elated, approached the helm of the cruiser. Sure, Zhao Hao, I know the way. Leave it to me. The people of Mingwei Island gazed enviously as the colossal vessel took flight. Sister, let's absorb more of the 9-turn golden pills. Zhao Hao retrieved 109-turn golden pills from his spatial pouch and handed them to Fang Ningxiang. She understood the extraordinary nature of these pills, realizing that 2 of them were roughly equivalent to a dragon's blood herb. Zhao Hao then sought a room to begin absorbing the 9-turn golden pills. Junior brother, thank you. These pills are quite precious, aren't they? Fang Ningxiang inquired. Zhao Hao replied, Sister, they're indeed precious, but I have plenty. feel free to absorb them. Chapter 76. Arrival in Zhongzhou. Fang Ningxiang took the 9-turn golden pills into a private chamber within the cruiser. Zhao Hao also entered a room to begin his absorption. At this moment, the cruiser sped towards Zhongzhou at an astonishing pace. Chu Ruijiu said to Wu Jilong, "My dear husband, I have heard that the route from Menial Island to Zhongzhou is fraught with peril." Wu Jilong remarked, "There is no need for concern. Zhao Hao and Ningxiang are exceptionally formidable. They will surely resolve any troubles." The cruiser sailed at an astonishing speed, while Wu Jilong consistently verified their course. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean's depths, in a grand hall, several sea beasts were engaged in conversation. "Brother, news has arrived from Mingwei Island. A plump prey is approaching us," spoke a man clad in a red robe, adorned with horns. "It cannot be the airship of the Tianji merchant group, can it?" "No, brother, it is a private airship, and notably, it is far larger and more resplendent than that of the Tianji merchant group," replied a man in a black robe, also bearing horns. "Indeed, it strikes me as peculiar. Logically, this airship should have traversed the territory of the Divine Dragon sect. Why has the sect not intervened?" inquired the black-robed man. "Brother, why concern ourselves with that? Once it enters our domain, it belongs to us. Let's set out at once." "Do you know who is aboard the airship?" the red-robed man asked. "Brother, the word from Mingwei Island suggests that the newcomer possesses the strength to obliterate a tribulation stage cultivator with a single punch," the black-robed man stated. "Yet on the surface, this individual appears to be merely at the transformation stage, which is why I find it perplexing." The red-robed man pondered for a moment before declaring, "He is likely a body-refining expert. Thus, we need not worry. Such experts can typically reach the peak of the tribulation stage. But attaining the saintly realm with mere physical prowess is exceedingly challenging." "Resolute," the red-robed man exclaimed, "let us go. We cannot allow our prey to escape." He and the black-robed man, accompanied by a cadre of sea beast minions, embarked on a flying vessel. After approximately 10 days, the cruiser arrived at the ocean's abyss. During their voyage, a green airship materialized before them. "Brother, that is the vessel. We must force it to a halt," the black-robed man commanded, launching an assault on Zhao Hao's airship. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed man's attacks seemed utterly ineffective, leaving no trace upon the cruiser. At that moment, Wu Jilong, piloting the cruiser, spotted the approaching vessel. Witnessing the assault upon his ship incited a surge of anger within him. However, upon realizing that the cruiser had sustained no damage, he could not help but laugh heartily. At this juncture, Zhao Hao also became aware of the external situation. "Uncle Wu, continue onward. Pay them no mind." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Wu Jilong accelerated, pressing forward without hesitation. The red-robed man urged, "Brother, let us attack this airship together." Both men, being of great saintly cultivation, unleashed their ultimate techniques upon the vessel. Yet, a protective barrier arose around the airship, rendering their efforts futile. "Damn it, how could we be thwarted so easily?" the black-robed man exclaimed in frustration. The cruiser, moving at impressive speed, left the two to pursue relentlessly. "Stop right there," the red-robed man shouted, delivering a mighty punch against the airship. However, the flying vessel merely stirred the surface with a ripple before swiftly continuing its course. "How infuriating! Are we truly unable to breach this vessel?" The man in the red robe found himself in deep frustration at this moment. Thus, the two men retracted their green, flying vessel and relentlessly pursued the cruiser at their own pace. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the men in the red and black robes had ceased their pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang had emerged from their quarters. At this time, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang had attained a physical realm approaching that of an exalted emperor. Each had consumed over 300 of the 9-turn golden pills, and their physical strength had reached nearly 20 billion gene. Upon their exit, Zhao Hao discovered that their followers had departed. At that moment, Wu Jilong remarked, "Zhao Hao, this flying vessel is truly fragile. Even powerful cultivators cannot breach it." "Haha, Uncle Wu, this vessel is sturdier than those of the Heavenly Mechanism Trading Company. Of course, ordinary individuals cannot break through." Zhao Hao retrieved 4 bottles of Wubu Dao from a spatial pouch and distributed one to each person. Fang Ningxiang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fine wine, while Chu Ruijiu felt a tad bashful. "Wife, this wine is exquisite. Do give it a try." Wu Jilong urged Chu Ruijiu. The four immediately began to indulge in the drink. "Uncle Wu, how much longer until we reach Zhongzhou?" Zhao Hao inquired. Wu Jilong replied, "Zhao Hao, at this pace, We shall require approximately 3 more months to arrive in Zhongzhou. Zhao Hao nodded in acknowledgement. In the days that followed, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang occasionally entered seclusion to cultivate, while at other times they engaged in conversation with Wu Jilong. During this period, Zhao Hao's sword intent had transcended to the level of sword soul, having consumed 2 chaos sword god pills. Fang Ningxiang, too, comprehended the essence of sword intent, subsequently consuming a sword intent pill to achieve perfection in her sword intent. Their physical strength had reached 400 billion jin, attaining the pinnacle of the exalted emperor realm. At this juncture, Fang Ningxiang brimmed with confidence, fully assured of their forthcoming journey. Before long, the cruiser was nearing the shores of Zhongzhou, the coastline becoming visible. At that moment, numerous cultivators gathered along the shoreline, having received word that a massive flying vessel was approaching. They were all prepared to ambush it. The cultivators along the coastline were engaged in fervent discussion. Have you heard? They say that vessel can withstand attacks from great saints and is larger than heavenly vessels. Indeed, but to seize it, one must first eliminate its master. Ah, you are unaware. When it traversed the territory of sea beasts, it came under attack, and those inside dared not emerge. How formidable can those few individuals truly be? How do you know? The sea beast could not overcome the vessel and relayed its information to the people of Zhongzhou, hence many are aware. At this moment, several elderly men in the crowd were meditating with their eyes closed, all preparing to seize the flying boat. Meanwhile, aboard the cruiser, Uncle Wu had arrived at Zhongzhou and had directed the flying boat toward the city. All right, Zhao Hao. As the cruiser approached the coastline of Zhongzhou, numerous cultivators readied themselves to attack the vessel. Haha, this flying boat is truly magnificent. It is now mine. The meditating elders also soared into the sky, gazing at the approaching boat. This flying boat is splendid. It certainly enhances my prestige. Chapter 77, Slaying the Gao Family Cultivators. Zhao Hao had now spotted the cultivators along the coastline, puzzled by their seemingly anticipatory stance. The cruiser had reached the shoreline, and many had begun their assault on it. Bang, bang, bang. Witnessing the unprovoked attack on his cruiser, Zhao Hao's anger flared. Uncle Wu, stay aboard the flying boat. I shall handle these people. Zhao Hao stepped out of the vessel. Upon seeing him, the crowd erupted in laughter. A mere nascent soul stage rookie. Huh, how fortunate for me today. The throng encircled Zhao Hao. Kid, hand over the flying boat, or you shall not leave here alive. Zhao Hao retorted. Are you planning to rob me of my flying boat? Do you not fear for your lives? The crowd burst into laughter at his words. However, several elders among them turned pale, having sensed the intense blood energy emanating from Zhao Hao. They understood this to be indicative of a formidable body cultivator. Kid, if you do not surrender the flying boat today, you deserve to die here. A hot-tempered cultivator lunged at Zhao Hao with a palm strike. Observing the attack, Zhao Hao effortlessly waved his hand, shattering the palm strike, while the attacker was obliterated by the residual energy. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. How is this possible? He is merely in the nascent soul stage, yet has killed a core formation stage cultivator? I shall grant you one last chance. Leave now and live, or remain and perish here. Zhao Hao's voice resonated in the ears of every cultivator. All began to contemplate retreating, yet a voice rang out, do not be deceived by him. He merely utilized a treasure for the attack. His own power is only at the nascent soul stage. The speaker, oblivious to Zhao Hao's keen perception, was directly targeted by Zhao Hao's divine sense. In an instant, Zhao Hao appeared before him, gripping his neck with one hand. What? Would you like to test whether my strength or that of the treasure is greater? The young man began to struggle, exclaiming, let me go. If you kill me, the Gao family will undoubtedly retaliate. Zhao Hao disregarded his pleas, applying pressure until he snapped the young man's neck. The crowd around them was left in shock. He actually killed the second young master of the Gao family. This lad is truly fierce. Indeed. Now, this is going to be entertaining. At that moment, an elderly man abruptly appeared before Zhao Hao, striking him with a palm. Unperturbed by the man's identity, Zhao Hao retaliated with a powerful fist imprint formed from his vital energy. With a resounding crash, the old man was transformed into a mist of blood. Having completed this act, Zhao Hao swiftly made his way towards the flying vessel, declaring that those who were not afraid of death could continue their assault on it. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished that even a formidable figure in the tribulation stage could be vanquished with a single punch. Indeed, they had underestimated him. A few elder spectators among them shook their heads, abandoning any thoughts of seizing the flying vessel. Zhao Hao's cruiser departed from the coastline, soaring towards the city. Soon, they arrived at a bustling metropolis, disembarking from the vessel 20 miles away. Zhao Hao stowed the cruiser and, along with his companions, ventured into the city. He had chosen to land at such a distance to avoid detection. Once in the city, Zhao Hao led his companions on a leisurely exploration. Senior sister, let's peruse the city before embarking once more, Fang Ningxiang suggested. Very well, junior brother, I am in no rush, she replied. The four indulged in a meal at a tavern before seeking a place to rest. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Gao family were in a frenzy. Their kin had been slain, prompting them to dispatch 3 powerful holy stage cultivators. The 4 were in their inn, entering a state of cultivation. Zhao Hao retrieved a 9 transformation golden elixir to absorb its essence. However, it wasn't long before the Gao family's holy cultivators located them. With a thunderous roar, they obliterated the inn where Zhao Hao and the others were staying. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang shielded Wu Jilong and another from the debris. Zhao Hao turned his gaze towards the Gao family's holy cultivators. Are you courting death? He challenged. Upon hearing his words, the holy cultivators responded, You little brat, daring to slay our second young master of the Gao family, you have sealed your fate. Realizing they were kin to the one he had slain, Zhao Hao drew forth his 9 heavens glazed sword, merging his spiritual and physical strength. With a single strike, he dispatched one of the holy cultivators. The remaining 2, disregarding their lives, unleashed their most powerful attacks upon Zhao Hao. He countered with a surge of sword light, sending forth blood-red sword shadows toward them. With twin crashes, they were both obliterated, their strongest assault dismantled by Zhao Hao's might. You shall perish, cried one of the holy cultivators before meeting his end. Senior sister, let us relocate to a different resting place. These foes are troublesome, and their relentless pursuit is a nuisance. Fang Ningxiang acquiesced. The 4 again boarded the cruiser and began their departure. Meanwhile, back at the Gao family estate, the family head's countenance darkened as he learned that the soul tokens of the 3 holy cultivators had shattered. These scoundrels dare to kill members of the Gao family with such impunity. This time, I shall summon the ancestral power. The head of the Gao family directly arrived at the retreat of their ancestor. Ancestor, I implore you to take action. An elder emerged, inquiring, What necessitates our intervention? The head of the Gao family replied, My son was slain by vile foes, and subsequently, the 3 mighty saints I dispatched also met their demise. I find myself with no recourse but to seek your assistance. The Gao family ancestor responded, Indeed, I can sense the movement of those who bear the blood of my family. I shall intervene this once. With that, the ancestor vanished and swiftly made his way towards the cruiser occupied by Zhao Hao and his companions. The ancestor traveled with remarkable speed and soon discovered the immense cruiser. He unleashed a powerful punch directed at the vessel. Bang! To his astonishment, the cruiser remained unscathed, while he himself was left in shock. How is this possible? I, a dignified Saint King, cannot breach the defenses of a mere flying ship. Zhao Hao, noticing yet another individual approaching to cause trouble, deduced that it must be someone sent by the Gao family. He resolved to test the ship's onboard cannon. Zhao Hao activated the cannon, which gathered ample energy, and then fired it at the elder. The cannonball soared with incredible velocity, striking the elder before he could retreat. Boom! The elder was obliterated into ashes. The Gao family truly overestimates their capabilities by persistently seeking conflict with us. Meanwhile, within the Gao family estate, panic ensued as the soul tablet of their ancestor shattered.